Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 144, Chapter 142 Saintess. Witch of Immortality, hello. It is nice to meet you. My name is CC. I believe this is the Multiverse Group Chat Yuuji is talking about. Upon sending her message, C.C couldn't help but notice the nickname displayed on the group chat. The Witch of Immortality. It was an unsavory nickname, but it was an apt description of who she was. If possible, however, she'd like to change it. After all, she didn't want her future comrades and friends to think of her in such a light. Kiryu Aika, as I expected. You guys invited her after all. Kiryu Aika, welcome to the group chat, C.C. I knew you from the anime, and I'm such a big fan. Let's get along well. After Aika's enthusiastic welcome, Erika, Tatsuya, Satoru, and Lelouch also welcomed her to the group one by one. And upon seeing their warm welcome, she couldn't help but feel a warmth she had long since felt before surge within her heart. Witch of Immortality, thank you very much for the warm welcome, everyone. I've met Tatsuya, Satoru, and Lelouch, but I have also heard plenty about Aika and Erika from Yuuji. I hope we can get along well. Kiryu Aika, Fufu of course will be sisters from now on, after all. Cecilia paused for a moment. Sisters? How did Aika know that she's in a relationship with Yuuji as well? She hadn't even told her about it. Witch of Immortality, how did you know? Kiryu Aika, HM. Of course I know. I know that you and my hubby would definitely get together, which makes us sisters. And I'm guessing Karen is also our sister, right? Cecilia couldn't help but look at Aika's messages in shock. Did Aika have some sort of clairvoyance? How could she guess so perfectly? No. Yuuji never told her anything about Aika having any clairvoyant abilities. So, she must know Yuuji so well that she could predict it to an extent. Witch of Immortality, yes, you're right. As expected. You know Yuuji so well, Aika. Kiryu Aika, of course. He's my hubby after all, and Erika could have also seen it coming too. In fact, we've talked about it before. Chiba Erika, well, considering his tendencies, it's easy to guess. Cecilia smirked when she saw her sister's messages. Witch of Immortality, I see. That makes sense. Yuuji is a playboy, after all. Kiryu Aika, yup. Chiba Erika, yes he is. Reading the chat, the guys all kept their silence, not wanting to get into this conversation. While the main person in their conversation couldn't help look at the chat in disbelief. Yuuji's lips twitched as he read the chat and saw his girlfriends talking about him like this. Was he so predictable? Was he that much of a playboy that his girlfriends knew he'd make a new girlfriend when he goes to another world? I can't even deny it though. Because I really made, not one, but two girlfriends. He let out a sigh. Then he looked at his adorable slime twins on his shoulders. Girls. Do you agree with what they're saying? With no one else to turn to, Yuuji hoped that at least her cute, loyal slime twins would be on his side and assure him that he's not that big of a playboy. But to his shock, they both nodded unanimously. Go. You girls. Yuuji felt a physical blow to his body when she saw them nod. And although the twins immediately went and consoled him by rubbing themselves to his neck, the damage had been done. He shook his head tiredly and began typing on the group chat. Tsubakihara Yuuji, you girls. Is this how you welcome your boyfriend back from a treacherous mission? Chiba Erika, it is the truth, though. Kiryu Aika, yup, we're all saying facts. By the way, you've given Karen the messaging app, right? Give me her contact. I want to chat with her as well. Chiba Erika, yes. I'd like to chat with her as well. Tsubakihara Yuuji, I have. I'll share her contact with you soon. Tsubakihara Yuuji, oh, and by the way, you can change your nickname here, Cecilia. Yuuji then began helping Cecilia change her nickname. And while she was changing it, she debated whether or not to change her nickname in the group chat to her real name. Everyone in this group knew about her intimately, so there was no need for her to keep any secrets. She was fine using her real name while being amongst them. But being called by her real name still felt very special. And she wanted it to be exclusive to Yuuji and her sisters. So in the end, she changed her nickname to C.C. C.C, thank you, Yuuji. Tsubakihara Yuuji, you're welcome. Kiryu Aika, oh, that's right. Have you opened your welcoming package, Cecilia? C.C, no. I haven't got the chance to. Should I open it now? Kiryu Aika, yes. Open it now. Tsubakihara Yuuji, you can open it in your room, Cecilia. The welcoming package guarantees at least one SSR ranked item, and it might cause some otherworldly effects which you might not want to be seen by others. C.C. All right. I'll open it in our room. Cecilia, who was lounging in the living room, headed to the room she shared with Yuuji, which had now become her room. She opened her inventory menu and clicked on the welcoming package item on the first square of her inventory. She took a deep breath, tiring to calm herself and prepare for what would happen. Then, she tapped open. These are. Her eyes widened. There were a lot of things that looked amazing, judging by its name, and some she did recognize. And as Yuuji said, one of them was an SSR ranked item, which was a guarantee in this welcoming package. But the name. How ironic. I didn't expect to receive something like this. She tapped the SSR item, and the large window appeared on her screen, giving her the details. Saintess of Life, SSR. To find love, happiness, and bliss in life, in spite of experiencing all its darkness, you are worthy of becoming the Saintess of Life, the protector of all life. You have gained the following abilities and effects. Immunity to poison, disease, aging, and all harmful magical effects or phenomena caused by magic. Super speed regeneration. Divine sense. Magic enlightened. Immense mana pool. Immense magical strength. Immense magical compatibility. Holy magic. Spell, holy light. Spell, light of retribution. Spell, mass heal. Spell, dispel curse. Spell, rejuvenation. Spell, holy champion. Spell, wrath of heaven. Spell, true resurrection. Holy aura. Grants all allies immunity to all dark magic. Grants all allies immense magic resistance. Grants all allies continuous healing. Except for allies, anyone with evil intentions will suffer from immense pain while within your presence. Except for allies, all undead creatures will suffer from immense pain while within your presence. Prolonged exposure will lead to purification and its eradication. Guardian of Life. Grants all allies protection while within your presence. Spell, Guardian of Life. Creates a nigh impenetrable barrier capable of withstanding even SSR ranked magic effects. Bane of Evil. Grants you the ability to see through any evil. Increase the effectiveness of all spells against evil. Except for allies, all those with an inclination towards evil will be weakened. World's Favor. The world shall be in your favor. Luck. Grants you the lucky trait, becoming one favored by the universes. One instance of luck per day to re-roll the results of a 10+1x drawing gacha. Instances of luck do not carry over to the next day. To think that a witch, who had been condemned and burnt at the stake, would receive something that made her the Saintess of Life. Cecilia couldn't help but smile at the irony. It must be because I met Yuuji. Reading the first line, she was reminded of Yuuji and how he completely turned her life around into something she could look forward to. Even her past, which was filled with nothing but pain and suffering. She had begun accepting them. After all, if it didn't happen, then she wouldn't be here and meet the love of her life. Well, there's no use thinking about it. Ironic or not, as long as I can support him with this, it's fine. She began reading the descriptions of the item and the spells and effects it granted her, and couldn't help but be impressed. She had just become an extremely powerful holy maiden who wielded heavenly and divine powers. It was out of this world. She didn't really understand what the world's favor does, but it must be a positive thing, similar to luck, so she was fine with it. Then, Cecilia checked the SR item she received. SR, Circlet of Divine Protection. Enhances all healing and supporting magic. Increases magic resistance. Creates a barrier capable of resisting any physical or magical attack below SSR rank upon receiving an attack. Dispels and prevents the activation of all dark attributed magic effects in your vicinity. Yet another amazing item. She pressed a button to equip it, and on her head, a beautiful circlet of white gold and diamonds appeared with a brief flash of brilliant light. It looks perfectly holy. Perhaps it was only her imagination, or the still unfamiliar sense of recognition she felt, but she could see a brilliant white aura emanating brightly from it. It felt warm and comforting, and she could feel a surge of energy filling her entirety from the moment she equipped it. Ah. This might seem too conspicuous. In a world without magic aside from Geas, such a thing might be too inconspicuous. Moreover, it was the modern world. Unless it was a country with such culture, wearing such a beautiful and noticeable circlet would definitely attract attention, including unwanted ones. So, she decided to keep it in her inventory and only used it in case of emergency or if she went to a world of magic. She then went through the rest of her items. One of the rares she got was a 10% share of a company named Yummy Brands, which she soon realized that it was the company who owned her favorite pizza restaurant. This meant that she's now extremely rich and she could have pizza anytime she wanted. Great. Now, I can have all the pizza I want without having to hear Lelouch complaining. Without the need to worry about becoming fat due to her metabolism and money being no longer a problem, Cecilia could indulge in her favorite food to her heart's content. The group chat really knows what she loves. Then, she checked the uncommon items and saw that she had gained proficiency in guns, gymnastics, and piano. The first two are useful. While being able to play the piano, well, it might be a good way to spend time. Perhaps she could play for Yuuji and impress him when he visited. She nodded in satisfaction. The items she received from the group chat were all quite amazing. Even the common items were quite nice. Especially the tantalizing lingerie, white, and the alluring string bikini, red, she received. She'll definitely have Karen wear the string bikini while she wears the lingerie and take a photo to send Yuuji and tempt him into coming to this world. Hee hee, I can't wait to see his reaction. Just then, several messages from Aika came to the group chat, asking her what she got. C. I got quite the haul. I'm very satisfied with them. Cecilia told them about everything she received, aside from the lingerie and bikini. She'll keep them a secret to surprise Yuuji. Kiryu Aika, wow, that's amazing. Chiba Erika, it really is. Now we have two amazing defensive supporters in our ranks. Yuuji similarly couldn't help but be amazed by the SSR Cecilia received. And at the same time, he was relieved. Now, his worry for her, Karen, and Akane's safety in that world was slightly alleviated. At the very least, he now knew that Cecilia could protect them and herself in case of danger. After Cecilia, Tatsuya, and Satoru also began pulling their free 10+1x gacha pull reward they received for completing the mission. Tatsuya received an SR, 2 rares, and several commons. While Satoru also received some nice rewards, including a rare ranked charisma passive skill. Tsubakihara Yuuji, wow, congratulations, Satoru-san. You received quite the useful skill. Suzuki Satoru, yeah. I'm glad. This charisma skill will definitely help him when I go to the new world and become Mamanga. Seeing his response, Aika and Erika couldn't help but widen their eyes in surprise. Chiba Erika, Satoru-san, so you've decided to go to that world. Suzuki Satoru, yes. Thanks to Yuuji, Tatsuya, and Lelouch's encouragement, I've made my decision to go. In all honesty, after tasting such clean air and seeing the beautiful nature, I really can't return to my own world. Suzuki Satoru, even now. I really want to leave. I'd rather brave the danger and enjoy the beautiful world than stay here. Kiryu Aika, I see. Personally, I'm really happy that you've decided to go. Now, we can go adventuring in that world. It's definitely going to be so much fun. Kiryu Aika, but remember not to change albedo settings like you do in the anime, okay? Suzuki Satoru, I won't do that. Now that I know it'll become real, I won't carelessly change the NPC settings. Kiryu Aika, well, you can change them for the better, but just don't be careless. For albedo, I think it's better if you change it from being a slut into an extremely devoted wife towards the individual she had chosen. A true waifu. Satoru read Aika's message and fell into a thought. That's a good idea. Although it was the intention of his dear friend, Satoru didn't want her dear friend's daughter to be a slut in reality. So, while he would still be changing Tabula's setting, at the very least, it'll be for the better. I'm sure Tabula-san would agree, right? I mean, a succubus who's only devoted to one person. That in of itself is a gapmo, right? Satoru nodded to himself and made his decision. Suzuki Satoru, that's a good idea. Thank you for your advice, Aika-san. I'll do as you said as soon as possible. Kiryu Aika, You're welcome. Meanwhile, in her room, Aika couldn't help but smile and giggle in satisfaction. Fufufu, all according to plan. Her eyes narrowed as a perverted glint shined from within them. She couldn't help but look forward to having Albedo, the super sexy succubus waifu, as her sister and share a bed with her. Now, let's change the topic before anyone notices. Kiryu Aika, Yuuji, what about you? Have you rolled? Tsubakihara Yuuji, no I haven't. I'll be rolling them now. Kiryu Aika, great. Let us know what you get. With your lucky trait, I can't wait to see what you get. Sharing the same excitement, Yuuji quickly navigated towards his gacha menu, say a brief prayer, and pressed the 10+1x roll. His phone screen shined brightly, and when the light subsided, his eyes widened slightly as he looked at a particular item with slight confusion. Terminus. Est. Then they asked what Yuuji got. Yuuji rolled and was shocked when he saw the first item. Terminus. Est. X. And I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Or buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/verglax. Thank you. Chapter 145, Chapter 143 Spirit Sword Sovereign. Terminus. Est. What is this? The first, and most brightly shining item he received from the gacha, was a beautiful one-handed longsword with 2 sky blue diamonds embedded on each side of the blade. Its hilt was wrapped by an azure-colored silk and cotton cords, while a beautiful, cerulean crystal served as its pommel. It was a truly beautiful longsword. Enough that Yuuji couldn't help but stare at it for a few moments in a complete daze. But soon, he quickly snapped out of his daze and shook his head. He then pressed the SR item to look at its description. Terminus Estate, Awakened, SR. The pinnacle of spirit swords with a high spirit residing within it, only capable of being wielded by a chosen one. Magic Nullification, Passive. Renders all magic null and cancels all ongoing magical effects. Passes through all barriers and defenses made of magic. Spirit Sword Sovereign. All bladed weapons below SR rank will break and be undone upon contact. All bladed weapons below SSR will have its effectiveness and strength reduced by half. Doubles all allied bladed weapons' effectiveness and strength. Spell, Spirit's Blessings. Removes and dispels all curses and all negative magical effects below SSR ranked. Heals all allies within Terminus Est's presence equal to half of its user's vitality. Skill, Spirit Blast. Fires a blast of magic, dealing damage equal to 100% of the user's magical capability. Spirit Manifestation. Manifests into the world. Drains the user's magic while the high spirit manifests in the real world. Demon Slaying Sacred Sword. Changes form into a 2-handed great sword. Gains the following skills and effects. Bane of all evil, passive. Except for allies, all evil-aligned individuals will have their strength reduced by 50% while being in the presence of Terminus Estate. All dark magic and mana in Terminus Est's presence will diminish rapidly. Spirit Sword Empress. All bladed weapons below SR rank will break and be undone upon contact. All bladed weapons below SSR will have its effectiveness and strength reduced by 80%. Triples all allied bladed weapons' effectiveness and strength. Recovers the durability of all allied sword-type weapons. Skill, Sacred Judgment. A strike that banishes all evil. Deals tremendous damage to evil-aligned individuals. Skill, Enhanced Spirit Blast. Fires a blast of magic, dealing immense damage proportionate to the user's magical capability. This is really amazing. Yuuji truly couldn't believe what he was reading. His lucky trait was broken as he expected. This was the greatest sword he could have asked for. Although it doesn't have that much offensive skills aside from its Spirit Blast, as someone who lacks the ability to heal himself, having a sword with a spell that could heal himself, like the Spirit's Blessing, was extremely useful. Moreover, with its Spirit Sword Sovereign and Spirit Sword Empress traits, he'll always have the advantage against sword-wielding enemies. In addition to his swordsmanship proficiency, he would be peerless in a sword fight. The Spirit Blast skill will also help him greatly with dealing against enemies at range. And with its damage linked to his magical capabilities, it's guaranteed to deal a tremendous amount of damage. It even has a second form that improves its abilities even more. Yuuji really couldn't wait to hold this beautiful sword in his hand and use it. In fact, he'd love to swing it around and test out his abilities now. However, doing it here, in his home, wasn't an option if he didn't want to bring down his house along with the rest of the neighborhood. It was a shame. But his disappointment didn't last long when he saw the rest of the items he got. In fact, he was stupefied by the things he saw next. 10% shares of THL. Is this real? THL Group was a German multinational package delivery and supply chain management company which extended their delivery services to the entire world. It was one of, if not, the largest worldwide logistics company in the world, worth tens of billions of euros. And one of the 2 rare items he received was a 10% share in such a massive company. And this 10% alone was enough to make him the youngest billionaire in the world with unimaginable influence. It essentially gave him the reins to a major part of the logistics in the world. But this wasn't even the better one of the 2. The second rare item he received was a 10% share in Alpha, a multinational technology conglomerate holding company headquartered in Mountain View, California, worth $1.7 trillion. Some may not recognize the company, as most would only recognize its subsidiary, Google. This rare item alone had made him one of the richest and most powerful men in the world. I never expected to get these kinds of things. If we didn't take the SSR into consideration, isn't this pull even better than my last 2 gacha pulls? Receiving Terminus Estate alone was already enough to make this roll amazing. But to get these 2 companies as well. He really couldn't believe his luck. Was his lucky trait just this good? Or did it bug out somehow? Even the proficiencies and common ranked items are nice too. Management, instinct, massage, and dessert making. Although only the first two would help him with missions and his business, Yuuji didn't mind receiving the later two as well. After all, with those two proficiencies, he could treat his family and girlfriends to some pleasurable massages or delicious treats, which they knew they'd definitely love. As for the common ranked items, he had received the world's most expensive and luxurious set of espresso machine, a set of 5 luxurious purin pudding, and a bottle of luxurious wine named Domaine de la Romanicanti Grand Cru 1945. The espresso machine, he knew, Aika would definitely appreciate. He wouldn't mind if she took this espresso machine for her cafe and elevated her cafe business. While the luxurious purin pudding set would definitely be enjoyed by the girls. As for the wine, well, since Mira and Aika were the only ones in the household that could drink alcohol legally, perhaps they'll love to try it. With these items coming out on his first roll, he didn't even consider re-rolling them and accepted them immediately. Wow. This was such a lucky pull. Yuuji shook his head, still unable to believe his luck. Then, he felt the 2 slimes jumping up and down his shoulders. Ah, thank you, you two. Yuuji smiled softly and petted the 2 adorable slime girls before returning to the group chat telling them the items he received. Kiryu Aika, what? That's amazing. How could you get so lucky? Chiba Erika, seriously. What's with this luck? C.C, wow. I wonder if I'll get this lucky as well since I have the lucky trait as well. Shiba Tatsuya, congratulations, Yuuji. Lelouch Lampy Rouge, your luck truly knows no bounds, huh? Suzuki Satoru, wow. Although there's no SSR, this is definitely an insane pull. I've never seen anyone with this kind of luck before. Tsubakihara Yuuji, thank you, everyone. Seriously, I got super lucky this time. I can't even believe it. Yuuji smiled wryly and finally took a seat on his bed as strength left his body, recovering from his shock. Kiryu Aika, hey can I be your sugar baby, Yuuji? I'm super hot, you know. You can do anything to this body if you treat me to nice stuff. Yuuji deadpanned when he read this message, which oozes sexuality and pervertedness. She must be creating an entire lewd scenario again in her head and role-playing as a sugar baby of an extremely rich man who'd sell her body for money. Chiba Erika, oh boy. What are you saying in front of everyone? Tsubakihara Yuuji, ha. Aika, you're already my girlfriend. Why would you want to be a sugar baby? Kiryu Aika, I was just joking. Kiryu Aika, so I'm now the richest man's girlfriend, hafufufo, I'm definitely going to brag about this. Yuuji shook his head when he read Aika's message. He could already imagine what kind of chaos Aika would cause in her school for bragging about this. Chiba Erika, well, Aika's weirdness aside. You're definitely lucky. You basically surpassed all major families in Japan in an instant when it comes to wealth. Even the 10 master clans doesn't have that much global influence. I wonder what Mayumi would think when our boyfriend became the world's richest in his world. Erika couldn't help but muse. Suzuki Satoru, yeah, even in my world, if you have control over such a massive and important industry, you could easily influence the entire world. Even buying out the company that made Yggdrasil and creating a sequel would be as easy as lifting a finger. Tsubakihara Yuuji, that might be so. But there's no need for you to play the sequel, right, Satoru-san? After all, you're going to enjoy that world in reality. Suzuki Satoru, ahahaha, you're right. Sorry, I just instinctively said it. Kiryu Aika, oh by the way. I want to hear stories. What did you guys do during the mission? A festive atmosphere then quickly returned as they began telling about the mission they just went on and the twists and turns they had to experience. But, just as he was having fun chatting with his friends, a call came to his phone. It was an unknown number, which caught him by surprise for a moment. He cautiously picked up the phone, ready to hang up the moment he found out it was a prank call or a scam. But the next words that came from the voice over the phone shocked him to the core. Greetings, Mr. Yuuji Tsubakihara. I apologize for the sudden call. Are you currently busy? It was a man who spoke in English, and Yuuji did not recognize the voice. He sounded like a middle-aged man with a deep, authoritative, yet kind voice. Greetings. May I know who I am speaking with? Yuuji replied in perfect English that shocked the men on the other side of the phone. And it wasn't only his ability to speak English so fluently with barely an accent. It was the fact that he sounded very young. Apologies for not introducing myself sooner. My name is Toby Mayers, the Chief Executive Officer of the THL Group. I have called you on this occasion to give my greetings to the largest shareholder, second only after the government of Germany. Yuuji's eyes widened in shock upon realizing the identity of the man on the other side of the call. However, with his acting, leadership, and management proficiencies which turned him into the ultimate leader, he replied calmly without a delay. I see. Thank you very much for sparing your valuable time to greet me, Mr. Mayers. It is a pleasure and honor. The honor and pleasure is mine, Mr. Tsubakihara. However, forgive my presumptuousness, I didn't expect you to sound so young. May I ask how old you are, Mr. Tsubakihara? It is fine, Mr. Mayers. I understand why you would be so shocked. I am currently 16 years old. 16 years old. Yuuji could hear the obvious disbelief and shock through his voice. He seemed to have also moved his face away from the phone. He could only chuckle as he imagined what kind of face the CEO of THL Group was making right now. I apologize, but it is just too shocking. While age does not equate to one's capability, I believe experience does. And to think you were capable of having 10% of THL Group at such a young age. I am truly impressed. Mr. Mayers, while I may be less experienced than most, I am blessed with the capability and fortune to be able to reach this height. Of course. I understand. Yuji's voice lowered ever so slightly as he gave each and every one of his words a depth and gravitas that wasn't enough to be intimidating, but clear and heard. And as an experienced man in the field of business, Toby Mayers noticed the slight shift in tone of the young, yet clearly not ordinary young man who held the reins of the THL Group in his hand. But in the next moment, the tone of his voice returned to be light, and the heavy atmosphere that began weighing down on the middle-aged man disappeared. However, I am in agreement with your belief. And I believe, as one with much more experience in this field, it will be a fine decision to leave the management of THL to you. Toby's eyes immediately widened in delight and surprise, as a smile quickly returned to his face. Thank you very much for the trust you have given me, Mr. Tsubakihara. I shall not disappoint you. I hope you won't. However, while I may not be too hands-on with the management, I would like to reserve the ability to receive the assistance of the THL Group in case I need it in the future. Of course. Anytime, Mr. Tsubakihara. We shall do our best to assist you in any way possible at that time. Thank you. Is that all, Mr. Mayers? Yes. Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Tsubakihara. Then, I shall excuse myself. Likewise. It has been a pleasure. Yuuji hung up as the call ended, and he let out a deep sigh of relief. He truly didn't expect to speak with such a global bigshot so suddenly. Thankfully, all his proficiencies helped him get through such a stressful conversation with a bigshot smoothly. And now, he was able to have the THL Group in his hands and not be too involved with its day-to-day work. This was a win-win situation for himself and everyone else. And with this out of the way, he could relax and return to the group chat and talk with his friends. Ring ring. Just then, another call came to his phone. It was yet another unknown phone number. And when he took it. Greetings, Mr. Yuuji Tsubakihara. My name is Siddharaja Pachida, the CEO of Alpha. It is an honor and pleasure to be your acquaintance. Not again. Yuuji let out a sigh, and the mask of his super CEO self shifted in place. And I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Or buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/verglax. Thank you. Chapter 146, Chapter 144 Gifts. Finishing the call with Siddharaja Pachida, the CEO of the largest internet company in the world, Alpha, he let out a deep sigh and returned to his conversation with his friends. Then, after a brief chat, he excused himself from the chat. Only an instant would have passed in this world since time stopped when he went on the mission in Lelouch's world. However, for him, it had been so many months since he last saw Mira, Yuna, Nina, and Aika. And he couldn't wait another moment to see them again. Quickly making his way down the stairs, Yuuji saw his beloved family still in the living room, just like when he last saw them. And hearing they all looked towards the stairs and saw Yuuji coming down in a hurry. They all looked confusedly, wondering if he had forgotten something. But to their shock, Yuuji suddenly hugged them all one by one and kissed their cheeks. And the two Inyang slime girls also went and jumped on them to peck their cheeks. Oh oi, Yuuji. Did you forget something? Didn't you say you're going on a mission? Aika, who froze for a brief moment upon being kissed, snapped out of her daze and asked in confusion. Yuuji had just said his goodbyes and went up to his room to go on his mission. But just a few minutes later, he returned. No matter how she thought about it, it was too soon. Yes, I did. And I'm done. Time stops in this world when I go to the other world for the mission. I've spent a few months in that world and I've just returned from it just now. Their eyes all widened in shock. They knew that the multiverse chat group was a magical thing beyond their comprehension from Yuji's explanation last time. But, after Yuuji told them this, they couldn't help but be rendered speechless once more. That's. Yuuji smiled wryly and shook his head. There's no need to think of it too much. They all nodded dazedly. And soon, Mira finally snapped out of her daze. Yufufu, was the mission successful? Are you hurt? I'm fine, and yes. The mission was successful. Though, some things that were quite unfortunate also happened. Is that so? Can you tell us about it, Yuuji? Of course. Great then, I'll prepare some snacks and tea. Mira smiled softly and began making her way to the kitchen. Ah, that's right. Mira, just prepare some tea. I've got some nice rewards from the mission that we could eat together. Oh. Yuuji then took out the set of 5 luxurious purin pudding from his inventory. And the moment he placed them on the table, Yuna exclaimed in surprise. What? Is that? Is that the rumored purin puddings I've heard about so much? Nina, Aika, and Mira were similarly surprised when they saw Yuuji bring them out. The purin pudding was a brand of puddings that was extremely famous and delicious. It was considered the most delicious pudding in all of Japan that would always be sold out, despite its high price tag. To buy even one cup, they'd need not only money, but also luck, since they'd often be sold out not even an hour into the shop opening. Moreover, the purin pudding was also only sold in certain seasons, making it extremely limited. Yukuin, how did you get it? I got it as a reward from the gacha when I finished the mission. And speaking of which, Yuuji then brought out the luxurious coffee machine and placed it gently on the floor. And the moment he brought it out, Aika gasped, instantly recognizing it. Oh oi, Yuuji dash. Tea that. See, could it be? Yuuji smiled softly and nodded. Yes it is, Aikane. It's the espresso machine you've been dreaming about. I got lucky from the gacha and got it, so here you go. You can use it for your cafe. She turned her head to him, her eyes still widened in shock and her hands trembling slightly. Are you sure? Of course. Her face brightened and bloomed into a smile as she jumped into his embrace and hugged him tightly, pulling his face into the valley of her chest. Thank you so much. I've always dreamed of having this. Ah, it's such a dream come true. Aika wrapped her arms around his head and pressed his face against her chest as she rubbed her cheeks against his head. You're welcome, Aikane. Yuuji smiled softly and hugged her back, thoroughly enjoying the sensation of his aunt's massive, soft breasts against his face. Softly rubbing his face against them, Yuuji also took in a deep breath to take in her aunt's flowery fragrance, causing Aika to blush. However, she simply hugged him even more and squeezed her breasts against his face. This would be his reward for being so thoughtful. After he was released, Yuuji also took out the expensive bottle of wine and gave it to Mira. And this is for you, Mira. I hope you like it. Mira took the bottle of wine in her hands, and her eyes widened in shock once again when she saw and recognized the name of the wine she was holding. Why Yuuji, Isn't this a 1945 Grand Cru? The most expensive wine in the world, the Domaine de la Romanicanti Grand Cru 1945, was an extremely well-known wine for its intensely floral yet complex and deep flavor. And in addition to its taste, the limited number of bottles that existed in the world only made it even more sought after and expensive. It wasn't something that could simply be bought with money. And Mira couldn't believe she had it in her hands. Yes. I got it from the gacha as well. And I think you'd love to have a taste and perhaps share it with Aikane and your friends. Mira looked at the bottle, placed it on the dining table, before pulling Yuuji into a hug. Thank you very much for such a thoughtful gift, Yuuji. You're welcome. Yuuji smiled and hugged her back. Then, when everyone else were distracted, Mira secretly kissed him on the lips. Fufu. After making a mischievous smile and adorable giggle, Mira separated herself from Yuuji, just as Yuna called her. Mama, can we start eating the pudding? Of course, dear, you girls go ahead. I'll prepare the tea. Yay Yukuin, come and let's eat together. Which flavor do you want? I'll take the remaining ones. You girls can choose first. Yuna and Nina excitedly picked the pudding flavor they wanted. Then, after Mira returned with the tea and Aika stopped fangirling and checking out her new espresso machine, Yuuji began telling them about the mission he just went on in the world of Code Geass. X. The next day. After telling his family about his mission, Yuuji also introduced them to AI, the advanced, super-intelligent AI program he had built with the help of the group chat. It didn't take long for all of them to fall in love with the cute girl on the screen. They even began treating her as family and let them all into their phones and Mira's computer. And right now, she was accompanying Mira and helping her with her work. By that, meaning they were essentially robbing money from the wealthy conglomerates and brokers on the stock market. Mira wanted to find out by how much she could exceed her record for the most profit she gained in a single day if she had the help of Yuuji's stock market analysis application and AI's help. And when he heard about this, Yuuji couldn't help but shiver at the thought. Would he be witnessing some major companies to suddenly go bankrupt by the end of the day? Well, I doubt she'll go overboard. Yuuji thought, optimistically. He believed in Mira and her principles. And AI would also be there with her. She won't just let her mom destroy a part of the stock market, right? Yes. She won't. And Mira won't do it in the first place either. Yuuji firmly believed in them, and thus, he put this in the back of his mind and made his way to Rose Cafe. He would be helping Aika install the espresso machine. And the moment he brought it with him, the other staff couldn't help but look at it in shock. Oh my god. Manager, we didn't know you'd be buying a new espresso machine. This looks so expensive. This must be more than 1,000,000 yen. Manager, when did you get this? Aika smiled proudly at her staff and put her hand on Yuji's shoulder as he set up the machine. Hee, I got it for free actually, he bought it for me, as a gift. Eh. Their eyes widened in shock as they all immediately turned their attention towards Yuuji. Alright. This should be good. I've connected it to the water outlet below the table. Now, all you need is to test it out. Oh, thanks a bunch, Yuuji. How about you go ahead and test it? Or rather, you have nothing to do this morning, right? You should help me out with the cafe, I'll pay you handsomely. Aika winked as her eyes sparkled in excitement. Having seen how many more customers she got when Yuuji helped her out with the cafe, she knew she'd be able to rake in even more customers and increase the popularity of her cafe again if he works here. Moreover, she'll be able to see him in the waiter's uniform that accentuated his body and ass, and an apron to top it off. She definitely wouldn't miss the chance to take a photo of him in them again. Eh? Well. Yuuji considered it for a moment. It was true that he had nothing planned for the morning aside from helping Aika install the coffee machine here. The only thing he had planned was tutoring the quintuplets this afternoon. He felt a bit bad for not being able to tutor them yesterday when Yotsuba asked him, since he was busy preparing to go on his mission in Lelouch's world. So he asked her if she and her sisters were free this afternoon for tutoring. He immediately received an affirmative from Yotsuba. So, he quickly set up a tutoring session with them for the afternoon. I have plans for the afternoon, but until then, I guess I can help out a bit. It wouldn't be bad to spend some time with Aika and work in her cafe for a bit. Moreover, he could also use this chance to train the other staff in using the coffee machine so they could get used to it for when he wouldn't be here. Great. Then hurry up and change. We'll be waiting here for you to explain to them how to use this thing. Yes, yes. Yuuji nodded and went to the locker room in the back of the store. And when he left, Aika turned to her staff with a stern look. You guys. You know what this means, right? Every single one of them immediately tensed up. Their eyes reflected a mix of excitement, nervousness, and determination as they clenched their teeth. Yes. Aika nodded. Good. Get ready. Because you will soon be facing a war. Yes. Let's do our best. And if you guys survive, you'll all be getting bonuses. Yay. The staff all cheered in excitement upon hearing that they'll be getting bonuses. Knowing Yuuji would be working with them today, they knew there'd be a long line outside the cafe. They'll be working non-stop until the afternoon when Yuuji left. It would be as their manager had said. A war zone. But with that many customers, they could sell out early. And if they sell out early, they could go home early and get bonuses on top of that. There was no way they wouldn't be fired up about this. Even if they went through hell in the morning. They'd be able to enjoy the weekend and splurge freely. I'm sorry for the wait. Just then, Yuuji returned after changing into Rose Cafe's waiter uniform. And the moment they see him in it, they knew they would be facing quite the challenge today. And I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Or buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/verglax. Thank you. Chapter 147, Chapter 145 Second Session. Bodies, gasps, screams, and occasional shrieks from the lady guests who came to Rose Cafe to enjoy the delectable coffee, delicious pastries, and the mouth-watering sight of a waiter that is Yuuji filled the premise from the moment it opened until afternoon. The moment they saw Yuuji, their eyes immediately sparkled in awe and excitement, and many started taking photos of him and posting them on their social media. Some even tried their luck to ask him for a photo, which he refused. However, it didn't stop them from secretly taking his pictures and taking selfies with Yuuji in the background. The pictures they shared in their social media blew up instantly, with many wondering if the extremely gorgeous man in the picture was an actor they've never seen. And those who were in the area couldn't help but come to Rose Cafe to see him for themselves. As a result, the cafe was packed virtually from the moment they opened. And soon after, a long line had formed outside the cafe. At first glance, many passers-by would have guessed that the line, which was almost completely filled by women, was a line for a cosmetic or fashion event. Only to find out that it was a line to a cafe. Aika and her staff had expected this to happen. But they were still overwhelmed regardless of the sheer number of guests. Thankfully, Yuuji was there. Although he was the source of the massive crowd, he was also the one who had done the most untiringly, getting orders after orders and managing the floor flawlessly. Things would get done without the others even realizing it while they're focused on their tasks. All they would feel was how smooth everything was going even though there's this many customers flooding the cafe. They soon sold out their pastries. Even with the stock they had ready, it didn't even last them until an hour past lunchtime. And to an extent, it was also Yuji's fault. Yuuji would give his recommendations when he was asked while he was taking orders, just like any good waiter. But to his shock, many of the girls would buy everything that came out of his lips, even if he recommended 6 to 7 different pastries for their choice of drinks. And on that day, Aika learned her lesson. She can't simply bring out her greatest weapon so easily. She'd need to prepare first and arrange his shift days in advance so she could prepare her stock of ingredients and perhaps even add the number of staff she has currently. The number of customers that came today was double the number of customers that came the first time he worked here. And next time, it might even double once more. So, she would need to be extra prepared. With the pastries sold out and his time to tutor the quintuplets approaching, Yuuji excused himself to Aika and left stealthily from the rear exit, leaving the battlefields to his comrade in arms, who still hadn't realized he had left. He apologized to all of them in his mind, and promised to treat them to a Japanese barbecue or something later on. With a box in hand, filled with 5 different cakes and pastries he had bought and set aside from the cafe in advance, Yuuji made his way to the quintuplets' apartment. Tsubakihara Yuuji, hey, Yotsuba. I've arrived in the lobby. Nakano Yotsuba, hey Yuuji. Roger that. I'll be there in a sec. Greater than over equal to nabla less than over equal to, /. Yuuji waited in the lobby of the apartment, standing near the wall in front of the elevators. Every time an elevator rang and opened its doors, Yuuji couldn't help but look up from his phone to see if it was Yotsuba. It happened a few times, and the ones who came out predominantly families or teens dressed for outings. And when they saw Yuuji, no matter if they were male or female, they would always take a second look as they walked past him as he returned his gaze to his phone. Soon, he heard a familiar bright and excited voice greet him the moment the elevator door opened. Yuuji. Welcome. He looked up to see Yotsuba, smiling ever so brightly and her eyes curving into crescents as she ran up to him. She waved her hand energetically as she ran, causing her chest to visibly bounce up and down despite wearing a loose, white, long-sleeved cotton blouse. Her green, bunny ribbon and long, black and gray skirt also swayed wildly as she approached him with visible excitement and energy. Hey, Yotsuba. You seemed so excited to learn, huh? Oh, by the way, I brought cakes from my aunt's cafe. It'll be you girls' rewards if you do well today. Yotsuba looked at him in a daze for a moment and began staring him from top to bottom. It was her first time seeing Yuuji in casual clothing and he looked so amazing. And also, her eyes naturally gravitated towards the beautiful white necklace he wore around his neck. She couldn't see the jewel since it was inside his shirt, but the chain was still enough to bring attention to his neck and clavicle. And for some reason, it looked mouth-watering. Hey, you're drooling already, huh? But you can't eat them if you don't do well later, so you should focus and do your best. Yeah. Yes. I'll do my best. Flustered, Yotsuba's face began to blush redly as she quickly snapped out of her daze and shook away those dirty thoughts from her mind. Let's go to our unit now. Sure. Yotsuba quickly turned around and ran towards the elevator in a hurry. It was as if running away from something. It was a bit confusing, but Yuuji simply brushed it off and followed after her. The elevator arrived fairly quickly and they immediately headed to the floor of the Nakano residence. Arriving in front of their unit, Yotsuba opened the door in excitement and announced their arrival loudly. Girls. Yuuji's here. Please excuse me. Yuuji followed Yotsuba and entered the apartment unit. But, he quickly froze in place at the foyer when he saw the absolute state of the apartment right now. From where he was, he could see Ichika laying on the couch, dressed only in a tank top and hot pants, reading fashion magazines. Nina was playing with her phone while sitting on the floor and leaning against the couch. Miku was reading manga with her headphones on. And Itsuki was snacking on some chips while watching TV lazily. There was no semblance of them being ready to study. The only thing he could see was a set of stationery, textbooks, and notebooks on the coffee table which Yuuji recognized to belong to Yotsuba. The moment Yotsuba made her announcement, the girls all looked up towards the entrance and similarly froze when they saw Yuuji. An awkward silence filled the room as Yuuji couldn't help but look at all of them in shock. He truly didn't expect the ever-so-popular quintuplets to be this sloppy in their home. Yuku and you finally came. Ichika closed her magazine with a clap and sat up, greeting him with a bright smile. You're finally here. We were tired of waiting, you know. I had plenty of questions I want to ask yesterday, but you didn't come. Welcome. The girls all greeted him in their own unique way. Ichika with her bright, flirty greeting. Nino being tsundere. Miku greeting him with the softest voice. And Itsuki who didn't actually greet him, but instead was busy cleaning up the crumbs from her potato chips and putting them away. Yuuji just smiled helplessly and shook his head. Hey girls. I'm sorry for canceling so suddenly yesterday. I had something important that came up suddenly. Fufu, you don't need to mind something so small. Ichika waved her hand nonchalantly. In fact, she was relieved that Yuuji didn't come yesterday, since she was still quite tired from the previous session. Oh. What's that? Ichika pointed at the box in his hand as her eyes began to sparkle. It was a box from Rose Cafe. She couldn't be mistaken. After all, it was an extremely famous cafe that became even more popular recently. Ah, I brought you girls some cakes from my aunt's cafe. Eh. Your aunt? So your aunt owns Rose Cafe? Nino exclaimed in surprise as the girls, aside from Yotsuba, all looked at him in shock. Yes. Yotsuba, have you never told them? Ha ha. Well, it never came up in conversation so. Yotsuba rubbed the back of her head, embarrassed. Wow. That's amazing. That means, whenever we want some pastries or cakes from Rose, we can just ask you to save some for us, right? Hee and don't worry, we'll of course pay in full. The quintuplets could rarely enjoy the delicious pastries, cakes, and drinks from Rose Cafe not due to its price. The cafe was actually very affordable considering its quality. The most difficult part was actually getting there before everything was sold out. The cafe was always full during the weekends, especially recently. And during weekdays, they could only come after school. By then, their favorites, which were also the most popular items, would have been sold out. Well, I don't mind. I won't promise anything, though. After all, I can only ask my aunt for a favor. Yay, thank you, Yuuji. I'll go grab the plates. I'll make some tea. Itsuki and Miku quickly stood up from their seats. But as they were about to head to the kitchen, they were stopped by Yuuji. Before you go. The two stopped and turned towards him, confused. I did bring this cake for you girls. But you guys can only eat it if you finish your homeworks and pass a small quiz I'll be giving you at the end of our session. The girls all froze in shock as Yuuji suddenly dropped the bomb. They all looked at him with despair, fear, and nervousness in their eyes as Yuuji smiled widely. Well then, shall we start our session? At this moment, the quintuplets thought the same thing. He's a demon. And thus, they spent the next 4 hours toiling on their studies under the watch of the Demon King. Silence filled the Nakano residence as Yuuji quietly checked the quiz papers the quintuplets had done. Although there was still a big room for improvement, he was quite satisfied with the improvements they've made in all their subjects. On all the subjects, Ichika obtained an average score of 68 out of 100, Nino obtained 65 out of 100, Miku 76 out of 100, Yotsuba 65 out of 100, and Itsuki 70 out of 100. Albeit barely, they all miraculously passed. And it was a massive improvement from their previous scores, which were all below 40. He let out a soft sigh, and as he was about to congratulate them, he looked up and saw them all looking at him. How did we do? Nino asked with her lips pursed, her eyes looking at him sharply, filled with nervousness. The others were no better with their nervousness. Even the normally nonchalant Ichika seemed anxious about her score. No matter how much they disliked studying, no one would be happy if the results of their hard work were not up to their expectations. And they worked very hard. Although they knew they wouldn't receive a high score, they all hoped they would at least pass the quiz. And to their delight, Yuuji smiled and announced their scores. Congratulations. Thanks to all of your hard work, everyone passes. And as your reward, we'll be celebrating with cakes. Yay! The girls celebrated as Yuuji went and prepared some tea and plated the cakes he brought for them to enjoy. And they enjoyed it immensely. Soon after the celebration, Yuuji took his leave and Yotsuba accompanied him to the lobby. Alright, I'm good from here. Thank you for walking me down. And no, it's fine. We should be the one thanking you for helping us study. Yotsuba quickly waved her hands and laughed shyly, her cheeks tinted with red. After you began teaching us, I had a much better time while studying, although it's still very tough. My sisters were also beginning to not hate it so much. So, thank you. She bowed her head, expressing just how grateful she was for his help. A few days ago, she wouldn't have imagined that she and her sisters could get a mark even higher than a 40. But now, they could pass a test, although it's only a quiz Yuuji made. It gave them the confidence and the drive to continue improving and finally see hope in themselves. You're very welcome. You girls are improving tremendously, even more than I expected, all thanks to your hard work. And if you keep improving at this rate, I'm confident that you'll be able to easily pass the upcoming tests. Her eyes shined brightly and Yotsuba nodded in excitement. I'll do my best. Yuuji responded with a smile and a nod. Then, I'll be going now. I'll see you in Monday. Yes. Bye-bye and thank you, once again. Yuuji turned around and began making his way back home as he waved his hands back at Yotsuba. And as he began walking further and further away, Yotsuba continued to watch him with moist eyes and blushing cheeks. She placed her hands on her chest, and blushed even more when she realized just how much her heart was beating. She stood there, looking at the direction where he left in silence. And it was only after a night wind blew past her that she snapped out of her daze and quickly went inside. That night, the wind that touched her skin felt much colder than usual, even though it was still spring. And I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Or buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/verglax. Thank you. Chapter 148, Chapter 146 Surprise. I'm home. Entering his home and into the living room, Yuuji could hear a familiar laughter that made something within him tingle in arousal. Since he was young, her beautiful laughter would always light a fire within him. Like a siren's voice meant to arouse and lure men in, Myra's sexy voice never failed to make his heart skip a beat. Upon arriving at the living room, he could see Mira sitting on one of the couches, giggling with a wide smile on her face as she sat on one of the couches. In her hand, she held her phone and she seemed to be conversing with someone. You fufu then, let's do this again sometime, AI-chan. Yes, mama. AI cheered with the brightest smile as Mira smiled ever so motherly towards her within the screen. And just then, the two noticed Yuji's presence and immediately went over to him. Ah. Papa. Welcome home. Yuku-in, welcome home. I'm home, you too. Mira wrapped her arms around him and hugged him in an embrace as she pulled his head to her chest, pressing his face to her heart. Yuuji hugged her tightly and enjoyed the warmth and softness of his beloved before rising up to kiss her forehead. S0. How did your day go? Judging by how tired Aika was when she returned, the cafe must be packed. Mira looked to the side towards Aika, who was sleeping on the couch, dressed solely in a thin tank top and hot pants with her left arm and leg sprawled down on the floor. Yuuji couldn't help but stare at her for a moment, specifically her chest, as it rose and fell with her breathing. In addition to Myra's sexy body that he was holding in his arms, her appearance right now almost fully awakened his little brother. Even right now, he was desperately trying to not let it awaken. And given the growing discomfort he was feeling in his pants, there was a high chance he'd need to relieve himself privately with the help of Aika's sexy selfies tonight. It was. The cafe was packed from the moment we opened, and there was a massive line outside as well. Yuuji nodded and answered normally, hiding his arousal. You fufu, I know. Posts about Rose Cafe were viraling on social media, you know. AI-chan and I saw a ton of them circulating. There are also a lot of pictures of Papa. A lot of girls fell in love with you. As expected of Papa. Yuuji smiled helplessly. He felt flattered that so many girls would fall in love with him, though at the same time, he also felt a bit bad since he wouldn't be able to answer their feelings. But at least, with this, Aika's cafe immediately became super popular and even became a spot that could attract people from out of town to come here specifically to go to her shop. Thank you, AI. Oh, and how did your tutoring go? It went well. The Nakano girls are improving very quickly. At this rate, they would be able to pass the test easily. I see, that's great. Mira smiled happily and leaned her head to his chest. How about you? How did your day with AI go? Yuuji stroked Myra's hair softly and began giving her head kisses as she answered. It was super fun. AI-chan helped me more than double my record for most profits in a day, right, AI-chan? I did my best to help Mama, Papa, and Mama also taught me a lot of interesting things. It was super fun. Yuuji smiled softly as he watched his cute little AI animatedly tell him about her day on Myra's phone. Just like a child, she was super excited and proud to tell her Papa what she had done for the day, and Yuuji also happily listened to her like a father would. I see. I'm so glad you have a lot of fun, AI. I hope you continue getting along with Mira as well as Yuna, Nina, and Aikane, okay. Myra's luscious lips curled into a smile as she silently listened to AI and Yuuji from his chest. Ah, that's right. Yuku-in, can you help me call on Yuna and Nina? Now that you're home, there's something I want to tell all of you. Oh, of course. Then, I'll go to their room and call them. Thank you. Giving her a final kiss on the lips, Yuuji made his way upstairs to Yuna's room. Upon arriving, he took a deep breath to calm himself and his little brother down, and then knocked on the door. Yuna, I'm home. Are you there? Mira asked you to come down. There's something she wants to tell us. Wait for a moment. Just as he was about to open the door, a flustered shout came from within the room, making him freeze. Then, he could hear the sound of someone tumbling around inside the room and labored breaths from within before Yuna opened the door. Why Yukuin? Welcome home. What did you say? With labored breaths, Yuna covered her chest with her hand as she pulled down the familiar white shirt, which seemed to be drenched in sweat, down to cover her crotch. Her beautiful golden hair, which would normally flow gracefully down her back, was disheveled with some sticking to her face from her sweat. And looking past her, he could also see her hot pants, panties, bra, and shirt thrown about, scattered, either on her bed or on the floor. Yuji immediately felt his heart skip a beat as her little brother began awakening once more into a dragon. From her appearance alone and his experience with girls, Yuji could easily guess what she was doing. And the arousing, sweet, womanly scent she was exuding from every part of her body only served to confirm his guess. He did not expect to be in this situation right now. If it was one of his girlfriends, he wouldn't hesitate to lift her up, lock the door, and give her the time of her life in bed. And he wouldn't stop until the sun rises the next day, considering how pent up he was right now. At this point, perhaps only Aika would have the stamina to keep up with him now, and that would only be due to her SSR. But this was Yuna. Although he did love her as a woman and she did too, they hadn't reached that stage yet. Moreover, timing-wise, it wasn't the best time, given Mira was waiting for them. So, Yuji gulped down his thirstiness, took a deep breath, and slightly averted his eyes away from her lewd appearance. Mira is asking us to come down. There's something she wanted to tell us. Oh, okay. I'll be down soon. Yuna quickly slammed the door closed, leaving him a blushing mess as he stood in the hallway, trying to calm himself. What a long night this would be. He took a moment and kept doing deep breaths to calm himself. Then, after sufficiently calming down, slightly, he went to the opposite room and knocked once again. And Nina. I'm home. Are you doing anything? Mira wants us to come down. There's something she wanted to tell us. Yua. Please wait for a moment. And then, the same thing happened. And Nina showed up in a super lewd appearance in only another familiar shirt, once again, with her other clothes and underwear thrown about inside her room. Needless to say, the three horny teenagers would need some time to calm down and regain themselves first before they could go down and meet their mother and aunt. Yuji returned downstairs and made his way back to the living room, still in a state of shock and arousal. The image of Yuna and Nina panting and sweating after doing such things were still so clear in his mind. Even now, he could still imagine the sexy smell they were exuding. It was almost torturous to hold himself back. As soon as he arrived in the living room, he could see Aika already sitting on the couch, swaying left and right. She was still visibly half asleep and was only semi-awake because Mira woke her up. Era, you're back. Where's Yuna and Nina? They're still upstairs. They'll come down soon. Is that so? All right then. Mira nodded with a soft smile as Yuji went to the kitchen to grab a cup of water. He then returned to the living room and sat down beside Aika, handing her the glass. Aikane, here you go. Drink some water. Thanks. With eyes still half closed, Aika took the glass of water, drank it, and placed it back down on the coffee table. But instead of waking up, she fell to her side and laid her head on Yuji's lap, plopping down as if her strings were cut. Aikane. Geez. I just woke her up, but she ended up sleeping again. Mira let out a sigh and pouted her lips at her little sister. Well. Let's let her sleep until Yuna and Nina come down. All right. A few minutes later, Yuna and Nina appeared from the stairs. They were now dressed properly in their pajamas, but their faces were still extremely red and they could not see Yuji in the eyes. I am sorry for the wait. Mira smiled softly at her twin daughters. It's fine, girls. Come and take a seat. She then turned towards Aika and shook her. Aika, wake up. Come on. All right. I'm waking up. With great effort, Aika slowly and groggily rose up to her seat and stretched her arms up. And at this moment, Yuji couldn't help but notice how sexy she was stretching her arms while in a tank top. Moreover, Yuji could tell she wasn't wearing any bra either, judging by how they jiggle and the stiff peaks that couldn't be concealed by the thin fabric. It truly didn't help him in his effort to calm himself down and not attack the sexy women in this house. Aika yawned and began scratching her eyes. Then, she looked to her side and her eye widened in shock. Yuji, when did you return home? Aika, you've been sleeping on his lap this whole time. Seriously. Her cheeks immediately turned crimson red as she quickly became flustered upon hearing her sister's words. She turned towards Yuji and glared at him menacingly to hide her embarrassment. Why you should have woke me up. You were very tired, Aikane. How can I wake you up? And Mira actually did try to wake you up, but you didn't. Aika shrunk down and averted her eyes from everyone. She can't believe she had just used her stepnephew's lap as her pillow. And to make it worse, she remembered how much she was nuzzling her face against it. How embarrassing. She truly wanted to dig a hole and stick her head into it. All right then. Now that we're all here, there is something I wish to tell you. Mira began, and everyone immediately turned their attention towards her. Or at least Yuuji, Yuna, and Nina. Aika was still too embarrassed to directly look at her sister. An old friend of mine will be returning to Japan for a few days next week before going away again for who knows how long. So, she and her husband had invited us to come to their estate to have dinner. And since it's quite far from here, we'll have to stay over for one night. Ah. So she has returned. Aika mumbled quietly under her breath. An overnight stay. Is it that far, Mom? Yuna asked. Yes. It's in the rural areas on the outskirts of Tuya City. It'll take at least 4 hours by train to reach Tuya City and then another 1 hour to reach their estate by car. I see. That's quite far. What about transportation once we're there, Mother? If it'll take an hour by car, it'll take longer if we go by bus. Nina asked, concerned. It'll be fine, they will have someone pick us up in a car. So, what do you think? Yuuji and the rest of the girls thought for a moment, before they all nodded. All right. Let's go together, Mom. We can also consider this a mini trip. Yes. It will be nice to visit some rural areas for a change. And I've heard the rural areas in Tuya City are filled with nature. I agree. It'll surely be fun to have a mini trip together. All right. I agree too. I can just leave the cafe to the kids in the store. I doubt they'll have much trouble since Yuuji won't be there. They all agreed, and Mira clapped her hands in delight with a brilliant smile. Then, she proceeded to grab her phone. She couldn't wait to tell her old friends the good news. Great then, I'll tell them we all agreed to come. And I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Or buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/verglax. Thank you. Chapter 149, Chapter 147 Secret Prince of Kuo. The night was still young. And after everything that happened today, Yuuji knew it would be a long one for him. Putting his adorable little slime twin babies to sleep on his bed, Yuuji silently yet hurriedly locked the door to his room and created a dome-shaped area around himself that would deflect light and a layer of vacuum where sound would not be able to escape. In this zone, he would be both invisible and silent to the outside world, no matter what he did inside. Then, he pulled out his phone and called one of his girlfriends, one who could help him vent his pent-up lust. Ah, hubby. What's up? Aika's beautiful, cheerful voice immediately warmed his heart and put a smile on his face. He had missed this voice so much. To her, they would have just called yesterday. But Yuuji went on a mission that lasted for almost a year. During that time, no time would have passed for Aika, but to him, it had been a long time since he last saw and heard her. Aika. I miss you. Oh my, I missed you too, Yuuji. Well, probably a bit less since I just talked to you yesterday, while you've been on a mission. It's been months for me. And I really miss you. Oh, you're making me blush so much. I hope you can come here soon, that way I can show you how much I love you with my body. Me too. And well, about that. I'm actually quite pent up now, so. Oh my. Then, what do you want to do now, hubby? Yuuji felt his heart skip a beat when he suddenly heard her switch into her sexy, sultry voice right beside his ears. I want to see you. Then, shall we switch to a video call? Yuuji quickly pulled out his supercomputer and projected the video call onto the large, holographic screen before him. A few minutes later, Aika's video appeared, and what he saw immediately awakened his dragon. Dressed in sexy lingerie with holes revealing her nipples and slit, which still appeared tight and pristine despite having received Yuuji's massive member and pounding for multiple nights. She had propped up her phone on a stand and sat in front of it on the floor with her legs opened as he leaned back to her bed. Hello, hubby, I'm ready to be your little snack for you to jack off to. Aika licked her luscious lips as she used her fingers to open up her lower ones, both of them moist and ready to receive him whichever one he chose to use. Losing all reason to hold back, Yuuji took off his clothes, revealing his muscular, irresistible, divine physique that instantly made Aika bite her lips. Then, he took off his pants, and his massive, awakened, dragon rod sprang up, rising high into the sky. And even if it was through a video call, this sight alone was enough to give Aika a mini-orgasm. Her breaths became heavier and heavier, almost panting, as she stared at the godly body of her beloved. Oh my. Looks like someone's super ready. Aika. Her eyes narrowed in delight as she stared at her lovely boyfriend in all of his glory, began to touch his magnificent rod and rub it up and down while looking at her body. She spread open her lower lips and began teasing it with her fingers as she groped her massive breasts and pinched her nipples, just like how Yuuji would. Ah, let's have a lot of fun together, hubby. Although we can't touch each other, we can definitely imagine how much of a wild night we're going to have once we meet. And this will be our appetizer. That night, within the unseen and silent dome, Yuuji and Aika went on for hours, venting out their pent-up lust and the love they couldn't express to each other physically for far too long. And once they finished, they would keep the video call on as they slowly fell asleep together, side by side, and naked, just like how they would while they were in Tatsuya's world together. Though unknown to him, the slimes were both actually awake. And with their elemental sight they inherited from him through their eternal bond, they could see everything that happened within the dome. And Yuuji would never know of it. Because Arya would be too shy to say it and Alice will keep it a secret until she could use this knowledge for herself in practice. X. Dressed in uniforms, students of the Kuo Academy made their way to their school as usual. Walking through the same roads, they made their way leisurely, given there was still plenty of time before classes started. It was a sunny day with clear blue skies and occasional refreshing breeze that blew down from the nearby mountains, remnants of the cold winds from the previous night. Those who coincidentally met their friends on their way would gather and begin chatting to pass time as they made their way to school. While those who didn't would either read books, go on their phones, or simply daydream as their feet made one step forward after the other, making their way through the extremely familiar roads. A quiet time of day they could simply spend idling before school. That was until a particular student making her way to the academy began attracting all the attention of every single eye around her. While she was dressed in the same uniform as other female students of the academy, the way it hugged and even constricted her figure in some parts unintentionally made her uniform seem extremely promiscuous and sexy. Instead of a young, blooming, teenage female student, her figure resembled more like that of a beautiful, curvaceous woman with overflowing sex appeals, surpassing even that of the two great One-Isamas of Kuo. And with her wearing a school uniform, the gap between her appearance and the youthfulness her uniform gave off could fuel the perverted fantasy of many, if not all, boys who were currently gawking at her. But their perverted gaze did not last long as they were instead caught by something else even more enchanting and captivating than her sexy body. They saw the most beautiful smile they've ever seen. It was the smile of a maiden in love that shined much more brightly than anything in the world, equaled only by the smile of a mother towards her child. She was smiling ever so beautifully as she stared at her phone with a red blush dyeing her cheeks. At first, many wondered just what could bring out such a beautiful smile from the girls many had worshipped as their goddess in the academy. But they quickly guessed what it could be upon a bit of remembering. The goddess, who had captured the hearts of many boys and the admiration of girls, was already in a loving relationship with someone. Many hearts were broken the moment she announced her relationship. And when the boys thought they could defeat this mysterious man who stole their goddess, they were slapped by reality when they heard that he was at the very least 100 times more handsome than the Prince of Kuo. Not to mention, he's also rumored to be extremely rich and very loving, which made all the girls swoon at the mere mention of him. To be showing such a beautiful, captivating smile as she looked down at her phone and typed, they could easily guess who she was chatting with. And they were not wrong. Love turned even a mundane road to school into bliss as Aika replayed the time she spent with her beloved the night before in her mind. And now, she was having fun chatting with Yuuji, talking about the little things that happened in their day. Well, actually, it was not something little. A pretty shocking thing happened to Yuuji the moment he woke up. Shocking to him, but interesting for her. Very, very interesting. She couldn't help but be impressed by her beloved's luck with girls. Soon, Aika could finally see the entrance gate of the academy. And she noticed two figures standing in front of the gates, greeting the students coming in and checking their uniforms to make sure they were tidy and adhered to the school rules. She recognized them immediately. They were Sona and Tsubaki, the student council president and vice president as well as devils. Sona Citri, or Sona Shitori as she went by in the human world, was the king of her peerage, while Tsubaki was her queen. She, along with the rest of the members of the student council, were all devils who belonged to Sona's peerage. But of course, Aika wasn't supposed to know this as this was the first time she had ever met them. All she should know was the fact that they're devils from their mana signature. Upon her arrival, Aika wasn't the only one who noticed them. Sona and Tsubaki also immediately noticed her, and their eyes widened in shock as they froze on their feet. While they were shocked by her beauty, which surpassed even Demon King Leviathan and perhaps even the strongest queen, they were even more shocked upon sensing her magic power. With her keen senses, she could easily notice the tremendous amount of magic power that seemed to emanate from within her body, confirming the truths behind Rias's words. After Rias's meeting with Aika, she invited Sona and Tsubaki to discuss Aika. She told her how Kiryu Aika had been hiding her powers all this time, and finally decided to reveal it upon her contact with a fallen angel. Ria seemed to believe that this amount of magic she emanated, which was equivalent to a middle-ranked ultimate devil, was her full power. But her instinct told her otherwise. To Sona, this magic power she emanated seemed to be the magic power she was leaking on purpose to perhaps intimidate or repel those who wished to harm her. This she was sure of. But she didn't know just how much magic power Aika was still hiding. The same went to the mysterious group Aika told Rias she was a part of. Sona had spent a bit of time investigating this secret group which seemed to consist of extremely powerful individuals if she were to use Aika as a benchmark. But all she could gather was the fact that Aika's boyfriend, the main talk of all the girls in this academy, was also a part of it. And thus, she began to investigate this new lead. Sona heard rumors about Aika's boyfriend even before she began her investigation. She had heard about how he was extremely handsome. However, she hadn't considered it seriously. As the heir of the Citri household, one of the remaining 32 devil clans of the 72 pillars and one of the highest-ranking households in all of the underworld, Sona had seen her fair share of young, capable, and handsome devils. Thus, she simply chalked it up to these hormone-filled young teenage girls and their fantasy and yearning for their own Prince Charming. With nothing special coming up from her own investigation, Sona had her peerage help her with it. And they began gathering hearsays and stories about him, especially from those close with Aika. Unfortunately, all they could get was the description of his appearance. Extremely handsome. Jet black hair. Beautiful, piercing, obsidian eyes. A tall nose. Perfectly shaped face. A muscular body of perfect proportions, and mouth-watering abs. Although they explained it in great, beautiful, flowery detail, she couldn't pinpoint his exact appearance. After all, most of them were subjective. At this point, all she knew was that he had black hair and black eyes, which was plentiful in a country like Japan. If she wanted to make any progress, she'd need to actually see a picture of him herself. However, she soon found out that only a few had actually seen the picture. This was because Aika never shared a picture of him to anyone and only let her close friends see it. It was only through word of mouth alone and how girls who had seen him were acting that rumors and stories began spreading and created the secret Prince of Kuo. The only lead she has now to find out about this unknown, secret group, was Aika. So, she had decided to wait for her at the school gates, disguising it as a student council duty to inspect the student school uniforms, and approach her. Perhaps, she could gain the opportunity to ask her a few questions and gain some insight on this group. Ah, Kiryu-san. Good morning. Aika widened her eyes for a brief moment, almost imperceptibly, as she kept her surprise hidden. She didn't expect Sona to approach her this quickly, given she had just talked with Rias and drew her line yesterday. Good morning to you as well, Shitori-senpai, Shinra-senpai. Good morning. Aika bowed courteously, eliciting a smile from both of her seniors. And upon seeing her up close, they couldn't help but be stunned for a moment by her beauty. Sona, however, quickly snapped out of her daze. Ahem. Speaking of which, Kiryu-san, I was quite surprised by your change. I've heard news about how much you changed and bloomed into a beautiful young woman. But seeing it in person, I admit, the rumors didn't do you justice. Oh my, thank you very much for your compliment, Shitori-senpai. It's all thanks to my boyfriend for nourishing me with his love every day. Sona and Tsubaki looked at her with widened eyes and blushed redly upon hearing her words. Did she just imply that she had gone physical with her boyfriend? And so openly as well? They truly didn't expect her to be this open. But then again, Kiryu Aika was known as an open pervert in the past. They actually forgot about it due to how drastically she changed, appearance-wise. It seemed that inwardly, she was still the same girl. Hey, anyway. If it is all right with you, would you like to come to the student council's office for tea during lunch break? You may come after you had your lunch or even bring your lunch there. I would like to know how you became so beautiful so suddenly. To others, it would only seem like the beautiful student council president was curious how Aika could become extremely beautiful all of a sudden and perhaps get some tips to better her beauty as well. But Aika knew what kind of talk Sona wanted to have with her. I've already told Ria-senpai about it, though how about you asking her? I hear you're quite close with each other, right? The answer she'll give Sona would be the same as the one she gave to Rias and her peerage. Sona could understand it was what Aika was trying to imply. But still, she insisted. It would only take a while. And you are free to leave at any time. We simply wanted to talk to you for a bit. Aika thought for a moment. With her position being as it was, Aika doubted Sona would try to do anything to her and risk antagonizing her, who she knew was far more powerful than herself, and her secret group. She was much smarter than that. Sona's goal must only be to learn more about her and her secret group, which she told Rias about. If that was the case, then couldn't Aika just tell her anything she wanted? Influenced by Yuuji and Lelouch's cunningness, as well as her own improved mental capacity, a plan hatched in Aika's mind as she began to observe Sona and Tsubaki from head to toe. And then, she also recalled the rest of the girls in the student council. I understand. All right then. I'll see you at lunchtime. At that moment, Aika came to a realization. Why would she stop at only the occult research club? Sona's peerage also had a lot of cute and beautiful girls. And it wouldn't be bad to befriend the heiresses of two of the most influential devil clans in all of Underworld. They could even become her bridge to the supernatural world, where there would be plenty of extremely beautiful women and potential sisters. She could begin forming bonds and relationships with these beauties. And when he comes. Yufufu, let's prepare a surprise for Yuuji for when he comes. Everything would be ripe for the taking. And I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Or buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/verglax. Thank you. Chapter 150, Chapter 148 Uninvolved. Hey Aika, let's go to the cafeteria. We should go quickly before it gets crowded. Right as the bell rang for lunchtime and the teacher left their class, Murayama and Keitase approached Aika's table in a hurry. The trio pervert and some of their classmates have already left the class, hurriedly making their way to the cafeteria before it gets crowded. The more they dally, the more people would have arrived in the cafeteria and the longer they'd have to wait in line. Sure. But I'll just be going to buy some bread and milk and leave. Why? I was called to the student council room. Not sure what they wanted, but I'll have to go there. Oh. All right. Then, let's go. The three then quickly make their way to the cafeteria. And although they left only a few minutes after the bell rang, a long line had already been established in front of the store. Damn. They got here so fast. Well, it can't be helped. Let's just line up. Is it okay for you to be a bit late to the student council, Aika? Yes, don't worry about it. Having made their decision, the three went to the end of the line and began lining up. But as soon as they arrived, people, specifically boys, in front of them began giving up their spots. Kiryu-san. Please go ahead. Why yes. Please take our spot. It's a long line, and you must be feeling hungry already. Don't mind us. Aika smiled inwardly as she looked at these little boys trying to curry favor with her. They must think their kindness would make her indebted to them and perhaps begin some sort of friendship. Then, they would get closer and closer. And then, once they've become close enough, they could have the chance to confess to her and become her boyfriend. To become her boyfriend and have that super sexy body all to themselves was the wet dream of every single teenage boy in this academy. Moreover, she was once a pervert too, right? Then perhaps, once they become her boyfriend, she would do stuff that they could only imagine and bring them to the heights of pleasure. Aika could clearly see it on their faces and perverted gazes that had been eyeing her watermelons which exclusively belonged to Yuuji. They must be thinking something that would only happen in their fantasy and wet dreams. Well, she was generous enough to let them think all they wanted. After all, none of them would be able to actually make their dreams a reality since the sexy body, heart, and soul already belonged to Yuuji. And she wouldn't pass up on their offers to make her life easier for her. Really? Thank you very much, you guys are so kind. Why yes. Aika giggled inwardly, seeing how much these boys blushed from her cutesy act, and walked forward, taking their spot in the line as they moved back behind her. And seeing what those two boys had done and what they could get in return, many others in front of her began doing the same thing. Soon enough, she was at the front of the line, and the three quickly brought their lunch and left. I can't believe they're openly ogling at your chest during all that. Don't they know Aika already has a wonderful boyfriend? Yeah, I can't believe it. Especially those trio perverts. I would have taught them a lesson if I brought my shernai. Murayama and Keitase still looked very upset. How dare those perverted idiots openly ogle at their friend, who they knew already has an extremely wonderful boyfriend. Especially those perverted trio. They were all drooling and didn't even try to hide the fact that they're staring at Aika's breasts. They should have pummeled them to the ground. Well, thanks to their perversion, we got our food a lot faster, didn't we? So it's fine. Aika waved her hand and simply brushed over the matter. After all, this was all they could do. Simply ogle and fantasize. And, it made her life easier. So it was a win-win. They could have their fantasy, and she could have an easy life thanks to those simps. Then, I'll be going ahead, okay. See you girls during class. See you. With curry bread, red bean bread, and a carton of strawberry milk in hand, Aika made her way to the student council room as she had promised. Arriving before their office, Aika knocked and opened the door once she heard Sona's voice welcoming her in. And inside, she saw Sona sitting behind her large, mahogany desk, Tsubaki standing by her side, and the rest of her peerage standing around the room, numbering at 5 with the sole boy, Saji, who immediately blushed at the sight of the academy's most beautiful girl. Despite his feelings for his king, Sona, the primal lust and attraction men would have towards a beauty of Aika's level was not something an experience old devil could simply suppress, much less a young, teenage boy filled to the brim with hormones. While the girls all held their breath for varying moments when they finally saw her up close, some for just an instant before trying to hide it, and some for a while. Sona would belong to the former group and quickly regain herself. Welcome, Kiryu Aika-san. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation to come to our student council's office. Her commanding voice snapped her peerage members out of their daze as they quickly straightened themselves. Aika nodded to her and let out a brilliant smile that made the poor boy's heart skip a beat once more. It's nice to see you again, Shitori-senpai, Shinra-senpai. Please, take a seat. Sona stood up from her seat, gestured at the couch, before making her way to the one opposite it and took her seat. Aika made her way to the couch Sona indicated and sat down as the rest of Sona's peerage went behind Sona and stood there, their eyes all focused solely on the goddess-like beauty before them. And to Sona's surprise, being in such a situation didn't even make her nervous. It wouldn't be strange if someone showed signs of being uncomfortable if they were to be stared at by so many eyes and be in a position where she was alone before a large group of people. But she was calm. As if she and her peerage won't even be able to do anything that would harm her in any way. And the magic she was emanating. Yes, she was definitely suppressing them. But what truly shocked her was just how sophisticated and thoroughly did she suppress them. Just like trying to calm a vicious wave, to suppress magic was not so simple. The only one she knew could control their magic in such a sophisticated manner was her sister, the Demon Kings, and the strongest queen. And she was doing it as if it was nothing. If she didn't decide to show her powers, would we even notice it? She shook her head inwardly and focused her attention at the girl before her. Kiryu Aika-san. I believe with the talk you had with Rias yesterday. You can guess why we wish to talk to you. Aika simply nodded, and Sona continued. Then, I will not be taking up much of your time. I simply wish to ask you a few questions. Please feel free to eat your bread while we talk. Then, I'll take you up on your offer. Aika then began eating her curry bread, taking in little bites. And as she ate, even her mundane little actions seemed so adorable and beautiful to onlookers that Sona's peerage members couldn't help but stare at her in a daze. Firstly, we are all devils. I believe you can already guess from sensing our magic. Yes. Aika nodded as she took another small bite. My name is Sona Citri, heiress of the Citri clan, one of the remaining 32 pillar households of the underworld. And this is my peerage. Along with Rias, we are in charge of ruling Kuo, the territory that belonged to the underworld. Sona continued. And as we are in charge of it, we have the duty to know everything that happens within this town to make sure there is no disturbance or anomalies that could harm the innocent people of this town. Sona narrowed her eyes and stared deeper into Aika, as she kept assuming her relaxed stance and eating her bread. The fallen angels having made a lair within our territory was a shameful display of Rias and my negligence that we shall not repeat for the second time. We didn't expect any fallen to boldly plant their roots within a devil's territory and even dare harm the people living within it. Hayadu Issei was a victim due to one of them noticing the sacred gear slumbering within him. He was brought back to life by Rias and made into her pawn. And you were a second victim. Or at least, you could have been. Until you revealed your power and beat the fallen to a bloody pulp, as Rias put it. So, I would like to ask. Who are you? What are you and your group doing in this devil-owned territory? And what are you planning on doing? A tense silence fell as soon as Sona asked her questions. Aika stopped eating her curry bread, which was now already half-eaten, and began staring at Sona. Tsubaki and the rest of Sona's peerage members kept absolutely silent as they waited for Aika's answer in bated anticipation, as if fearing of breaking the silence for some unfathomable reason. Then, Aika gave her answer. I'm Kiryu Aika. And I just want to have a lovey-dovey time with my hubby here. Another silence fell upon the room. But this time, it was an awkward silence filled with disbelief. What? A voice of disbelief escaped the lips of, not Sona, but Tsubaki, who failed to hold back her shock. Similarly in disbelief, Sona and the rest of her peerage members also froze in shock at Aika's words. Fufufu, is that so shocking? Why do you think we've been living quietly like this? It's clear that we only wanted to live a normal life. I revealed my true appearance because I wanted to please my boyfriend, and that would have been it. If it wasn't for that black chicken, I would have stayed as Aika, the female pervert, and just be a beautiful, yet normal, girl. That's. Sona could see the truth in Aika's words. If she wasn't attacked by the rogue fallen, she'd have no reason to reveal her power. And although she changed her appearance drastically, it didn't mean she'd cause harm to anyone. Even after changing her appearance, she had done nothing that would harm her, Rias, and their peerage. There was no need for her to deliberately display her power and bring attention to her if they intend on living quietly. I see. Then, is that all you plan on doing? Just living quietly. Uninvolved. Aika nodded. Of course I only plan to live normally with my boyfriend, enjoy his delicious home cooking, and have fun with my friends. We don't actually want to get too involved with the supernatural world if we could help it. She shrugged her shoulders and let out a disappointed sigh. But inwardly, she was quite satisfied with the explanation she was giving them. This way, when Yuuji and the rest of the Multiverse Chat group members come, they'd be considered a neutral group that didn't want to get involved in others' business. And when they want to complete missions, they could frame it as the situation being forced upon them. Sona fell into a deep thought in silence. And although Aika couldn't hear her thoughts, she could easily guess what this logic-oriented girl was thinking. After hearing her words, Sona must be weighing out what would be better for her, to take a step back and keep a friendly relationship, or to continue investigating and poking at them to find out more about this secret group. And knowing Sona, as the smart girl she is, Aika knew she would make the right decision. Then. One more question. And I hope this won't offend you. Sure. Aika nodded with a smile. How powerful are you compared to the rest of your group? Knowing how intrusive or possibly offensive this question might sound, Sona needed to ask just as an assurance. She had decided not to continue investigating and risk damaging her relationship with this possibly powerful group. After all, given the amount of magic power Aika was emanating, even if she was holding it back, Sona could roughly guess how powerful this unknown group was. But in order to not be completely blind to the situation, she needed to be able to at least have a clearer estimation of this unknown group's strength and consider what kind of stance she'd take. Aika, who heard her question, began thinking about it. Yuuji was undoubtedly one of, if not, the strongest. Tatsuya, Erika, and Suzaku-san would follow closely after, given their innate capabilities and SSR. Cecilia was an immortal prior to gaining her SSR. And now, she was undoubtedly the best healer and support in the group. An immortal goddess of life. In a fight, she might only be able to take on Lelouch with her magic. And that's because his SSR was specialized in information gathering and foresight. Even with his Geas, she could prevent him from using it with her necklace of anti-magic. So perhaps. In terms of raw power. Then I'm probably one of the weakest of them all for now. The room fell silent once more, as all members of the student council froze in shock and disbelief. And I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Or buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/verglax. Thank you. Chapter 151, Chapter 149 Est. Yuuji slowly awakened from his deep slumber, feeling absolutely refreshed and rested. Last night was a wonderful night. Not only did he manage to release some of his pent-up energy, he was also able to talk with Aika and spend time with her until they both fell asleep. The only thing that would make it even more perfect was having her with him in reality. But that would need to wait until next time. The morning light of the sun pierced through the seams of the curtain, lighting the room subtly. He could feel his two adorable slimes still nuzzling to his neck, and a warm, soft sensation waited, laying on his body. Yuuji instinctively wrapped his arms around it, just as he would when his girlfriends decided to use his body as their bed instead. Aika and C.C were the two who'd regularly use him as their body pillow. While Karen and Erika would normally only use his chest to rest their head on and lay beside him. He hugged it tightly, and heard a small, adorable moan. And that was when he realized something was wrong. He didn't recognize who that voice belonged to. It was too young to be any one of his girlfriends. Also, he was currently in his homeworld, and none of his girlfriends, who he would be sleeping with, was with him right now. And he knew for a fact that he didn't sleep with anyone last night. He recalled talking with Aika through a video call after their little phone sex, and fell asleep soon after. Alone. Now that he thought about it, the body he was hugging was too small to be any of his girlfriends. Even Erika, who was the most petite out of his girlfriends, wasn't this small. His eyes immediately shot open and looked down to his body. He was covered in sheets, just as he remembered. There was a massive tent pitched around his crotch area, which was also normal. But now, there was another hill on his body. What in the world? His brain short-circuited for a moment before restarting. He slowly lifted up his blanket, and saw white. Taking a better look, he recognized it to be a head. A head with pure white hair. Whiter than even snow. He took off his blanket to reveal more and let the little bit of sunlight coming to his room shine on it. And laying on his fully naked body, was an adorable little girl with pure white hair, and only a pair of black stockings covering her legs. Nothing else. His brain short-circuited once more. But it quickly restarted when the girl began squirming on his chest, letting out cute little moans of dissatisfaction as she tried to curl up even more, covering her face to his chest and away from the sunlight. Yuuji was still stunned in place as he stared at the girl in disbelief. A few moments later, she began stirring awake. Her eyes fluttered open, blinking as she tried adjusting to the light, and slowly rose up from his chest. Now, her uncovered, jade-white, unblemished skin of a pre-adolescent body was displayed in full for him, with only a very few parts covered by her luscious, long white hair cascading down her back and sides. She was the epitome of innocence. Pure, untainted innocence given form with a promise of transcendental beauty in the future. However, Yuji's eyes were locked onto the beautiful pair of cerulean gems that were still sleepily half-opened. She rubbed her eyes for a bit, before she began staring back into Yuji's eyes. Her eyes sparkling in admiration, excitement, and happiness. Although faint, Yuji could see her soft, little, white cheeks reddening, and her little, pink lips curling up into a small, almost imperceptible, smile. Master. I'm so happy to finally meet you. Yuji stared at the transcendental young beauty for a moment, before sighing deeply and facepalming himself. First and foremost. Can you get dressed? The white-haired girl tilted her head confusedly before looking down. She saw her own body, naked with only her stockings, and saw nothing wrong with it. But then, she saw something else that made her cheeks blush with a tinge of pink. Master, you already have quite the magnificent sword, I see. It is extremely impressive. A look of awe, shock, and amazement flashed across her eyes. But soon, a flame of determination and rivalry seemed to strangely burn in her eyes as she stared directly at his towering dragon rod. But that's only for nightly battles on the bed. Anywhere else, I assure you. Est is better. Please just wear something already. X. Having put on some clothes and pants, Yuji let out a tired sigh. He didn't expect to have to deal with such a thing this early in the morning. He looked up towards Est, who was already dressed in one of his white clothes, sitting with the two yin-yang slime twins on her lap, seemingly conversing with her. No words were audibly shared between them. But Yuji could sense the conversation between them. Their wills, ideas, and intent conveyed to and from each other with him as their link. However, there were times when he couldn't feel it anymore, and the twins and the white-haired girl seemed to still be conversing with each other telepathically. It seemed that they could pick and choose when they would share their conversation with him. Though, seeing the white-haired girl's blushing face when they talk and her occasional glances at him, he began to wonder just what his little slimes were telling her. Especially Alice. Now then. Perhaps we can start by introducing ourselves. Though I believe you already know who I am. S turned towards Yuji, sitting on her knees as she held the two slimes on her lap. She nodded. My beloved master. Tsubakihara Yuuji. Then, may I know who you are? My name is EST Terminus. EST. The Spirit Sword Sovereign. Your sword. Yuji's eyes widened in shock. Terminus Estate. Spirit Sword Sovereign. Wasn't that the SR rank sword he just got last night? I see. I didn't expect you to have a human form. I am the greatest spirit sword there is, master. Of course. I can manifest myself in this manner. Est straightened up and puffed her chest ever so slightly with an ever so imperceptible smug face. Yuji smiled softly and nodded. Yes. I believe you. Please take care of me from now on. EST. Upon hearing those words, a beautiful, bright smile appeared on her normally expressionless face, shined by the sunlight that seeped into his room. Yes. Well then. It'll be a bit difficult to explain. But we can't very well hide you from the family. So, shall we go meet your new family? Yes. Nodding with a clear excitement on her face, Est followed Yuji out of the bed, and headed down to the living room where they could hear Mira humming in the kitchen. That morning, Yuji spent his time introducing Est to his family, explaining to them what she was, and then texted Aika while the girls doted on the sovereign of all spirit swords. Est took a nap comfortably as she laid her head on Yuji's lap. After an eventful morning of meeting her beloved master's family and eating lunch together, she yearned for his comfort and a bit of rest. And she soon fell asleep in the living room while Yuji worked with AI helping him. Alice and Arya were both on the table, watching the Overlord anime on the TV. While Mira sat by his side, laying her head on his shoulder with her eyes closed and her lips curled into a peaceful smile. It was a quiet afternoon, with nothing much going on. Aika was working in her cafe, as usual. While Yuna and Nina were in their room. A few hours later, Yuji finally finished his business of managing his investments in Tatsuya's world, the Black Knight's businesses and investments, as well as his own stocks and investments in this world. The bulk of his task today was actually the ones related to his investments in Tatsuya and Lelouch's worlds. Since it was Sunday, he couldn't actually buy and sell his stocks in this world since the stock market was closed. So, he simply submitted his sell and buy orders to the stock market to be executed later on, during the weekdays. It was a risky plan. But with AI's help, his stock market analysis tool, his investment proficiency, and his lucky trait, Yuji was confident with almost 100% certainty that all he did would yield massive profits. Oh. It's already 4 in the afternoon. He looked at the time on the holographic screen of his supercomputer. Ah, it's already 4. I should start preparing dinner. From his side, Myra's soft, beautiful voice resounded as he slowly opened her eyes and sobered up from her rest. She stretched her arms up, the mere act of which awed Yuuji even though she was wearing a shoulderless, cotton sweater that barely outlined her transcendental figure. She had become even more irresistible ever since she drank the potion of eternal beauty. Now, even a whiff of her womanly scent alone was enough to send Yuuji into a state of arousal. It was one of the reasons why Yuuji was extremely pent up and had to do a relief session with Aika the previous night. Let me help, Mira. Yuuji put his supercomputer back into his inventory and rose up slowly, taking care not to wake Est up before putting a pillow to replace his lap under her head. You fufu, thank you. That would be wonderful. Mira pecked his cheek and wrapped her arms around his, squishing it against her breasts, that had gotten even larger, softer, and perkier after the potion, and made her way to the kitchen slowly with Yuuji. They began preparing dinner leisurely, flirting and occasionally sharing a kiss or two as they went. Aika returned home a few minutes before dinner. And with her return, the family of 5 began eating together. The hard-working lady who had just returned from work was delighted by the amazing dinner cooked by her sister and her stepnephew. But Yuna and Nina seemed distracted, if not nervous. When asked, they immediately became flustered and refused to answer, choosing to deflect the conversation elsewhere. And he would soon know why. After dinner, Yuuji returned to his room and planned on chatting with his friends in the Multiverse Chat group. Cecilia was settling well and began getting along with the rest of the members, especially the girls. But he still wanted to be there to accompany her and also chat with her until she could completely get used to it. Alice and Arya, who were on his shoulders, jumped off and went to his bed, nuzzling themselves on the sheets and waited for him to join them. Meanwhile, Est had entered him, creating a light blue tattoo of a sword on the back of his right hand, and slept. Even with the nap she took in the afternoon, she became very sleepy once again after Mira and Aika continued stuffing her with delicious food. By the end of it, she was more than satisfied and went to sleep with her stomach full of happiness. As he was about to join the slimes on the bed, a knock came to his room. And upon opening it, he saw Yuna and Nina, dressed in their pajamas, fidgeting nervously. Their cheeks, burning red. May we come in? X. Anne, I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Or buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/verglax. Thank you. Chapter 152, Chapter 150 Yuna and Nina, are 18. May we come in? Yuuji stood before them with his eyes widened, stunned, as they stood there nervously. Dressed in a pink and blue set of pajamas, Yuna and Nina fidgeted nervously, clasping their hands together in front of them as they averted their redly blushing face away from him while occasionally stealing a glance. Oh, of course. Come in. Yuuji opened his door wider and let the twin come in before closing it behind him. Yuna and Nina stood near his bed nervously. And when he turned to look at them, he noticed the slimes already went into hiding and were peeking out slightly from behind his pillow, wanting to give them privacy but still watch them curiously from the sidelines. He smiled inwardly and faced his twin stepsisters. What's wrong? Here, let's take a seat first. Yuuji took a seat on his bed, and the two sat on either of his sides, just like how they normally would. But this time, there was a space between them. Normally, they would stick by him if they were alone. Yuna would take the chance to hug his arm, burying him in between her mountainous breasts. And Nina would even slowly try to hold his hand as she sat closer and closer until their thighs were touching. But now, there was distance between them. It was a clear sign that they're extremely nervous. And Yuuji could guess why. Now that he focused his attention on them, he noticed something particular. The scent emanating from their bodies. They were fragrant as always, but he could also notice an arousing fragrance emanating from their bodies, especially their crotch. The scent differed from girl to girl, but he could tell immediately. His sisters were now aroused. Yuuji felt heat growing on his lower half as he tried his best to stay calm. His chest pounding like a war drum getting ready for battle. This thankfully happened today, after Aika had helped him relieve himself yesterday. Else, knowing they were aroused for him, he would have already lost control and made them his. The two fidgeted nervously for a moment, stealing glances at Yuuji as they clenched their hands on their lap. Why Yukuin? There's something we want to tell you. That's right. The twins said, their voice trembling from the sheer nervousness they're fighting against. Yuuji nodded and waited patiently for them to continue. He would wait for them no matter how long it'd take for them to do it. And a few moments later, the twins looked at each other and nodded. Then, they turned towards Yuuji, and pushed him onto the bed. Taken aback by their sudden push, Yuuji instinctively resisted for a split second, before letting himself fall onto the bed. And the moment he did, Yuna and Nina loomed over him, placing their hands on either of his head while the other on his chest, keeping him down. Their glassy eyes shimmered within the dark as they stared at him with a gaze filled with love, lust, nervousness, anxiety, and determination. Their faces blushed a shade redder. Why Yukuin? Nina and I have discussed a bit after hearing about your relationships with your girlfriends from other worlds. And we've been thinking about it a lot. They said in a trembling voice. A deep, thoughtful look flashed across their eyes as they seemed to recall the stories they've heard from Yuuji about his girlfriends as well as the conversations they've had with them through the messaging app Yuuji made. And soon after, their eyes were filled with determination once more as they looked at him straight in the eyes. We've come to the conclusion that we don't want to be left behind. We want to be just like them. The two clenched their hands onto his shirt and gathered all their determination for this moment. And let loose their emotions. I love you. Why Yukuin? I love you as well, why Yuuji? That's why. Please make us yours too. Yuuji felt his heart skip beat. His eyes widened in surprise as the two beautiful angels before him confessed their feelings for him. His two beautiful stepsisters. Saying how they love him. Not only as a brother, but as a man. He felt as if he was dreaming. But their touch, their warmth, the softness of their body, it all told him that this was reality. And his heart burst into happiness. I love both of you as well. Not only as my dear sisters, but as Yuna and Nina. He pulled the both of them into his embrace and hugged them tightly. Their mountainous chests pressed against him, squishing them. He could feel them flinch and freeze for a moment, before their bodies began to relax and melt into him. The heat from their soft, squishy bodies slowly became hotter and hotter as they wrapped their arms around him. They nuzzled their faces to his neck, pressing their cheeks against him as they breathed in a lungful of his smell. Why Yukuin? I'm so happy. I love you so much. I've been waiting for this moment ever since we were children. And it finally happens. Their arms around him tightened. He could feel a slight damp sensation on his neck, and he began stroking their backs gently. Me too. I'm sorry it took me so long to realize. I've always loved both of you. But I never thought I was worthy of having you. He sighed deeply before continuing. I've always been ordinary. Up until recently, at least. While the two of you are amazing and extremely beautiful. You were so close, and yet, I could feel the distance between us increasing as time went. So, I did what I could to at least protect you, make you happy, until you can find someone who could do them for you even better. He felt their hands clutching on his shirt as they slowly rose to their elbow, looking down on him right in the eyes. I don't want anyone else. I want my Yukuin. My cute, yet reliable, kind, and protective Yukuin who cares for me so much. I don't want anyone else as well. Yuuji, you are amazing. Don't belittle yourself anymore. Yuuji smiled and pulled their heads back down to his chest, and hugged them tightly. Thank you. Your words mean the world to me. The two mewed cutely in response as they tightened their hugs around him. He enjoyed their warm, loving hugs as he stroked their back. But soon, he could feel them squirming in his embrace. Hey, why Yukuin? See, can I ask you something? What is it? Yuna looked at him nervously. Her cheeks blushing to a shade rivaling the redness he saw from her when he caught her, pleasuring herself last night. I want a kiss. Yuji's eyes widened for a moment, before it curled up into crescents as he smiled. I also want to kiss you, Yuna. Yuuji placed a hand on her cheeks, causing her to flinch for an instant. She was shaking nervously, but she gathered her resolve and closed her eyes. Then, Yuuji pulled her towards him and planted a soft, loving, chaste kiss on her lips. Ah. Ha. Ha. My first kiss. My first kiss with Yukuin. Ehehe. Yuna smiled radiantly as she looked at Yuuji with eyes full of love and affection. And as Yuuji admired her beautiful smile, a hand pulled his face towards Nina. Me too. Yuuji. Nina looked at him with a slight pout, almost imperceptible. She was jealous that the two were in their bubble for a few moments, leaving her behind. Nina. I love you. Before she could respond to him, Yuuji pulled her towards him and sealed her lips with his. Ha. Ha. How does it feel, Nina? It's very nice. Nina answered him with the tiniest voice before dropping down and hid her face on his chest. Yuuji couldn't help but giggle at her cuteness. And then, he felt a tug to his left and saw Yuna looking at him with a dreamy look. Yukuin. I want it again. He nodded, and gave Yuna another loving kiss. Then he felt another tug on his shirt from his right. Yuuji. This time, Nina gave him a yearning look, asking him for a kiss. And for the next few minutes, the twins took turns, savoring their kiss with their beloved slowly. Their kiss, full of love, comfort, assurance, and affection. Slowly, their bodies became increasingly hotter as Yuuji began invading their mouths with his tongue. Inexperienced, they let themselves be led by their instinct, their hunger for his touch and love. They continued taking turns. Yuna. Then Nina. And Yuna again, over and over. But before long, they couldn't wait for their turn anymore, and they began licking and sucking on Yuji's tongue at the same time. Their breathings labored. Their bodies have long become putty as they rested their entire weight on Yuuji. Even when Yuuji slowly moved his hands down from their back to their butt, and groped them with his large, strong hands, they could do nothing but moan into his mouth. I didn't know my sisters were so lewd. I wonder what Mira would think of this. Yuuji said with a sly smile. Though in his mind, he knew very well where these two girls got their sexy body and lustfulness. The apple never fell far from the tree. MMHH Yukuin. BB gentle. NNGH. Why Yuuji? Perv. Yuuji smiled and strengthened his hands full of their butt cheeks and whispered into their ears. So. Who wants to be first? X. And, I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Or buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/verglax. Thank you. Chapter 153, Chapter 151 Shima Iden, R18. Yuna was laying her head on her sister's lap as Nina sat at the head of Yuji's bed. With arms raised up holding her sister's hands, Yuna spread her legs into an M shape as her beloved brother kneeled in between her legs with his massive, manly penis pointed to the sky. They've all shed every single piece of clothing from their body. And Yuna was in a state of pure embarrassment as she displayed everything before Yuuji. She wanted to cover herself with her hands, at the very least. Or at least put them down so that Yuuji wouldn't see her armpits. Even though she had made sure to shave it properly and keep it clean, she was still extremely embarrassed. What if there's still a bit of hair there? It would be terribly embarrassing. Perhaps she should consider lasering them. But in the end, she couldn't. If she wasn't holding on to Nina's hands, then she might not be able to stand her embarrassment. She might even bail at the very last moment, even though she truly wanted to become one with her beloved. Especially when her beloved was this hot. This was the first time Yuna had ever seen Yuji's body so clearly. And she couldn't help but fall into a daze. Such a strong, muscular body of a man, yet not so large that she wouldn't be able to wrap her arms around him in a loving embrace. He was so perfect. Moreover, she also couldn't help but stare at his majestic rod that stood at attention before her. Although it was the first time she had ever seen a man's privates, she could tell with her instincts as a woman. Yuji's penis. From just its appearance, she could tell that it was made solely to bring the ultimate pleasure to women and give them the chance to become the greatest existence in the world, a mother. Her primal instincts as a woman to bear the child of the best male, and her love and desire for Yuuji had made her immensely wet. Even more so than the many times she had masturbated while fantasizing about this moment. Yuuji loomed over her with a hand on the side of her face to support himself, while the other pushed his penis down to her sacred flower, aiming it right at her entrance. He leaned in towards her face and looked at her with eyes filled with immense affection and a smile full of love. Yuna. Are you ready? Yuan. Please do it, Yukuin. Yuuji nodded, and leaned in for a kiss. Their tongues began to intertwine as Yuna greedily lapped up his tongue. And as she gulped down his spit mixed with hers, she began to feel her core warming up. She could feel his penis rubbing her drenched crotch. And as he rubbed it along his entire length, she realized how much bigger it truly was. Then. She felt it began entering her. NNGH. Her body tensed as she clenched Nina's hands harder. The strange and unfamiliar, yet oddly pleasurable sensation slowly began to become more and more intense as Yuuji entered deeper and deeper. Then at one point, it hit something. It was a membrane. The proof of her chastity and virginity. Yuna noticed Yuuji stopping. And she too realized that there was no more turning back after this. But she couldn't hold back anymore. She wanted to become one with him. In both mind and body. Not only as siblings or family, but as lovers as well. Yukuin. Please. Make me yours. Yuna wrapped her legs around his waist and mewed into his lips, conveying her desire to be one with him. And finally. Yuuji pushed his penis into her, breaking through her proof of virginity, and made her his. NNNMMHHH. With her lips sealed by his, Yuna let out a deafening moan into his lips as her body spasmed in an intense orgasm. Her back arched, lifting up from the bed, as her legs fully wrapped around Yuji's waist, pulling him deeper into her. Like an itch that had longed to be scratched finally be relieved off its torture, an otherworldly pleasure filled Yuna's entire being as she experienced the greatest orgasm she had ever felt. Yuuji let go of her lips as Yuna continued to spasm in orgasmic pleasure, before slumping down heavily back onto the bed. Ha. Ha. What happened? Her eyes rolled up as drool began flowing down the corners of her lips. She slowly looked down to her crotch, to the place where they're connected, and she could see blood on Yuji's penis. Why? Doesn't it hurt? Yuna had heard how painful it was for a woman to lose their virginity. With only a very few exceptions, the tearing of hymen would be an extremely painful experience for a woman. She had prepared herself for such pain. She was prepared to experience any sort of pain if it meant that she could become one with Yuji. But why didn't it hurt that much? She did feel a slight sting when Yuji penetrated through her hymen. But it only lasted for a moment. Wasn't it supposed to last for a while? Seeing what happened, Nina was similarly in shock. Wasn't having their hymen broken very painful? If it was, then why did it seem like Yuna just experienced the most orgasmic pleasure she ever felt in her life? They both looked towards Yuji, and saw his ever-so-loving smile with no hint of surprise despite their words of disbelief. I'm glad it doesn't hurt. But how? Yuji then explained to the confused twins the effects of divine essence. Divine essence. Once consumed with your permission, your essences, such as blood, sweat, saliva, etc., will grant the following effects to the willing recipient. Heals all physical injuries. Cleanses all magical ailments. Rejuvenates the body. Grants increase in strength, agility, resilience, resistance, or immunity to all magical effects for a period of time. The duration and effectiveness will depend on the quality and amount of the essence consumed. Minimum of 1 day. This was one of the reasons why Yuji had been kissing Yuna plenty beforehand. It was so she wouldn't feel too much pain from losing her virginity. And when they hear his explanation, the two couldn't help but gawk at the men before them. Such an ability. They couldn't even begin to imagine how amazing it was. If someone suffered from an accident, all they would need was to kiss him, or even lick his sweat, and they'll heal all wounds they have on their body. Well, let's not dwell on it for too long. After all, I can't wait to eat my sister anymore. Why, mmmnhhh. Without letting her recover from her shock, Yuji pushed his length deeper into her before he began swaying his hips, thoroughly enjoying the amazing tightness and slipperiness of his sister's sacred flower. Hearing her loud moans, Nina snapped out of her daze and began staring at her sister and stepbrother having sex before her very eyes. Her heart thumping loudly in her chest as she could feel her crotch becoming wetter and wetter. Yukuin. More. Yuji grabbed Yuna's slim waist and began increasing his pace, pounding her newly deflowered tight pussy with long, heavy strokes. He made sure that with every thrust, he would give her cervix a loving kiss with the tip of his dick, causing Yuna to spasm and have a mini-orgasm with every stroke. Her breasts bounced around wildly as she held her arms up to hold Nina's hands. Seeing such a tantalizing and delicious sight, Yuji couldn't help but catch both of them with his hands, and put both of her hard, light pink nipples into his mouth. Nga. Why Yukuin? Why you're sucking so hard? And nothing will come out of it, you know. Yuji ignored her words and continued to suck, lick, and bite her perky nipples, as he continued pounding her little, drenched pussy with his rock-hard penis. NNGHH. Why Yukuin? I can't hold it anymore. Me too. Yuna. I'm coming. Yes. Let's come together. I want my Yukuin to come inside. NGGH. Yuna. Yuji intensified his thrusts and wrapped his arms around her, pulling her into a tight embrace and pressing himself onto her. Yuna similarly wrapped her arms around his chest and her legs around his waist, locking it and preventing Yuji from going away. Then, with a final thrust, Yuji exploded his seed deep in her womb, instantly overflowing it, as Yuna's entire body tensed and spasmed. Love juice squirted out of her pussy intensely, drenching both her and Yuji's lower body and the sheets below them with her juices. Her eyes rolled up as her tongue lolled out of her drenched, slightly puffed lips. Yuji continued to hug her tightly as Yuna's intense orgasm lasted for a few minutes. And when it was finally over, Yuna's arms and legs slumped back down on the bed. Her chest heaving roughly as she tried catching her breath. Yuji kissed her lips softly, snapping her out of her daze, and she began smiling at him. Ehehe. I'm finally one with my Yukuin. Did it feel good? It was amazing. You can still feel it, right? I'm still very hard because you felt so amazing. Yuna blushed. As he said, she could still feel Yuji's penis inside her, still as hard as ever. Or perhaps, even harder. She couldn't help but be amazed and surprised at the same time. After all, from the little bit of knowledge she knows about sex, wasn't a man supposed to become soft after ejaculation? MMMH. Yuna's body shuddered when she suddenly felt his penis rubbing against her G-spot, which was deep inside, right beside her cervix. Yuji wasn't moving his hips. It was his penis that moved, proving to her that it was still more than ready to give her an unforgettable pleasure. But why Yukuin? I'd love to continue. But it's Nina's turn now. So Yuuji nodded softly and kissed her forehead. Of course. We can continue whenever we want from now on. Yuuji slowly pulled his penis out of her tight, fleshy, drenched pussy, eliciting yet another sexy moan from Yuna. He faced Nina, who looked like she was ready to explode in embarrassment. Instead of Yuna, she was now the one clenching the hands of her sister. Nina. Are you ready? Why yes. I am ready. Yuuji smiled as Yuna began to move out of the way from between them and laid on her side to watch them. He caressed Nina's cheek with his hand, and came closer, before placing a soft, gentle, loving kiss on her forehead, her cheeks, and finally her lips. We can do it slowly. And I'll make sure you enjoy it as well. I understand. Then. Please take care of me. Nina laid down on her back and shyly opened her legs for Yuuji. One of her hands held Yuna's hand, while the other tried covering her sacred flower as Yuuji approached her. Nina. I love you. I love you too. Yuuji leaned towards her, and began kissing her lips. Her tongue moved out of sheer instinct and yearning for Yuuji as he more skillfully teased and pleasured her. And soon, the hand that was covering her pussy moved away and began holding his hand instead, intertwining their fingers. Nina. Let's become one. I've longed, dreamed of this. Let's become one, Yuuji. Yuuji slowly moved his penis towards her entrance, and began entering. Just like with Yuna, he encountered a barrier of a membrane that proved her virginity. Nina tensed upon feeling the sensation. And just then, she felt lips pressing against hers. Yuuji kissed her softly before she began reciprocating, and began yet another round of deep kiss between them. And when he felt her relaxing, he pushed his hips forward, piercing through her hymen. MMNNGHHHHH. She moaned into his lips. Yet, instead of an intense pain, she felt a slight tingle that further intensified the pleasure from having welcomed the man of her dreams into her most precious place. Her body spasmed and arched back, just like Yuna, as love juices squirted out of her freshly deflowered pussy. Even Yuuji couldn't hold back a moan of his own as he was snuggled so tightly by her pussy. And right after her very first true orgasm, Yuuji didn't let her rest and began pounding his beautiful, bespectacled stepsister, fucking her into a mess. The normally quiet, elegant, and graceful Nina he knew was now moaning loudly below him, her pussy tightened around his penis as if it was trying to never let him go ever again, and her lips begging for his kisses. Yuuji. More. MMNNGGH. More. Nina. Yuuji began thrusting harder and harder, causing Nina to no longer be able to say another word and only moan. And soon, Yuuji come deep inside of her the moment Nina climaxed in an intense orgasm. Ahak, ha. Ha, ha. Yuuji. NNGH. Nina. The two shared a look as they relished in the afterglow of their climax, and their lips met once again in an act of love. Ha. Ha. That was amazing. Yuuji smiled softly at the heaving Nina, and his eyes narrowed with a mischievous and lustful glint. It was. And it's not over. Yua. Yuuji pulled his penis out of her pussy, causing a surprise moan to escape her lips. Then, he pulled Yuna, who had been watching them relaxedly with a smile, and placed her above her twin sister, facing each other. The two, massive pairs of breasts pressed against each other, as the twins looked at Yuuji in shock. What are you doing, why Yukun? Why Yuuji? Seeing the beautiful sight of both of his sister's ass and drenched pussy, still leaking with his cum, right before him. This sight alone was enough for him to be energized once more, as if he had never cummed even once tonight. It's not over, Yuna, Nina. And you're still not tired yet, right? Thanks to the divine essence. So. I'll be giving you plenty of love. All. Night. Long. Ga. Why Yukun? Please. Be more gentle, MMNNNGHH. Why Yuuji dash. Ngara. Why you're. Hitting. All my weak spots. MMNGHH. Yuuji Thursday steadied his hips and plunged his dick deep into Yuna and began pounding her. Then, just before she came, he changed his target to Nina, and continued in that manner until the two girls, who were virgins just a few moments ago, begged for his penis to make them come. Their sexy moans, shouts of his name, and their begging filled his room as Yuuji thoroughly explored his sister's sexy bodies, tasted every single part of them, and taught them the pleasure of being his woman. They would no longer be the same after this night. With Yuuji claiming their wombs as his by filling it with his love and changing their bodies to no longer be able to live without him, they were now eternally his. That night, the two girls fainted from pleasure with a wide grin filled with happiness, and had the best sleep in their lives. And I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Or buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/verglax. Thank you. Chapter 154, Chapter 152 Haruka and Hibiki. The next morning, Yuuji woke up with the soft, squishy, naked bodies of his sisters pressing against him. They laid their heads on his chest as their breasts pressed against him like a pair of warm, heavenly pillows. He wrapped his arms around them as their legs wrapped around each of his legs, preventing him from moving. And because he could clearly feel their naked bodies pressing against him, his penis had erected a massive tent from under the covers as usual. Thankfully, S did not appear on his chest this morning. Because if she did, it'd be a bit awkward to explain to his sisters why S would sleep on his chest while being naked. Yuuji turned towards the peacefully sleeping twin, their cheeks still slightly rosy and their skin still flushed from their intense workout last night. They still had plenty of kiss marks peppered all throughout their bodies, their neck, their collarbone, their breasts, arms, belly, thighs, and butts. Yuuji did not let any part of them go unmarked by his love. And they, in turn, also marked their beloved brother all over. With his divine physique, the scratches they've made when they were going at it wildly didn't cause a single mark on his body. But he did let their love bites mark him all over. After all, they looked so delighted when they saw their love bite on his body, and became even wilder. It was a fun night. Despite their lack in skills, especially when compared to Aika, they more than make up for it with sheer intensity, passion, and love for him. And Yuuji could simply teach them so they could improve their techniques. He would teach them himself and even let them use his body for practice. He was a good teacher, so he would be able to make them improve rapidly and make their nights together even more fun. Yuuji kissed the two on their forehead and began stroking their heads. Then, a few moments later, the two began fluttering their eyes open and looked at Yuuji with a wide, beaming smile. Good morning, Yukuin. Good morning, Yuuji. Good morning, Yuna, Nina. They shared a morning kiss together and the two began snuggling up to him. Hawa. I feel so refreshed. Even though we did it for so long yesterday. Yes. Yuuji's magic is very effective. I thought we would be extremely tired the day after. The two nuzzled closer to Yuuji as they took a deep breath, breathing in a lungful of his scent. They felt extremely comfortable. To be able to feel Yuuji's warmth on their body as well as inside their body, they couldn't help but feel so happy and loved. Even if they were slightly sticky from sweat and liquids down below, they didn't feel uncomfortable in the slightest bit. I just realized. Why Yukuin are released a lot of it inside us. Nina, what should we do? That's right. It'll be fine. We can ask Mom or Aikane to buy us some morning pills. The two began to panic slightly. Although they would love to have children with Yuuji, they wanted to have his children in the future. Right now, they were still in their first year of high school, and they also planned on going to a university to begin forging their own path. They were still not ready for children. But just as they were about to raise up and go to their mom or aunt, Yuuji held them and pulled them back into his embrace on the bed, and stroked their backs. Yuna, Nina, it'll be fine. You don't need to worry. But, Yukuin. Yuuji, even if we're not struggling financially, a lot of time and attention would be needed to bear a child. And, we're not ready for such a thing. Yuuji smiled softly and nodded. I know. Although I would like to have children, it's a wish of mine for the future. Right now, I want to enjoy my time with you and spend our youth together carefreely. All I'm saying is, there's no need for you to be afraid of getting pregnant. Why Yukuin, it's true that today is our safe day, but we can never be too sure. Of course. But even if it's not your safe day, you won't have to worry. The twins tilted their heads and looked at him confusedly. I have another ability called fertility control, which allows me to control the virility of my seed. And I've made sure to make it so that my seed won't be able to fertilize your eggs when we have sex. Their eyes widened in shock as their mouths hung open. Is that true? Yes. But, if you still wish to take the morning pill to ease yourself, you're free to do so. Although Yuuji had told them about his skill, he'd still understand it if they wished to take a morning pill to completely make sure they won't get pregnant. After all, in a world without magic, such an ability like fertility control was unbelievable. The only reason why the twins seemed to consider his words seriously and felt a slight bit of relief was due to the things Yuuji had shown them and their trust in him. The twins looked at each other for a few moments before nodding. Yukuin. We believe you. But right now, I still can't rest easily without taking a morning pill. So, it's not that we don't trust you. Yuna's right, Yuuji. It's just too difficult to comprehend for now. But next time, we'll feel more comfortable with not taking the morning pill, so. Yuuji pulled the twins into a tighter embrace and kissed their cheeks with a small giggle. It's fine. I know you trust me. And I'm not upset that you still want to take the morning pill. Do whatever makes you feel happiest. Thank you, Yukuin. I'm glad. Thank you. The twins returned his embrace and kissed him on the cheeks. Now, you should get up quickly since we need to go to school. You still need to wash up and explain to Mira and Aikane why you'd need morning pills, right? Their eyes quickly widened in realization, and their faces immediately turned red. Oh no. And Nina, what do we do? We have no choice. But. Yuuji, you need to help us. That's right. Why Yukuin is also responsible. After all, why you're the one who. Hey anyway. You need to help us explain. Ahahaha. Alright. Yuna and Nina walked together with Yuuji in between them, making their way to school together as usual. And just like any other day, they attracted the attention of many people around them. However, compared to previous days, most of them seemed even more entranced than usual. Yuuji could see the mesmerized looks on many of the boys from his school. There were even a few men in suits, some young and some old, who were similarly enchanted by them. He could see the hints of lust in their eyes, which happened quite often, to his irk. He could understand their sentiment, given Yuna and Nina were extremely beautiful and physically endowed. But it didn't mean he'd tolerate other men ogling their bodies. Normally, he would flare his aura towards these men when they'd openly stare at their breasts and butts, which would immediately make them cower in fear and run away. But this time, their lust was mostly overwhelmed by their awe and shock from his sister's beauty. After realizing their love for Yuuji and taking their first step into adulthood, Yuna and Nina seemed to glow and emanate an air of alluring beauty and bewitching maturity. Their innocence and purity were now tinted with an alluring sexiness of a mature, experienced beauty. Although they didn't have the sexiness and maturity of Mira or Aika yet, they were starting to show signs of developing into extremely sexy women. Mesmerized gazes filled with awe, and some looks from boys who had just fallen in love with the twins' countenance continued to accompany them as they walked towards the academy. But none of them were noticed by Yuna and Nina. Normally, they would notice such gazes, although they wouldn't give it much thought since they only have eyes for Yuuji. But this time, they didn't notice it at all. And it was all because of the events that happened this morning. Right after waking up and washing up, the two had to ask their mother and aunt for morning pills and explain to them that they just had sex with Yuuji last night. It was extremely embarrassing. So much so that they were too embarrassed to meet them in the eyes, which made them miss the mischievous and happy glint in their mother's eyes and a look of envy in their aunt's. Thankfully, their mom didn't tease them too much since they still needed to go to school. And after congratulating them, she gave them some of the morning pills she had stored. Yuna and Nina didn't think much of it and were just happy she had some ready. They quickly took a pill each and thanked their mother, before getting ready for school. But Yuuji noticed something. Why did Mira have so many morning pills ready? He turned his eyes towards her, and saw her looking at him with narrowed eyes and a suggestive look. And in that moment, a realization that made his heart skip a beat and his crotch harden came to mind. Even now, he still couldn't forget the sexy look Mira had. Although he was grateful for having divine physique, sometimes he wished he could lessen the libido that was caused by the overwhelming amount of energy he had in his body. Even after making love to Yuna and Nina all night, a single look from Mira still made him hard. It was becoming tougher to hold back. Ah. Yuna-chan, Nina-chan, why Yuuji-kun? Gee, good morning. Yuuji and the twins looked back to the familiar voice and saw Haruka and Hibiki approaching them. Haruka was smiling brightly when she saw Yuna and Nina. But when she met Yuji's gaze, she couldn't help but avert her eyes as her cheeks began to blush. Ah, good morning, Morishima-senpai. Tsubakihara-senpai. Good morning. Yuna waved her hand at the two as Nina bowed courteously. Good morning, Morishima-senpai, Tsubakihara-senpai. Following his twin sisters, Yuuji greeted them as well with a soft, courteous smile that sent Haruka into a daze. Good morning to you as well. Hibiki greeted with a soft, gentle smile before glancing at the dazed Haruka with a helpless smile. Yuan. What a coincidence, huh? Yuna-chan, Nina-chan, let's walk together to school. Yes. Of course. Morishima-senpai. Why? Cutting Nina off mid-sentence, Haruka grabbed the twins' hands and dragged them off, leaving Yuuji and Hibiki behind. Ha. That girl. Ahahaha. Hibiki shook her head and turned towards Yuuji. I'm sorry for her behavior, Yuuji-kun. You know how she is. It's fine, senpai. Let's also make our way to school. The two began making their way to the school, side by side, as Yuuji began talking with her. Hibiki tried her best to appear calm and composed. But inside, she was actually quite nervous. Although she was never one to judge or be captivated by someone's appearance, Yuji's appearance was perfectly to her liking. He had a neat and clean appearance with a kind and gentle, yet also manly, face. His posture and body language were also elegant and polite. And while he was interacting with her, she noticed him being considerate and keeping an appropriate distance between them while also being friendly. Even when they were in the pool, where most men there ogled at her body, he always kept a respectful gaze when looking at her. At first, she felt a bit conflicted. Although she wasn't as beautiful as Haruka, she was quite confident with her figure. Having done swimming quite frequently, she was quite physically fit, and thanks to her genes, she also had quite generous assets that would attract the attention of many, especially when she was in her swimsuit. But during the course of their outing, she did notice him trying his best to not look down from her eyes. It was quite adorable seeing him trying hard to be respectful to her. She would have forgiven him if he took a peek at least once, given how much he had done his best. But he never did. That means he was attracted to her, but was respectful enough to not ogle at her without her permission. A major plus point to her impression of him. Another major plus point was how well-spoken he was, much more than what she would expect from a young boy his age. It was as if she was talking to someone her age with her level of maturity, or even more mature. Yet, he didn't seem like he was talking down on her either. She felt very comfortable in his presence. In addition to his handsomeness and his comforting presence, there was no way Hibiki would not be attracted towards him. But still, she tried her best to not reveal it. After all, Haruka was clearly also attracted to this junior of theirs. And although the law allowed, or even encouraged, men to have more than one spouse, she didn't want to become Haruka's rival. So, at the very least, she'll enjoy this brief sweetness she felt in her heart right now. It has been a while since we've last talked, senpai. Ever since our outing to the pool. How have you been? I've been well. Having just started the school year, there hasn't been much to do yet aside from introducing the first-year students to the club and preparing for the midterm exams. How about you? I've been well as well. I've been helping Yuna and Nina, and some of my friends with their study for our midterms as well. Oh. I didn't know you were well-versed in your academics. Hibiki looked at him surprised. Yuna and Nina were known to excel academically. And for him to actually help them study meant that he's at least on par with them. I'm just helping them with a few things they are having trouble with. It's nothing much. Also, it helps me with my revision as well, so in a way, they're also helping me study. I see. Her impressions of him increased once more. To be humble and have the willingness to help others, he's checking more and more of her checkboxes to be her dream partner. Ah, I've also heard that you'll be playing for our school's basketball team for a spar game they'll have against another school. Ah, yes. You're right. I'm surprised you've heard of it, senpai. Yuuji widened his eyes in slight surprise. He didn't expect this matter to be known by even a third-year student. I've heard of it from my juniors in the swimming club. And it has actually been spreading throughout the school. I see. To be requested by the captain of the basketball club personally, you must be very good. Hibiki narrowed her eyes inquisitively as she smiled. And in her heart, she also couldn't help but feel yet another surge of affection filling her heart when she heard that he was also quite the athlete. Another point they share. When she heard of this, her mind immediately fantasized how fun it would be to do some sports with him. Together. Just the two of them. Ah. I've just started playing, but I hope I can at least meet your expectations. Her smile widened and she closed her eyes for a moment, relishing in the warmth she felt in her heart, before replying to him. I'll be looking forward to watching you play. Haruka and I will be coming to watch. She was extremely excited to cheer you on, and so am I. So do your best. If that's the case, then I'll definitely work even harder, knowing that my two beautiful seniors are watching. Her eyes widened as her whole body froze in shock upon hearing his words. Her heart skipped a beat, and it immediately began thumping faster and louder when she saw his beautiful smile. Ah. This is bad. There was no way she could hide it anymore. To be calling her beautiful. Yuuji might only be giving her lip service. He might be telling the truth when he referred to Haruka, but considering her appearance, there's a bigger possibility that he's only saying it to be polite. But being told beautiful in such a genuine manner. It still made her heart flutter. Why yeah. Do your best. Ah, Tsukahara-senpai, please wait. Hibiki quickly hastened her steps and covered the lower half of her face as to not let this stupidly charming junior of hers see how embarrassingly red she was from a few words of his and his stupid handsome smile. She could only hope she could calm down upon arriving at school. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to explain it to Haruka. And I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Or buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/verglax. Thank you. Chapter 155, Chapter 153 Hanami Festival. Arriving at school, Yuuji, Yuna, and Nina separated from Haruka and Hibiki, and headed to their classes. Yuuji then accompanied his two sisters to their class, causing their female classmates to immediately approach him and try talking with him. If not for Yuna and Nina holding them back, he would have been pulled into their class and be prevented from leaving until classes started. Finally entering his class, he was similarly greeted excitedly by his female classmates, including Kaitoge, Yotsuba, and Victoria, who were gathered around Kaitoge's seat. He greeted them back, and then made his way to his seat. Good morning, Raku, Sho, AI. Oh, good morning. Oh, Yuuji. Good morning. Good morning. Yuuji smiled softly at the two before looking at Sho weirdly. He was all smiles today and he seemed weirdly excited. Hey, Yuuji. Hanami is coming soon. Do you have plans for it? Hanami, the Cherry Blossoms Viewing Festival, was an annual festival and celebration where families, friends, or colleagues would get together to enjoy the cherry blossoms and celebrate spring in the coming year. Many cherry blossoms viewing parties are held in public or private parks and gardens all over the country. And since it was a nationwide celebration, it was typical practice to reserve a spot long before the day of the festival, typically spreading their own picnic sheet long before they arrived, perhaps, after work. Though, many parks and public areas forbid leaving sheets unattended. Parks and gardens would always be packed during this season. Thus, plenty of preparations needed to be done long before the day of if they wished to celebrate the Hanami in parks. Oh yeah, it's already that season, huh? Yuuji, having gone to 2 missions, had almost forgotten that it was already that time of year. Time really flies. A lot has happened to him ever since the Multiverse Chat group appeared in his life. It starts next weekend, you know. How could you forget such an important event in the season of love? Yuuji, Raku, and AI looked at Sho with a deadpan expression as he raised his foot to his chair and spread his arms wide into the sky. I'll probably watch it with my family. I have no particular plans for it. Although Yuuji was not particularly excited for the Hanami, Mira would always celebrate it with the entire family. She would always reserve the best spots and treat everyone to take out meals from expensive restaurants. This year, however, perhaps Yuuji could be the one to treat his family. Since he has plenty of disposable income now, he could buy all the food and drinks they like and perhaps even reserve a special, private place for this so Alice, Arya, Est, and AI could also play around without reservation. And if he couldn't book any private place, then perhaps he could just find one and fly everyone there. Cool. You're so lucky to be able to do Hanami with such beauties. How about you, Raku? Sho lowered his head and mumbled under his breath, depressed for his own circumstances, before turning towards Raku. What about you, Raku? I'll probably do the same. We usually hold a banquet in our home to celebrate it. Every year, the Shui clan would hold a get-together banquet during the Hanami festival to celebrate and look forward to the new year. They'll eat plenty of food and drink plenty of booze and party late into the night since Issei will give them a day off the next day. And Raku would also participate. Not to eat or to drink, but to cook. It was always hectic this time of the year since he'd need to prepare the food for the entire banquet. And although they could simply order takeouts, it's essentially tradition now for the Ichiju household to have Raku cook. Thankfully, this year, he had managed to convince his father to alleviate his stress and order takeouts as well. Oh, that's right, your house does celebrate it every year. And you'll always be dead after it. Shut up. Sho cruelly ignored the depressed Raku after putting salt in his wounds and turned towards AI. What about you, AI? I don't have any plans. We normally don't do anything special for Hanami. If my dad could get time off, then maybe we'll have a small picnic in a park, but that's it. Cool. Everyone's got plans, huh? Do you not have any? Even with your family? Yuuji asked him, looking at him weirdly. I'm the same as AI, but I wanted to have more fun. I mean, it's our first year in high school. We should celebrate it together. And the true reason. I want to party and get close with the beauties in our class. There it is. Yuuji, Raku, and AI looked at him with blank eyes once more. This time though, there was a little disgust in AI's eyes. I mean, come on. We're super lucky to have beauties like Kurosaki-san, Nakano-san, and Sarabayakov-san. And if Yuuji comes, his beautiful sisters will also come. It'll be like paradise dash. Oi. Sho suddenly froze when he felt a cold wind from his side. Then when he turned, he saw a terrifying glare from Yuuji that sent shivers down his spine. If you dare do anything to my sisters, I'll make sure no one finds your body. Hi. I swear I won't. She let out a deep sigh and rubbed his arms a bit from the chill before continuing. Hey, anyway. Isn't this a great time to have some fun with our friends? We can have a small party, and you guys can bring anyone too. The three fell into thought for a moment. Although his motivation stemmed from something impure, there were some truths in his words. It would definitely be fun to go to a Hanami festival with their friends. So perhaps they could consider it. Raku began to think deeply. And he realized something. Isn't this a good chance for him to close his distance with Onodera? He doesn't need to act like a couple with Kaitoji, since it's an outing with friends, and he could naturally talk with Onodera and close the distance. It's a perfect chance. I think it's a good idea. Right. I know I can count on you, Raku. But can it be on Sunday? I need to celebrate it with my family on Saturday, so. Sure. It's fine. We can adjust the schedule accordingly. And can we also use your house as the venue? As the base of one of the largest Yakuza gangs in Japan, Raku's house was extremely large. And there are also plenty of sakura trees in the beautiful, large garden, which is why the Shuiei clan usually celebrated in their headquarters. I'll ask my dad, but I think it'll be fine. Great. What about you two? Excited, she then turned towards Yuji and AI. All right. I think it's a good idea as well. I'll ask if Yuna, Nina, and Victoria are available and if they want to join. Yuji nodded. If it's Sunday, he could enjoy the festival with his family the day before, and then with his friends. All right. I guess I'll come too, if it's on Sunday. Great. Then, it's set. I'll be inviting the others later on. Just then, the door to the classroom opened and Hiratsuka came in with a yawn and a black book in hand. Her long, white, lab coat fluttered behind her, revealing the black vest with a dress shirt underneath it, a loose tie, and long black pants that accentuated her hips and long legs. She arrived before the teacher's desk in front of the class and slammed down the black book before opening it. All right, kids. Settle down. Class is starting. The entire class quickly returned to their seats and greeted her with their usual morning greeting. And the moment Hiratsuka began calling out their names to check the absence, Yuji felt a vibration from his phone. With an ever-so-stealthy movement, Yuji opened his phone and read her messages. It was a message from Aika, telling him about her meeting with the student council. Immediately, Yuji replied to her messages worriedly. Tsubakihara Yuuji, are you okay? Did they do anything to you? Kiryu Aika, hee, thank you for worrying. But I'm fine, hubby, you know how Sona is, right? She won't just attack me out of nowhere. Yuji sighed in relief inwardly. Upon thinking of it for a bit, Aika was right. Sona wasn't the type of person who would resort to force immediately. If faced with an unknown situation, she would investigate first and try to find a way to resolve it without using any force. But the moment Aika told him she was invited into the den to another group of devils, he was immediately worried for her safety. Although she was powerful enough to take care of herself against Rias and Sona's peerage, the mere possibility of her in danger was not something Yuji could simply ignore. Tsubakihara Yuuji, I'm glad. I really wish I could be with you now. If only he could be with her now, he'll feel much more reassured. Although he didn't know how he would fare against the most powerful beings in the world of high school DxD, with his eyes of anti-magic, space manipulation magic, divine physique, and Arya and Alice, he's confident that he could protect Aika and escape easily. Kiryu Aika, me too. I miss you, hubby. Yuji smiled softly and responded. Tsubakihara Yuuji, if you're in danger, remember to take refuge in Erika or C.C's world and tell me, okay? I'll go meet you immediately. Kiryu Aika, I know I'll definitely go immediately if I'm in any sort of danger. Tsubakihara Yuuji, good. And you should join the next mission so you can get new powers and become stronger. Kiryu Aika, I'm also thinking of doing that since the plot in my world will be ramping up soon. Kiryu Aika, but I want my hubby to be there with me too, okay? I already miss you so much. I miss drinking my hubby's milk and the feeling of having my womb pumped full of you. Yuji couldn't help but blush and felt the blood rushing to his face and his crotch. But he quickly shook his head and replied. Tsubakihara Yuuji, of course. I'll tell the others that I want to be with you when we go. Tsubakihara Yuuji, and just you wait, I'll make love to you for all the time we've missed. Kiryu Aika, that's a promise, hubby. Kiryu Aika, you make me feel so happy and safe. Thank you for this, I'll be giving you a reward. Then, a few minutes later, Aika sent a picture to him. It was a selfie of herself in a bathroom stall, holding her pink lace panties with a clear patch of liquid at the center. She lifted her uniform shirt up along with her bra, revealing her massive breasts and beautiful, twin pink tips, along with her skirt, revealing her smooth, hairless, tight, and wet camel toe pussy. "Kiryu Aika, my lewd, wet pussy is waiting for you, hubby. It's been drooling and hungry for my hubby's massive dick. This girl." If he was semi-successful in preventing himself from getting a hard-on before from Aika's words, he had failed miserably now. He was painfully hard now as his penis rampaged, trying to break out of the confines of his pants. The only thing saving him now from the embarrassment was the space manipulation magic he's using to bend the light around it, hiding it from sight. "This little. I'll remember this, Aika." Yuuji quickly closed his phone and began concocting a plan to punish his little naughty girlfriend for troubling him. Though of course, he downloaded her selfie first and added it to his collection of his girlfriend's lewd pictures which he had been receiving from Aika. This will be a really rough morning. Yuuji sighed inwardly. Even if he had closed his phone, he could still see every single detail of Aika's lewd body in that selfie thanks to his enhanced memory. And he wouldn't be able to calm down if he didn't relieve himself at least once. Perhaps he would relieve himself later on in the bathroom. Then, he'll take a picture of himself doing it and send it to Aika as revenge. After all, it'd only be fair if he thanked his beautiful, loving girlfriend for sending him such a beautiful picture of herself. Now, he couldn't wait for the first class. He wondered what kind of reaction Aika would have when he sent it. And I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Or buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/verglax. Thank you. Chapter 156, Chapter 154 vs. Kaijo. With some sort of normalcy returning to his life, which for Yuuji simply meant that no missions came to the group chat or various problems happening in his friends' worlds, Yuuji enjoyed his time with his family and friends, and also enjoyed his high school life. Spending his time in school with his friends was a nice change of pace after living a double life as a terrorist in Lelouch's world. And after school, he'd either tutor the quintuplet or participate in the basketball club's activities. Though, after just one club session, it was already clear to everyone that there wasn't a need for him to go through their training or any of their drills. With Yuji's physical prowess, he wasn't even sweating when the rest of the club members were laying down on the ground in their own pool of sweat. And with his learning speed, he had already far surpassed the skill of the captain and ace of the basketball club. Even when going against a whole team in a match meant to try and measure how absurd he truly was, the result shocked even onlookers frozen. No one was able to stop him from scoring. And no one was able to score against him. And from then on, Yuuji was tasked to help the others improve and practice teamwork instead. Days passed by in a breeze, and the last day of school was finally about to end. The school bell rang, and Shu immediately turned to Yuuji the moment the teacher exited the room. "Yuuji. It's time for your match, right?" "Ah, yes it is." "All right. Then what are we waiting for? You're coming." "Of course I am." "Raku, AI, you're coming too, right?" Shu turned towards the two, who were busy cleaning up their desks and putting their books and stationaries into their bags. "Yes, I'd like to watch." "Me too." "Will that be okay, Yuuji?" Yuuji nodded with a smile. "Of course. Let's go together." As they were about to exit the class, Victoria, Kaitoge, and Yotsuba quickly came up to join them. Then, Yuna and Nina also came from their class, and the group made their way to the gym where the friendly basketball match between their high school and Kaijo would be held. Upon arriving at their destination, the Kaijo basketball club members alighted from their bus. One of the first people to alight was a rotund, middle-aged man with roughly shaved beard named Takeuchi Genta that is their coach, and a young man with short, spiky hair and a pair of sharp stern eyes named Kasamatsu Yukio that is their captain, made their way to the gym building of Bonyari High School. And following them, a group of tall high school boys, dressed in track jackets and pants with their school color, blue and white, alighted from the bus and followed after the two. With their coach, a total of 10 people were present, with 5 being the core and starting members of their team, and the other 4 being substitutes. All 10 seemed relatively calm as they made their way relaxedly to the building. The Bonyari High School basketball team was never one to be in the news within the high school basketball world in Japan, to put it lightly. They had never stood out amongst the high school basketball teams, simply average. On the other hand, Kaijo's basketball team was a relatively famous powerhouse, especially with one of the extremely famous generation of miracles joining their team at the start of this school year. Considering the disparity between their respective strengths, there shouldn't have been a spar between the two high schools. Originally, Coach Takeuchi wanted to arrange a spar with one of the more established high school basketball teams within the province to measure the skill level of the new first-year students in their ranks. However, most were unavailable, leading him to one of the last options, which was Bonyari High School. He didn't expect much, and had already planned on simply moving the date to a month later. After all, he doubted Bonyari High School's basketball team would accept an invitation to a spa where they would, most likely, be decimated. But to his surprise, they accepted. Which led to this situation. He turned his head slightly and glanced at his students. They all seemed relaxed and bored. Perhaps aside from the captain, the hot-blooded Mitsuhiro, or the quiet Kobori who were the most serious members of the team, they were all quite laid back. The first-year students seemed slightly nervous, but he could see that they seemed to be more nervous about making sure they would perform their best rather than their opponents. And the most relaxed of them all was the golden-haired generation of Miracle members, Kai's Ryota, who was playing with his phone and yawning from time to time. At first, Kai's was quite excited to play in a game against another school so soon after entering high school. But after hearing about the opponent, he deflated quite quickly. In fact, he wanted to skip this sparring match and go have a modeling shoot or something instead. But he was forced to join by his coach and had no choice but to go. So, he could only hope the match would end faster so he could just go home and rest for the weekend. They slowly approached the gym building, and as they got near it, they could hear sounds and voices coming from within it. It sounded like people. But not just a few, many. It was strange. They soon arrived at the gym building, and the moment they opened the door, all of them widened their eyes in shock. What the? The gym building they thought would be empty of people aside from Bonyari High School's basketball team, was instead packed. The outer sides of the basketball court. The stands on the second floor of the building. They were all filled with students. They did not expect this small sparring match, which they believed they could easily, to have so many people watching. Was Bonyari High School's basketball team that popular? Moriyama Yoshitaka, one of the third-year students currently still in the team and a shooting guard, couldn't help but look at the crowd in shock, just like the rest of his team. But soon, he noticed something that made his eyes lit up and enthusiasm returned. Ooh. Oi, Kais. Look at that. There's so many beautiful girls. Oh, there are also foreign beauties too. I didn't know there's this many beauties in Bonyari. If I knew, I would have asked for a spar match here long ago. He slung his arm around the blonde-haired former member of the Generation of Miracles and forced him to look at the direction he pointed at. And Kai's eyes widened in shock as well. Wow. I didn't expect it either. As a popular high school model, Kai's had met and worked with plenty of beautiful female models in his career. But, he could truthfully say, most of them wouldn't even hold a candle to the beauties he saw gathered on the stands above. The mature, sisterly beauty with black hair and black headband would have been enough to put him in awe. But now, there were also foreign beauties, twin beauties, and even 5 beautiful girls who looked similar to each other, all gathered in one place. How could he never have heard of such beautiful girls? Kai's looked around, and although there weren't more beauties on their level, he could still find a few beauties that would be extremely popular in their school. The rest of the first-year students, who heard Moriyama and began looking around, also became even more enthusiastic to show off their skills. Now, they didn't want to only impress their coach, but also the beauties. Perhaps if they're lucky, they could get one of them to be their girlfriends. Oh boy, I didn't expect I'll be playing in front of girls that beautiful. Alright. I'll do my best for this. Hey, do you think I can get one of them as my girl? I call dibs on that sexy senpai. I'll go for the twins. Then I'll take that blonde girl with a bombshell of a body. Being so near, although they were whispering to each other, Kais could still hear them clearly, and he couldn't help scrunched his face at their words. Seriously, this is why you guys are still single, stop being disgusting. He shook his head. But then, his body jolted from a sudden shock to the stomach. Gufu. Oi, Kais. He held his stomach where his captain had elbowed him, which although didn't hurt, still shocked him quite a bit. What is it? There. Do you see him? Have you ever seen that handsome kid there? Huh. Kais turned towards where the direction his captain was pointing at. His finger pointed at a certain figure in the midst of a group of people in sky blue and white-colored basketball uniform, which he assumed to be Bonyari High School's basketball team, and saw a super handsome man with an otherworldly radiance around him. Kais had seen plenty of handsome men before. Models, artists, singers. Many had beautiful appearances, but few had charisma that attracted people, which ultimately separates the average, and the successful models and artists. But that guy. He had both an unmatched appearance and charisma. Even when he was in the midst of a crowd, all his attention simply went to him as if there were no one else there with him. His presence overshadowed the rest, just like the sun. And no. I've never seen him. With his face alone, he could easily become a top model all major companies, not only fashion, would fight tooth and nail for. Sparing none of their budget to hire him as their model and ambassador. And his clearly muscular physique and tall stature could also easily make him the poster child to any sport-related brand in the world. Adding to it his charisma. How could such a person not be known to the world? What a waste of a face. If he becomes a model, he could instantly make it big. Kai's couldn't help but clench his fist in frustration and disappointment as he continued to stare and glare at the stupidly handsome guy. And then to his shock, he actually turned towards him and met his gaze. He tilted his head confusedly, before giving a nod in a greeting. Kai's panicked and flustered for a moment. And before he could nod back in greeting, a tall, large-built, muscular man in the sky blue and white basketball uniform approached them. "Ah, good afternoon. You must be Coach Takeuchi. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am the captain of Bonyari's high school basketball team, Yanagi Kenjiro." Coach Takeuchi nodded with a small smile, which was already considered courteous for a man of few expressions such as himself, and took the large, young man's hand in a handshake. "A pleasure. Thank you for the welcome. Though, I seem to not see Coach Higuchi." Unfortunately, Coach Higuchi had fallen ill recently and couldn't make it for this match. He had left this matter to me. "I hope you won't mind." "I understand. I hope he recovers quickly." Coach Takeuchi simply nodded his head understandingly. "Thank you. Please, come this way. We've prepared a locker room for you to use." "Thank you." Yanagi led the members of Kaijo's basketball team to the locker room to get change. And as they followed after him, Kai still had his eyes locked on the stupidly handsome dude until he could no longer see him. They all got changed, and Yanagi was once again there to lead them back to their bench. "Well then, I suppose we can start the match after a brief warm-up?" Yanagi asked Coach Takeuchi. "Sure. Very well. Then, we shall begin the match in 20 minutes. Please feel free to use your side of the court to warm up." "Thank you." Yanagi bowed courteously to Takeuchi before leaving them to their own devices, and as he did, Takeuchi turned towards his team. "All right. You guys go ahead and warm up. And remember, although this is a sparring match, I'll be watching and observing all of you closely. Don't be distracted." Takeuchi emphasized his words with a glare, and especially emphasized his last 3 words and directed his gaze towards the first years, who he clearly heard wanted to use this chance to pick up girls. And his glare was tremendously effective, as the first years all tensed up and stood stiff like a rod. "Why yes. Good. And one more thing." Takeuchi shifted his gaze towards Kasamatsu, the third-year team captain of the team. "Kasamatsu. Be careful of that guy. Keep a close eye on him. That guy. The stupidly handsome one." "Oh." They all turned to look at the only guy who would be appropriate for that term. After all, if he wasn't the handsome one, then no one is. Is he a prodigy we've never heard of? No. I know nothing about him as well. I've never heard of Bonyari having a player like him. But my gut feeling tells me to be careful of him. I understand. We'll keep a close eye on him." Takeuchi nodded and crossed his arms. "Good. Now go and warm up." Kasamatsu, Kai's, and the others all began to stretch and head to their half of the court to begin doing layup and shooting drills. And as they did, they soon heard the cheering and shrieking of girls from all around them, and looked to the other side of the field. There. As if they were looking at a promotional video of a high school drama show revolving around basketball, they saw the handsome guy their coach told them to be careful of, shooting a basketball with perfect form in midair. The ball traveled through the air in a beautiful arc as time seemed to slow down, and when it reached the ring, it hit nothing but net. It was mesmerizing to watch. His form was the ideal form they would imagine in their heads when shooting. It was the form they're trying to replicate in real life. And the moment it went into the ring, they were violently snapped out of their daze from the deafening cheers and shrieks of female students in the crowd. "Hey, Yukio. Did you see that?" Koji slowly walked up to his close friend and captain, and asked. Their eyes still not leaving the figure that made that mesmerizing shot. "Yeah. I did. I have never seen someone shoot so perfectly. He's even better than that shooting guard from the Generation of Miracles." Kasamatsu clenched his hands into fists and let out a deep sigh. Guess the coach's guts were right. We need to keep a close eye on him. And I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Or buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/verglax. Thank you. Chapter 157, Chapter 155 Bonyari vs Kaijo. After the warm-up, the 5 starting players of both teams lined up in the middle of the court with a referee standing in between them. From Bonyari High School, Yanagi stood nearest to the referee as the team captain. Then to his side were Asahina Kenji, a tall, lean-figured second-year student and shooting guard of the team, and Tateyama Ichiro, a muscular, built young man as well as another second-year student. Then there was Ishikawa Suzuki, the tall, built, promising first-year rookie who will be playing as the small forward. And lastly, Yuuji, who will be playing as the point guard. After the practice sessions he had done with the team, Yuuji had inadvertently showed off his skills. The members of the basketball team were all instantly impressed by his speed, his techniques, his power, and stamina, all of which surpassed any high school, or perhaps even, adult athletes they've ever seen. By these alone, he could easily fit into any position and excel tremendously. But Coach Higuchi noticed something in Yuuji that was even more valuable than his almost superhuman-like athleticism. His space awareness. As he observed Yuuji playing, he noticed how perfectly he could grasp his enemies' and his allies' positions, and exploit it to gain the advantage. It was as if he could see the court from a bird's-eye perspective. And with that information, he passed the ball with perfect accuracy and impeccable timing that would actually improve the accuracy and performance of the player. In addition to his dribbling skills that have caused many of the other members of the club to get ankle broken, there was simply no one more ideal to take up the point guard position than him. Kasamatsu, Koji, Yoshitaka, Shinya, and Kai's also took their position and lined up before the Bonyari team. And as Kai stood before Yuuji, he couldn't help but stare at him with narrowed eyes. Now that he could see him up close, he looked even more immaculate than before, which made him wonder even more, why would he not use his looks and take the modeling and fashion industry by a storm? He could easily get brand deals and incredible contracts that offered money no regular high school student could even dream of. Is he the son of a millionaire or something? Was he so rich that money doesn't even interest him? He does have this air of nobility and elegance, so that might be the case. The two teams bowed at each other and began going to their respective side of the court to take up position for the tip-off, except for Yanagi and Koji. But as Yuuji was about to go to his position, Kai suddenly called out to him. "Hey, you. Have you ever thought of modeling for a magazine?" Yuuji turned towards the blonde-haired guy and tilted his head in confusion. Modeling for a magazine? Why would he do that? Why would he want even more attention to himself? If he became a model, wouldn't that just make it harder to go out with his family or go out in public in general? He's already having a hard time right now. It'd be a nuisance if he got even more attention by being a model. No. Kai's jaw dropped from the sheer disinterest, and even rejection, Yuuji showed with his answer. "Why? I'm just not interested." But dash. "Oi, Kai's. Get your ass here." Kai's flinched and immediately turned around to go to his position after hearing his captain's shout. But then, he stopped for a moment and turned around towards Yuuji one last time. Let's continue this later." "Kai's? Why yes." Yuuji watched the blonde-haired guy, apparently called Kai's, and looked at him strangely. But, he simply shrugged his shoulders and went to his position, refocusing his attention to the game. The two centers from both teams stood in the middle with the referee holding the ball up in between them. A tense silence filled the air. But it was soon broken when the sound of the whistle resounded throughout the gym. "Begin." Whistle. Ha. Coup. The ball flew high into the sky when the referee threw it for the tip-off, and the two centers leaped up into the sky at the same time. They reached their hands up towards the ball, and although they were both quite similar in terms of height, Koji managed to reach his peak faster and tipped the ball towards Kasamatsu. Go. Immediately, Kaijo charged forward and invaded Bonyari's side of the court as Yanagi and the rest scrambled to form some sort of dents against their offense. With all of his team charging forward, Kasamatsu quickly followed suit and make a run for it. This was a chance to score easily while their enemies had not yet formed a solid defensive line. But all of a sudden, before he could even move past the center line, a figure stepped right in front of him that immediately stopped him right in his tracks. He's fast. When the hell did he get here? Yuuji appeared right when he was about to charge, completely ready in a defensive form. It was as if he was already waiting for him there. That was how fast he was able to appear before him. Kasamatsu dribbled defensively as he tried looking to find an opening to pass him. His eyes looking around once in a while as he kept his focus on the handsome first-year student before him. He did not know what he was capable of. But the feeling he got from him, in addition to his coach's warning, put him on high alert. At that moment, he noticed Koji approaching from Yuji's blind spot with his arms in front of his body. A form indicating that he was going in to screen Yuuji for him. The moment Koji got into position, Kasamatsu burst into speed and rushed to his right. With Koji there to block Yuji's path, he'd be able to go through unscathed and take the first point. But from the corner of his eyes, Kasamatsu noticed something and widened his eyes in shock. The moment Yuuji was about to pursue him, he actually turned around instantly, avoiding Koji who was standing right in his blind spot, as if knowing he was there. And in but a split second, Yuuji was right there before him once more, blocking his path, and completely unaffected by the screen. What the dash? Kasamatsu halted abruptly. And in that moment of lapse and shock, his body froze for an instant, locked in place. But his eyes continued to track Yuuji's swift movements, albeit barely. He saw Yuuji reaching his hand to the ball, and tapped it off his hands mid-dribble. In the next moment, the slowed time returned to normal as Yuuji was no longer before him, and was already dribbling the ball towards the other side of the court. Coup. Defense. Kasumatsu shouted, snapping all members of Kaijo out of their shock, and ran back to their side of the court. But no matter how fast they run, the gap between them and Yuuji only grew. And before they could do anything, Yuuji jumped slightly from under the ring, and scored with a simple layup. Whistle. Kasumatsu, Koji, Moriyama, Nakamura, and Kai's all stood in shock, their widened eyes staring at Yuuji in disbelief as he ran back to his side of the court along with his team congratulating him. What was that? What just happened? Even Kai's, who had seen and played with monsters, couldn't help but look at Yuuji in shock. To dodge a screen to his blind spot, as if he was already aware of it. And stealing the ball with such speed and perfect timing. Did he possess the same eyes as Akashi? In addition, that speed. It was as if he was looking at Ayaman for a moment. A terrible gut feeling sank to the pit of his stomach. This still might be a fluke. He might just have above-average speed and reactio time that caught them off guard since they were underestimating Bonyari. Moreover, the game had only begun. Kasumatsu, although careful, might not have expected anyone from the Bonyari High School team to be this aggressive and got a bit careless as well. Yes. That must be it. Kai's rationalized it in his mind. But for some reason, he could feel a child slowly creeping down his spine. It was a dreadful feeling. Was this how their opponent felt all this time when facing them? Kai shook his head and tossed all his delusion away, focusing himself on the game. I need to focus. The game continued. And although the flow of the game was not what they had expected, Kaijo managed to rake up points and slowly recover their pace. But every time their confidence was rebuilt, they witnessed something that destroyed it again and again. Though his body was slightly leaner than Yanagi, Koji managed to gain the upper hand in a contest of strength under the ring, thanks to his superior technique, skills, and experience. The moment he got the ball, he pushed Koji off of him and jumped high towards the ring. And as he was about to dunk the ball in, something flashed across his eyes. And the ball was no longer in his hands. He landed back onto the ground dumbfounded, and Yuuji landed to his side with a tap on the ground. His eyes widened in shock. And in that moment, he didn't realize that the ball Yuuji swatted away from his hands had fallen to Bonyari's shooting guard, Kenji's hands, and they'd already made a break for it. Damn it. Go back. Kasumatsu's shout drove all of Kaijo to run back to hold a defensive line against Bonyari's break. Kenji passed the ball to Yuuji. And just as Kasumatsu held his ground to face him, Yuuji redirected the ball with one hand and made a swift pass towards the power forward of Bonyari, Ichiro, who was already charging towards the ring. The ball landed snugly in his hands, and the tall, muscular power forward launched into the air and dunked the ball into Kaijo's ring. That pass. It looked like Kuriko's. The Shadow, sixth man of the generation of miracles. Kai's never thought he'd be able to see someone do a pass like him. But that looked so similar, no, even better. Although it was impossible for Yuuji to have such a thin presence like Kuriko, he more than made up for such a pass with sheer speed and accuracy. Before anyone realized what he had done, the ball was already in the hands of his teammate. Such a thing. Seriously. Just who is this guy? Kai's had played against teams from numerous schools known for their basketball, and even more skilled players. He had also played with the best players in his generation. But he did not expect to find another one on par with them in this place. The score continues to widen. And no one expected it to widen in Bonyari's favor. Kai's went and charged forward with the ball in his hands. With him not being marked by Yuuji and making sure he was as far away from him as possible, Kai's dribbled past several members of Bonyari easily. And when he reached the two-point land, the first-year promising rookie appeared before him. I'll stop you. Kai smirked slightly, and stretched his arms towards Moriyama, who was standing by at the three-point line, to pass. I won't let you. Suzuki immediately reached out to block it. But the moment he took a step too far away, Kai's pulled the ball back, took a step backward, and jumped into a fadeaway shot that scored them 2 points. Whistle. Kaijo quickly made their way back to their side of the court after the score. And as they did, Moriyama approached Kai's with a smirk. Nice shot. Though I would have totally made that too. Thanks, senpai. But that handsome guy was already eyeing you from afar. I had a feeling he'd steal the ball when I tried to pass it, so I took the shot. Eh? Seriously? Damn. I didn't notice it. Moriyama's eyes narrowed at Yuji's figure. He was definitely awed by his monstrous skills. But at the same time, he was extremely jealous of that Eichmann. After all, he noticed that all those supremely beautiful girls he had his eyes on the moment he came in were all cheering for him and shouting his name whenever he even so much as touched the ball. How envious. He was so envious of him. He wanted beautiful girls to cheer for him as well. Kai smiled softly, but a frown quickly reappeared in his face. That was extremely close. If he hadn't realized Yuji's movement in time, he would have completely passed to Moriyama. In fact, he almost did. And from everything Yuji had shown him, Kai's could easily imagine him being able to react and move so quickly as to steal the ball from mid-air when he passed to Moriyama. Seriously. What a monster. The ball was back into Bonyari's possession, and it was currently held by Yuji. Yuji charged forward and dribbled with immense speed. Kasamatsu held his ground against him, spreading his arms wide, keeping his hips low and his heels above the ground, allowing him to move at any direction at a moment's notice. But to his shock, Yuji stopped. He held the ball with both of his hands, and turned towards Asahina, who was on the right side of the court, along the three-point line. Kasamatsu immediately reacted and reached out to block him the moment Yuji made the motion to make a pass. But just before the ball left his hands, Yuji took it back, made one step backwards, and made a fadeaway shot. That was. That's the move I just did. Kasamatsu, Kai's, and all Kaijo members, including the coach, all widened their eyes in shock as they witnessed Yuji executing the same exact move Kai's had just done. And the moment the ball pierced through their ring, they all stood there dumbfounded in silence. That just happened? Moriyama mumbled in disbelief. They've seen Kai's copied other players' movements and shots. But this was the first time they've seen someone copy Kai's instead. And to such a terrifying degree. Not only was it similar, Yuji's movement seemed even more seamless and better. They could hardly believe their eyes. Whistle. The loud sound of the whistle echoed throughout the gym, snapping Kaijo out of their daze. Timeout. Kaijo. Still in a bit of shock, they all turned and looked towards their coach, who was standing in front of the shocked first-year student sitting on the bench, making a T with his hands. I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Or buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/verglax. Thank you. Chapter 158, Chapter 156 Bonyari vs Kaijo, 2. Don't be shaken. The first words Coach Takeuchi told them the moment they arrived at the bench resounded within the silence. They were still in a state of shock and disbelief after witnessing Yuji's capabilities to copy others' movements, just like Kai's. In addition to his absurd physical capabilities, he would be an even more dangerous threat than Kai's would. Even if he could copy like Kai's, you've all played against Kai's and experienced playing against someone like that. Just calm down, and make sure to keep your attention on him. Yes. Takeuchi nodded and turned towards Kai's. Yes. Have you been watching his movements? Yes. Good. Then try to copy his movements. It'd be a good reference for you to improve your skills as well. Yes, I understand. Kai's nodded obediently. Although he had his pride as being a part of the generation of miracles, after seeing what Yuji had done, he had no choice but to admit that Yuji was better than him. Copying him would allow him to grow as a player. Also, I'll have you mark him along with Kasamatsu. Yes. None of them would have expected that the day would come when they had to double-team a player from Bonyari. But when Takeuchi told them to do it, no one complained. In fact, some, including Kasamatsu and Kai's themselves, were still worried that this might not be enough. And Coach Takeuchi also knew of this. But he'll just wait and see how this double team goes first. It'd be a good chance for these two to learn how to properly double team an opponent much stronger than them as well. Good. We'll adjust the strategy again after we see how this goes. Remember. Contain that point guard, and the scoring against the rest would be much easier. Yes. Good. Then go. The game resumed, and shock filled the crowds when they saw Kasamatsu and Kai's double-teaming Yuji as he dribbled the ball in his hand. Why are two people guarding Yukuin? Yuna pouted as she watched two people surrounding her Yuji. Didn't this mean she won't be able to see Yuji play? Considering Yuji's domination up until this point, it makes sense. They wouldn't want someone as skilled as him to keep scoring points and be left unguarded. Haruka, who stood beside the twins and heard Nina's words, also pouted and puffed her cheeks. She knew it was the logical decision from the other team, but she wanted to watch Yuji play. Geez. Yuji-kun. Do your best. Yes. Yukuin, you can do it. She cheered loudly, followed by Yuna, Yatsuba, and even Kaitoge, who began gripping onto Raku's collar and shaking him out of frustration. In contrast, Yuji was not shocked at all by this outcome. He had heard that this was something that could happen in the game from his seniors when he first came for practice. And he had been guarded by 2, and sometimes even 3 people, while they trained. And in this sort of situation, the easiest thing for me to do would be Yuuji moved forward slowly, and the two immediately tensed and went to an even higher level of alertness. Then, in a flash, Yuuji lowered his body and exploded into immense speed to the left. Kasamatsu and Kai's immediately pivoted their heels and moved to block him. But in that moment, Yuuji stopped and bounced the ball in between his legs to his right hand. What? The stop was abrupt. Too abrupt. And as the two watched Yuuji's figure with eyes widened in shock, they could feel the momentum of their movement continue pushing them despite their will to stop, pushing them off balance. Their bodies fell and landed onto the ground on their back. Kai's looked up with eyes filled with shock and disbelief. And for a moment, he swore he saw Akashi before him, looking down at him as he stood. The sound of the basketball hitting and bouncing off the ground resounded, bringing Kai's and Kasamatsu out of their daze. And they were just in time to see Yuuji dribbling past them, and took a shot, scoring yet another 2 points. Their efforts to double-team Yuuji and limit his movements proved to be ineffective. In fact, rather than containing him, it gave Yuuji more leeway to pass to his other teammates, now that only 3 people were guarding his 4 teammates. And even when he didn't pass, they were still overwhelmed by his speed and dribble. Damn it. It's like going against Ayaman again. Or even worse. A combination of Ayaman and Akashi. Honestly, even if they decided to add another person to guard Yuuji, Kai's didn't know if it'd make a difference. In the end, Kaijo decided to go all in on offense. With Kai's being the tip of their spear and copying some of Yui's movements, they managed to score enough points to keep the game from being hopeless. But even so, he didn't know how long he'd be able to keep this up. Just copying him had taken up plenty of his stamina. His movements are so swift and impossibly refined and accurate. And oftentimes, his moves were simply a feat of pure physical prowess that he simply couldn't replicate. And by the time the third quarter started, many members of the core team were exhausted. The first years, who had substituted in, couldn't do anything in the face of Yuuji's plays. This time, he didn't even score personally. He was simply passing the ball and overwhelming them with fast breaks and tactics. They could only run around the court in futile, trying their best to stop Bonyari, and run out of energy instead without being able to do anything. And when the main team was subbed back in the fourth quarter, Yuuji began to play actively once more. This time, however, Kaijo had marked him with Kasamatsu, Kai's, and Moriyama. A triple-team defense against Yuuji. And as Kai's expected, nothing changed. He began dribbling slowly, before rapidly changing his rhythm and tried dribbling past them. His movements were extremely quick and his dribbling was seamless. Even with the 3 of them, they couldn't find any chance to steal the ball from his hands. And just like before, with a sudden surge in speed, Yuuji charged forward, towards the 3 of them. They braced for his charge and pivoted to their heels. And in that moment, Yuuji stopped and slipped the ball in between his legs, and made a step back. Coup. Again. Kai's, Kasamatsu, and Moriyama all felt themselves losing balance and falling to their knees. And they could only look up as Yuuji went into a shooting form, and made his shot from far outside the 3-point line. The ball flew into a beautiful arc. So high. Before it fell straight down to the net. And in that moment, Kai's realized something. The feeling of dread he felt. It was the feeling that all his opponents, those who fought and struggled against the generation of miracles. This feeling of hopelessness. Of standing before an impossibly tall wall. He's like all of us, combined. Even Kai's himself couldn't believe what he was implying. But there's nothing else more apt to describe it. He couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect to find someone so absurd right here. In a school whose basketball team never seemed to be anything but average. The game resumed, this time with the ball in Kaijo's possession. Pass. Kasamatsu made a chest pass and sent the ball directly towards Koji, who was under the ring. He jumped, and this time as well, Yuuji appeared right before him. Coup. As expected. He's too fast. But Koji had expected this. He knew he wouldn't be able to escape his clutches even though he was under the ring long before Yuuji. So he kept the ball in his hands, and passed it to Kai's. Make it. Kai's. With gritted teeth, Kai's received the ball and leaped up high into the sky and towards the ring for a dunk. But at that moment, Yuuji appeared once more before him. His figure, high in the sky, swallowing him in his shadow. Coup. With overwhelming force, Yuuji swatted the ball away from Kai's hands, slamming the ball onto the ground and bouncing high. Kai's fell to the ground on his back, his face grimacing from the pain and shock. Ah, I'm sorry. Are you okay? He looked up, and saw the monster of a man, holding his hand out for him. And while he'd expect smugness or conceit to be in the eyes of someone who just completely destroyed him and slammed him onto the ground, Kai saw nothing of the sort when he looked up. Oh. Thanks. He instinctively took his hands, and he realized how truly strong Yuuji was when he was lifted up quite easily. Sorry about that. I might have gotten a bit too rough there. You were so fast. Ah. No problem. Yuuji nodded softly with a smile, and tapped Kai's on the shoulder, before he began running to his team. As he left, Kai's couldn't help but stare at Yuuji in silence. And soon, the whistle signifying the end of the game resounded, with a score no one would have expected at the start of the game. And I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Or buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/verblax. Thank you. Chapter 159, Chapter 157 after the match. 132 versus 71 in favor of Bonyari. Bonyari wins. The gym burst into a cheer of joy when Bonyari, in a shocking turn of events, triumphs over the famous Kaijo High School basketball team in their first spar match of the year. Both teams gathered at the center of the field, lining up just like they did in the beginning, and bowed deeply to each other. Thank you very much for the game. They then began breaking away and returned to their respective bench. But just as Yuuji was about to walk away, he saw the golden-haired player, who he had the pleasure of learning from and gained plenty of interesting basketball skills, approaching him with a bright, friendly smile. Hey, sorry for bothering you. Do you have a minute? Ah, sure. Thanks. It's nice to meet you. I'm Kai's Ryota, a first year. Likewise. I'm Tsubakihara Yuuji, a first year as well. Yuuji took the hand Kai's offered and shook it. You were really amazing back there. Like, seriously. I come from a pretty powerful basketball team back in middle school, and I can assure you, you're one of the most powerful players I've played against. Yuuji smiled softly. Thanks. I had a lot of fun as well playing against you. I've learned a lot. Hee. That makes the two of us. But I won't lose again next time. Likewise. Though, that is if we get a chance to play together again. Oh, you don't have to worry. After this, I'm sure our coach would invite your school over for a match again. Next time, maybe we can do it in our school. I'll show you around. Yuuji blinked a few times in silence, wondering how he should break the news to the bright and cheerful guy he was talking to. Kai seemed like a nice guy. So he didn't really want to disappoint him. But perhaps, it'd be better to tell him up front so he wouldn't get his hopes up. Actually, I'm not a member of the club. Huh. The bright smile on his face froze as Kai's eyes widened in shock. What did you say? I'm not an actual member of the basketball club. I'm just a stand-in for someone. Huh. Are you serious? Yes. I actually only started playing about a week ago. And the captain asked me if I could be a stand-in for this match after seeing me play. So. Kai's jaws dropped to the ground as he stared at Yuuji in frozen shock. What in the world did he just said? Is this real life? No. This must be a dream, right? That kind of play. In just 1 week. A stand-in. Not an official member. Destroyed him and his team. Ha. Ha ha ha. Ah ha ha ha. Why you're joking, right? No, I'm not. Yuuji looked at the frozen Kai's with slight guilt. He thought telling him the truth early would have been better than getting his hopes up. But, perhaps even if he told him now, the shock would still be too great. Then, I'll be going now. Not wanting to traumatize him even more, Yuuji decided to walk away and leave him alone for a bit. Wait. But before he could walk away, Kai stopped him once again in a hurry. Can I at least get your contact? I swear I won't give it to anyone without your permission. What do you need it for? Well, I thought that if we can't play in a spar between our schools, then maybe we can play basketball outside of school. And I'd actually like to introduce you to my friends. They're super great at basketball and I'm sure it'd be fun if we all played together. Yuuji thought for a moment. His first impression of Kai's was quite good. And he did have fun in this match thanks to him. Playing basketball with him once in a while in the future might be fun too. He's also not against meeting his friends. Actually, he's quite curious how amazing they were at basketball if Kai's himself regarded them as being super great. Meanwhile, interpreting his silence as rejection, Kai's quickly coughed up some offers that might sweeten the deal. I can give you the contacts of my female modeling friends in exchange. They're all super cute and really famous in the modeling scene. Or if you want the sexy ones, I also have plenty that would love to meet someone like Yodash. I don't need it. Ah. Seeing his weirded out face, Kai's paused in his rambling. Right. All the girls surrounding him were on an even higher level than all his acquaintances combined. Moreover, Given how many girls he already has to deal with, he doubted Yuuji would want to get even more girls in his tail. Why would he want their contacts? Then. All right. Kai's eyes light up upon hearing his response. I'll give you my contacts. But don't you dare share it with anyone without my permission. If you do. As if a cold, night wind had suddenly manifested within the gym building and blew at him, Kai immediately felt goosebumps on his skin and a child going down his spine upon hearing his words. He quickly nodded his head, like a chicken pecking on its feed. I understand. Thank you. Yuuji nodded and continued. Good. Now, just tell me your contacts. I'll contact you later. Sure. Do you need a paper or something? No. Just say it. Kai tilted his head slightly. But he acquiesced to Yuuji's words and began reciting his phone number and email address. All right. I'll contact you soon. Sure. Then, see you. Why yes. See you. After giving a slight bow of the head, Yuuji walked away, leaving the Kai standing there, still processing their lesser than normal interaction, as he watched a group of beauties immediately surrounding him from all sides. And seeing his scene, Kai couldn't help but feel like an idiot. What was I thinking? Meeting new girls is the least of his concerns with so many around him. He let out a sigh and shook his head, and began making his way back to his team, hoping he'd get a message from Yuuji soon. After his brief chat with Kai, Yuuji returned to his team and received their heartfelt gratitude for joining them and helping them win. Although they didn't truly win against Kaijo since Yuuji was the one who mostly scored for them, they're still grateful for the experience of playing at such a high level. After changing back into their uniforms and splitting up, Yuuji met up with his sisters, and saw all of his friends there with them as well. Yukuin. Yuuji. The twins immediately ran up the moment they saw him and leapt into his embrace. You were so cool, Yukuin. You were so fast and so quick that I had a hard time following you. You were amazing, Yuuji. Congratulations on winning. Thank you. Yuuji smiled softly and hugged his beloved sisters in his arms tightly. Yuuji-kun. Yuuji. Following his sisters, Haruka, Yotsuba, and the rest of his friends such as the quintuplets, Ai, Kaitoge, Raku and Sho, all approached him in cheers and congratulated him for the amazing game. Yuuji-kun. You were so amazing in that game. It makes me want to try and play basketball too. Hey, can you teach me? Haruka's eyes glittered in excitement as she leaned forward and looked up at Yuuji. Their faces were only inches away from each other, but Haruka, in her excitement, forgot all about her embarrassment. All she could think of at this moment was how cool Yuuji was in the game and how much she wanted Yuuji to teach her. Yuuji's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Haruka had always been straightforward with her desires, especially when something caught her interest. This time might not be different. But, for some reason, Yuuji could see something else in the midst of her shining and bright personality that tugged his heartstrings. Sure. We can practice a bit of shooting next time. His lips curled into a smile. A smile that genuinely came from his heart in response to her genuine excitement. He had no reason to refuse her invitation. And perhaps, teaching her basketball and spending a bit of time together with her would be fun. Hearing his response, Haruka's eyes narrowed into crescent moons as her lips curled into a wide, beautiful smile. Her cheeks blushing redly. That's a promise. Her heart burst into happiness and she happily winked at him before beaming him with another bright smile. It wouldn't be until she returned home that she burst into embarrassment from recalling how forward and aggressive she was with Yuuji this afternoon. On his way home with Yuna and Nina, Yuuji messaged Kai through the contact he gave him. And in just a few seconds, a stream of overjoyed messages flooded the chat room to the point that Yuuji contemplated blocking it. But in the end, he held himself back and responded patiently by telling him to stop spamming or be blocked. Right after that, Kai began messaging him like a normal person. The annoyed, high-spirited, golden-haired guy said he'd like to arrange a meet-up to introduce Yuuji to his friends. Since he needed to contact his friends first, Kai couldn't give Yuuji a palace and time yet. But he promised he'll get to him once he had set the schedule. Essentially, he had no plans as of yet. But Yuuji expected as much from someone as spontaneous as Kai, so he simply agreed. Soon, the three arrived home and the beautiful, smooth, alluring voice of their mother welcomed them back. Era, welcome home. We're back. Mom, come and look at this video I took of Yuuji. He was super amazing in the game. Look. Oh. You guys are back. Just then, Aika came down from the second floor with a towel still on her head, drying her hair after a shower. Her t-shirt and hot pants sticking to her wet, flushed skin, accentuating and lining her busty figure from top to bottom. Aunt, you should see this too. It's a video of Yuuji playing basketball. He was amazing. Oh. Nina's words immediately piqued her interest, as would anything that would have to do with Yuuji. She quickly joined in with her sister and nephews and began watching the video on Yuna's phone. "Oh my, he's so cool, you fufu Yuuji. I didn't know you were so amazing. Wow. I don't know much about basketball, but even I know he's amazing. The other players look like children in front of him. Thank you. I did my best." Yuuji smiled softly, scratching the back of his head, as his family kept their eyes on the screen. Their eyes shined and glimmered in amaze and awe. But one pair shined in a different light. Yufufu, I'm sure she would love to meet Yuuji-kun after seeing this. The glint in Myra's eyes shined mischievously as the figure of a beautiful, former WNBA player she knew in the States appeared in her mind. The two were born on opposite sides of the worlds, and met only through sheer coincidence. They've lived vastly different lives, different worlds. But perhaps, that was the exact reason why they could get along so well. Even from that brief meeting, they kept in contact and became close friends. And now, perhaps she had found a trigger that would bring them even closer. "Yuna, can you send me this? I want it too." "Sure." Yuna happily sent the video to her mother and aunt. And while Aika seemed to be holding back an excited grin, Yuuji noticed the mischievous glint on Myra's beautiful eyes. And having been watching her closely from when he was young, he knew it was her habit when she thought of doing something mischievous. And Yuuji couldn't help but wonder, what plan did she have in mind? "Yufufu, now then, you three should hurry up and get changed before we have dinner, and after dinner, prepare your luggages for the overnight trip tomorrow, okay?" Yes/yes. X. And I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Or buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/verglax. Thank you. Chapter 160, Chapter 158, Tuya City. Yuuji returned to his room, switched on the lights, and felt the deafening silence in his room he hadn't experienced in a long time. As for once since the adorable twin slimes came to his life, he was truly alone. After dinner, Alice and Arya, as well as Est and AI, stayed with Yuna and Nina to watch the video they took of his game and look at the pictures they've taken. Thus, he was left to his own accord, rummaging through his cupboard to find a luggage bag he could use for the trip and began preparing the things he'd need during it. And in just a few minutes, he was ready with a backpack of some shirts, pants, and underwear. He hadn't brought much at all. Even this was actually too much for him since he had essentially everything he needed in his inventory. All the clothing and necessities he had prepared and bought from the other worlds during his missions were still there, ready for him to use just in case. He even had some female clothes that he had bought on occasion and planned to give to his girlfriends when they met. So, there wasn't actually a need for him to pack up, aside from using it as a guise. After all, it'd be strange if he didn't bring any luggage for trip. He set the bag onto the chair near his desk and laid down on his bed to rest. And just then, a message notification came to his phone. He picked it up and looked at it, and to his surprise, it came from someone he didn't expect. "Morishima Haruka, Yuuji-kun, are you there?" Her beautiful, smiling countenance flashed across his mind as he looked at Haruka's message that radiated with the same brilliance and warmth. "Tsubakihara Yuuji, I'm here, senpai. Good evening. I didn't expect to receive a message from you. Morishima Haruka, hee good evening, have you eaten dinner? What are you doing right now?" "Tsubakihara Yuuji, I have. I'm currently in my room. I've just finished packing up for the trip. How about you, senpai?" "Morishima Haruka, I'm also just relaxing in my room after eating dinner. By the way, where are you going for your trip?" "Tsubakihara Yuuji, I'm not sure the exact place, but I'll be going to Tuya City." "Morishima Haruka, Tuya City? That's quite far. What will you be doing there?" "Tsubakihara Yuuji, my mother's friend invited us for a small reunion and an overnight stay. So we will be staying in their household." "Morishima Haruka, oh, that sounds so fun. Hey, can you take a picture of the scenery? I've never been there before." "Tsubakihara Yuuji, sure. Morishima Haruka, hee I can't wait." "Morishima Haruka, oh. That's right. There's something I want to tell you." "Tsubakihara Yuuji, what is it?" "Morishima Haruka, don't forget about our promise. You have to teach me how to play basketball on Monday, after school." Yuuji smiled wryly. "Tsubakihara Yuuji, I won't forget about it, senpai. But where should we do it in? I think the basketball club would be using it at that time." "Morishima Haruka, there's a basketball field near my home. We can do it there." "Tsubakihara Yuuji, I understand. Then, please just send the address to it." "Morishima Haruka, okay, see you then, Yuuji-kun." "Tsubakihara Yuuji, I'm looking forward to it." Yuuji smiled softly as Haruka ended their chat with an animated sticker of a cute, animated, cartoon bunny jumping around in excitement. And just as he closed his phone, Est, along with Alice and Arya who were perched on her shoulders, entered his room and AI also appeared on his phone. Are we going to sleep already? Est tilted her head slightly. Not yet. I'm just resting a bit. She nodded, and approached her beloved master, climbed up the bed, and curled up against him as the slimes both jumped onto his chest. And as Yuuji made himself comfortable, surrounded by the Spirit Sword Sovereign, the twin yin-yang slimes, and the super advanced AI, he took out his phone again and began chatting with his friends in the group chat. Unbeknownst to him, the exact opposite was happening in one of rooms within the Morishima household, as Haruka rolled around her bed, squealing in excitement and kicking her legs around like a little girl. I'm so excited. I can't wait for Monday. She screamed into her pillow. And when that wasn't enough to release her excitement, she opened her phone once more to call Hibiki. That night would turn into a very long night for Hibiki as she was forced to listen to her best friend's rant about Yuuji. And it wouldn't only be because of how long Haruka would talk. With the twilight sky still barely lit by the morning sun that hadn't risen past the horizon, Yuuji, Mira, Yuna, Nina, and Aika made their way to the station after having an early breakfast. Normally jam-packed in the morning, the station was still fairly quiet aside from a few early risers, store workers opening up their stores, and hard workers, dressed in a full suit with a suitcase in hand, waiting for the first train to their workplace, despite it being a weekend. Seeing their glazed eyes and pale, exhausted faces, Yuuji couldn't help but feel relieved that Mira was fortunate enough and didn't have to go through such hell to raise him and the twins. And it motivated him to work harder, so no one in his family would have to suffer from such a fate. With luggages in hand, or at least the few they wanted to bring with them while the other rested inside Yuji's inventory, the family made their way to buy a Shinkansen ticket to Toya City. And when they were about to pay, Yuuji quickly paid for their tickets, shocking them. Yuuji. Why are you paying? It's fine, Mira. I just wanted to pay for it. Mira's lips curled into a slight frown. I know that you've made quite a bit of fortune through your investments. But you should save them and invest them back. Mira admonished. Although he was a much more talented investor than her and was capable of earning money beyond what a regular high school student like him could even imagine, she'd much prefer it if he were to use the money he had earned for future investments. After all, a Shinkansen ticket wasn't cheap. And he had just bought 5 of them. Yuuji smiled softly and took her hand into his. I understand, Mira. But truly, I've always wanted to be the one to provide for all of you from now on. And now, I can. So please, let me take care of all of you. Their eyes all widened in shock, staring at Yuuji in disbelief as he smiled softly. But there was still hesitation in her heart. Although she was extremely happy to receive his feeling, ecstatic even, as someone who raised the boy since he was young and loved him both as a mother and a woman, Mira was still worried for him. She didn't want him to fall into a habit of wasting money, even if it was for her and her family. She wanted him to keep his money so that he could build an even brighter future than she could imagine for himself, which she knew he could. And Yuuji didn't miss the worry in her eyes. Thus, he decided to tell his family everything. Everything about the assets he had earned from the Multiverse Group Chat gacha. So, there's no need for you to worry about money anymore, okay? Yuuji ended with a soft, gentle smile filled with his overwhelming love for them. And they all stood frozen in shock, especially Mira. With her deep understanding of world economics and the intricacies of corporate businesses and influence. She knew very well what becoming a major stakeholder of a massive technological company like Apple, and owning the largest multinational technology and internet company as well as the largest multinational package delivery service company could mean. The world. Yuuji had the world in his hand. Without her even knowing, her little boy already had fingers controlling the strings of the world economy. With just a small tug, a few words from his lips, he could easily raise businesses to the world stage or bury them underground completely. How could she not be shocked? Now, how about we buy some snacks for our trip? It'll be my treat. Yuuji winked before wrapping his arms around the girls and pulled them around the stores that had already opened, buying some snacks and drinks that he knew they liked, as they were still reeling from the shock. It was only after they boarded the Shinkansen did they finally snap out of their shock. At least, a bit. They were still reeling from it. And although they were happy for him, the shock from finding out that their beloved Yuuji was actually one of, if not, the richest men in the world, was not so easy to recover from. So, he spent the rest of the time in the Shinkansen calming them down. He held Yuna and Nina's hand tightly in his, and talked with Mira and Aika to distract them from his revelation. Arriving in Toya Station, Yuuji and his family immediately headed outside the station, where a chauffeur would pick them up. Considering how far their home was from the station, Mira's friend, who had invited them for the overnight stay, had arranged a car to pick them up so they wouldn't need to find and pay for a taxi. As they walked and looked around for the chauffeur, all 5 of them attracted many eyes. After all, it was extremely rare for such a beautiful and dazzling group of individuals they've never seen before to come to such a small city. With her hair loosely braided to the side and rested over her shoulder and dressed in a beautiful, long, white sundress that loosely hugged her full, voluptuous body, Mira had attracted the most attention from men. Although her face was slightly obscured by the large straw sun hat with a beautiful lily flower on her head, the small glimpse they managed to catch was enough to make them take a second and third look before freezing in awe. Meanwhile, to her sides were two identical twins who looked like a younger version of her. Yuna was dressed in a shoulderless, light pink top and a white skirt that flowed down just above her knees. While Nina also wore a similar top and skirt, but instead of light pink and white, they were light blue and light yellow. Standing to their side with her hands on her wide hip, Aika stood as she looked around, tiring to find the person Mira told them would be picking them up. She was dressed in a white, collared shirt with two buttons unclasped, revealing the top of her deep cleavage, and tight, blue jeans which clearly accentuated her round butt and long, slender legs. And lastly, Yuuji was dressed in a simple dark navy collared shirt with a button unclasped, revealing the necklace with silver chain and obsidian gem around his neck, and long, white pants. With their natural appearance, in addition to their immaculate dressing, it would only be natural that they'd quickly become the center of attention of everyone in Tuya Station. Fortunately, they didn't have to stand around for too long under the sun and the gazes of everyone around them as they soon spotted a beautiful woman with short, light blonde hair, dressed in a full suit, standing in front of a black, large, luxurious SUV. Seeing her figure, Mira immediately recognized her and led everyone towards her. Stella-chan. It has been quite a while. How are you? Stella turned to the beautiful voice and froze with her eyes widened in surprise the moment she saw Mira. It has been years since I last saw you, and you've grown into such a beautiful woman. You fufu. The jaws of her mouth slackened slightly as she couldn't help but stare at Mira, dumbfounded. Yes. As Mira had said, it has been years since they've last seen each other. That's why, Stella had expected to see the beautiful woman she considered big sister when she was young, to have aged, even a little. But in contrast, Mira looked even younger and even more beautiful than before. It has been a long time, Mira-sama. I am glad to see you in good health. I have also been well. Thank you very much. I'm glad. Then, her eyes turned towards the two twins who immediately approached her and greeted her with beautiful smiles. Stella Wani-san. I'm happy to see you again. Yuna-sama, Nina-sama. I'm happy to see you again and well. The two bowed courteously, and Stella also smiled fondly at them. Yuna and Nina might have only met her once, and briefly at that, when they were young. Most of the time, they would be with her half-sister and rarely talked with anyone else. So for them to still remember her made her happy. Yo, Stella. You seem to be doing well. Stella then turned towards Aika, who was a high school delinquent the last time she saw her. But now, she seemed a bit more proper and gentle and mature, which was most likely thanks to the genes she shared with Mira. It has been a while, Aika-sama. It is nice to see you again. Then lastly, her eyes turned towards the sole male member of the family, and her eyes widened once again. Stella Wani-san. It is nice to meet you again. He bowed courteously. But the moment he smiled at her, the heart that had always been calm and steady began thumping wildly. She fell into a daze. But a few seconds later, she quickly snapped out of it. It is nice to see you again as well, Yuji-sama. Please forgive me. You've grown so much since I've last seen you and I failed to recognize you for a moment. She quickly bowed her head, not in an effort to apology, but to hide her reddening cheeks. To think she would freeze in front of a boy much younger than her and acted so unbecomingly of a butler. She wanted to dig a hole and plunge her head into it. No, it's fine. I understand. I'm just happy that you still recognize me. She could feel her heart tighten and her face heating up with every word that came out of those sexy lips. She was, truly caught off guard. Who would have expected that the regular, young boy who loved his twin sisters, his stepmother, and step-aunt a bit too much and could never be separated from them, would grow up into such a handsome young man that could make even her heart flutter. I wonder how Senna would react when she saw her cute Yukon now. Perhaps she would return to being the sweet, adorable, little girl she was in the past again. Stella fell into a thought for a moment before quickly shaking away her idle thoughts and opened the door to the car. Well then. Everyone, please enter. We shall start our journey to the Kashiwazaki estate promptly. Anne, I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Or buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/verglax. Thank you. Chapter 161, Chapter 159 Kashiwazaki Estate. Yuji sat down at the very back of the SUV, sandwiched in between Yuna and Nina, as they looked out of the window. Having been born and lived in an urban city all their lives, the sight of a city with large fields and houses with a few floors instead of high rises and closely packed living quarters was an incredible change of view. Although they were fortunate enough to live in a large home within a peaceful neighborhood, they've seen many of the less fortunate living in small homes or even apartments with tiny living spaces despite the cost they had to pay. Having seen how closely packed some part of the city was had made them feel claustrophobic. But the sight they were seeing now, it was a stark contrast. They couldn't help but feel a sense of liberation and freedom when they saw how spacious it was. Large farm fields, flowing rivers, and a massive mountain with luscious forest in the distance. It was truly a sight to behold. Should I buy some property here? Maybe I can buy a nice estate on the edge of the city as a holiday home for us. Yuuji mused as he enjoyed the scenery. In terms of investment, buying a property in a suburban city with only a few population when compared to large cities such as Tokyo or Osaka wouldn't be the best investment. After all, if he didn't rent it out or turn it into a space for a business, it would simply be a piece of land that might decrease in value as time goes on unless people come into the city. But, money wasn't the reason why he'd buy a property in this suburban city. His reason was solely to have a place he could come to and stay in for a few days with his family to enjoy a few days away from the city life. Slowly, the sight outside the car window changed once more. Instead of houses and fields, trees began to appear, and soon became everything they could see as the road began slanting upwards into the mountains. For Yuna and Nina, this was a sight that kept their attention outside the windows. Sometimes, they would also occasionally pull on Yuji's clothes to get his attention when they saw a squirrel or an animal. On the second row of seats, Mira was simply enjoying the peacefulness of nature and occasionally looking back to see her daughters and beloved enjoying the change of scenery. Meanwhile, Aika slept soundly as she leaned back completely on the cushy captain's seat. After an hour or so of travel since they were picked up by Stella, they soon began to see glimpses of a massive, yellow, Western-style mansion from between the trees. Oh! I can see something. It looks like a mansion. Mom, is that it? Yufufu, yes it is, that's Estelle and Pegasus' house. Pegasus. Nina tilted her head in confusion as Mira began giggling. Stella, who had been driving silently all this time, had also let out a small snort. Yufufu, that's just his nickname. His name is Kashiwazaki Tenma. He, along with Estelle, are high school friends of mine. Mira looked out of the window and watched as the Kashiwazaki estate slowly became clearer and clearer. Estelle had been traveling all over the world for years now. But last week, she returned home. Mira smiled fondly, seemingly entranced in her own thoughts and memories of the time she spent with Estelle, as the rest of us, aside from Aika, looked at her understandingly. I see. Her coming home must have been an extremely big deal that Mira would accept going on such a distant trip to this small, suburban city in a heartbeat. They must have been such good friends. Seeing her smile, Yuuji couldn't help but smile fondly in return. They soon entered the golden gates of the estate and arrived before the main entrance, where a mahogany, intricately carved double door stood tall before them. Beautiful engravings of flowers and beautiful, elegant patterns welcomed them warmly as they alighted from the SUV. Stella went ahead towards the door, turned towards the four, and bowed courteously. Her hand gestured in a welcoming manner towards the entrance. Welcome to the Kashiwazaki estate. I have informed the master and mistress of your arrival, and they will soon ARR dash. Boom. Mira. Ah, Estelle. A tall, voluptuous beauty with dazzling golden hair that slightly curled into a ring at the end, suddenly busted through the massive, heavy double doors with a mighty kick. Her obviously curvaceous, yet lithe and slender body was loosely dressed in a beautiful pure white sundress that reached down to her ankles, barely revealing her pristine feet clad in high heels. Having been used to beauty such as his girlfriends and his family, Yuji's attention instead went to the heels she was wearing. How did she run so quickly and kick such massive doors, all in heels? He would have believed it if it was Aika who had achieved such a feat with her SSR and ballet proficiency. There was little she could not do with her body. It was a fact he learned one night when Aika decided to show off her flexibility and strength one night, which led to a very interesting, intense, and kinky sex. Estelle ruined and leaped into Myra's embrace, who had braced herself as if she had done it countless times before, and they hugged. The golden-haired beauty wrapped her lithe arms around Mira and squeezed tightly, or at least, as much as she could with their massive chests preventing them from getting closer. In which, Yuuji noted with interest that Mira was a size larger than her, thanks to his enhanced vision. I've missed you so much. I'm so happy you came. I've missed you so much as well, and of course, I wouldn't miss the chance to see you after such a long time. The two continued to hug as the rest of them watched with varying emotions. Ah, you've all come. Welcome, my good friends. Just then, from within the estate, a handsome man with shoulder-length hair tightly tied in a small tail behind, approached them with a warm, friendly smile. He was dressed in a traditional Japanese clothing, a long light brown yukata, and traditional wooden sandals that clacked and clicked as he walked towards them. His eyes briefly landed on Mira and Aika before turning towards Yuuji, Yuna, and Nina, in which his eyes immediately widened in shock. "Oh. You've all grown up into such a handsome young man and beautiful young women. I almost didn't recognize you." The three bowed their heads politely. "It is nice to meet you again, Kashiwazaki-san. Thank you very much for inviting us for this trip. We will be in your care. We will be in your care." Tenma smiled and held his chin, silently nodding in satisfaction with their manners, before his eyes stared at Yuuji for a few moments. His eyes narrowed into crescents as his smile deepened. But before Yuuji could understand his brief stare, he clapped his hands, getting everyone's attention, including the two hugging beauties. "All right. We shouldn't stay outside for this. Shall we enter?" Tenma led everyone to the living room, and sat down at one of the large couches to the right of the large, marble coffee table. Estelle sat down on the adjacent couch along with Mira and Aika, while Yuna, Nina, and Yuuji sat on the couch opposite of Tenma. Immediately after sitting down and calming down from her excitement of meeting Mira and Aika for the first time in years, she turned her beautiful pair of light blue eyes towards the children with a bright smile. "Oh my. Oh my. I almost didn't recognize the three of you." The voluptuous, mature woman squealed excitedly. Her youthful excitement was similar to Haruka when she squealed into her pillow after talking on the phone with Yuuji. She raised her hands and began to wriggle her fingers weirdly as her lips fall into a loose, perverted grin. "Oh, how I just want to squish those cheeks." "You can't, Estelle. Do you remember how long they avoided you after you went all out on their cheeks?" Yuuji, Yuna, and Nina shuddered instinctively. They couldn't remember experiencing what Mira had just said. Did they seal the memory? Just like how those traumatic moments were sealed to prevent further damage to their psyche. Even Yuuji couldn't remember it with his enhanced memories. Estelle pouted after Mira chided her and bonked her head lightly with her fist. "Geez. I've how to hold back, you know." She puffed her cheeks indignantly, her eyes wet with tears from the unfairness. But Mira, having been used to her shenanigans, ignored her tragic expression and smiled softly as her children. "You don't need to mind her too much, okay? She's just this sort of person, who just does what she wants without thinking of the consequences." "How rude. I'm not that thoughtless, okay?" Yuuji, Yuna, and Nina couldn't help but smile helplessly as they watched their mother and her friend act like girls their age. But soon, her face quickly returned to a smile, as if her previous angered expression was nothing but a lie, as she narrowed her eyes at Yuuji with a wide grin. "Fufu, but I guess, going through with our arrangement now wouldn't be that hard, huh?" A look of confusion quickly spread across everyone aside from Mira, Estelle, and Tenma. "Remember. It's still up to them. And we won't influence it in any way." "I know, but..." Yuuji noticed Estelle looking at him from top to bottom with eyes of a predator, as Tenma and Mira simply shook their heads and palmed their faces. "I think she's going to like what she sees." Just then, the clicking of heels hitting the marbled floor resounded. And as they all turned, they saw a beautiful young girl dressed in a shoulderless, white, woolen sweater and short, light blue skirt. Her light, blonde hair cascaded down to her shapely hips as a blue butterfly hairpin adorned the side of her head, just above her ears. Her light blue eyes sparkled naturally, despite the apparent nervousness she was showing with her expression as she approached her family and guests with hands in front of her, fidgeting. And as she approached, Yuuji couldn't help but widened his eyes slightly. Not from her beauty, but from the rush of childhood memories that suddenly came into his mind. Memories of him playing with a cute, little girl with blonde hair. Tending to her wounds when she fell and scraped her knees. Comforting her when she cried to him after telling him how she couldn't make any friends in her kindergarten. And the words he spoke to her as she wept. "Don't worry. No matter what, I will always be with you. So you'll never be alone." A promise that faded and forgotten with time. But one that was still etched into their hearts, as Yuuji noticed her looking at him with widened eyes. And I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Or buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/verglax. Thank you. Chapter 162, Chapter 160 Phone. All the memories of her childhood with him, all the blissful recollections, filled her mind the moment Senna recognized Yuuji. At first, she was actually shocked to find such a handsome guy she had never seen before in her living room, talking with her parents. Why was he here? Who was he? Why did they seem to get along so well? But after looking at him a few seconds longer, he seemed a bit familiar. Then, she turned towards the two girls by his side, and her eyes immediately widened in recognition. They were Yuna and Nina, her two childhood best friends that she had missed all so dearly. And only now did it click. Senna turned towards the Eichmann, and the figure of her kind, gentle, reliable, and cute childhood friend she had always played with was juxtaposed against his figure. Was this really her Yukuin? He changed so much. He became so handsome. How could someone change so drastically? Objectively, appearance-wise, her Yukuin was ordinary. She considered him cute, but to the eyes of others, he was just an ordinary child with an ordinary appearance. But now, they couldn't be more wrong. He had the appearance of all the Prince Charming she had always dreamed of. A sense of happiness, excitement, and pure joy to be reunited with him again filled her heart. But soon, she recalled something that made him a bit angry. His promise. Didn't he promise her that he'll always be there for her? Didn't he promise her that he'll never leave her alone? But then, he left and never talked to her again. Of course, she knew he couldn't help it since he had to return to his home. But she's still upset. She could remember crying her eyes out for a week since he left. It was the last time she had any true friends. And now that he has returned. Although she's beyond happy, she can't simply forgive him for breaking his promise so easily. He'll need to make it up to her and win her back. Or, she won't ever forgive him. Humph. The moment Senna came, Yuuji noticed the look of recognition in her eyes, and the happiness he also felt when he finally saw her again. But, in just a few moments, she suddenly glared at him, pouted her lips, and averted her face away from him. What just happened? What did I do? It all happened in a matter of seconds. She looked so happy to see him. But the next moment, she was throwing a tantrum. What is going on in her mind? Yuna, Nina, and Aika, who saw her change in expression, also seemed confused. Even Tenma, her father, didn't know what caused her sudden swing in mood. Only Estelle and Mira giggled as they quickly saw through the little, adorable, tsundere. Oh my Senna-chan, come and take a seat. Why yes, Mom. Senna meekly walked towards the couches and bowed her head towards Mira and Aika. It has been a while since we've last met, Aunt Mira, Aunt Aika. Please take care of me. You fufu long time no see, Senna, you've grown into such a beauty. Mem, I'm also glad you're doing fine. Senna's lips curled into a shy smile, before her attention turned towards Yuna and Nina, who were waving and smiling at her respectively. And she waved back at the two. Although she couldn't completely remember everything from her childhood, she remembered how close they were then. Along with Yuuji, the four of them were inseparable and they would always be together night and day, until they returned home. So now. Although a long time has passed since, she still felt some sort of closeness to them. She felt extremely happy. Friends. She has friends now. Her years of being alone and surrounded only by boys who wished to court her was over. Now, she can proudly tell everyone that she has friends. Then, her eyes met with Yuuji, who smiled ever so warmly at her. Her heart skipped a beat. Her face reddened. But before he could even wave, Senna snapped out of her daze and averted her face away from him with a humph, leaving him speechless and confused. Fufua, I'm so happy that we can gather like this again. It'd be even better if Noelle and Hannah could also join us, but they're unfortunately busy. Estelle cupped her cheek with a hand and leaned towards it, letting out a disappointed sigh. The four of them and their family used to be so close with each other. But now, they've gone on separate paths life took them on. I agree. But don't worry, I'm sure we'll have other opportunities in the future. Estelle then turned towards Stella, the daughter of her sister Noelle, and asked with a soft smile. Stella, is lunch ready? Yes. It is ready. Stella answered with a bow. Great. Then, let's have an early lunch after you've all settled in your rooms. I'm sure you're all hungry from the trip. After that. Estelle then turned towards her daughter. Senna, can you show Yuna, Nina, and Yuuji around our house? Sure. Great. Silently following them from behind while Senna led them around her home, Yuuji walked with a soft smile as he watched Senna slowly opening up to his sisters. At first, Senna was still visibly nervous when Yuna and Nina talked to her. Having not seen each other for almost a decade, it was only natural for her to not be able to immediately get along with the twins just as she did in the past. Thankfully, with Yuna's natural cheerfulness and Nina's attentiveness, Senna was able to slowly open up and relax. Or at least, she was beginning to join in the conversation. Now that he recalled more of his childhood memories with her, Senna was very tough to befriend at first. She was proud, in addition to being shy, the combination of which caused her to put up a high wall first before slowly lowering it. And when she fully accepted them as friends, she was the cutest and sweetest little girl. Yuuji didn't expect their relationship to return to the way it was during their childhood. But at the very least, he hoped they could get along with her again. I'm sorry, Senna-chan, can you show me where the bathroom is? Me too. I'd like to go to the bathroom. It's the second door to the end of this hallway. Here, let me guide you. It's fine, we'll be quick. In the meantime, you should accompany Yuko. Thank you for the direction. We'll be back soon. WY-. The twins left quickly, heading to the bathroom as indicated by Senna, leaving her and Yuuji alone in the hallway. Her face blushed, and her heart began to thump nervously as awkward silence filled the air. Yuuji stood silently, secretly glancing at Senna, who was averting her gaze from him and refusing to talk. It has been a while since we've last talked, hasn't it, Senna? How have you been? Completely ignored, Yuuji couldn't help but sighed inwardly. Why was she ignoring him? He had been silent all this time since he didn't want to disturb his sisters when they're talking with her. But now that they're alone, she's ignoring him. Senna. Are you ignoring me? Senna snorted through her nose and crossed her arms under the breasts, and continued ignoring him. She was definitely ignoring him for some reason. Did he do something? Yuuji began racking his brain, going through everything he did towards her, starting from the present, and slowly going to the past. And soon, he noticed something that might answer why she was upset with him. Is it because of the promise? While slight, Yuuji didn't miss the flinch Senna did the instant he mentioned about the promise. Ah. So that's it. He let out a deep sigh of relief, having finally realized what made her upset. I'm sorry I couldn't fulfill my promise. I'm sorry I couldn't stay with you just like how I said I would. Yuuji apologized sincerely. Although it couldn't be helped, he still apologized for having brought up her hope of not leaving her alone, even though he knew he needed to return home. Yuuji knew Senna didn't have any friends before them. And them leaving must have caused her great sadness. More so when he gave her hope in the form of a promise that he won't leave her alone. The thoughtless promise he made when he was a child ended up causing her even more sadness. It's fine. It can't be helped, anyway. You had to go. Senna stopped crossing her arms, and instead began hugging herself as she slowly turned her head forward, no longer averting it away from Yuuji. Inwardly, she knew it couldn't be helped that Yuuji had to return home. But, she was just a bit upset at him and wanted to teach him a lesson. But. Who would have expected that he'd apologize so quickly and ruin all her plans? He also apologized with such sincerity and such gentle, soothing voice. She couldn't keep being upset at him. But still. I'd like to make it up to you now. Yuuji brought out his phone and showed it to Senna, causing her to finally turn her face towards him and look at his phone. How about we exchange contacts? Then, we can talk with each other whenever we want, even after I return home. We can even send each other pictures, videos, or even do a video call. Her eyes immediately widened as they shined in excitement. Her lips parted slightly in awe as she looked at Yuji's phone in reverence. But soon, she deflated once more. Have. I don't have one. Senna pouted her lips as she looked down, her hands clutching the ends of her skirt in frustration. You don't have a phone? Yuuji couldn't believe it when Senna nodded to his question. In this day and age, how could a teenage girl not have a phone? He looked at her, and saw the frustration, sadness, and embarrassment displayed entirely on her face. I see. Did your dad prohibit you from owning a phone? No. I simply never needed one. Stella would always pick me up on time at school. And if I need to call Papa from school, I can always use the school phone to do it. And I have no. Perhaps out of embarrassment or sadness. Senna couldn't finish the last bit of her sentence. But with context clues and knowing Senna's personality, Yuuji could easily guess what she meant to say. Especially when Senna seemed about to burst into tears. He sighed inwardly and revealed a small, soft smile. I see. Then, shall we go to town later and buy a phone? I saw a pretty large department store on the way here, so they might sell some phones. Senna immediately looked up to him, her beautiful sky-blue eyes regaining her luster as her pink, luscious lips curled into a bright smile. Really? You'll go with me? Let's all go together. Yuna and Nina can also recommend which phones are good. Why yes. I'll go. I wanna go. I'll go ask Dad. Senna immediately dashed past Yuuji, presumably going to find her dad to ask for permission. And just as she left, Yuna and Nina returned from the restroom, and saw Senna running away in a hurry. What happened? Yuuji smiled and answered. We'll be going shopping tomorrow. And I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Or buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/verglax. Thank you. Chapter 163, Chapter 161 Smartphone. The Seoul department store and shopping mall within Tuya City was located near the center of the suburban city. It was the largest building of the entire city at 4 stories high and a basement floor underground. For a department store, the 4 stories high building with an additional floor for the basement level was considerably small compared to other department stores in Japan. But when compared to other buildings, the building stood out as the largest building that existed within the city. Many visited the department store daily. Although the shopping district would be the more popular choice to go buy groceries, cheap, yet delicious, street foods, and simple things, the department store offered more choices of restaurants, cafes, branded shops, stores, as well as a play area at the roof, making it a more popular choice for a family outing or an outing with friends. And given it was the weekend, the mall was fairly filled with visitors. Yuuji, Yuna, and Nina attracted the attention of many visitors as they walked around the mall. In addition to Senna being there as well, herself a beautiful young girl on par with even Yuna and Nina, many turned their heads and made multiple glances at them, in awe of their appearance. However, having been accustomed to such attention, the 4 ignored the eyes and enjoyed themselves. Filled with excitement and curious wonder, Yuna led the group while dragging Senna by the hands. Nina followed closely after her twin sister, while Yuuji followed them from behind, watching over them. Although they had an objective, which was to buy Senna a new phone, they decided to explore the mall first and try to find things that would interest them. Yuna and Nina originally asked Senna to be their guide and introduce them to the interestings there would be in the mall. Perhaps her favorite spots to hang out or a favorite store she'd often visit for her wardrobe. Unfortunately, Senna was also unfamiliar with the place. Although she lived in the city, she had almost never gone to the mall. Because she never had the reason to. Whenever she'd like to buy something, she would simply tell her father what she wanted, and it would arrive at her doorstep the next morning. For food, her household had a group of dedicated chefs that would cook all her meals and snacks. For a family outing, she'd usually go abroad with her father. For an outing with friends. Well, she never had any friends, so she didn't have anyone to go hang out with in the mall. That's so sad. Yuuji couldn't help but look at Senna pitifully when she told them this. Her lips was curled into a depreciating smile, and her eyes were dull and empty. And Yuuji swore he could see tears beginning to pool around the corner of her eyes. She looked so defeated. But fortunately, Yuna and Nina quickly cheered her up. Don't worry. We can explore it together now. That's right. Their friendship and encouraging words brought light back into Senna's eyes, and she began nodding with tears of joy now wetting her eyes. Since then, they stopped bringing up anything that might remind Senna of the fact that she had been friendless ever since they left her. As would any teenage girls, the 3 instinctively made their way to the fashion area of the mall and began visiting the stores there. After spending their time choosing leisurely, the 3 tried on most of the clothes that gained their attention. And as the sole male, as well as their main target of interest, Yuuji had no choice but to accept the role of a judge and tell them his opinion on their outfits. Yukuin. How's this? Yuuji, what do you think? Hey, stop staring so much. J, just tell me what you really think. Hurry up. Yuuji sweated heavily as all 3 girls narrowed their eyes at him, waiting for his compliments. Of course, Yuuji only had praises for them. After all, they were all objectively beautiful. However, he couldn't simply tell them they're beautiful. So, his mind began working at high speeds, finding and weaving the words that would best describe his genuine impression of them. And thanks to his enhanced thought processing speed, he was able to satisfy them, earning him 3 sets of beautiful smiles from the 3 beauties. Unfortunately, however, this would not be the last time he'd do it this afternoon, as they went on several more rounds of shopping around the mall before they decided to find a phone store. Welcome Dash. Hello, my friend would like to buy a phone, can you please give us your recommendation? The store staff, a young, beautiful woman in her early 20s with her jet black hair tied into a neat bun, looked at the group that just entered her store with widened eyes. They're all so beautiful. And the young man, she couldn't even begin to describe how handsome he was. Are they idols? Or are they actors? Was there supposed to be a drama shooting in the mall she hadn't heard about? Why yes. Right away. Please, come and take a look. She quickly bowed her head, and led the dazzling group inside, all the while trying to not glance too much at them. Senna looked around the store for a while, trying to find a model similar to the one Yuuji owned. But no matter how much she looked, she couldn't find it. So in the end, she decided to buy the one similar to Yuna and Nina's. They paid promptly and bought the card and the phone number as well, and Senna decided to use it immediately. Her eyes sparkling in excitement as she fiddled around with the first ever phone she ever had. Congratulations, Senna-chan, now, let's exchange contacts so we can talk a bunch. Why yes. Here is my contact. Do you need my help entering it? I'll try it myself first. I can add it with this phone-looking one, right? She struggled for a bit, but with Yuna and Nina's help, she was soon able to add them both into her contacts. Her eyes shined brightly as she stared at her contact list. I have 2 contacts. 2 friends. Finally. One of her dreams had finally come true. Then, she turned towards Yuuji, her lips slightly pursed in nervousness. Hey. G, give me your contact too. Her cheeks blushed redly, but she put up a tough front and lifted her chin up as she shoved her new phone towards Yuuji. And seeing her acting like this, Yuuji couldn't help but smile teasingly at her. Oh. You want my contact too? Don't misunderstand. It's not like I want it or anything. But I might as well have it too as backup if I can't contact Yuna and Nina. Senna doubled down on her Tsundra acting, but Yuna, Nina, and Yuuji easily saw through it and couldn't help but look at her with doting eyes. It's like seeing a small animal trying to be tough even though it's being extremely shy. I wonder if I should give it to you or not if you don't really want mine. Yuuji tapped his chin and faked his hesitancy to give her his contact. He didn't even try to act, but Senna showed a genuine reaction of shock and fear, afraid she won't be able to get his contact now after seeing his reaction. I'm kidding. Here you go. GG's. Why did you have to say that? Why, you should have just given it to me. Ahahaha. It's because you're just so easy to tease. Senna glared and pouted angrily at Yuuji, but she still carefully copied Yuji's contact into her phone before naming it, Idiot Yukuin. And after exchanging their contacts, the four continued to explore the mall for a bit. They got matching phone straps in the shape of butterflies with colored jewels as its wings. Yuna got a pink one. Nina got a light blue one. Senna got a yellow one, while Yuuji got a black one. And they all immediately used it on their phone, before going around to find some snacks for the afternoon. As they were walking around, Yuuji noticed a gaze in his periphery that attracted his attention. When he turned to look, he saw a young man around his age with an interesting appearance, looking at him with widened eyes. He had blonde hair with brown tips and a pair of menacing eyes that made him look like he was perpetually glaring, even if he wasn't. And holding his hand was a small, cute, blonde-haired girl, dressed in a peculiar gothic Lolita fashion while hugging a bunny plushie in her arms. They were quite the particular-looking pair. Yuuji nodded at him with a small smile, causing him to snap out of his daze. He quickly nodded back and began walking away with his, presumably, little sister. Yukuin, what's wrong? Yuna asked, tilting her head as she looked at him in confusion. It's nothing. Yuuji shook his head dismissively. And just as the girls returned their attention to their search for some snacks, Yuuji received a notification from his group chat. Suzuki Satoru, everyone. Yggdrasil is shutting down in a few days. And I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Or buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/verglax. Thank you. Chapter 164, Chapter 162 A Favor. Suzuki Satoru, everyone. Yggdrasil is shutting down in a few days. Yuuji's eyes widened the moment he saw the message Satoru had sent in the group chat. The shutting down of Yggdrasil was not shocking news to anyone, not even those in Satoru's world. The announcement for its shutdown had been made and known for long before, and rumors of it, even longer. To most, the shutdown of a long-since-dying game which its main player base had left it for a long time was not special in any way. Many would simply brush it off or perhaps reminisce about the game they've played years ago for a few moments, before simply accepting it as regular information. But to Satoru, it was a massive and devastating news. Yggdrasil was not simply a game to him. It was his escape. A world much better than his own with reality much more preferable to him than his real world. A world where his life was filled with excitement, wonder, friendship, and a sense of belonging. A world he can escape to when his work and the dreary toxic world had become too much for him to handle for the day. The escape he had been clinging onto for dear life for the last few decades, trying his best to keep it from disappearing even if his friends had long since abandoned it, was now disappearing in a few days. Although he was not completely alone now, the disappearance of something that had been a massive part of his life must have still been devastating to him. Even through text, Yuuji could feel the sadness and loneliness he must be feeling right now. Yuuji began typing on his phone and responded to him. Tsubakihara Yuuji, Satoru-san. Are you okay? Suzuki Satoru, I'm fine. I've been trying my best to cope with it for a while now, so I'm doing better. Kiryu Aika, love, love, love. Sending you lots of love, Satoru-san. Lelouch Lampy Rouge, we are here for you. Please tell us if you need anything. One by one, the members of the group began sending him encouraging and comforting messages. Suzuki Satoru, thank you very much, everyone. I truly appreciate your feelings M. It is only thanks to everyone here that I've not been moping around in Nazarick lifelessly. Suzuki Satoru, I am actually here to get your advice on what I should do before the transfer. I've been doing a few things, but I want to know what I should be doing more to prepare. Tsubakihara Yuuji, I see. What have you been doing, Satoru-san? Suzuki Satoru, I've been raiding some dungeons and empty bases to gather as many resources as I can. Suzuki Satoru, I've also been checking Nazarik's treasury to see what we have and what we'd need, and buying a ton of useful and powerful cash items. Shiba Tatsuya, how about increasing the levels of the NPCs? Suzuki Satoru, yes. I've also been increasing the levels of the Pleiades and the area guardians. I've also been sorting out their weapons and inventory to give them an upgrade. Chiba Erika, I think you've prepared well enough. I can't think of anything to add. C.C. I am still a bit unfamiliar with the world you will be transferring to, so I won't be able to offer any good advice. Lelouch Lampy Rouge, I would recommend you stock up on information gathering items to bolster your intelligence gathering network. Tsubakihara Yuuji, I agree with Lelouch. And, well, perhaps this is not something to do in Yggdrasil, but perhaps you can buy a proficiency in management or leadership to help you. Perhaps business too. Suzuki Satoru, yes. I was just thinking of doing it. Thank you, Lelouch-kun, Yuuji-kun. I'll take your advice. Satoru currently has the etiquette and insight proficiency in addition to the charisma passive skill he had just received from the mission to Lelouch's world. And although they would help him in his acting, it'd be better if Satoru could truly act as a leader and perhaps not be absolutely clueless on management and business. Kiryu Aika, don't forget to change albedo settings too. Suzuki Satoru, That's right. I've actually been thinking about it, but I don't have any good idea yet. Satoru wanted to erase the setting of being a slut albedo had that would become a reality upon his transfer. After all, even though it was his good friend Tabula himself that gave that setting, he didn't want albedo, who he saw as his own daughter, to follow that setting. That said, he didn't know what he should change it to. Replacing it with loves manga was denied immediately by him and everyone in the chat group. Satoru himself didn't want to place such feelings upon his own daughter forcefully, and he wouldn't have in the anime if he knew it would become a reality. That said, he also didn't know what he could replace it with that would not go against her own nature and Tabula Smaragdina's Gatmo setting on her. Kiryu Aika, don't worry. I've actually prepared it. Suzuki Satoru, Then by all means, please tell me, Aika-san. Yuuji waited in bated anticipation along Satoru and the others, as Aika typed her response. Kiryu Aika, Fufu you can make her a Gudere, who will only love her destined one. Suzuki Satoru, go, dear. Yuuji also tilted his head slightly. He had never heard of the term Gudere before. Was it similar to Tsundere or Yandere? Chiba Erika, Aika, what's a Gudere? Kiryu Aika, let me explain. Gudere is the best deer there is. Go means overwhelming, and deer means love. So a Gudere is someone whose love and passion for their beloved is overwhelming. Kiryu Aika, she's the kind of girl who would put their beloved above everything else and wants to help their beloved achieve anything they wish. And she'll let nothing stop her from realizing her beloved's wishes. Suzuki Satoru, I see. That does sound like the albedo in the anime. Kiryu Aika, that's right. Albedo in the anime is a Gudere. So, in reality, we won't be changing much of her settings. Just that she'll be free to choose whoever her beloved would be. Suzuki Satoru, I see. That is a great idea, Aika-san. I would also like for her to find someone she truly loves and be as devoted as she was in the anime to them. Towards albedo, who he saw as his own daughter, Satoru's wish was to see her be happy and safe, and find someone she could truly be in love with and spend a life of happiness with that person. Well, he won't accept just anyone to be his beloved daughter's partner. And he also won't let it be anyone that might cause a disruption within his family. But, this was still a good idea. Suzuki Satoru, thank you very much, Aika-san. I'll be taking your advice and modify your settings now. Kiryu Aika, you're welcome. Suzuki Satoru, then, I'll be returning to Yggdrasil for now and continue the preparation. See you guys soon. Tsubakihara Yuuji, good luck, Satoru-san. Lelouch Lampy Rouge, +1. Shiba Tatsuya, +1. Chiba Erika, +1. C.C, +1. Kiryu Aika, +1. With the group disbanded temporarily as everyone returned to their activities, Yuuji put his phone back in his pocket and continued to accompany the girls in their exploration. And soon, they quickly made their way back to the mansion, picked up by Stella, so they could arrive before dinner time. The cold night wind blew gently as Yuuji, unperturbed in the slightest by such small breeze, sat silently on a chair in one of the balconies on the second floor. A wine cup filled with water, because there wasn't any other type of cup in the household aside from cups normally used for fancy alcohol, rested on the marble table before him. After finishing dinner and taking a bath, Yuna, Nina, and Senna decided to have a girls' night to catch up and tell stories from the time they were separated. And given they gather in Senna's bedroom, Yuuji decided to remove himself from the gathering, to Yuna and Nina's disappointment, and spend some time under the night sky. He chatted with Aika, Erika, C.C, and Mayumi on his phone. And while waiting for them to reply, he went through his inventory and explored the shop for a bit to see if there's something that could help them with the mission in Satoru's world. He didn't know if he would join. But Aika would most definitely ask Satoru if she could join so could gain a power that would allow her to protect herself better in her world. With the matters about the fallen angel and the incoming conflict between Rias's peerage and the Phoenix, she wanted the power that would allow her to, at the very least, keep herself safe from those conflicts. And Yuuji also wished the same for her. But, the world of Overlord was dangerous. Although she'd be surrounded by powerful beings and she would also gain a powerful ability from the support given by the group chat, there was still the existence of world items. In the Overlord world, world items are extremely powerful and are capable of affecting even max-level players and NPCs, such as Satoru and the other members of Nazarick. Even Aika might not be safe from such items. Although she has an SSR, Aika's full body potential unlock didn't give her any protection against magical effects. She might be able to resist the effects of regular magic items and magical effects. But Yuuji doubted she'd be protected from a magical effect from a world item, such as the brainwashing effect of the downfall of Castle and Country, which was owned and used by the Theocracy in the Overlord anime. But, there was a way to resist the effect of a world item. That is, to have another world item themselves. Someone with a world item would not be affected by the effects of another world item. Thus, if Aika were to borrow one of the world items that belonged to Ain's old gown, she'd be able to resist other world items. This fact gave Yuuji a bit of peace. But Aika still needed to get stronger. After all, they won't be able to rely on world items all the time. As powerful as they were, each world item still has a downside that would make them balanced to exist in the game. For instance, the downfall of Castle and Country, which could affect even a level 100 NPC character, could only be used to charm one target at a time and could not affect the Platinum Dragon Lord, Sane Dorcas Vasion. If she were to somehow encounter the Dragon Lord that gave even Satoru and Albedo a tough fight, Yuuji didn't even want to imagine what would happen to her. So, he would need to find something that could help protect her if he couldn't be there to do it before she gets stronger. Ah. So you're here. Yuuji snapped out of his daze and turned towards the entrance of the balcony to see Senna's father, Tenma, standing there. He was dressed in a grey yukata with his hands slipped in his long loose sleeves, with a small smile on his face as he looked at Yuuji. Kashiwazaki-san. Just as Yuuji was about to stand up and greet him, Tenma waved his hand and approached him, taking the seat beside him. He leaned back on his chair and looked up to the night sky, the moon shining brightly in the midst of the starry darkness that encompassed everything. Let me relax here for a little bit. I just managed to escape from those two, and I need a place to hide for a while. Escape. Tenma let out a deep sigh and shook his head as he pinched the bridge of his nose. Those two. They've been talking non-stop since dinner. And Stell has been revealing every single embarrassing and dark memory I've been trying my best to suppress to Mira. It's like high school all over again. I see. From his words alone, and the trembling of his hands, Yuuji could feel the embarrassment and pain he's suffering. But all he could do was give him an apologetic look and his pity. For he has no power to do anything about it. No man in the world does. Not when it comes to their wife/beloved. Well, forget about that. How have you been, Yuuji-kun? The last time I saw you, you were just this little thing. But now, you've grown so much. I couldn't help but wonder how you've been all this year. Yuuji smiled softly and responded. Thanks to the loving family I've been blessed with, I have been living well. And I'm now trying my best to be able to repay them for the love and care they've given me. Good man. Oh, and I've also heard from Mira that you've been dipping your toes into investment. She bragged about how talented you are. I'm still just an amateur compared to my mother, but I am learning as much as I can so I may one day support them on my own, and let them live a life without the need to worry about money. A look of surprise flashed across Tenma's face. This wasn't the sort of response he'd expect from a child his daughter's age. His eyes flashed with intrigue and admiration as he observed Yuuji more closely now more than ever. His impression of Yuuji had raised several levels now in his mind. I see. I wish you good luck in your endeavor. And if I may give you one piece of advice from someone who had dove into that world a bit earlier. Don't bite more than you can chew. The words of advice from a man who had reached the heights few could attain reverberated deeply. Although he was now far beyond Tenma in terms of assets thanks to the group chat, Yuuji took his advice seriously as one from someone who attained such heights with his own ability. Thank you very much for your advice. I have taken it to heart. Tenma nodded, his lips curled into a gentle smile, as Yuuji bowed his head in gratitude. Well then. I've come not only to escape the ladies. I came to find you to ask you something. What would that be? Tenma shifted his gaze towards Yuuji. His eyes looked straight into his. Your trip this afternoon. How did it go? A look of surprise flashed across his face, not expecting a rather normal and mundane question to come from him when he looked so serious. But Yuuji answered as seriously as he could. It went very well. We had a lot of fun, and I believe the girls have re-established their friendship quite well. They've been full of smiles all day long. Tenma's lips curled into a small smile. His eyes softened as he seemingly imagined his daughter laughing and having fun with friends she never had since her childhood. The elegant, composed figure of the establishment of nobility and position simply melted away, leaving behind the loving figure of a father who cared for his daughter dearly. I see. I'm glad. He leaned back to his chair as a moment of silence fell between the two. The gentle night breeze blew past them as the rustling of leaves and faint clattering of branches from the forests all around them resounded in the background. How about you? What do you think of Senna? Yuji's eyes widened in surprise once more, not expecting such a straightforward question to suddenly be asked. He turned to Tenma, and saw him glancing at him relaxedly with a small smile on his lips. He asked the question casually, as if asking him for the weather. But from his eyes, Yuuji could tell how serious he was with this question. He was observing him closely. His eyes and ears carefully discerned the next few words he was going to say for lies and untruths. It would have been nerve-wracking to be observed so closely once one noticed his true intention behind his relaxed demeanor. But Yuuji kept his calm, for he had nothing to hide. Senna. The words she says could be very sharp and rude, and she could also be brash at times. But I do now that those tough and spiky exterior were meant to protect her true nature, which is kind, shy, and well-meaning. Yuuji leaned back to his chair and shifted his gaze up to the night sky. The stars twinkled ever so faintly as the moon shined its light brightly. I had quite a bit of fun teasing and poking her tough exterior so I could enjoy her cute reactions. But all in all, I feel very comfortable when I'm with her and I'm glad we could be friends again. Silence fell once more between the two. Before a loud, roaring laughter erupted from Tenma, causing Yuuji to turn to him in surprise. I see. Ha 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 ha. I'm glad you think of her that way. Tenma stood up, stretched his arms and body, and turned towards Yuuji once more. You've put me in a good mood. So I'll have you accompany me for a drink to relish in this mood. A look of surprise flashed across his eyes. But seeing as Tenma wouldn't back down from his demand, Yuuji let out a sigh and smiled helplessly. I'm still a minor, Kashiwazaki-san. So I'll just have water. Good man. Ha 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 ha. Let's go. Tenma walked briskly back into the manor, his wooden sandals clacking away, and Yuuji quickly followed after. They reached Tenma's room, and he brought out a bottle of wine from his special stash in his room, and went ahead with his drink late into the night while Yuuji accompanied the men with all his shenanigans that began happening more and more as more wine entered his system. By the end of it, Tenma passed out on the table, forcing Yuuji to pick him up and put him in his bed, before leaving the room and returning to his ex. And I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Or buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/verglax. Thank you. Chapter 165, Chapter 163 World Item. Beep beep beep. The sound of notifications of messages from the Multiverse Group Chat coming to his phone roused Yuuji awake from his slumber. And he immediately noticed something different. He felt something, or perhaps someone, on top of him. They were small. Their whole body was able to fit easily on top of him. The t-shirt he wore had been lifted up, and the warmth and softness he felt directly on the skin of his chest and stomach was definitely something he had experienced before. He slowly opened his eyes. And as he expected, the mound was too small for it to be Mira, Yuna, or Nina under his blanket. Well, given we're currently in a friend's home, I doubt they'd come in the middle of the night. He looked to his left and right, and saw the twin slimes still sleeping silently, nuzzled to his neck. Meaning, there's only one other that would be currently resting on his body. He lifted his blanket. And as he expected, he saw the pure white long hair of Est covering him up like a blanket. And underneath it, the naked, young body of the spirit sword sovereign, with only a stocking covering her legs, on top of him, sleeping soundly. Feeling the cold wind that came from him lifting up the blanket, Est let out a cute little groan and curled up, pressing herself on Yuji's warm body. Seeing his state once again manifesting in her physical, young girl's form, just so she could sleep on top of him, Yuuji couldn't help but let out a sigh. He smiled helplessly and stroked the girl's head for a bit, before moving her to the side and tucking her in along with the white and black slimes. He sat up on his bed and grabbed his phone. The clock on his lock screen showed 6:02 in the morning, which meant he had only been sleeping for 4 hours, since he returned from accompanying Tenma drinking at 2. Still, even then, he did not feel any discomfort or sleepiness, given his divine physique. He felt as refreshed as he would after sleeping with his beloved in his embrace for the entire night. Yuuji opened the group chat and saw a message to the group from Satoru. Suzuki Satoru, everyone, I have good news. Chiba Erika, HM. Good news. Shiba Tatsuya, good morning, Satoru-san. I'm surprised to receive your message this early in the morning. Kiryu Aika, Satoru-san, it's still so early. Did you not sleep again? Suzuki Satoru, ahahaha. Actually, I've been grinding all night. Since tomorrow is a Sunday and I fortunately don't have to go to the office, I took this chance to grind as much as I could in preparation for the shutdown. Lelouch Lampi Rouge, you've worked hard, Satoru-san. Tsubakihara Yuuji, thank you for your hard work, Satoru-san. But please take a rest soon. Suzuki Satoru, thank you. I will, Yuji-kun. But still. I need to share this great news with you guys now. Suzuki Satoru, last night, I've been spending all my time raiding the empty guild bases. I raided a guild named Aurum, and when I finished plundering them, I found a world item. Immediately, everyone in the group chat, aside from C.C who hasn't woken up yet, expressed their surprise and excitement to the amazing news. Kiryu Aika, that's amazing. What does it do, Satoru-san? Suzuki Satoru, its name is Dropner. It's a magical ring that could produce 8 non-magical copies of itself every 9 days. This is why the Aurum Guild suddenly became super rich several years ago. With this, no one would have to worry about money anymore. Tsubakihara Yuuji, wow. I didn't think such an item existed. You now have infinite money. Congratulations, Satoru-san. Lelouch Lampi Rouge, that's amazing. With that item, you truly won't have to worry about money anymore. Kiryu Aika, oh my god. Satoru-san, you don't have to be a penny pincher anymore in the real world now. Congratulations. Chiba Erika, that's crazy. All you need is time, and money would literally appear without you having to do anything. Shiba Tatsuya, Now, you don't have to worry about not having enough money to upgrade the base or do any sort of experiment. Suzuki Satoru, that's right. And, with this, it brings the number of world items Ains Olgaun owns to 12. Meaning, if all of us were to come to this world, we can each hold a world item each and have the floor guardians who'll be working outside, such as Albedo, Demiurge, Aura, Mare, and Cositus, hold one too. That way, we'll all be protected from other world items. To someone who had seen the anime Overlord, the power of world items were clear to them. They were extremely powerful items, allowing even low-level characters to harm even level 100 characters. Thus, even the members of the group chat, who possessed powerful SSRs, couldn't simply ignore its threat. Fortunately, the effects of world items would not be able to affect them if they were to be in the possession of another world item. This was why Satoru had all his floor guardians hold a world item each once he realized the existence of world items in the new world. And now, he'd have enough world items if everyone in the group chat were to join him in the new world for the mission. Everyone expressed their gratitude and relief. Now, although they'd still need to be vigilant of world items, at least they won't have to worry about something absolutely terrible befalling them. Tsubakihara Yuuji, well then, Satoru-san. Thank you for informing us of the good news. And please don't forget to take a rest for a bit. Suzuki Satoru, thank you, Yuji-kun. I'm still feeling fine, thanks to the effects of my SSR. But I'll take your advice and rest for a bit, before going back to grind as much as I could until the shutdown. Who knows, maybe I can find another world item again. Ha ha ha. After saying that, Satoru excused himself, and the group also began to disperse one by one to begin their day. But soon after, Yuuji decided to send a message to Satoru privately. Tsubakihara Yuuji, Satoru-san, I'm sorry for bothering you, even though I was the one telling you to rest. Yuuji apologized, feeling bad for bothering him despite telling him to rest. Suzuki Satoru, Yuji-kun. It's fine. What's wrong? Yuuji hesitated for a bit. The request he wanted to make to Satoru might be stepping over the line for him. But after thinking for a bit, he decided to just be shameless and make the request anyway. Tsubakihara Yuuji, Satoru-san. I have a request. Suzuki Satoru, a request. What could it be? Tsubakihara Yuuji, if the mission to your world only calls for one participant, please choose Aika to be the one to go for the mission and take care of her. Satoru couldn't help but become shocked at his request. Now, he understood why Yuuji suddenly contacted him privately and even seemed hesitant in telling him his request. Normally, the one whose world would become the stage for the mission would choose who they would like to become the participant for the mission. It was only fair for them to choose the one most appropriate for the mission since it'd affect the fate of their world. It was an unwritten rule that everyone simply agreed with without even having to discuss it. So, for someone like Yuuji, who's usually very courteous, to ignore this rule and ask him to choose Aika was quite shocking for Satoru. But, knowing Yuuji, he must have had a reason. Suzuki Satoru, why would you want me to choose Aika-san, Yuuji-kun? Tsubakihara Yuuji, because I wish for her to become more powerful. Yuuji then explained to him her current situation in her world. The threat of fallen angels. The roasted chicken who's known for his promiscuity. The rogue fallen angel cadre. And Cow's brigade. Even if Aika possessed amazing magical abilities that she got from the mission in Tatsuya's world, Yuji doubted it'd be enough to protect her from the threats of the supernatural world in her world. Tsubakihara Yuuji, that is why. If Aika were to participate in the mission, she might get a powerful class and abilities of a level 100 character from Yggdrasil as part of the support items granted to them by the group chat. Tsubakihara Yuuji, it would greatly increase her strength and give her the ability to protect herself in her own world. That's why. Suzuki Satoru, I see. A few moments passed in silence as Yuji waited anxiously for Satoru's answer to his request. And soon, a message came from him. Suzuki Satoru, I understand. Please don't worry, Yuji-kun. I will invite Aika if only one person could participate in the mission in my world as you wish. And I will also protect her with all the power of Ain's old gown. I consider her as a little sister, so I will definitely not let her be in any danger. Suzuki Satoru, and if the mission called for 2 or more people, I will definitely pick you as well so you can watch over her. Tsubakihara Yuuji, Satoru-san. Thank you very much. Suzuki Satoru, ha ha ha, don't mind it. I'm also the one who'll be greatly helped if you and Aika were to help me, anyway. Tsubakihara Yuuji, still. Thank you for accepting my selfish request, Satoru-san. Suzuki Satoru, you're welcome. And really, you don't need to mind it anymore since you've helped me even more multiple times. Suzuki Satoru, then, I'll be going first. I'll go eat something and take a short nap, before I continue my grind. Tsubakihara Yuuji, I understand. Then, I won't bother you anymore. Thank you once again, Satoru-san. Suzuki Satoru, See you later. Yuji let out a sigh of relief and smiled gratefully. And just then, he heard knocking on his door and the familiar, beautiful voice of Yuna resounding from behind it. Yukuin. Breakfast is ready. Hurry and wash up and go to the dining hall so we can eat together. I'll be right there. Yuji answered, before turning towards the girls and gently shake them awake. Alice, Arya. Wake up. I need to go. You can continue sleeping in your necklace and spiritual form. Master. 5 more minutes. The 2 slime girls, normally very obedient to him, also began nuzzling up even more to Est, who refused to wake up. In the end, Yuji had to coax them into waking up for a bit so they could transform into their respective form that Yuji could bring with him. I'll make you girls pudding if you wake up now. And with just one line, Yuji was able to quickly wash up and head to the dining hall with the necklace of Arya and Alice around his neck and Est in her tattoo form on his hand. Anne, I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Or buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/verglax. Thank you. Chapter 166, Chapter 164 Farewell. The next day. Having spent the entire day catching up with each other in the comfort of the Kashiwazaki estate, Estelle, Mira, and Aika decided to venture out today. Unfortunately, though Tuya City was a peaceful town with plenty of beautiful natural scenery and fresh air, entertainment had never been the forefront of the city. There's an indoor water park in the city, which was one of the greatest attractions in the city, but the ladies did not feel like having their sexy, mature bodies be ogled at by other men aside from their beloved. Thus, they'll simply be going to the mall their children went to yesterday with Tenma and Stella accompanying them. It would be a girls' shopping trip to celebrate their reunion, and they will be using Tenma's card to pay for everything. Meanwhile, since they had explored the mall thoroughly the day before, Yuji, Yuna, Nina, and Senna were given the choice to go on their own. Estelle had given them her husband's other card and a bunch of cash from her husband's wallet, and told them to have fun and not worry about money. Of course, Tenma had no say in this and was forced to accept his fate. Hey, Senna-chan. How about going to the shopping district? It seems like it has a lot of interesting shops. I guess, it's fine. I've never really been to the shopping district, so I don't really know much about it. Then perhaps it's a good chance for you to get to know it better. Shall we go? Sure. What do you think, Yukuin? I think it's a great idea. I'm curious what we could find there as well. Then, it's decided. Let's go. With the decision made, the 4 went around and explored the shopping district to their heart's content. They visited numerous food stands, using the cash Tenma gave them, and enjoyed the cheap yet delicious chicken skewers, rock sugar-coated fruit sticks, takoyaki, taiyaki, and various other snacks and drinks. Then, after having their fill, they went to an arcade to play some games. However, halfway through it, Yuji was faced with the pouting and glaring figure of the 3 girls before him. With Yuji's enhanced senses and reflexes, in addition to his accelerated learning abilities, winning against him would have been a miracle for Yuna, Nina, and Senna. That's why, Yuuji immediately decided to hold back as much as he could so the three girls could have fun. But what he didn't expect was the fact that all three of them were terrible at games, that even when he held back to the best of his abilities, they couldn't win against him. In the end, Yuuji decided to appease their wrath by winning them a plush of their choosing each from the claw machines. And of course, he didn't forget to win a few more for Est, the slime twins, Mira, and his Aikane. After the arcade, Yuna and Nina decided to visit the karaoke with Senna. Although a bit shy at first, with Yuna, Nina, and Yuji's encouragement, Senna built up the courage to sing before her first friends, revealing her beautiful singing voice. Then, Yuna and Nina also joined in the fun, giving Yuuji a front row seat to a show that, to him, surpassed even a full-blown concert from a famous singer. Yukuin. You sing too. I want to hear your voice. Do your best, Yuuji. We look forward to your performance. It's not like I want to hear you sing. But it'd be a waste to come here and not sing, so you should do a few songs. Faced with the three girls' request, Yuuji had no choice but to take the mic from them, and sang a few songs. And the moment he did, the girls all looked at him with eyes widened in shocked awe. In the end, he was forced to sing until their time in the karaoke ran out by Yuna and Nina. In fact, if not for him catching Senna in the act, she would have extended the time secretly so she could hear Yuuji sing more. After sufficiently playing around the shopping district, the three went to a restaurant for a late lunch, before returning to the mall to meet up with their parents. And when they arrived, they saw a bizarre scene. Senna-chan, what happened to your father? I don't know. Is he okay? I don't know. Yuuji, Yuna, Nina, and Senna all stood in silence, looking at the gaunt figure of a thoroughly exhausted man with bags upon bags of his wife and their friend's shopping haul hung on his shoulders, arms, and back. And walking in front of him, not even paying attention to his pitiful form, were Mira, Aika, and Estelle, all of them wearing an ever-so-bright smile, with Stella accompanying them from behind to assist them at a moment's notice. Yuuji, as the sole other male in the group, couldn't help but send Tenma a look of pity. For he too knew the suffering a man must endure to make his women happy. If not for his divine physique and inventory skill from the group chat, he might have been in the same state as him when he went shopping with Aika, Erika, and Mayumi. A man of true valor. I will remember you, Tenma-san. He prayed for him silently. After the shopping spree, everyone promptly made their way back to the Kashiwazaki estate. This would be the last day of the trip, when Yuuji, Mira, and the others would all return home. Upon arriving at the estate, they all packed up their belongings, including the things they bought in the mall today and yesterday, and got ready to depart. I'll miss you so much, Mira. Let's meet again soon after my trip to Bali. Fufu, I'll miss you too, Estelle. Next time, I'll welcome you to my home. Although not as big as yours, we have a few guest rooms for you, Senna-chan and Stella-chan. That's a great idea. Standing in front of the estate with Stella and the car behind them, ready to drive them back to the station, Estelle hugged Mira and Aika tightly. Her arms wrapped around their neck. Then where will I sleep? The living room. Am I even invited? Everyone ignored the plight of the head of the household. Even his own daughters did not spare a glance at the pitiful man. Senna kept glancing at Yuuji as her mother hugged Yuna and Aika, and patted Yuuji on the head. Her eyes slightly red and wet as she pursed her lips tightly. The last few days had been the most memorable days she's ever had. As someone who couldn't make any friends since elementary school, she did not count her follower simps as friends. Being able to hang out and explore the mall and the shopping district together with Yuna, Nina, and Yuuji was a dream she always had. Moreover, meeting Yuuji once again reminded her of a lot of things from her childhood. He was still the same kind, reliable, and cool boy she knew and... Senna-chan. I'm gonna miss you so much. Let's meet again soon. Suddenly, Senna was abruptly brought out of her daze from Yuna leaping onto her and embracing her tightly. She immediately froze, having never been in this situation and not knowing how to react. Yuan. I'll miss you too. Senna-chan, please take care of yourself. And let's meet again in the near future. Nina approached her with a soft, gentle smile, unlike her little twin sister. And Senna nodded in response, instinctively. Senna. Let's meet again. Until then, take care of yourself. And send us a lot of messages too. Her cheeks blushed the moment Yuuji approached and stood beside Nina. His gentle smile and soft, comforting gaze sent her heart into a flutter and her mind into a daze. I guess I'll do that. Why you guys send me messages too? Though I'll probably just respond once in a while. I'll send you lots of messages. Let's chat a lot. In fact, let's make a group consisting of the four of us. Senna, who immediately regretted saying such things in instinctive reflex, bloomed into an excited smile when Yuna suggested making a group. That way, she could talk with all of them just as they would now. And she could do it no matter where they were. Why yes. After saying their last goodbyes and thanking Tenma, Estelle, and Senna for their hospitality, Yuji and the others alighted the car and left with Stella driving them back to the station. And as they left, Senna unknowingly stood in silence for a while, her eyes never leaving the direction they left in. Hee, do you already miss them? Suddenly, hugging her from behind, her mother whispered directly in her ears. Mom. What are you doing? Fufu, don't be so shy, dear, you must have a lot of fun playing with the three of them again, right? You used to be inseparable from them when you were younger, you know. It's all right. Estelle simply chuckled at her daughter's unwillingness to accept the truth and express her true feelings. It's the only cute thing her father fortunately passed on to her, since he had no other cute traits. She let go of her daughter before moving in front of her and held her hands. Her gaze directed straight at her, prompting Senna to also meet her soft, loving, motherly gaze. I'm glad that you had fun. A healthy red blush colored Senna's snow-white cheeks as she looked down in embarrassment. Yuan. Facing her mother's genuine happiness for her, even the tsundere couldn't help but nod and express her true feelings. Yes. She was happy, beyond happy, to have spent the weekend with them. It was a magical weekend. The best weekend she ever had. Seeing her daughter being honest, Estelle giggled and hugged her again, stroking Senna's beautiful, long, golden hair that she inherited from her. So. What do you think of Yuji-kun? He's so handsome, isn't he? Why, what are you saying, Mom? Oh my fufu, you finally became honest of your feelings for him, Tenma. Should we just engage them already? Senna had given her consent. Mom. What are you saying? Don't even LL like him. Fufu, sure, whatever you say, dear. How about the next time I return, we'll go to their home and formalize the engagement. Why you? I don't know anymore. Mom, you dummy. Senna quickly pushed herself away from her mother's embrace and rushed back into her home, immediately making a beeline to her room with her face as red as a tomato. And as she did, she could hear her mother's melodic laughter echoing from outside. She must be teasing her. That must be it. Oh, otherwise. How could she say that? She loves Yuji. Geez. Mom, you stupid. Idiot. Dummy. I don't know anymore. In the end, for the rest of the day, Senna couldn't get her mother's word and Yuji's figure out of her mind. Not even in her dreams was she safe from her fantasy of being engaged to Yuji and going on dates with him. Sorry. I did not realize I haven't posted this chapter on the 12th. M. Chapter 167, Chapter 165 Overlord. The next morning. Still slightly tired from the trip yesterday, the twins unconsciously leaned their bodies towards Yuji as they walked side by side, making their way to school. Yuna would let out a cute little yawn from time to time, while Nina walked silently in a daze. Arriving at school, Yuji walked his sisters to her classroom first. But before they separate, Yuji held their hands for a moment, halting them from entering. What's wrong, Yukun? Yuji. Yuji smiled softly and responded. I made a promise this afternoon with Haruka-senpai this afternoon. So we won't be able to walk home together. Ah. That's right. I remember you did make that promise after the basketball game this Friday. Nina thought for a moment before nodding, remembering hearing about it. Well. I guess it can't be helped. Yuna pouted her lips and averted her eyes to the side, sulking. Walking home after school with her Yukun was always something she looked forward to. After all, she could hug his arms and be super close to him when very few people would be walking the streets near their home. Nina was inwardly disappointed as well, but she kept her cool and understood Yuji's situation. I'm sorry. I'll make it up to you next time. Meanwhile, you should bring Arya and Alice with you when you walk home. They'll protect you. Right, you too. Yuji touched the obsidian gem and white, pearly necklace affectionately, and the two slimes responded with a slight jiggle, imperceptible to anyone else but those near Yuji. All right. Then, we'll be in Arya-chan and Alice-chan's care. I'll come to your class to hand you Arya and Alice. Don't go before I come, okay? Okay. Yes. The two then entered their class, and Yuji also made his way to his classroom, which was the one next to Yuna and Nina's. Upon entering, he greeted his classmates, as well as Raku and AI as he took his seat beside them. And just then, a notification came to his phone. World, Overlord. Missions. Become an Adamantite class adventurer. Obtain 1 world tier item. Subjugate the evil organization. Subjugate at least 1 nation. Special mission, 5,000 GCP, additional 5,000 GCP per nation for each participant. Number of participants. Supporting items. Special level 100 race and class divine class items and equipment identity and background history starting money, equivalent to 60% of the owner's current wealth. Failure conditions. Failing to become an adamantite class adventure. Failing to obtain a world tier item. No evil organization subjugated. No nation subjugated. Rewards upon completion. All supporting items will be permanently available to participants upon successful completion of the quest. Point 10 plus 1 pull ticket from the Gacha group chat points equal to 1000x the number of missions completed. Penalties upon failure. All supporting items will be removed from participants upon failure to complete the missions. Group chat points equal to 1000x the number of missions failed will be deducted from participants. If points owned are less than points deducted, the points owned will be 0. Yuuji's eyes widened in surprise. It finally arrived. The mission in Satoru's world. He quickly went to the group chat room, and as he expected, everyone had gathered and begun discussing the mission. Suzuki Satoru, so it has finally arrived, huh? Lelouch Lampi Rouge, the missions seem quite difficult this time. Shiba Tatsuya, indeed. Subjugating an evil organization and a nation. Not to mention, obtaining a world tier item. They're not easy tasks. Kiryu Aika, if we follow the anime, then we might be able to get a world tier item from the theocracy, right? Tsubakihara Yuuji, yes. As for an evil organization, perhaps we can target the 8 fingers. C.C, what about the nation? Chiba Erika, yeah. That's a really difficult one to accomplish. Yuuji fell into thought for a moment. Subjugating a nation. Even if they follow what happened in the anime, it still wouldn't be an easy task. Moreover, doing the same thing as what happened in the anime would mean that they would have to kill hundreds of thousands of people. That was something he'd like to avoid, if at all possible. Moreover, killing so many people might also attract the unwanted attention and enmity of the Platinum Dragon Lord, who already regarded players as the cancer of the world that needed to be removed. That means, they'd need to think of a way to subjugate Riestais, Baharuth, or some other nations without having to kill a massive number of people and attracting the Platinum Dragon Lord's attention. Tsubakihara Yuuji, Satoru-san, how much time do we have before the server shutdown in Yggdrasil? Suzuki Satoru, around 4 hours from now. Tsubakihara Yuuji, I see. Then we have approximately 4 hours to think of a plan before the 3 of us begin the mission. Shiba Tatsuya, then perhaps we should decide who will participate in this mission first so we can plan around their abilities. Lelouch Lampi Rouge, agreed. Then, Satoru-san, I believe you should be the one to choose who you would like to participate in this mission. Everyone agreed with Tatsuya and Lelouch's proposal. With missions in a world where one of the members originated from, that member would be given the freedom to choose who would participate in the mission. After all, it concerned the direction and the future in which their world would take. Moreover, given it's their world, they would be more knowledgeable about its intricacies and choose who would be the most appropriate for the missions. This was the case with the mission in Tatsuya's world and Lelouch's world. Thus, they let Satoru choose the participants of the mission that would be joining him in his world. Suzuki Satoru, I understand. In truth, I would have preferred if everyone could join me in this world, not only to help with the mission, but to also show you the home my comrades and I have made. But unfortunately, I can only choose 3. Kiryu Aika, it's fine, Satoru-san. You can just invite us once you clear the mission. Chiba Erika, that's true. You don't need to feel bad. Shiba Tatsuya, yes. That's why, please feel free to choose who you would like to join you in this mission. Suzuki Satoru, yes. I will definitely invite everyone once we finish this mission. So for now. Suzuki Satoru, first, I would like Yuuji-kun to join me. I believe his strength, his anti-magic geas, business skills, and flexibility would be extremely helpful for this mission. Moreover, as someone who had participated in the past 2 missions, I believe his experience would be crucial for us to succeed in these particularly difficult tasks. With Yuuji's divine physique, the yin-yang slimes, terminus estate, his geas which negates all magic in his vision, his elemental sight, and the power to bend the very fabric of space to his will, his combat and weapon proficiencies, in addition to the level 100 class and race and divine ranked items he would receive as supporting items from the group chat, Satoru had no doubt that his strength would surpass him in his overlord form, and perhaps even the greatest warrior in Nazarick, the world champion, Touch Me, and the strongest entity of Nazarick, Rabido. If he wanted to complete missions such as subjugating a nation while also being capable of fighting against powers like the Platinum Dragon Lord, then he'll need someone as powerful as Yuuji. Moreover, Yuuji's management skills and investment skills would be extremely beneficial to Nazarick's economy. Although he now possessed the world item, Dropner, which translated into infinite Yggdrasil gold, it'd be better if there's someone who could use those riches to its fullest potential. All in all, even if he put aside his own personal feelings and friendship for Yuuji, choosing him was objectively the best choice he could make. Tsubakihara Yuuji, I understand. I will try my best to live up to your expectations, Satoru-san. Suzuki Satoru, I will be in your care as well, Yuji-kun. Suzuki Satoru, then, second. I would like Lelouch to join me as well. With his strategic brilliance and ability to collect any information in the world at will, we would be able to create more efficient and safe plans to complete the missions. Having seen Lelouch's leadership and strategic skills firsthand during the mission, Satoru was confident in Lelouch's ability to even subjugate a nation, since he had done so in the past. In addition, with his SSR, the Archivist of Universal Knowledge, which gave him the power to collect any information in the world at will, they'd be able to gain much needed information for their plans to go forward safely and efficiently. With Yuji as the tip of the spear and Lelouch as the strategist, he doubted any nation, to his knowledge, would be capable of defeating Nazarick. Lelouch Lampi Rouge, understood. I will be in your care. Suzuki Satoru, likewise. Thank you, Lelouch-kun. Suzuki Satoru, then finally. I would like Aika-san to join this mission. Kiryu Aika, yeah. Is that okay, Satoru-san? Aika, seeing Satoru's message declaring his decision to choose her for the mission, couldn't help but look at her phone in shock. Initially, she did want to join the mission to increase her strength in preparation for the upcoming events and conflicts that would happen in her world. But after seeing the missions, the difficulty seemed a bit too much for her, who's only capable of some magic and healing that's mediocre compared to Yuji, Satoru, Tatsuya, and C.C, and mediocre physical combat skills compared to Erika. She also didn't have specialized magic that would be useful like Lelouch's, Archivist of Universal Knowledge. Even after she received the supporting items from the group chat for the mission, wouldn't it be better for someone, who's initially powerful, to have that and help complete the mission more easily? Suzuki Satoru, of course I'm sure, Aika-san. Kiryu Aika, but... Suzuki Satoru, Aika-san, would you like to know why I chose you? Kiryu Aika, yes. Suzuki Satoru, then, I will tell you. Firstly, although Tatsuya-kun is powerful, the new world is one with extremely primitive technology compared to his world. While his magic would be useful, I don't think he'll be able to utilize his true skills and talent, which lies in engineering and programming, much in this world. Shiba Tatsuya, I agree. Thank you for your consideration, Satoru-san. Suzuki Satoru, I'm sorry, Tatsuya-kun. I promise I'll invite you to my world after the mission is done. Shiba Tatsuya, there's no need for apologies. And I look forward to visiting your world. Suzuki Satoru, secondly, while C.C-san is immortal and is capable of powerful healing and life-saving abilities with her Saintess of Life, SSR, her abilities might rarely be utilized, given how carefully I plan on approaching these missions. Of course it'd be reassuring to have such a powerful healer. If I can choose one more participant, then I would definitely have C.C-san join us, but... Suzuki Satoru, since only 3 participants are allowed, I would like someone else to have this chance. C.C, I understand. I would also find it boring if I have nothing to do. It's not like I can help manage the base. All I do is laze around. Suzuki Satoru, thank you for understanding, C.C-san. Suzuki Satoru, and so, this left me with 2 choices. Either you, Aika-san, or Erika-san. And I choose you, because Erika-san already has a powerful and combat-oriented SSR. Chiba Erika, I see, that makes sense. Aika, Satoru-san is right. You should use this chance to get stronger. Your world is dangerous, right? We don't even know when a mission for your world will appear, so you have to be able to protect yourself there. Kiryu Aika, Satoru-san. Erika-chan. Kiryu Aika, alright. Thank you for giving me this chance. I will do my best. Seeing the conversation unfolding in the group chat, Yuji couldn't help but feel relief spreading throughout his entire being. As he had hoped, Aika was given the chance to join this mission and grow stronger, and he would also be there to protect her in case something happens. This was the best-case scenario. Even if the mission seemed difficult, he was confident that they'd be able to overcome it. Suzuki Satoru, yes. Then, I'll be in all of your care. Now then, shall we start discussing our plans for the mission? I would also like to hear Tatsuya-kun, C.C-san, and Erika-san's opinion as well. Shiba Tatsuya, of course. The group chat was filled with conversations and planning for the entirety of Yuji's time in school. At this moment, the mission was more important than school, so Yuji secretly kept using his phone even during class. And thanks to his acting proficiency, no one was the wiser about this. Time passed gently to others, but quickly for Yuji, as before he knew it, the bell signifying the end of school for the day rang, and the message from Satoru, informing that there was only 10 minutes left before the server shut down, came to his phone. Thus, everyone decided to start the mission now. The world before him began to shine brilliantly, enveloping his classroom and the figure of his friends in light. And in the next moment, he felt the familiar sensation of suddenly being weightless, before he was transported. And I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Or buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/verglax. Thank you. Chapter 168, Chapter 166 Arrival. For a brief moment, an instant, as pure white filled his vision, there was nothing. Yuuji felt his lung hurt, collapsing, as if air had suddenly been rendered absent in that instant. Then, a rush of wind. In a moment of panic and self-preservation, Yuuji gasped. He breathed in a lungful of air. Then, the familiar sensation of dizziness and headache hammered his head, a sensation he least looked forward to during these missions. What's more, this time, the sensation was far more intense than before. NGGH. Oh wow. Kuh. Oh. Voices. His own, and others familiar. But at this very moment, even with his enhanced intelligence and mental capacity, Yuuji simply had no leeway to even recognize them as a myriad of information and memories rushed into his mind in but a brief instant. Like trying to force a book into a full shelf and forcefully bending and pushing aside other books, all the information regarding his class, race, abilities, skills, spells, stats, equipment, and 16 years' worth of memories rushed into his mind like an unstoppable, surging wave. NGGHH. Ha. 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 Seriously. Why does it hurt so much, this time? Was it because of the amount of information? Or does it relate to the level of power we got? He held his head with his left hand, and felt a sharp sensation as his fingers touched his head. But once again, the pain overwhelmed all other thoughts that briefly flashed across his mind. While the worst had come to pass, there was still a slight buzz in his mind as the pain slowly disappeared. And after it fully vanished, only then could he think clearly once more. Or rather, he felt strangely refreshed, as if he had just taken a long night's sleep. His mind became clear, clearer than ever before. As if his mind had finally been liberated from the shackles he didn't know existed. He blinked his eyes, slowly getting used to the light again after being blinded by the blinding light from the teleportation. And as his eyes slowly adjusted, the first thing he saw was a beautiful, bewitching woman with long black hair that shined like the starry night sky. She stood one step below him, on the marbled stairs adorned with a crimson-red carpet with gold trimmings, and the first thing that captured his attention was the pair of beautiful golden jewels with a slit of darkness in the middle that were her eyes. The woman had the face of an ever-smiling goddess, and the purity and holiness of her figure was further accentuated by the shoulderless, pure white dress, a stark contrast to her lustrous jet-black hair that reached down to her slim waist. However, Yuuji knew that she was not a goddess, despite her possessing the beauty of one. For she had a pair of horns, a slitted pupil, and behind her waist, a pair of black feathered wings that shrouded the lower half of her wide hips, milky thighs, and long, slender legs. Her slender, lithe arms were covered in a pair of lustrous silken gloves, and in her hand she held a wand of some sort with a jet-black orb hovering at its end, floating lightly in the air and yet affixed in its position. She wore a golden necklace that was patterned like a spiderweb, which extended from her shoulders down to her impressively sized, milky white breasts that, thanks to his elevated position, was in full view for him, including her deep, soft, mountain valley that was filled with all men's dream. And for a moment, Yuuji was stunned by her figure. After all, to see such a beautiful woman on par with even Aika and Mira so suddenly would shock even him, even for a moment. But soon, he snapped out of his daze, and immediately recognized the beautiful woman before him. Albedo. The guardian overseer of Nazarick, second only to Momonga within the underground tomb of Nazarick, and the most beautiful woman in this world, at least according to him. Then, standing behind her, below the stairs, were the familiar figure of 5 maids of various races and appearance with beauty being the only constant, dressed in a familiar battle-maid outfit, and a familiar older gentleman in suits. The Pleiades and Tsubakihara. Yuuji was also quite shocked by their appearance. Now that he was here in reality, Tsubakihara appeared more handsome and refined than he was in the anime. And the Pleiades. They all looked absolutely stunning. Like beings handcrafted by the very heavens to be perfect in their respective charm. At the very least, they were on par with the most beautiful celebrities he knew in his own world. Yuji's eyes gleamed with a look of admiration before his eyes landed on Albedo once again, who was still smiling ever so beautifully at him. Her gentle, downturned golden eyes looking straight into his. And he couldn't help but be enraptured by her once again. Yuji-kun. Aika-san. Lelouch-kun. Are you all right? Just then, a deep, gruff voice resounded throughout the massive throne room, snapping him out of his daze. He turned to look, and to his left, a massive skeleton with a crimson-red orb where its abdomen should be, adorned in a mythical, beautiful, dark purple robe sat upon a massive jet-black throne that seemed to have been carefully and masterfully carved from a single mass of obsidian. With but a glance, it was easy for Yuji to recognize him as Momonga, Satoru's Yggdrasil avatar. I am okay. Yuuji responded, nodding at the skeletal face of his friend. Then, his gaze shifted towards the figure standing to Momonga's left. I am fine as well. Yuuji immediately recognized his voice and his figure. Unlike Satoru, who transformed into a skeleton, Lelouch still looked like himself, with a few changes. He was dressed in a beautiful, long, jet black overcoat with platinum white embroideries, chains, ornaments, and armor adorning his outfit. Under his overcoat, he wore a jet black shirt with 2 buttons opened, revealing the Gia symbol right above his clavicle. Behind him, 6 pairs of dark feathered wings emerged from his back, unfurled in all of its glory like the expansive, starless night sky. You. My head hurts. Hearing the familiar, yet somehow a bit more mature, and even more melodic and alluring, he looked to his right, and saw a figure that stunned him to his very core. She was an impossibly beautiful woman, charming and stunning beyond words, with gold, light brown hair that seemed to glow and shine like the afternoon sun. She wore a shoulderless, pure black evening gown dress with a vertical slit at the center of her stomach, revealing her belly button, and a slit that started from her hips, down to her legs. Her pure black dress accentuating the stark contrast to her pure jade white skin. She had golden irises, just the way Yuuji remembered. But instead of regular circular pupils that humans had, they were vertically slitted, which was somewhat odd. In addition, a pair of curled, pure white horns sprouted from the sides of her head, both pairs adorned with beautiful, shining platinum white jewelries and black, obsidian gems that seemed to be glowing with crimson radiance from within. A pair of jet black wings adorned with similar platinum white jewelries and black, obsidian and crimson gems also emerged from her waist. Around her neck, an immaculate pure white necklace, adorned with similar obsidian with crimson radiance within extended from her shoulders to the top of her breast, curving along the shapely curvature of her massive womanly assets. Her lithe, slender wrists were covered in a pair of jet black, laced, silken gloves that went extended up to her arms. And finally, a platinum white ring with a jet black diamond that sparkled with crimson radiance adorned the ring finger of her right hand. Aika. Yuuji. He could hardly believe his eyes. His beloved Aika was already the most beautiful girl he had ever seen in his life, in all the worlds he had been to. She was the epitome of beauty. But now, he realized how wrong he was. How? How in the world could she become even more beautiful, sexy, bewitching, and cute? While Yuuji observed her appearance in a daze, Aika was similarly stunned by his unique appearance. He was unlike Aika, Lelouch, Momonga, or any other beings within this room, who had a singular theme to their appearance. The right half of his figure was that of a heavenly angel with long, white hair and golden streaks that reached his hips. His eye was golden with a circular shape within his iris that seemed to shine with heavenly, radiant light. Adorning his heavenly physique was an immaculate, ceremonial plate armor of white and gold, and a white cape with golden trimmings. And on his right hand, a jet black ring with a beautiful, purplish-pink diamond adorned his ring finger. And behind him, 6 white and gold feathered wings emerged from his back, accentuating the air of heavenly divinity and holiness that his figure exuded. Meanwhile, the left half of his figure was a complete opposite. With jet black hair and crimson red streaks, a crimson red eye with a similar circular shape within his iris, but that seemed to shine ominously with the promise of destruction, the left half of his figure was that of the devil himself. Instead of the beautiful, white and gold armor of a divine knight, the left half of the armor was a spiky, jet black armor that radiated a dark aura and seemingly glowed with an ominous crimson light. Then, emerging from his back 6 black and crimson feathered wings emerged, instead of white and gold. And from the side of his head, a curved, jet black demon horn with a cracking pattern that shined with a radiant crimson glow emerged. The two halves were a stark contrast to each other with none sharing even the slightest of similarities. But, there was one unifying part that the two halves shared. A shining, golden halo with golden thorns wrapped along its length, dripping with golden liquid that disappeared into particles of light upon dropping a few centimeters from it, floated behind Yuuji's head. Still, the two halves of his appearance represented something that couldn't be more different than each other. An abomination that would have sent both the heavens and hell into a frenzy. And yet, it looked absolutely stunning. Aika couldn't help but gawk at her hubby's new appearance. She thought he was already the most handsome man in the world, in all worlds. In fact, he must have already been the epitome of handsomeness in the universe. But how could he become even hotter? His left half exuded the dangerous sexiness of a handsome, devilish, yet loving young master that all girls dream to be dominated by. From just simply looking, she's already having the tingles in her womb, begging to be teased and played with by him. But at the same time, his right half exuded the comforting gentleness and kindness of an elegant, affectionate, and loving young master who any girl would swoon over. He had the best of both worlds. How was this even fair for her poor, innocent, maiden heart? Even now, she's extremely conflicted. She would love to have a romantic, lovey-dovey sex with him to celebrate their reunion after so long. But there was an urge in her heart that would love for him to tie her up and dominate her into his submissive little perverted wife. Which one should she choose? No, is choosing even possible? It's not. Then maybe. Be both. At first, he would tie her up, tease her, play with her body, and drive her to the edge without giving her the release she begged for. And then, he would suddenly become super loving and tell her how much he loved her, hug her tightly, and pushed his big, sturdy, manly cock deep into her flooding pussy, pressing the tip against her hungry baby-making room, and push her over the edge as he impregnate her with his love. That'd be too much. Even for her, it'd be too much for her heart to handle. But, at the same time. Perhaps they could try it, once. Or, a couple of times. And no. Her heart wouldn't be able to take it. After gawking at Yuuji for a few moments, Aika suddenly hid her beautiful face with her hands and turned around, squealing in embarrassment and panic from her own imagination. Yuuji couldn't help but look at her confusedly. And at the same time, he also felt a bit of disappointment since he couldn't continue to admire her beauty longer. It had been such a long time since he last saw Aika in person, and he missed her very much. But then, Yuuji noticed something peculiar. When Aika squealed and turned around, Yuuji didn't notice any change in her expression, which was odd. If they were already in the new world, then they should be able to show their expression, just as they would in reality. Momonga couldn't do it since he's a skeleton, but Aika and Lelouch, who had human features, should be able to do it. If they couldn't, then could it be? It was only then that Yuuji realized the HUD in his field of vision had been minimized for him all this time. And when he willed it to appear, the game screen of Yggdrasil did appear before him, hovering in a fixed position mid-air in front of him. On the top left, he could see his name, Yuuji, a long red line and a blue one below it signifying his HP and MP, and an artistic depiction of an angel and devil's wing as a symbol to its left. On the top middle was the name of his current location. The Great Underground Tomb of Nazarick, 10th floor, throne room. To his bottom left was a UI for the chat box, menu, event, and system interface. And to his bottom right was something akin to a minimap with several dots around him, signifying himself and his friends. And lastly, to the top right of his HUD was the server time, showing 23 hours 50 minutes and 21 seconds. Meaning. Wait. We're not in the new world yet. I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Or buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/verglax. Thank you. Chapter 169, Chapter 167 The New World. Sato, Momonga, are we not? Yuuji turned to look at the overlord by his side, sitting on the obsidian throne world item named Throne of Kings, a world item Ains Ulgaun received upon clearing the underground tomb of Nazarick dungeon in a single attempt. The appearance of his dear friend in this form was one familiar to him, as he had seen it often through the anime. However, aside from his appearance which was much more intimidating and impressive in reality, the aura and presence Yuuji would expect Momonga to exude were absent. Another evidence that proved they were still in the Yggdrasil game. Momonga nodded with a slight sound of bones hitting bones as he responded. Yes. We are still in Yggdrasil. As you can see in the top right of your screen where the server time is, we have around 10 minutes before the server shut down. Yuuji did not miss the slight disappointment and sadness within his voice as he spoke those last few words. A game he had called home for more than a decade. A place where he could belong when reality did not give him that. A place where he could be his best self. And a place he could be with his dear friends. And now, such a sacred, beloved space would reach its end. No matter how much Yuuji and the rest of the group chat members had helped him and become his new family, the past wouldn't be so easily forgotten. No, it would never be forgotten. But, at the very least, Yuuji hoped Satoru would slowly accept the fact and move on. I see. Then, perhaps we can use this chance to get our bearings and familiarize ourselves with our powers and memories. Yuuji sent an emoticon of a winking face holding a thumb up, to which Momonga rescinded with a chuckle and a thumbs up. Then, Momonga turned towards Lelouch, who seemed to be slowly recovering from the pain. He was truly shocked when he saw the three suddenly appear by his side, and with such striking appearance. From a first glance, Momonga could make an educated guess of what their race and class could be. However, apart from that, he had no idea what their builds were or what kind of equipment they're wearing. Does your head still hurt, Lelouch? NGGH. It's starting to not hurt as much. But the phantom pain is still there. He held his head with his gloved hand and shook his head. This was the first time he had ever felt such tremendous pain in his head. Did Yuuji experience this every time he teleported to another world for the mission? Satoru nodded towards Lelouch. Then, he turned towards Aika, trying to see if she was also still in pain. Aika, how about you? Are you, what is she doing? Gihihi. Gihihi oh new hubby, you can't on. Just where are you touching me? Not there, don't tease me. Hearing her little chuckles and murmurs, the three boys all turned to look at Aika, and they saw her facing away from them, hugging herself while wriggling in place, giggling creepily. And while Momonga couldn't show any expression due to his skeleton features and Lelouch due to it still being a game, Yuuji could tell they were making a weirded out expression right now. Ah. Well, let's just let her live in her wonderland for now. Lelouch and Momonga nodded. They still have around 8 minutes now, so they still have a few minutes to spare. Yuuji couldn't help but smile helplessly at Aika, wondering if she too was super horny since they haven't seen each other in so long. And with her new appearance, Yuuji could barely hold himself back. If possible, he'd like to spend his first night in this new world with her. Yuuji shook his head, keeping the lewd thoughts he had in the back of his mind for now, and turned towards Momonga. Momonga, as you can see, we have received the supporting items from the group chat. And, we also have the memories about being a part of Ain's old gown. There was silence as Momonga slowly processed Yuji's words. He turned to look at the line of flags, hung across the throne room, each one depicting the symbol of his dear friends. And then, he saw 3 new flags he had never seen before. The first one was that of an angel's wing and devil's wing. The second, a pair of devil's wings with a heart in the middle. And the third, a pair of angel's wings with the symbol of Geas. It was easy to tell which one belonged to whom. And the fact that they existed here meant that. Satoru let out a sigh, at least inwardly, as he could not truly sight in the game or as a skeleton. Then, he looked back towards Yuuji and nodded. I understand. Please don't mind it. I understand how the group chat works. But I'd like to hear your story soon. Yuuji and Lelouch both nodded to his request. Momonga then leaned back to his throne and looked at the server time, slowly ticking down to its last minutes before the shutdown at midnight. It has been a journey. I used to think this would be the end. But he glanced at Yuuji, who was now busy snapping Aika out of her daze, and Lelouch, who was fiddling with his system UI. And a sense of relief, excitement, and nostalgia filled his chest. It's yet another start. A start to an even more adventurous journey. He turned his gaze back towards the flags. The flags of his friends. Touch me. Nishiki Enrai. Hiro Hiro. Bukabukagama. Perarancino. Warrior Takamikazuchi. Tabula Smaragdina. And many more. Including the 3 who had left the guild early and were now replaced by Yuuji, Aika, and Lelouch. His dear friends. I'll be keeping your legacies. And keep moving forward with my new friends. I hope you don't mind. He closed his eyes, reminiscing the precious memories he had with his guildmates, friends, and families in this game. The happy. The sad. The excited. The disappointment. Everything, now beautiful memories he will never forget and would forever fuel him in his life. Then, he opened his eyes, and turned towards his new, dear friends. It's time. Are you guys ready? Yes. We are. Yuuji, Aika, who was clinging onto Yuji's arm, and Lelouch all nodded. And soon, the server time ticked until there were only seconds left. 23:59. 23:59. 23:59. 23:59. Midnight. Midnight. X. Karn Village. It was a village located on the border of the Riestai's kingdom, near the edge of its border with the Baharuth Empire, close to the southern tip of the Azelarija mountain range. A small, quiet village just outside a patch of woodland named the Great Forest of Tob, a place that brought the village both bounty and danger. Considering its size and its location as a frontier village of the Riestai's kingdom, its population was unexceptional. A mere 120 people, distributed among 25 families. The village made its living from the resources of the woodland forest and agriculture, taking advantage of the vast land around them. Apart from doctors and herbalists who'd sometimes come to collect herbs from the Great Forest of Tob, the only visitors to the village were the yearly tax collectors. It was a place fairly cut off from the rest of the world. Without technologies found in cities, or even simple magic items such as items that would create magical illumination of continual light, the villagers within this small patch of civilization worked according to the whims of nature around them. They would start working early hours in the morning, the moment the sun peeked out from the horizon, up until it set fully on the other side of the world. Today was no different from any other. Waking up early in the morning, Enri Amat went to the well to carry water. The beautiful, blonde-haired girl with untanned, surprisingly pale skin despite her farmer lifestyle, a slender figure, lithe arms, and slender legs despite her quite sizable womanly features both front and back, quickly made her way to the well. After filling up her bucket with water, she hoisted it up and made her way back home. And she would be making the same trip twice more, totaling to 3 times, to fully fill her house's water tank. Despite her lithe figure, the slender, plate arms of the young woman belied the true strength and muscles she had beneath those pale, soft skin. Long years of farm life and helping out with chores and manual labor had made sure she had grown some muscles, making her quite fit and lean, despite the suppleness and softness she still retained as a young girl. As Henry made her way home, she couldn't help but dread the fact that she would need to make the same trip twice more. If she had a bigger bucket, even if it were to become a bit heavier, she would have taken it if it meant decreasing the number of trips she had to make. Suddenly, she heard a sound that snapped her out of her idle days. She turned to look, and immediately from but a glance, she could feel the tension in the air, and seeds of fear began to sprout within her heart. Her ears picked up sounds of woods being broken as well as a scream. A chill ran down her spine. No. It must be a mistake. She must be mistaken. It couldn't be a human voice. Why would a human suddenly make such terrifying cries? And then, she noticed one more thing that made all thoughts disappear from her mind. The fact that the screams came from the direction of her home. Casting away the bucket of water, Henry ran. She ran as quickly as she could. And perhaps Lady Luck pitied her so much that she gave her the luck to not trip over her own long skirt and help her keep her balance to keep on running. The sound rang out once more. And this time, she could not deny it anymore. It was a human scream. Her heart sank to her stomach, yet she kept running, no matter if she could feel her legs burning from the acid her muscles excreted due to the inability of her breath to catch up to the demand of oxygen she needed to run so quickly. She ran, and ran. The neigh of horses. The screams of humans. And the cracking of wooden structures. The sounds became clearer and clearer as she neared her home. And she soon saw someone, and another one in armor, swinging a sword at him. The villager collapsed to the ground with a howl of pain, and with a single thrust to his mortal chest, the howl vanished, and the men dropped to the ground, like a puppet that had its strings cut off. Morga-san. In such a small village, even someone unrelated to her family or work would be as close as kin. As such, she knew full well who the villager that had been cut down was. He was a loud person, a rambunctious one. But he was a good man deep down. He had done nothing wrong that would deserve a steel blade through the heart. It was unfair. But, Henry gritted her teeth and continued to run. Run towards her home. To find her family, while praying to whatever gods may listen to the prayers of a little, village girl like her. Pray that they will be safe. Dad. Mom. Nemu. Henry opened the door with a shout, and she saw three familiar figures with unfamiliar looks of fear etched on their faces. Henry. Are you all right? Her father held her tightly in his arms. They were strong, brawny, tough arms from all the work he had done in the field. But now, they were trembling. It was as if it took him everything to hold her tightly. Ah. Henry. Her mother also embraced her. Her gentle, lithe arms now seemed even weaker as she trembled all over. Good. Now that Henry's back, we need to flee as well. They couldn't stay any longer. They need to flee, lest the steel blades would find and pierce their chest as well. The family of four immediately grabbed each other's hand and ran out of their home. But just as they were about to leave, a man, a fully armored knight bearing the insignia of the Baharuth Empire, stood at the doorway. A long sword in hand. The Baharuth Empire was the neighbor to the Riestai's kingdom, and the two had frequently waged war upon each other. Most of the battles have been mostly limited to the region around the fortress city, Irantal, and had not reached the village. That is, until now. The cold eyes that pierced through the vision slits of his helmet froze the entire Imot family. And just as he was about to enter the house. Yoo-hoo. Kuuh. Henry's father lunged at the knight, toppling him over and causing both men to stumble around the ground. Damn you. Blood streamed from the small cut on her father's face, a small wound that he must have suffered from bull-rushing a man in full-plated armor. He continued to struggle against the knight as he held the knight's hand from drawing his short sword, while the knight held his hand which was holding a kitchen knife. The sight of blood and struggle for life stunned the two young girls of the Imot family. Henry. Nemu. The cry of their mother snapped both daughters out of their frozen fear. And as they turned to look, they could see their mother, shaking her head while wearing a heartbreaking expression on her once beautiful, gentle face. They ran. The three of them ran as quickly as they could as to not let the ultimate sacrifice of their beloved father and husband go to waste. Guilt and hesitation clawed at her heart, drawing fresh blood and leaving a scar that would probably never heal. The neighing of horses. Angry shouts. Clash of steel. And the smell of iron and burning flesh. All of them assaulted Henry's ears and nose from the direction of the village. The fear was enough to freeze her in her step. If not for the small hand that spurred her on, her little sister's hand, she wouldn't have the ability to keep on running for long. Suddenly, her mother, who was running ahead of her, suddenly froze, turned around, and doubled back, her hands frantically gesturing to her children to run somewhere else, and far. Even without a word, Henry knew what she had done. She bit her lips, held her little sister's hand tighter, and continued to run as she forced back the tears in her eyes in futility. She continued to run. And steeled herself to make the same decision as her mother for her little sister. And I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Or buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/verglax. Thank you. Chapter 170, Chapter 168 NPC. Nothing seemed to change. No unexplainable gust of wind. No dizzying headache. No shift in their surroundings. They were still in the throne room within the deepest level of the great underground tomb of Nazarick with Albedo, Seabass, and the Pleiades battle-made sisters. One moment, they could still see the HUD game UI in their field of vision, showing their HP, MP, chat logs, minimap, and the server time. But in a literal blink of an eye, the UI was no longer there. Everything vanished. They all looked around, and while they didn't see any changes to the throne room and the inanimate objects around them, they noticed, with their immensely enhanced senses, the slight changes in expression upon the previously inanimate NPC characters that should have been impossible had it been a game. Momonga was not surprised or confused as he was in the anime. For he knew this would happen. He did not know how to precisely describe this feeling he was experiencing. At this point, he didn't even know if he was even feeling anything at all. But perhaps, if he was forced to put the feeling he's experiencing now into words, it would be conflicted. On one hand, despite knowing full well of its inevitability, he was still saddened and disappointed that the game he had poured his entire life into and where he had met his dear friends in, had ended. In addition, the fact that none of his past guildmates actually come to stay with him until the end also caused him great sadness. But on the other hand, knowing he had been transported to the new world with his new friends from the group chat had given him hope, excitement, and happiness, knowing he could relive the shining, exciting times exploring the vast new world and uncovering its secrets with them. At the very least, he wouldn't be alone anymore. Lelouch, Aika, and Yuuji were also unsurprised by their sudden transfer to the new world. But unlike Momonga, they were certainly more excited and interested in the new world and the underground tomb they would be calling their home from now on during their stay in this world. After all, although they've seen the major parts of it from the anime, they had never seen every single aspect of it which may be of interest to them. Even if there wasn't, finding out that was the case would surely bring them great excitement in of itself. But for Yuuji, there was something that interested him more at this very moment. That was, the fact that they did not feel anything when they were suddenly transported to the new world. This is interesting. Yuuji couldn't help but mutter under his breath. He had teleported several times to different worlds. Perhaps it was due to the memories, information, and power he received upon transferring there that his travel would always be accompanied by a searing headache. But this time, there was nothing. Not even the slightest sensation or sign of something being amiss. In one moment they were in the game. And in the next, they're simply in the new world. What's wrong, Yuuji-sama? All four immediately turned their gaze towards the beautiful, jet-black-haired succubus and guardian overseer who responded to Yuji's mutterings. Their eyes all locked onto her very being, scrutinizing every inch of her expression, as they stared at her in silence for a moment. However, despite receiving the intense gaze of four supreme beings at the same time so suddenly, and being subjected to a silent observation from them, Albedo didn't seem to show any changes in demeanor or expression. The beautiful smile one would mistake as an angel's was still ever present on her expression. A mask nigh impenetrable. But inwardly, her mind spun at tremendous speeds, trying to think of something that might cause Yuji-sama, the most powerful supreme being to have ever lived, to say such a thing. As the guardian overseer of Nazarick who took pride in her position and intelligence, she could not accept the fact that something that caused the most powerful supreme being to say such a thing happened without her knowledge. How could she? As one designed and created to be the guardian overseer, with outstanding intelligence and combat ability, the one who shall defend and manage the home of the 41 supreme beings, she could not accept the fact that something happened that might cause unrest, even in the slightest, to the supreme beings. Yet, shameful as it was, she could not think of anything. And such, she stayed silent, waiting for Yuuji to enlighten her shamefully blind self. She was afraid of having failed him. And by extension, them. No amount of punishment would equal her own shamefulness and anger at herself for not being able to live up to a supreme being's expectation, especially the greatest one. And she was ready to receive any kind of punishment she may receive from him. But to her surprise, Yuuji smiled softly, his face the very epitome of gentleness and forgiveness as he looked upon her kindly, and answered her with a soothing, heart-touching voice that reverberated deeply in her heart. No, not wrong, perhaps, but simply interesting. His words were mysterious, and as a supreme being with an intellect on par with even the most intelligent of all supreme beings, they must be filled with wisdom she could not even begin to fathom. Despite knowing it was a foolish thought to try and grasp the sheer intelligence and wisdom of the greatest supreme being, she still felt slightly frustrated for being unable to understand him. But alas, there was nothing she could do. All she could was to await her orders and be enlightened to the true meaning of his words when he wished it for her. Yuuji then glanced towards Aika, who was still clinging onto his arm, burying it in her massive cleavage. Such actions would have been impossible before due to the R18 actions restrictions from the game. But this time, he could clearly feel the wondrous, heavenly softness and warmth of her body. And the feeling in his pants that was starting to become more and more painful and tight, was also something that proved that they had been transferred into the new world. Yuuji noticed his little sexy gremlin staring at Albedo with a smirk and a glint in her eyes that, with her appearance now, appeared ever so bewitching and alluring. He could not help but wonder what this little, sexy, mischievous girlfriend of his was planning now. But, with everyone else still present, he refrained from asking her and let her have her fun for now before turning towards Momonga. Momonga. Seems like it happened. Indeed. The words exchanged by the Supreme Beings further shocked and confused Albedo, as well as Seabass and the Pleiades, who were standing by for their order at the bottom of the stairs to the throne. They did not sense anything amiss. But if the Supreme Being said so, then something must have happened that went beyond their senses. Seabass, relay my message to Aura to have her stealthier pet scout the perimeter surrounding Nazarick in a 5 kilometers radius. And have the Hanzo scout the area further beyond that, up to 10 kilometers radius. Prioritize gathering information. If they encounter any threats, prioritize retreating covertly while gathering as much information as they could. The commanding voice of the Supreme Being, who held the highest position within Nazarick as the leader of the Supreme Beings, echoed throughout the throne room, snapping them out of their daze. Understood. Immediately, the white-haired man, who had been standing ramrod straight as a perfect butler would, bent his body in a reverent bow with his right hand on his left chest. One of the venerable gods had spoken. And the order had been given. As a loyal servant to the Supreme Being, he did not question nor hesitate. He would accomplish everything he had been ordered to the best of his abilities. Pleiades, relay to all floor guardians to put Nazarick's defense level to the highest, then return to the 8th floor to defend it. It seems we've encountered a strange phenomenon. Yes. Similarly, the Pleiades received their orders with utmost reverence and obedience, bowing and lowering their heads as they received a decree from their god. The maids and head butler excused themselves and exited the throne room to execute the orders they had just been given. Seeing Momonga swiftly giving his orders in such a clear and succinct manner, Yuuji couldn't help but be impressed. To others, such as Albedo, he might have seemed like he had just made a split-second decision and relayed his orders perfectly to his subordinates, as expected of the leader of the 41 Supreme Beings. But to those who knew Momonga, they could tell that he had rehearsed it countless times before for him to speak so fluently and decisively. Still, it was impressive. And the lack of expression that his skeletal face granted him did well to hide the nervousness that would surely be obvious if he was still in his Satoru form. A solemn look replaced the ever-smiling visage of the goddess-like succubus. Simply from the orders given by the venerable leader of the Supreme Beings, even someone like Shaltir could deduce that something was wrong. She held the jet-black wand in her hand tighter, the world item Janungagap that was granted to her by the Creator, who abandoned her, in secret without the knowledge of the other Supreme Beings. And noticing her tenseness, Yuuji turned to her. Worry not, Albedo. It is but a slight disturbance we felt. Isn't that right, Momonga? Ahem. Indeed. We sensed a disturbance that happened for a fraction of a second in the space around Nazarick. Her seductive, devilish golden eyes widened in shock at his words. Did such a thing truly happen? No. The Supreme Beings had spoken, so such a thing must have truly happened. She was simply unable to sense it herself. Yet another mark of shame that Albedo swore to rectify. Her mind immediately spun at immense speed as she began planning the defense of Nazarick from the unknown, foreign threat. But suddenly, a hand to her shoulder snapped her out of her daze, and the most melodious voice that she ever heard resounded from her side. Fufu, you don't have to worry so much, Albedo, everything will be fine. Momonga just did it to be safe. Her eyes shifted from the skeletal overlord and master of death, to the Supreme Being who stood at the pinnacle of beauty and charm, far outshining even her own. She was a succubus. A demon of beauty, charm, and lust. But she was the true embodiment of all three. She was the true primordial demoness of lust. Out of all the 41 Supreme Beings, including the ones who had abandoned them, Albedo held the highest admiration for Yuuji first, as the greatest and most powerful of all Supreme Beings, and Aika second, as the true pinnacle of her race and the one who represented all that she stood for. The woman who epitomized beauty, and one who would be peerless when it comes to love and her beloved. A woman in love was capable of everything, even if it meant destroying the world, to be with her beloved. And Aika embodied every single world of that notion. As a succubus, who had yet to find her one to give her heart and maidenhood to, she was incomplete. Albedo could not help but imagine how beautiful she would become, and how beautiful the world would seem, if she were to find her one, just like how Aika had found hers. Yes. I gave Seabass and the Pleiades those orders simply to be safe. That said, I believe things will get interesting soon. The look of intense worry and vigilance receded from her visage slightly. She was still alerted and prepared to defend the Supreme Beings at a moment's notice. However, she was now simply waiting for an order from the Supreme Beings. Albedo, gather all floor guardians, except for the guardian of the 4th floor, Gargantua, and guardian of the 8th floor, Victim, to the amphitheater in an hour. I wish to talk with everyone regarding the current situation. Yes, Mamanga-sama. It shall be done. Albedo put her hands in front of her slim waist, and bowed elegantly. Her massive breasts swayed and jiggled as she bowed, as well as giving Yuuji, who was standing directly in front of her, a full view of her deep, pure white cleavage. Then, the bewitching demoness turned and walked away from the throne. With every step she took, her hips would naturally roll seductively, accentuating her round, childbearing worthy hips that would make any mortal man drool in lust. Well, perhaps not only the mortal men, as the sexy demoness Supreme Being was also currently drooling while openly watching her dump truckus jiggle with every step. In fact, out of the 4, she was the only one looking at her in such a way. Lelouch was too busy with his own thoughts. Satoru considered Albedo as his own daughter and would not see her in such a way. While Yuuji was also in his own thoughts, planning on what he would do next. When the door to the throne room slammed shut and left the 4 Supreme Beings to their privacy, Mamanga started. Well then. We have an hour before we would have to go to the amphitheater. Shall we move to the round table room to discuss our plans and the support items you've gotten? Yuuji, Aika, and Lelouch all snapped out of their own thoughts and sex fantasy, and nodded to Mamanga's suggestion. Then, in a blink of an eye, the 4 figures vanished from the throne room. Anne, I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Or buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/verglax. Thank you. Chapter 171, Chapter 169 The Round Table Meeting. A gigantic, perfectly circular table carved of gleaming black stone and white marble sat at the center of the round table room within the 9th floor of the great underground tomb of Nazarick. The guild's insignia of Ain's old gown was embedded within the middle of the round table, a symbol representing the unity, friendship, and kinship of its guild members. It is surrounded by 41 luxurious chairs, each one positioned around the table in a circular pattern. The room and the table itself was most likely inspired by the ancient Arthurian lore of the Knights of the Round Table, where King Arthur and his trusted Knights of the Round Table gathered to plan and discuss. Mamanga sat on the chair where the top of the guild's insignia was pointing at. Behind him was the empty case, a depression carved into the marbled walls of the room, where the guild weapon, which was currently held by Mamanga in his hand, once rested as the guild's symbol and that of the members' unity and hard work. 2 chairs to his left was Lelouch, his 6 pairs of jet-black feathered wings now absent. He sat with his legs and arms crossed, leaning back onto the comfortable, soft crimson-red cushion of the chair. While 3 chairs to his right was Yuuji, his white gold and crimson-black wings now similarly absent. And directly to his right was Aika, who had moved her chair until she was right by his side and pressed her breasts against the arm she was hugging. Aside from the few final minutes of the game, they've never truly experienced Yggdrasil while it was still a game. All they had was the memories of them playing in the game, given by the group chat as part of their supporting items for their mission. And they knew that such actions would be prohibited as part of Yggdrasil's rule that forbade sexual actions. But here she was, taunting Yuuji by flaunting the softness of her boobs, which had amazingly grown even bigger and softer while still maintaining its youthful perkiness and shape. It was most likely due to the level 100 character she had received from the group chat, which changed her appearance slightly, just like him. Thanks to the memories and background given to him, he was extremely familiar with her character build. But now, Yuuji did not have the mental capacity to even think about such a thing, as his mind was full of his beloved girlfriend who he had not seen since forever. He missed her so much. Much more than even Aika missing him, because he had gone to Lelouch's world for a mission, which took him several months. She was even more beautiful than how he remembered, and even more beautiful than when he saw her through their video calls. Her presence and charm had also skyrocketed. If she was a charming young girl before, then she would be a bewitching seductress now, something that should be expected given her races and classes. Still, although her actions made him extremely hard to the point that it hurts, Yuuji didn't push her away. Instead, he held her hand tightly and kissed her head with affection, eliciting a beautiful, melodic giggle from her luscious red lips. Everyone. Before anything else, I'd like to thank you for your participation in this mission, and also welcome you to my home. Mamanga lowered her head slightly in gratitude as he spoke those words to his closest friends and trusted comrades, before continuing with a trace of nostalgia and affection lacing the last few words he uttered. Mamanga, you know there's no need for that. We're all members of the group chat. Of course we'll help each other, mission or not. Yes. In fact, it is a boon for us to participate in this mission. Simply the fact that we have gained such great powers is more than enough reason for us to be grateful towards you instead for choosing us. That's right. Thank you for inviting us to your world, Mamanga-san. Thanks to this, I don't have to worry about the villains in my world. Everyone. Thank you. Yuuji, Lelouch, and Aika's words reverberated deeply in him as waves of gratefulness and happiness filled his heart. While it was true that they also gained a lot by participating in the mission, he was still grateful for them, for their presence here showed that they would help him, support him, and stay with him, no matter the dangers that might befall upon them. It had been quite a while since he had such friends with him. Of course, he had also experienced it during his mission in Lelouch's world. But now that he was in his own world, in Nazarick, the place where he found his first friends and watched them leave, it truly reminded him that he did still have friends in the group chat members who would stick through thick and thin with him. The skeletal overlord leaned back on his chair and let out a deep sigh out of habit, despite not having the need or the capability to breathe in this skeletal form. He was simply relieved and happy. It felt like a big weight that had been weighing down on his heart caused by his guildmates leaving had finally been lifted up by the presence of his new good friends. Then, if I may go straight into the main topic, I would like to ask about the backgrounds and memories you've gained by coming here. Although the world and everything within it would adjust to the adjustments done by the group chat to accommodate the extra existences of the participants for the mission, those who were a part of the group chat would not be influenced by this adjustments. Moreover, since Satoru wasn't, technically, a participant of the mission, he would not receive the rewards for completing the mission or the supporting items granted by the group chat for their missions, including the memories and backgrounds. This was the same case for Tatsuya and Lelouch during the mission that happened in their world. And this was why it was extremely imperative for the participating members to tell them about their memories and backgrounds to make sure they would be on the same page as each other. Alright. Yuuji then began telling him the memories and backgrounds he had received from the group chat. They stretched for quite a few years since he and Aika started playing the game together. They were a couple, just like they were in reality, and their relationship was well known by everyone within the guild. Lelouch's story was similar, in which he had been playing for quite a few years before joining Ain's Olgaun. And there was one more thing in common between them. Yuuji, Aika, and Lelouch did not take the place of Satoru's friends. They all still existed and still joined Ain's Olgaun, as Satoru remembered. It was only when they left did Yuuji, Aika, and Lelouch come to fill their spot as one of the 41 members of Ain's Olgaun. I see. Momonga nodded. A trace of nostalgia and sadness lacing the words he uttered in a whisper upon hearing those names he hadn't heard of in so long. Relief also filled his heart, knowing they were still a part of Ain's Olgaun, no matter how short their time was here. And upon hearing more of their stories, happiness also began to emerge. They seemed to be having a lot of fun adventures, perhaps even more fun than before, given their numbers hadn't decreased by 3 people. It was a good thing. A very good thing indeed. Though now, he felt a bit envious. He wished he would have remembered those times as well. But alas, Momonga did not dwell on it for too long, since Yuuji, Aika, and Lelouch were now still here with him, ready to create a brand new adventure with him, together. Thank you. Those words of gratitude. Even Momonga himself didn't know who he was saying it to. Was it to Yuuji, Aika, and Lelouch who did not take his dear friend's place? Or was it to the Multiverse Group Chat that made it so? He didn't even know what he was thanking them for. For not taking their place. For becoming his friends. For supporting him in his toughest times. Or for everything. He did not know. But he felt the urge to tell them how grateful he was for this reality. To be with friends once more. And to have something he could live for once more. The 3 kept their silence as the crimson red point within the darkness of Momonga's orbital bone vanished while he closed his eyes. A soft smile gracing their faces. A few moments later, they appeared once again, and Momonga sat up from leaning position. Forgive me. I was reminiscing a bit. Now, shall we start the interesting part and talk about what kind of special character builds you've all gained? Although I could use my geas to see them, I would prefer not to use it on any members of our chat group and our friends. So, could you tell me instead? The crimson points within Momonga's orbital bone shone brightly, brighter than ever, as excitement and curiosity filled his voice. He was a hardcore gamer. A hardcore gamer who dedicated decades of his life in a game like Yggdrasil. He was someone who relished in exploration and discovery. And now, there were 3 people before him with classes and races he might not have any knowledge of yet. How exciting would that be? Despite his skeletal face, Yuuji could see the obvious excitement radiating from his very being. And Lelouch did not disappoint him as he started the discussion with his own character build. I received a level 100 Fallen Seraph Divination Wizard with a class called True Prophet. Ah really? A Fallen Seraph. A flash of green light radiated from Momonga due to his overexcitement upon hearing Lelouch's words as Yuuji and Aika simply looked at them curiously. The Fallen Seraph class was an extremely rare and powerful race which could only be attained upon completing a series of extremely difficult chain quests which would require immense amounts of time, resources, and skill. And in the end, there were rumors that the player would need to defeat a level 90 Fallen Seraph boss and 6 level 80 Fallen Cherubim Angel guards with a party of less than 5 as its final requirement. But upon attaining this special class, the player would attain a tremendous boost in magical attack and defense stats, increased mana, immunity to holy spells, and access to holy magic while still having negative karma, allowing them to cast spells that require negative karma. And these incredible traits might not be all, since information on the class was not publicly shared for several reasons. First, not many even knew about this extremely rare job class since the way to trigger this mission chain in of itself was also very obscure. And those who knew how to trigger it would not easily tell others. In the entire history of Yggdrasil, the number of players that had this class could be easily counted with one hand, and they were all extremely powerful players. Yes. It does grant me quite the nice stat boost and a myriad of passive effects. It also grants me the super tier spell, Apocryphal, which lets me summon several fallen cherubim guards. Momonga's eyes light up once again. He didn't expect the class to grant him a super tier spell. Judging by the name and effect, the spell seemed to be similar to the super tier spell, Pantheon, which summons 6 level 80 cherubim gatekeepers. And if the spell allowed Lelouch to summon the fallen version of those level 80 monsters, then that would explain the summoned creatures rumored to be present around Fallen Seraph players. That is amazing. I've only heard of the Fallen Seraph race from rumors, but they're an extremely powerful race. Congratulations. Thank you. Though, I'm more interested in my True Prophet class. True Prophet. I've never heard of it. With one hand on his armchair and the other holding his bony chin while the staff of Ain's Olgown floated to his side, Momanga fell into deep thought, digging deep into his memories to try and find anything related to a rare class with that name. But, he could not remember anything. What does it do? It's a special class which enhances all my divination spells. All my divination spells will be irresistible to anyone without divine ranked items specialized in anti-divination, or a world item. I can also cast the 10th tier spell, Foresight, at will to myself, and several other passive skills. Wadash. Momanga sat stunned, dropping his bony jaws and leaving his mouth agape. What an amazing job class. Divine ranked items that specialized in anti-divination were extremely rare, and no one except for those who were extremely paranoid would have them. After all, divination spells could normally be easily thwarted by magical barriers or by lower ranked items. And even without them, divination spells were, more often than not, unreliable if the caster didn't specialize deeply into mostly the non-combat class, or could be resisted easily by high-level players. Even in Yggdrasil, rarely any players would have such countermeasures in place, since their guild buildings would already have anti-divination barriers permanently active and have some specialized top or legacy class items, relic class at most, to protect against divination. Having a world item at hand would be even rarer, given the danger of holding one in hand at all times. One wrong step, and they would lose a world item to another player. Given such situations, with such a class, Lelouch could virtually know everything about everyone in Yggdrasil if he so wishes. He would be the greatest informant in the entire game, as no one would be able to hide from his eyes. Moreover, even if it was only to himself, to be able to cast such a powerful spell like Foresight at will was unheard of. This spell could drastically increase a player's survivability tremendously for 8 hours by giving them an immense increase in evasion, accuracy, speed, and resistance, and be impervious to critical damage caused by surprise attacks. That meant 8 hours of someone being extremely difficult to even touch. So for him to be able to cast such a spell to himself at will, without limit. I can't believe it. What a broken class. Near omniscient in addition to having virtually permanent foresight. If this was still Yggdrasil, then there'd be doubt that Lelouch would be one of the greatest players in the entire game. Lelouch smiled softly. I'm satisfied with this. It'll be helpful in gathering information from all around the world. Perhaps, I can work together with Albedo and Demiurge with the planning. I'll leave it in your care. Momanga did not hesitate to leave such matters to Lelouch. After all, Lelouch was a master strategist with a mind that couldn't even be compared to him. In addition to his abilities, Momanga had no doubt that Lelouch would be able to come up with a much better plan than he ever could, and work well with the two geniuses of Nazarick. After speaking with Lelouch, Momanga then turned to his right towards Yuuji and Aika. And there, he saw Aika with a beautiful, wide smile that somehow made him uneasy. Wait. If Lelouch's special level 100 character is broken, then could theirs also be? Now it's my turn to tell you about how awesome my build is. Her eyes narrowed with a glint within them as her luscious red lips curled into a seductive grin. And how super sexy it is too. And, I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Or buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/verglax. Thank you. Chapter 172, Chapter 170 incomplete. Now it's my turn to tell you about how awesome my build is. Her eyes narrowed with a glint within them as her luscious red lips curled into a seductive grin. And how super sexy it is too. With a wink, Aika spread open her black feathered wings adorned with beautiful, shining platinum-white jewelries and black, obsidian gems that seemed to be glowing with crimson radiance from within. Then, she enveloped Yuji's figure with them, hugging him like a mother bird would her young. I'm a succubus. But, I also have two special advanced races called the Archie-Demoness of Lust and True Primordial Demoness. What? Momonga raised from his seat and leaned in towards the table. When suddenly, the undead exclusive automatic effect that forcibly calmed down all heightened or erratic emotions activated in an instant, immediately calming Momonga from his shock. But even then, he was still surprised by Aika's words. Oh. Do you know of it, Momonga-san? Aika's eyes widened slightly in surprise as she continued hugging Yuji with her arms and wings. I've heard of the Archdemoness of Lust class before, but only in rumors. It's said to be the class of the Lord of Lust, one of the lords of the 7 deadly sins and a world enemy ranked boss. I can't believe you have it. I see, I'm quite lucky, huh? It's really powerful too. It enhances all my psychic-related abilities to the max. I can essentially charm anyone except for those with world items easily. Well, not that I'll need those spells to do it, right hubby? Aika moved her eyebrows up and down, looking at her hubby seductively as she emphasized her beauty and charm, as well as the softness and size of her chest. And Yuji couldn't help but smile and gave her a chaste kiss on her lips, something that she seemed to be yearning for ever since they arrived in this world. Yes. Or rather, you've become too beautiful that you'll definitely cause chaos if you go out there. It'll be hard for you to go out of Nazarick. Don't worry. Thanks to my special job class, I can change my appearance at will. Oh, that's right. That's good. Yuji finally recalled the ability Aika was referring to from the memories he had received from the group chat. With that skill, he doubted anyone from this new world would be able to see through her guise. Even with magic. I see. That makes sense. Although it was never confirmed, there have been speculations that the Lord of Lust could cause players to turn against each other, no matter their magic resistance. Once again, with how scarce and difficult to obtain information in Yggdrasil, especially on such a big boss enemy that, perhaps, no one had ever dared to challenge or even find, Momonga could only gain information on such things from forums and hearsays. He couldn't even distinguish which were true and which were mere ramblings from a player's own imagination. But now, he could finally confirm one of the rumors to be true. What about the other race? The true primordial demoness, was it? That's right, it gives me immunity to any dark magic, high resistance to holy magic, pretty nice stats, and also a lot of powerful skills that I can cast several times a day. That's really amazing. I can't believe such a powerful class exists. How could no one know about it? Or was it a class you can only get after defeating a yet-to-be-known world enemy? Momonga began muttering under his non-existent breath once more, a habit he always had since he was young whenever he entered a deep thought. I'm not sure, but it pairs amazingly with my Demon Princess, Harbinger of Depravity, and Empress of Evil special job classes. Yuji couldn't help but react to those job names and looked at his beloved girlfriend helplessly. Although they were certainly powerful job classes, he couldn't help but wince at the overly sinister and edgy-sounding names. Even in his memories, Yuji would sometimes stop Aika from saying it since he'd get second-hand embarrassment from them. But of course, Aika didn't stop since she thought it was super cool. Ah, that's right. I remember now. They were quite powerful. It helped us quite a bit with that one raid boss that could spawn a lot of minions at will. Albert-san wanted to one-up me using the same spell, but mine was far more powerful than his thanks to the effect of the Empress of Evil class. That class also helps us a lot when we fight against other players with holy affinities. You were the MVP when we fought the Divine Light Guild. Thank you, darling. Hearing their conversation, Momonga could not help but become speechless. Demon Princess is an extremely rare job class on par with the Archdemoness of Lust race class. It's also an extremely terrifying class to go up against, or so he had heard. But the Harbinger of Depravity and Empress of Evil. He never heard of them before. Such powerful job classes. Why have I not heard anything about them? There should have been at least one forum discussion about it, even if it's filled with guesses and imaginations. If such a powerful job class were to exist, all of Yggdrasil would explode in excitement and every single player would immediately try to gather information on them. Was it yet another job class that had yet to be discovered? It might be. But after more than a decade and millions of players all uncovering the mysteries within the vast world of Yggdrasil, Momonga found it hard that nothing, not even the name, was mentioned even once within the game. This might be what the group chat meant by special level 100 character build. Maybe, these classes don't even exist in Yggdrasil. Perhaps. This was the other explanation Momonga had thought of, and one he was more inclined to believe. One that to him, who had spent years of his life gathering information and reading forums on the game, made more sense. I actually agree with Aika as well. Snapping out of his dazed thoughts, Momonga shifted his gaze towards the half-demon half-angel figure sitting within the embrace of the succubus. And his eyes widened in realization. Before, Momonga thought that Yuuji's half-demon half-angel race was simply something he had never heard of before. But now, it might be possible that it didn't exist in Yggdrasil altogether. Only in the memory created by the group chat did it exist. But in reality, my race and my class, I think they're simply too special. I think it's not even something from Yggdrasil, but from the group chat itself. And maybe, it's a hint to the kind of being behind the group chat. X. With the guardians of the 7th, 6th, and 5th floors informed regarding Momonga's order to gather in the amphitheater in an hour, Albedo appeared from the teleporter on the 2nd floor of the great underground tomb of Nazarick. As the guardian overseer of Nazarick, she was naturally familiar with the catacombs and the burial chambers that filled the 1st to 3rd floor of the underground tomb. Thus, she immediately avoided the path leading to the Black Capsule, the residence of the area guardian, Kyuhoku. As a fellow guardian and a servant to the supreme beings, she did not dislike the area guardian. He was polite, open-minded, and kind towards his fellow denizens of Nazarick. It's just, at a psychological level, Albedo simply could not stand his appearance, and that of his countless children. The fact did gnaw at the guardian overseer's conscience, but her disgust and innate aversion towards them still made her avoid his residence at all costs unless it was an order from a supreme being. Thus, she instead took the path that would lead her towards the derelict rope bridge. Clack 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 clack. With measured, graceful steps, Albedo continued on her path. Soon, she could see a wide ridge with a single bridge connecting the two sides at a distance. The bridge was held up by ropes that looked like they were about to break. The boards below were rotten through, and where some knots have come loose, the planks have fallen off, leaving nothing but empty space where they should have been. A void of darkness awaited all that accidentally fell onto those empty spaces, and with Albedo's keen eyes, she could see countless corpses already piled up at the bottom of the ridge. And on the other side, she could see the entrance door to the building with gauzy pink chiffon veils hanging from its ceiling, the grave vault of Adipocere, or Adipocere chamber. In other words, the residence of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floor guardian Shaltir Bloodfallen, her destination. The moment it came into sight, she could hear vague sounds of several women laughing and moaning lewdly, echoing throughout. And the closer she gets, the louder and more intense they become. An erotic atmosphere began to fill her surroundings as well, caused by the ever-increasing scent of women's pheromone, sweat, and liquid. Albedo halted for a moment as her eyes narrowed slightly. As a succubus, she was not affected by such erotic atmosphere that could easily send any male and female lower lifeforms into heat. Even the erotic moans and enticing smell were not enough to bring out any sort of desire within her. However, to be surrounded with such things, she was reminded once more of her own imperfection. As a succubus, a being that fed on lust and life force extracted through sex, yet had never experienced any sexual relationship, she could only be described as either incomplete or incompetent. However, she was the guardian overseer of Nazarick. A position only second to the supreme beings. She was proud and confident in her position, her beauty, her strength, and her abilities. As such, she would not simply give up her virginity to just anyone. She would only give it to the one she was destined to be with, along with her heart, body, and soul. However, she had not found her one yet. And busy as she was with her duties, she had no time to search for him. This was also something that she couldn't delegate to anyone, as she needed to find her destined one on her own. Aika-sama. In that moment, the figure of the supreme being with the same race as her, but had reached a peak beyond her imagination, flashed across her mind. She was a being far more powerful, far more capable, and far more beautiful than she could ever be. It was like comparing the rest of the world to Nazarick. But was it solely because she was a supreme being? Or was it because she had found her one? The figure of the greatest supreme being flashed across her mind. And this time, it stayed, as she began to reminisce of the past. Aika-sama's interaction with Yuuji-sama. She looked so beautiful and happy whenever they were together, even if they were in battle. Even during the Great Invasion. She looked complete. Could I become even half as powerful, beautiful, and happy as her when I found my destined one? The question continued to linger in her mind. She was a being filled, no, overflowing with lust and love. Yet, she had no one to pour all of them into. If she found her one, could she perhaps? No. The lewd moans of women from the Adipocere chamber that had become clear and all-encompassing upon her arrival at the doorsteps of the chamber snapped Albedo out of her daze. She had crossed the derelict rope bridge before she knew it. Hearing the moans, her lips couldn't help but twitch for a fraction of a second. These lowly women. These vampire brides could wantonly shout out their inner desires without a care in the world. While she couldn't. Envy began to fill her heart. Yet at the same time, she wondered if she would turn into such a wanton woman, depraved of any semblance of elegance and grace, and turned into a simple slave to her own lust and her destined one once she found him. Just, how amazing would it be? How happy would she become? To finally become whole and complete. She truly wished she could find her one soon. Albedo-sama. Welcome. Is there anything I may be of assistance to? Just then, a pale white woman with crimson eyes and slightly pointed ears, dressed in a pure white dress that barely covered her buxom breasts, appeared before the entrance and bowed before the guardian overseer. I am searching for Shaltir, to convey a message from the Supreme Being himself, Mamanga-sama. I understand. Please enter. I shall lead you to a room and call upon my mistress to notify her of your presence. Albedo nodded slightly before entering, a polite gesture someone of her position shouldn't have needed to do towards a mere vampire bride, yet she still did, as she was also a denizen of Nazarick. Soon, she was led into one of the rooms within the Adiposir chamber. The wanton, needy moans of women still echoing around her, and the scent of women's pheromones, sweat, and liquid became the most intense it had ever been. Yet, the moment she entered and the door closed behind her, all sounds and scent disappeared. Instead, a serene silence and a pleasant smell of roses filled the room. She sat down on a beautifully carved chair of marble and gold with a crimson-red cushion. Before her was a small, white, marble table and another identical chair opposite of hers. Soon, a vampire bride, a different one from the one who welcomed her, knocked and entered upon being given permission with a tray of ceramic teacups and teapot in her hands. She placed one of the cups before Albedo, and the other before the empty chair. Then, she poured into them a bright red fluid that immediately filled the room with the scent of tea. She then placed the teapot at the center of the table, bowed deeply to the guardian overseer, and left. Albedo picked up her cup of tea, smelled it, and took a sip. The perfectly warm liquid that tasted like rose went down her throat and into her stomach. The heat warmed her entire body, like a warm, soft blanket or a fraction of what it must feel like to be within the embrace of her destined one, giving her a sense of comfort, relief, and happiness. It was a cup of tea suited for the denizens of the great underground tomb of Nazarick. Just then, a knock came at the door once more. But this time, it opened before Albedo gave her permission, and a familiar figure of her fellow floor guardian appeared from behind it. She looked to be around 14 years old or younger, with an innocent, youthful appearance that combined the qualities of cuteness and elegant beauty into a single whole. In contrast, her breasts bulged proudly forward in a decidedly unchildlike manner. Her skin was as pale as wax, and her looks could only be described as stunningly beautiful. Her long silver hair was tied into a ponytail that flowed down from one side of her head, exposing her cute, youthful, innocent face that contrasted the seductive look of delight within her deep red pupils. She adorned a black ball gown which looked soft to the touch. Her skirt was puffed up into a voluminous bell shape, and on top of that was a bolero edged with frills, lace, and ribbons, as well as a pair of long silk gloves, altogether covering up most of her fair, wax-white skin. Oh my, what a pleasant surprise! To what do I owe the honor of meeting the guardian overseer of Nazarick? Her eyes narrowed as her lips curled into a mischievous, playful grin, similar to that of a teasing child. She approached the guardian overseer with elegant, graceful steps before sitting down on the chair pulled by her vampire bride attendant opposite of Albedo. And in response to her teasing, Albedo returned a soft, gentle smile that reached her eyes as she turned towards her fellow floor guardian. I've come to deliver an order from Mamanga-sama to gather all floor guardians except for the guardians of the 4th floor and 7th floor in the amphitheater in 1 hour. Oh. Is that so? I have just finished ordering my minions to heighten the defenses of the 1st through 3rd floor to the highest level. Does it relate to that order? Perhaps. Mamanga-sama simply told me that he has something he wishes to talk about with the floor guardians. Yuuji-sama, Ika-sama, and Lelouch-sama will be attending as well, so we should be prepared. Really? Yuuji-sama will attend. Albedo paused as she looked at Shaltir, whose eyes immediately shined excitedly, in shock. Yes. Ah. Then I must prepare immediately to appear at my best. You, go prepare a bath for me, and make sure my dress is perfect. If there's even a crease on it, I'll kill you. Yes, my mistress. The vampire bride accompanying her bowed and immediately left to do her task while Shaltir began fantasizing about her meeting with her beloved Yuuji-sama. Her hands cupped her cheeks as she began to pant like a female dog in heat. And under her breath, Albedo could hear words of admiration, love, and lustful desires directed towards the greatest supreme being of Ainsulgaon. To be excited at the premise of meeting a supreme being, or even the promise to, was only a matter of course for any denizens of Nazarick and the rest of the world. Not to mention, they now had the chance to be in the presence of all 4 of the remaining supreme beings who were kind enough to not abandon them. Albedo was not surprised at Shaltir's excitement, as she too was quite excited for this meeting, despite the situation that seemed to be quite alarming given Mamanga-sama's order to raise Nazarick's defense level to its highest. But what shocked her was the fact that Shaltir was excited to meet Yuuji-sama instead of Mamanga-sama. Was her admiration greater towards the greatest supreme being than the leader of the supreme beings? No. From her reaction, her demeanor, and her words, her feelings for Yuuji-sama clearly went beyond that of mere admiration. She was madly in love with him. To Albedo's knowledge, Shaltir possessed a necrophilia fetish, amongst many others. Logically, if Shaltir were to have a romantic interest, she would expect her to be more interested in Mamanga-sama, whose aura alone carried the promise of death. Shaltir. No, not even a bed warmer. I'd be happy if I could even become his chai. Yes, what is it? Once again, Albedo couldn't help but look at her confusedly. She didn't expect Shaltir to hold such deep affection towards Yuji-sama. I'd like to ask something, perhaps a bit personal, if that's okay. Oh. What could it be? From what I have seen and known about you, you've always had an inclination and interest towards the dead. I know that just as you are created to be a powerful floor guardian in charge with the defense of 3 floors instead of 1, you are also created to have the dead as one of your sexual preferences. That said, I would like to ask why you hold such deep affections towards Yuji-sama instead of Mamanga-sama, who epitomizes the very concept you should love. There was a moment of pause as silence filled the room with the 2 floor guardians staring at each other, one with a curious gaze and one with a surprised look. Then, a look of understanding came upon the pale-skinned little beauty when she recalled the reason why Albedo could not have known about the reason behind her deep love towards Yuji-sama. After all, not even the supreme beings, aside from her own creator, his sister, and 2 others, knew of this. I naturally hold great admiration towards Mamanga-sama, Albedo. After all, he was the master of death. The supreme being who had claimed death and life as his own. However, my creator, Peraransino-sama, and his sister, Bukabukagama-sama, were close friends of Yuji-sama, as well as Aika-sama. Shaltir took a sip of her tea, a gesture she simply did so her guest, friend, and comrade did not have to drink alone, even though eating, drinking, and sleeping were unnecessary for an undead like her. A gesture Albedo understood and appreciated. Yuji-sama had taken care of them greatly, and would always be there for them whenever they needed him. Thus, when Peraransino made me, he also made a wish out of his immense feeling of gratitude, admiration, and brotherhood for Yuji-sama. That she would admire him like a little sister with a massive brother complex would her dear brother. Love him like a loving wife would her husband. Yearn for him like a cum-dumpster slut own-a-hole would her master. And be his sword. Thus, while I do admire the other supreme beings, including Yuji-sama's wife Aika-sama, and Mamanga-sama, I am made to be his and him alone. Shaltir's eyes were filled with great happiness, affection, and pure, intense, lustful desire as she spoke of how she and these feelings came to be. At this moment, Yuji-sama himself might not know of this, as Peraransino-sama intended this feelings of mine to be a surprise for him. That is why, I am absolutely excited to meet with Yuji-sama. And now, perhaps I could tell him everything, be what my creator wanted me to be at last, and love him with my whole heart, body, and soul. Albedo sat on her seat in silence, shocked. And soon, her shock turned into envy. She did not expect for Shaltir to have found her one. Her destined one. And look how beautiful she was. How brightly she was shining. Like a flower at full bloom. Even Albedo had to admit Shaltir was beautiful, more beautiful than her at this moment. All because she had found her one. While she was still lost. Incomplete. Just then, Albedo snapped out of her daze and self-pity as a familiar voice resounded within her mind from a message spell. X. And I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Or buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/verglax. Thank you. Chapter 173, Chapter 171 Descendant of the First Light. Information. That was the single most important thing within a game such as Yggdrasil, where all players are encouraged to explore the world and find information on their own. And its importance was especially magnified when it comes to battle. If you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. If you know yourself but not the enemy, for every victory gained you will also suffer a defeat. If you know neither the enemy nor yourself, you will succumb in every battle. This was one of, if not, the most famous quote by Sun Tzu that had been written and immortalized within his book, The Art of War. And Mamanga could not agree more. If he could know his enemies' races and job classes, he would be able to know what kind of skills and racial traits they would have, and in turn, predict their every move and behavior. Preparing for them before the battle and countering them during battle would then be very simple, and his victory would be all but guaranteed. And this didn't only apply for a duel. A single information about the enemy guild's strongest player's job class could easily change the tides of battle and increase his chances of victory drastically in a guild war. This was why Mamanga had always been keen on learning about other races and job classes, the skills and spells they have within their repertoire, their racial traits, etc. And within Ain's Olgaun, he was perhaps one of the most knowledgeable players when it comes to spells, job classes, and races. However, my race and my class. I think they're simply too special. I think it's not even something from Yggdrasil, but from the group chat itself. And maybe, it's a hint to the kind of being behind the group chat. Throughout all the years he had spent playing Yggdrasil, he had never heard of a job class or race that would give a player the appearance of a half-demon and half-angel. There might not even be any player with such an appearance. After all, if there was, they won't be able to hide it for long given its flashy and recognizable appearance. Players might not have found this type of race or job class yet. It might still be hidden within a yet-to-be-known quest or raid boss that would reward them with Yuuji's class or race upon completion or defeat. However, after more than a decade since the game launched, hundreds of thousands of players exploring every nook and cranny of the world, Momonga started to doubt it even existed within the game. Perhaps, it was as Aika and Yuuji said. The job classes and race Yuuji, Aika, and Lelouch got from the group chat might not exist within the game. Can you tell us what they are? The crimson wisp of light within Momonga's orbital bones focused on Yuuji, baited in anticipation. Lelouch, who had already been given memories from the group chat, was already aware of the races and job classes Yuuji had. Thus, he was now thinking about the last part of what Yuuji had said before. While Aika, she was staring at Yuuji with sparkling eyes filled with excitement, pride, and love. She couldn't wait to hear how awesome her hubby was, even though she already knew every single aspect about it. I am both a seraphim as well as a demon prince. But that's not all. I am also a descendant of the first light. Descendant of the first light. As Momonga expected. He had never heard of a player having those races. And this cemented his belief that the special races and job classes Yuuji, Aika, and Lelouch received did not exist in Yggdrasil. It was impossible for a player to have both an angelic race and a demonic race at the same time. And it wasn't due to anyone not having found a quest or an item that could grant them an angelic and demonic race at the same time. Once a player chose to play as an angelic and demonic race, the other path would be forever unavailable to them. It was simply impossible to choose the other race once they've chosen one. Many players have actually tried to do it. To combine two unlikely races in hopes to create a new race never to be had before and gain additional powers no one had. But the most they could achieve was the creation of the Nephilim race, which was a combination of angel and human races. By doing this, however, while they would be stronger than a human or angel player at first, they would be unable to advance further into each of its advanced races. A Nephilim would never be able to gain the race Archangel, Seraphim, or High Human. They would simply stay as Nephilim and perhaps advance into Greater Nephilim, which would still be weaker than a Seraphim and barely equal to High Human in certain circumstances. That is why, most players opted to focus on one race and advance it as far as they could, or use their levels to level up their job classes. Moreover, while he did not have any evidence, Momonga was quite certain that the descendant of the first light race did not exist in Yggdrasil. The only true light it might allude to within Norse mythology, which Momonga deeply read about to try and find any hints about yet-to-be-known places, items, characters, races, etc. within the game, was a man named Orvandil the Valiant. The man was quite a minor character within the Norse mythology. He was only mentioned once within the Norse mythology where he was described as the husband of the witch Groa. And the only reason why true light might allude to such a minor character was due to his name having the most semantically plausible interpretation as a compound word which meant ray of light. There was nothing more aside from that. And Momonga doubted that was what Yuuji's race referred to. To him, descendant of the first light sounded like he was a descendant of a god. Baldur, the son of the Allfather Odin, was the god of light. But he was not the true light. And there were no other gods described specifically as true light within Yggdrasil nor the Norse mythology. And since the race did not exist within Yggdrasil, then it might not be referring to anything related to the game or the Norse mythology. Yuuji received this character with the race, descendant of the first light, from the group chat when he came to participate in the mission. Which meant, it was most likely that the god referred to as the true light was the being who created the group chat. No, I'm going too far. Let's hear what Yuuji has to say first. Momonga shook his head and turned his attention back to Yuuji. I see. I certainly haven't heard of it before. Yuuji nodded, having expected his words as a matter of fact. Actually, this race is the reason why I doubt the races and job classes existed in Yggdrasil. Oh. Why? Because it gives me infinite potential. Including the potential to go beyond level 100 and the ability to gain experience twice as fast as others would. If the room was quiet before, it has become a vacuum now as Momonga sat frozen in shock. Aye, is that true? Despite seeing the small nod from Yuuji, Momonga still could not believe it. The trust he had in Yuuji was, needless to say, infallible. Having known them inside and out and forming a bond with them, all members of the group chat were like family to him. If he couldn't trust them, then there would be no one in any world that he would trust. But, that just made Yuuji's words even more astonishing. In Yggdrasil, the level cap was 100. And although he wouldn't know if the same level cap existed within the new world, having it would essentially guarantee that he would be able to level up and become stronger infinitely, given the time. Moreover, Yuuji was also capable of gaining experience twice as fast. It was essentially a permanent double EXP buff. Just how broken is your character? Momonga didn't know if he should be happy, shocked, or envious, because he was feeling everything all at the same time. But in the end, he felt proud and happy for him. After having bonded with Yuuji and going through a quest with him, he had become somewhat of a little brother to him. In fact, perhaps aside from C.C, who was way older than him and who he had spent the least time with, he considered all members of the group chat to be his little brothers and sisters. And seeing them be this powerful, he couldn't help but feel proud and relieved since they would be able to take care of themselves in the future. Yuuji smiled sheepishly, having sensed the helpless smile Momonga was projecting, though his skeletal face could not form any sort of expression. What else does it give you? It gives me tremendous physical attack and defense, several immunities, and a huge increase to my mana pool. It also gives me several quite powerful spells. Moreover, I can also fully turn into either a demon or an angel. What? Ah, really? Yuuji nodded. Then slowly, his form changed into that of a demon prince. All 6 pairs of his wings were now fully black and crimson. The white half of his attire and holy armor which denoted his angelic side were now fully black, as the darkness from his left side seemed to encroach on the holy side of his being and fully enraptured it. The halo, which was previously golden, now turned jet black with bloody thorny vines twisting around it, dripping with fresh, crimson-red blood that disappeared into crimson particles of light. And his right eye, which was previously golden, had now turned crimson-red, just like his left eye. The jet black horn with cracking pattern that radiated a crimson-red glow that only emerged from the left side of his head, now also emerged from the right side of his head. And finally, his hair, which was previously half white and half black, was now fully black in color with crimson-red streaks. Kaya hubby, you're so hot. Ah, as expected, your demon form looks so sexy. I think I love this one better than your angel form. Aika hugged his arm even harder, her eyes shining with excitement, admiration, and affection which would soon turn to lust. Her wings enveloped Yuuji even more as it began shaking in excitement. Meanwhile, Momonga could not help but stare at his transformation in odd shock. Amazing. Does turning into this form grant you a boost to your more demonic spells and skills? It does. And in my angelic form, it gives me a boost to my light-based skills and healing spells. It also unlocks some skills and spells that I can only access in a specific form. Yuuji answered after he gave Aika a kiss on her head and rubbed her hands holding him softly. I see. That's certainly interesting. Momonga's gamer side was fully intrigued by the unique and interesting system. This was the first time he had ever seen anything like this. What about your job classes? I have the Prince of Darkness job class, which I believe Demiurge also has. Apart from that, the most notable ones are Champion of the First Light, World Guardian, Sword Saint, and True Light. Once again, aside from the Prince of Darkness job class, these were classes he had never heard of before. And from its name, Momonga could imagine what kind of broken classes they were. Then, there was the True Light once again, this time as a job class. Momonga was now becoming more and more convinced that this True Light being was the one behind the group chat. A being who could connect people from different universes and transport them to each other. A being beyond any god he ever knew. Yuuji. I would like to see your classes and races in action. Would you mind going to the amphitheater for a demonstration? The crimson-red light orbs that were Momonga's eyes glowed brighter in anticipation and excitement. Leaving aside the matter regarding the true being behind the group chat, as a true gamer, he simply couldn't wait to learn more about Yuuji's unique and amazing races and classes, and see them in action. Alright. I'd like to test a few things out myself as well. I'll join too. I want to have some action too. I'll come and watch. We will be meeting there with the Floor Guardians anyway, so I might as well come early. Then, let us depart. With that, the 4 supreme beings of Nazarick simultaneously activated their Ring of Ain's old gown, and disappeared from the round table room. X. The world before them instantly turned black the moment they unleashed the ring's power. And in the next moment, the scenery before them changed, and their surroundings were now a dark tunnel lit solely flickering torches that made their shadows dance within the darkness. At the end of the tunnel, they could see what seemed like a giant lowered portcullis. With Momonga in the lead, Lelouch, Yuuji, and Aika, who was walking while hugging her hubby's arm, walked down the wide and high passage towards the portcullis ahead. The stone floor beneath their feet amplified the sound of their footsteps, echoing it throughout the length of the dark tunnel. As they neared the portcullis, they noticed a scent. Even Momonga, whose nose should have been a little more than an empty hole in his skull, was able to smell it. The strong scent of the earth, trees, and grass. The smell of a jungle. And as though sensing the arrival of the supreme beings, the portcullis swiftly raised itself into the ceiling just at the right moment to let them through. Passing the barrier, a whole new scenery welcomed them as they saw a circular arena, surrounded on all sides by many tiers of audience seats. It was a coliseum, a gigantic one. Oval in shape, it spanned 180 meters on its long axis and 150 meters on its shorter one. The height of it, measured from its ground to its highest point, was around 40 meters, with a familiar architectural style. It was a coliseum modeled after the arenas of the Roman Empire. Lights created by the spell, continual light, were everywhere, illuminating the grounds with bright light to allow the audience to observe the entire coliseum like it was day. The audience seats were not empty. However, they were not filled with actual audiences. Instead, there were clay dolls, golems to be more exact, that filled the audience seat with no sign of activity. In this coliseum, the intruders who dared invade the great underground tomb of Nazarick would be the star of the show, while members of Ains Ulgaun will be watching relaxedly within the VIP box. The main event, a brutal melee. Apart from the 1,500-men invasion, every single invader had met their ends here. If players in Yggdrasil would shed blood, the earthen ground of this arena would have been soaked red. Woa so pretty. Yuuji looked up into the sky along with Aika, and they saw a black expanse of a starry night sky. They were quite dim that even with their enhanced senses, they could only see the brightest one. Perhaps if there were no lights around them, they could have seen the stars. The night sky was one of the greatest wonders of the 6th floor of the underground tomb of Nazarick. Though merely a virtual imitation, it was still a sight to behold. Blue Planet truly outdid himself with this. Even though it required a massive amount of data, he was able to create a sky that would change with the time of day, even showing an actual sun with appropriate daylight effects. Yuuji and Aika both smiled softly as they looked up into the night sky. In the memories given to them by the group chat, they had spent quite some time together within the 6th floor to enjoy the nature around them. And if they could do sexual actions in the game, Aika would have persuaded Yuuji into doing public sex play and exhibitionism play where he would have Aika walk naked around the 6th floor and have his way with her whenever he wanted. Thankfully, even the act of kissing and touching certain body parts were forbidden and could not be done. Thus, Aika had to be satisfied simply by holding his hands as they walked around like a wholesome couple. A few moments later, the 4 supreme beings noticed something. 2. From the VIP box, a figure leapt with an energetic shout. The figure jumped down from the height of 6 stories, somersaulted in midair, and landed with the gracefulness and gentleness of a butterfly descending on a flower. A feat done by pure physical prowess without any magical and physical enhancement skills. V. Then, the figure smiled widely and made a double V sign of victory. A cute, dark elven child of about 11 years old had descended from such a height, and immediately ran towards Yuuji and the others like a child would upon meeting their parents. Her face bore a wide smile of excitement, bright as the sun. Her hair resembled threads spun of gold that reached her shoulders. Her mismatched eyes, one blue and one red, seemed eager and filled with excitement and happiness as they gazed upon the group of supreme beings. She wore a shirt of light leather armor that was reinforced by crimson-red dragon scales with the emblem of Ains Ulgaun proudly displayed on her vest, stitched in gold onto the white background. Below that, she wore a pair of white, long pants, matching her vest, with a whip coiled across her waist and right shoulder and a longbow behind her. The moment she came close, Aika immediately stepped up and kneeled down to match her height, and opened her arms wide. "Oh my! Orichan, it's so good to see you. Hey Aika-sama." A momentary look of shock flashed across her cute yet androgynous visage as hesitation filled her heterochromatic eyes. To be welcomed with such wide, open arms by a supreme being, not to mention the closest supreme being to her own parent and creator, filled her entire being with utter joy, happiness, and honor. However, hesitation stemming from her own self-judged worthiness to be welcomed into the embrace of a supreme being made her stop in her tracks. "Hey Aika-sama. Come on. Come here, Aura." The soft, motherly look of the most beautiful supreme being melted her heart, along with her own resolve and hesitation. It would be fine, right? After all, Aika-sama had ordered her to come. So she must come to her. Slowly, the guardian of the 6th floor, no. The dark elven child ran once again and leaped into Aika's embrace as she wrapped her hands around the small child and buried her face into her cleavage. "Fufufu, I've missed you, Aura. Do you miss me?" "Why yes. I missed you as well, Aika-sama." Aika stroked the guardian's little head, combing her silken golden threads through her fingers as her jet-black feathered wings enveloped the small child into its warm, protective embrace. "Where is your brother, Aura?" He's still up there, Aika-sama. I'll call her right away." "Fufufu, it's fine. I will call her." Aika let go of Aura, though still keeping her left arm around her tiny waist, before looking up to the VIP box. "Mare. Would you come here, sweetie? I've missed you." Her voice was soft and soothing, yet it traveled a great distance that it reached her target as if they were right before her. A head popped up from the edge of the VIP box. A head of spun golden threads just like his sister's. Aora-sama. You. Why yes. I will be there soon. I. A look of hesitation and fear filled his cute visage as he responded to Aika's call with a trembling voice. Yet, he gathered up his courage as he clenched his tall staff, taller than him. Then, with a shout, more to encourage himself than to do a battle cry like her sister, he leapt out from the VIP box. The dark elven boy landed on the ground, much less gracefully than her sister, but with more or less the same level of effortlessness, though she appeared to be a little more wobbly. His clothes had the same basic white color as Aura, but a short section of flesh peeked out below his short skirt. And his legs were covered in white silk stockings. He was more lightly armed than Aura, with a pair of lustrous white gloves on his dainty little hands, and the gnarled black staff in his hands. Then, after recovering from his jump and tidying up his skirt, Mare ran towards Aika. The same hesitation flashed across his face the moment he saw Aika welcoming him with open arms. He looked towards his sister, saw her smiling brightly, and pushed himself to come closer to the supreme being. Yua-dash. As soon as he got close, Aika pulled him into her embrace and rested both twins' heads above her shoulder as she hugged them tightly. Her wings enveloping both guardians of the 6th floor like a mother bird would her children. Fufu, you're both so cute. Mare squirmed in embarrassment, yet at the same time, warmth filled his heart. Bukabukagama-chan had told me to consider the two of you my own children. And I plan on doing just that. So, I would be happy if you can at least treat me like your aunt. She let go of the twins to meet them face to face, and what she saw was two pairs of shocked, widened eyes. And this is not an order. You are free to consider me whatever you wish. But, I will be treating you as my own from now on, okay? A drop of tear. Then a stream flowed down the heterochromatic eyes of both twins. Aika pulled them back into her embrace, before the twins began to cry as they now wrapped their arms around Aika and pulled her, clutching onto her tightly. And as the guardians of the 6th floor cried in Aika's embrace, Momonga watched them from the sidelines. The crimson wisp within his orbital bones dimmed as he closed his eyes. A mix of sadness, nostalgia, happiness, gratefulness, and ultimately, relief, filled his heart. Thank you. Aika-san. Although the twins didn't show it, he had noticed how much Aura and Mare missed their creators from the anime, their parents. Perhaps aside from his own creation, Pandora's actor, every NPC within Nazarick missed their creators, who had left them when they quit Yggdrasil. And though he would not be able to grant them their greatest wish to meet their creators again, at the very least, Aika could give the twin dark elven children the next best thing. For that, he was eternally grateful to Aika. And I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Or buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/verglax. Thank you. Chapter 174, Chapter 172 Phantom. Aika stood in between the two dark elven twins, her hand stroking their heads as Aura and Mare rubbed their teary, red eyes. And before long, the two lowered their heads towards Momonga, Yuuji, and Lelouch and bowed in apology. Please forgive our unsightly appearance. Please forgive us. The dark, skeletal overlord approached them, his build towering over the dark elven children twice or thrice over, and put a hand on their shoulders. There is no reason for you to apologize. Rise. The twins raised their heads as ordered, eyes still red and cheeks still stained with tears. They pursed their lips tightly, else, they would cry all over again. They were on the verge of tears even now as Aika still stroked their heads ever so gently and affectionately. After a while, the two finally calmed down, and Aika also stopped stroking their heads so as to not continue the waterworks. Aura, have you received my order from Seabass? Ah, yes, Momonga-sama. I've sent my stealthier pets to scout the area around Nazarick as you ordered, and put them under Seabass's command. I have given him an item that would allow him to talk with my pets, so he should be able to command and receive information from them easily. I've decided to stay here with Mare to defend this floor since we were also ordered to increase the defense level of Nazarick to the highest. The figure of the young, crying dark elven child had disappeared. And in her place was the guardian of the 6th floor. Although she responded in a youthful, energetic manner, it was clear that the dark elven child before them was not a regular child, but one of the most powerful beings within Nazarick entrusted with the task to guard the safety of an entire floor. Good. Continue your good work. Mare as well. Yes, Momonga-sama. Hearing their answer, Momonga nodded in satisfaction. I believe I have also ordered Albedo to gather all floor guardians, aside from the guardian of the 4th floor, Gargantua, and guardian of the 8th floor, Victim, to the amphitheater in an hour. Yes. We've received the message from Albedo. Aura confirmed as her twin brother nodded repeatedly in agreement. And we have arrived early to do a bit of test and exercise. Test. E-exercise. The twins tilted their heads, looking at the figure of the Master of Death and leader of the Supreme Beings with clear confusion. But then, a hand touched their shoulder from behind, and they turned to look to see Aika with a wide, excited smile on her otherworldly visage. That's right, Yuuji, and I would like to borrow the grounds and test out a few things with our powers. Would that be fine? Of course. Absolutely. The grounds and the entire Nazarick belong to the Supreme Beings. Please feel free to use them. Thank you. Yuuji approached the twins and smiled softly at the two. While he wasn't as close to Tsubakihara as he was to her little brother, Perarancino, he was still one of the closest friends to the female voice actress with the slime tank avatar. And just as she asked Aika to take care of her twin children, she had also asked the same to him as her job slowly began causing her to be unable to come online as often anymore. It was the same time as Perarancino asking him to take care of his kid and joke about making her his, before he also began to log in less and less. Thus, from his memories, he also had developed a closeness to the twin dark elven children before him. Thank you, Aura, Mare. Anything for the Supreme Beings. The two bowed their heads towards Aika and Yuuji in pure reverence and respect. Well then, shall we start, Just then, Momonga and the rest noticed the sound of heavy footsteps and metals clanging against each other echoed throughout the grounds. And when they turned to look, they saw Albedo approaching them equipped in full-body black plate armor. The suit of armor that resembled that of a demon was covered in spikes and did not expose the slightest bit of her smooth, beautiful, jade skin. Its clawed gauntlets grasped a black kite shield in one hand and the jet-black wand with an equally jet-black sphere floating at its tip, the world item Janunga Gap. A jet-black horned helmet covered her beautiful face. And behind her, a blood-red cape fluttered with every step she took, while the doublet beneath was also the carmine of fresh blood. Upon receiving the order to come to the amphitheater early to protect the Supreme Beings during their little test, Albedo did not hesitate to equip her full set of armor and her world item. Her levels were in the defense-focused Dark Knight class. As a result, among the 3 level 100 warriors of Nazarick, Seabass, Cositus, and Albedo, she possessed the greatest defensive ability. In other words, she was the strongest shield of Nazarick. Albedo. Stunned in place, Momonga looked at the Guardian Overseer in shock and confusion. Why was she here so soon? Shouldn't she be coming along with Demiurge later on, just like in the anime? Upon arriving before the Supreme Beings, the alluring beauty bowed gracefully. Please forgive my tardiness. I have come in accordance with Aika-sama's summon upon completing the task given by Momonga-sama. All floor guardians have been informed of your orders. They shall be arriving in approximately 1 hour from now. All eyes turned towards Aika as her eyes curved into crescent moons and her luscious red lips curled into a wide smile which, due to the nature of her job class, appeared seductive and bewitching. Fufu, I've called Albedo here to help us with our testing and protect us in case something goes wrong. Ah. I see. Very well. Momonga nodded and accepted the reasonable explanation Aika gave. On the other hand, Lelouch seemed to sense something else hidden beneath Aika's action of calling Albedo here, though he did not pursue it further. While Yuuji noticed something in her smile that also made him doubt that protection was the entire reason why Aika called Albedo here. And seeing the mischievousness in her beautiful smile was all the confirmation he needed. However, he couldn't find out why. Yuuji couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Sometimes, figuring out what's in his beloved girlfriend's dirty little mind was much more difficult than figuring out the stock market during an economic upheaval. Momonga and Lelouch then headed to the side of the grounds with Aura, Mare, and Albedo following closely behind. And they would stop only after they were right in front of the stone walls that separated the edge of the arena grounds and the audience seat. Even then, after hearing the absurdity of both Yuuji and Aika's job class and race, Momonga still felt like he wasn't far enough from the two. He turned to look at Albedo, who stood in front of him and adorned in full-set armor and equipment in addition to the world item Janunga Gap, and felt a bit safer. He hadn't thanked Aika enough for her thoughtfulness for calling Albedo to protect them from the possible devastation she and Yuuji might unleash during this exercise. Arise. Touch me. Albert Alan Odell. Momonga raised his left bony hands in front of him, and upon uttering the names of his past comrades and close friends, 2 jet-black, shadowy figures rose from the ground a few distance away. Immediately, a look of recognition and shock appeared on the twins' face. And although Albedo's expression was hidden beneath her helmet, she still flinched in shock, causing her armor to clang against each other slightly. The 2 phantoms, which had a similar appearance as the Supreme Beings who had long since abandoned them, rose and stood on their feet, before slowly making their way towards Yuuji and Aika. At first glance, aside from their color, the phantoms had the same exact appearance as the Supreme Beings. However, the aura, presence, and strength they emanated were far less than what Albedo, Aura, and Mare remembered. They were slightly muddled and fainter than what they would expect from a true Supreme Being. If Yuuji-sama, Aika-sama, Momonga-sama, and Lelouch-sama were suns, then they would be more akin to moons. Just then, the deep, somber voice of the Supreme Being who led all others resounded. They are simply phantoms. A being with the appearance and power akin to the original created from my memories of my dear friends and comrade. While they may share a similar appearance, they are far weaker. In a true fight, they would not stand even a few seconds against someone like Yuuji and Aika. However, they were still more powerful than any other summons. So, they would have to suffice for this little exercise. Yes. I see. The realization and hope that he heard within voices of the twin siblings standing to his sides prompted him to look towards them. And as he expected, he could see hope within those two pairs of heterochromatic eyes. He could immediately tell what they were thinking, for he too thought the same the moment he acquired Keeper of Memories. Unfortunately, they do not have the memories of the original, as they are two separate beings. Although they might have similar mannerisms, they are, in the end, phantoms created through my memories. However, a large, bony, skeletal hand rested on the twins' head, causing them to look up at the towering figure of the Supreme Being and Master of Death. If you wish to, I can have a phantom of Bukubukagama-san to stay with the two of you. Is that true, Mamanga-sama? Mamanga nodded at Aura's outburst and Mare's intense stare. And tears began to flow once more from the twins' eyes as they sobbed and bowed their heads towards the Master of the Tomb. Thank you very much. It was only obvious why they would react in such a way. Even Albedo flinched ever so slightly the moment he uttered those words. The two dark elven children. No, all children of Nazarick deserved happiness. And upon being abandoned by their creators, a hole was created within their hearts. In the anime, all the NPCs worked hard in order to fulfill everything he, the leader of Ainz Olgaun and the remaining Supreme Being, wished. But their actions were not done solely out of their loyalty to Nazarick and himself. They were done out of desperation and fear. They worked hard in the hopes that he, the last Supreme Being, would not abandon them as well. And Mamanga did not want his precious children to live like that. He was no longer afraid of the NPCs betraying him, for he knew now the depth of their loyalty. And if having the phantoms of his past friends and comrades roam around the guild like they used to and allow the children of Nazarick to interact with their creator would make them happy, then he would do it. He'd rather his children work hard out of their desire to bring happiness and prosperity to Nazarick, rather than out of desperation and fear. And although the phantoms could talk and act like they once were, they were all still under their command, so he didn't need to fear that they would create problems or cause a fight between the NPCs. The large, skeletal hands rested on the twins' head once again as Mamanga began to stroke them, hoping it would calm them down. Unfortunately, it didn't seem to work. Or rather, it made them cry even more. To be able to see and even interact with their creators, their parents, once again was something all children of Nazarick wished for from the bottom of their hearts. Even if they were a mere phantom. But now, they could. And the chance to do so was something even more precious than their own lives. And I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Or buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/verglax. Thank you. Chapter 175, Chapter 173 Exercise. The shadowed figure of the Black Knight and goat-like bipedal demon stood at the ready for battle as they focused their eyes on their opponents, Yuuji and Aika. As phantoms of Touch Me and Albert Alan Odal created by Mamanga, they were adorned in their full-set equipment, just like their original as Mamanga had memorized and had ingrained in his memory. The Phantom of Touch Me was adorned in his compliance with law, a pure white full-plate armor, now jet black, that he had won from the World Tournament. In his left hand was Earth Recover, a pure white shield, now jet black, that was his favorite shield. And a jet black sword in his right hand. Its coloration was the complete opposite to its original. But aside from that, its appearance was the exact same as Touch Me. On the other hand, Albert's appearance didn't seem to change much, as he was already adorned in mostly black in the first place. He was adorned in a black and red ceremonial uniform akin to those worn by Western, perhaps European, generals, and a velvet cape with a rose pinned on his left shoulder. Upon his head was a bow, and the right side of his face was covered with a golden mask. The other side of his face, however, was shown and it wasn't that of a grey goat. Instead, it was black, and its pair of wickedly twisted horns were of the same coloration and no longer gold. Touch Me had his sword and shield at the ready, while Albert had spread his hands, ready to cast buff spells to himself the moment the match started. Although these phantoms retained their personality, character, behavior, and to a certain extent, memories, as Mamanga would remember, they were still phantoms controlled by Mamanga. And Mamanga had brought them into existence to fight against Yuuji and Aika. As such, they were focused on the task at hand, and were ready for the moment Mamanga signified the start of battle. In contrast, Yuuji and Aika were standing casually. Yuuji had not brought out his weapon, and Aika was not preparing herself to cast any spells. They were truly not in a hurry, and knowing their own power, they were not concerned with the threat these two phantoms might pose to them. If they were the original Touch Me and Albert, then they would have taken them more seriously, out of respect for their friendship and abilities. But to them, these phantoms were simply sandbags they would be testing their powers against. While they might share appearances with their friend and comrade, they were simply phantoms, in the end. And they did not hold any feelings towards them. Instead, they were listening into Momonga's conversation with the twins. They were quite far apart, but with the keen senses of their new races, distance wasn't an issue for them to hear their conversation. Yuuji, is that a good idea? Some of the members had argued with each other in the past. And if their creations took sides, wouldn't it cause internal dispute between the NPCs? Aika silently conveyed her message to Yuuji telepathically through their specially crafted Ring of Marriage they've received as part of their special level 100 character support item for the mission. The ring grants them the ability to communicate with their partners over any distance. They would also be able to teleport to each other's location for free once a day, copy one skill or spell, active or passive, of their other half that could be changed once every day, and inform them the moment their partner entered combat. Moreover, while within the same party, they would gain a boost to their stats, and a further boost if they were within a certain vicinity of each other. They were divine ranked items, due to how incredibly rare and high ranked the ingredients to make them were, with some being god items. In their memories, the pair of rings were created with the help of Eminoma Itotsu, the best blacksmith within Ain's old gown. I think it'll be fine. As he said, they would all be under his control. And I'm sure he won't let them fight to the point that it'll cause internal dispute between the NPCs. I hope so. Aika nodded as a smile appeared on her face, reminiscing the time she had spent with some of the other members of Ain's old gown within her memories. I would have liked to meet them in real life, especially Bukabukagama-chan. Memories of her time chatting with Bukabukagama, their late-night girls' talk, Bukabukagama complaining about her little brother or the annoying guys trying to get close to her, her envying Aika for having such an amazing relationship with such a perfect boyfriend, talking about their daily lives, even to the mundane stuff. They all felt so real, yet not at the same time. No, they were not real. But Aika still treasured them all the same. Me too. Yuuji glanced towards Touchme's figure and remembered the figure of his good birdman friend, Perarancino. While he was close with all members of the guild, the two were the closest to him. Touchme was a brother figure to him, someone he'd ask and receive advice from on how to better his relationship with Aika and life in general. And he would always be there for him, to help him no matter if it was related to the game or in real life. A big brother he could always count on. While Perarancino was that perverted, annoying friend who he simply just couldn't come to hate or ignore. He was always honest, sometimes to a fault especially regarding his likes and hobbies. But being with someone so truthful and honest was something Yuuji appreciated greatly. He could tell him about anything he wanted and he would respond truthfully to his own beliefs without judging, even if the truth might hurt sometimes. And Perarancino would also never hide anything from him. He was honest about his likes, his perverted fetishist, his desires, and the genuine friendship and kinship he felt with Yuuji. Recalling the memories he had with them, Yuuji also felt a bit somber. As Aika said, it would have been nice to have truly met them in real life. Well, at the very least, we could still interact with the phantoms. Yes. At the very least. A heavy sigh escaped their lips, before the two noticed a nod coming from the large, skeletal overlord that was Momonga from the distance. They nodded in return, and looked at each other. A smile finally blooming on their faces once more. Let's stop thinking about this and have fun. It's been a while since you've let loose, right? Yes, I'm super looking forward to this. I can't wait to test out some of my spells. Well, just don't cast True Armageddon Evil, any super destructive spell, or the super tears, okay? Aika pouted. Geez, I know that already. I won't do that kind of thing. Yuuji smiled softly at his pouting girlfriend before closing his eyes. Then, a beautiful one-handed longsword, adorned with two sky-blue diamonds embedded on each side of the blade, and hilt wrapped with an azure-colored silk with a sparkling, cerulean-colored crystal at its pommel appeared within his right hand. Let's do our best and have fun. He spoke to the spirit sword sovereign within his mind, and a soft, gentle, beautiful voice of a young girl resounded in his mind in response to his words. Will do her best. The diamonds at the base of the blade and the length of the blade glowed with a radiant, divine light as magic began to emanate subtly, yet powerfully, causing the air in its vicinity to subtly shake and tremble. Then, with his left hand, he touched the obsidian gem and white gold necklace around his neck. Alice, Arya. The two of you feel free to join in and have fun, okay? Without words, but intentions and emotions were conveyed through their bonds with Yuuji. Since they unfortunately do not have bodies that could move as freely as they wanted, they would simply like to help him and have him use their abilities while cheering him on. I see. Thank you. And I hope the two of you will evolve soon and perhaps gain a body. The obsidian gem and white gold necklace glowed and vibrated in response to his words, as a mixed feeling of excitement, happiness, and anticipation were conveyed to him. Well then. Let's have some fun, shall we? The golden staff of Ain's old gown was raised into the air as all 7 jewels within the mouths of the 7 snakes shone from the lights that filled the grand amphitheater. Then, the low, bassy voice of Momonga resounded throughout the arena. Begin. Bless of the magic caster, greater full potential, magic boost, freedom, fly, maximized magic, hellfire wall. A myriad of colored auras swirled around Albert's demonic goat form as one by one, numerous buff spells were casted and empowered him. Ideally, Albert would have casted many more buffs to himself. However, having casted 5 buffing spells and a single offensive spell in a few seconds was a feat few high-ranking magic casters could boast. There was only a very few number of magic caster who could equal Albert in terms of casting speed, and even less who could surpass him. Aika being one of them. However, Aika simply stood in place. She spread her jet-black feathered wings which seemed to encompass the world into darkness, and elongated her nails, sharper and tougher than even legendary class-bladed weapons, as a tall wall of flames rose with a fiery blaze from the ground between herself and Albert. An impressed look appeared on her otherworldly beautiful visage. Creating a wall of flames that would cause immense amounts of fire damage upon crossing, in addition to concealing his figure and location from Aika, was indeed an amazing idea. After all, while Aika was primarily a magic caster, she knew from her memories that she would often go against that notion and charge forward, using her naturally gifted athleticism and martial arts skills to gain the upper hand against other magic caster. Albert, Shizuya Tensuzuku, and Momonga had become victims to this strategy multiple times as, even if they knew she was coming, stopping her was another matter entirely. Despite being a phantom, Albert seemed to remember this fact and thus used Hellfire Wall to prevent her from charging blindly. The tall wall of blazing flames burned with blinding light and intense heat, scorching the grounds. Its heat could be felt clearly even from where Momonga and the others were standing. Amazing. As expected of Albert-sama. Yuan. Even though it's a phantom and not the real Albert-sama, it's still incredible. A sense of pride filled Momonga's non-existent heart, at least in this form, as he straightened up and looked at the flaming wall with nostalgia and pride. This isn't even comparable to his true prowess. But it's certainly still impressive. Due to the effects of the strongest magic caster class, World Disaster, which boasted incredible firepower and destructive magic, even if the Phantom could only manifest a percentage of the true Albert's capabilities, his spells were still comparable to a level 90 character's most powerful spells. I agree. But, this shouldn't be enough to stop Aika. The damage she'd receive from this spell if she passed through it would have been negligible. Momonga quickly turned his attention towards, surprised by his words. Although the spell wasn't comparable to what the true Albert could do, it was still a powerful spell which had been further empowered to increase the spell's attack power to its maximum damage potential with the maximized magic metamagic enhancements. Even him, when equipped with an equipment which gave him fire resistance, would still suffer quite the substantial amount of damage. Lelouch's words were hard to believe, to say the least. However, there was still a lingering feeling in the corner of his mind that might think they were true. After all, Lelouch had received memories of the 3 of them having spent years within Yggdrasil and Ain's old gown. He must have known Aika's true capabilities, as he had seen them in his memories. Yeah. Is that true, Lelouch-sama? Lelouch nodded at Aura's question. Yes. She had charged through hellfire walls cast by Albert at an even higher tier before with only a few burns, before throwing him with an Aikido throw. Then why? Lelouch smiled, turning his head towards the twin floor guardians and looked slightly downwards to meet their gazes. Because she won't be satisfied with this little exercise if it ends so soon. And, I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Or buy me a Ko-fi at buymeacoffee.com/verglax. Thank you. Chapter 176, Chapter 174 Divine Smite. Because she won't be satisfied with this little exercise if it ends so soon. The raging flames that formed a tall, nigh impenetrable wall of pure hellish fire disappeared, catching the attention of Momonga, Lelouch, the twins, and Albedo. And from behind it, they could see Aika standing with her left hand raised in front of her as the last bit of light particles from the dispel magic she used to erase Albert's hellfire wall dissipated from her palms. It was as Lelouch had said. Aika wouldn't go through the wall of flames, not because she couldn't, but because she would end the fight too early. Instead, she simply dispelled the spell with a simple wave of a hand. Rose of Agony. As the words left her luscious lips, black thorny vines with blooming black roses appeared around Albert's legs, wrapping itself around it as it climbed higher and higher, before disappearing. That is. Despite only for a very brief moment, Momonga and the other floor guardians present did not miss the appearance of the black roses and vines that suddenly wrapped around Albert's feet. And they also did not notice the visible panic that Albert displayed before he immediately took off from the ground using fly that he had cast earlier. But No matter how quickly he tried to fly away, he was still slower than lightning. Maximized magic. Dragon lightning. Voracious lightning crackled from her hands. And in the next moment, a massive dragon of lightning charged with a thunderous roar. Coup. Despite everything, the Phantom of the Grey Goat Supreme, being an owner of the World Disaster job class, which boasted the greatest firepower out of all other classes, barely managed to dodge the massive thunderous lightning attack from another holder of the World Disaster job class. The flowing jet black sleeve and part of the velvet cape that adorned Albert's right half had vanished, revealing his cindered clawed right hand and arms. Immediately after, the black thorny vines and roses appeared once more, and this time, it had already wrapped itself around his waist. The flying phantom of Albert crashed back down to the ground with a heavy thud, tumbling for a few meters, before landing face down on the cracked ground. Bits of lightning crackled all around his body as smoke slowly drifted upwards from his scorched arm. KHH. Koha. Jet black blood escaped his lips as Albert coughed heavily on the ground. The effects of the rose of agony he so feared had already reached the second stage and affected him greatly. Seeing the result of her spells, a satisfied smile bloomed on Aika's beautiful visage. The 7th tier spell, Rose of Agony, was an exclusive spell she got access to upon maxing her Empress of Evil job class. At first, the 7th tier spell did not seem to do much. It was a single target spell that did not deal instantaneous damage over time, or disabled its target. It simply cursed its target and decreased their movement speed and evasion for 20 seconds. However, this effect was merely the first of 5 stages of the spell. And upon being hit by an attack, the spell will move on to its next stage. With each hit, the Briar Rose will rise higher and higher. On the second hit, it would rise up to the waist and inflict true damage equal to 5% of the caster's magic attack for 10 seconds. If the target was hit once again within those 10 seconds, the Briar Rose would rise up once again and wrap around their chest and neck, continuing to deal true damage. In addition, 10% of the caster's magic attack would be inflicted every time they tried to cast a spell or a skill. The fourth hit would cause the thorny vines to wrap around their arms, slowing the target's casting speed and decreasing their accuracy. And on the final hit, it would fully wrap around the target's head, dealing massive damage and inflicting the blindness condition for another 10 seconds. Albert, having gained the knowledge, memories, and personality of the true Albert despite being a phantom, knew of the effects of the spell. It was one of Aika's favorite spells to use, and as her self-proclaimed rival in terms of being a mage with the highest magic damage, he had studied and learned about all the spells she had ever shown him. However, simply knowing didn't necessarily make him capable of dealing with it, especially with Aika's inhuman speed, reaction time, and proficiency with it. Thus, Albert's first and immediate reaction was to fly away, knowing that going on foot was simply a fool's errand given the decreased movement speed debuff he received from Rose of Agony. However, with Aika's proficiency with magic and his lowered evasion rate, he failed to dodge her Dragon Lightning, raising the Rose of Agony spell by 1 stage and causing him to lose concentration on his Fly spell. Now, he had been tossed out of the frying pan and thrown straight into the fire, as the Rose of Agony now further decreased his movement speed and was now doing quite the considerable amount of continuous true damage onto him. And this time, he would need to cast Fly once more unless he wanted to become a stationary living target practice for Aika. Meanwhile, whom should I use that spell now? No, that would make everyone here horny. I'll just use that tonight when I'm alone with Yuuji Fufu. Aika contemplated on what spells she would like to try out as she waited for the Phantom Albert to rise up to his feet. On the other side of the battlefield, sparks and clanging of steel reverberated throughout the entire amphitheater. With an extremely enthusiastic Spirit Sword Sovereign Est in his hand, brimming with excitement, Yuuji had to hold back quite a bit so as to not accidentally slice through Phantom Touch Me sword, armor, and body in one slash. That said, Yuuji was pleasantly surprised by the Phantom's strength. While he hadn't tested his full strength in this form yet, Yuuji knew from his memories just how powerful he was, even if he didn't use his space manipulation magic. The original Touch Me had never won a duel against him. In fact, they all ended up in the white-clad world champion being thoroughly overpowered through sheer strength. Yuuji even recalled when Touch Me asked him why he wouldn't enter the world tournament and vie for the world champion title, given he was the most powerful player he had ever known. But even then, the Phantom of his past close friend, guildmate, and world champion was still the strongest opponent he had ever faced. While Tatsuya was objectively the most powerful with his magic and martial arts skills, Touch Me, despite being a phantom, was stronger physically. Each and every blow of his sword was heavy, and his defenses, with the compliance with law, armor and Earth Recover shield, were tougher than Yuuji first expected, making it quite difficult to gauge how much power he should use. Fortunately, with Alice's innate ability, clairvoyance, and his enhanced senses and reaction speed, Yuuji was able to use them to his advantage to deal with Touch Me's attacks. With his shield braced before him, Touch Me raised his sword up into the sky, shining brilliantly in bright, white light, and swung down with a heavy might. Ha! Divine Smite. A powerful blast of divine energy shook the air and ground, reverberating throughout the entire arena. While this wasn't Touch Me's most powerful skill, the Divine Smite was a favored skill used by paladins for a good reason. It was a reliable, high-damage skill, especially against those with negative karma values, that could be invoked instantly. An extremely powerful skill, considering the cost of casting it. Moreover, considering the energy Touch Me's sword was emanating, Yuuji could guess that he was using it at quite the high-tier level. And yet before the mighty smite of the strongest divine warrior, Yuuji calmly raised his sword and decided to see the effects of one of his strongest skills that he could only use 3 times a day. The World Guardian job class was an extremely powerful defensive class. In fact, if it had existed within Yggdrasil, it would have been labeled as a brokenly overpowered class which all players would complain about and riot for until the devs deleted it from the game. In addition to the massive increase in physical defense, magic defense, and resistance, it had several features which Momonga would have, and had, called broken. And one of its most powerful features was the Aegis skill, which had an active and passive effect. The passive effect granted him immunity to curse, charm, psychic damage, and mental attacks. This effect alone was enough for it to be considered as overpowered. However, Yuuji was already protected from the listed harmful effects thanks to his Divine Physique, SSR. Thus, the first passive effect did not benefit him greatly. The second passive effect, however, was truly and utterly broken. It gave him resistance to the harmful effects of the ultimate weapon in both Yggdrasil and the New World items. Although not completely, simply giving him the chance to resist the effect of an otherwise absolute item, without needing to own a world item himself, was an immense boon. And finally, the active ability of the Aegis skill called Invincible Light allowed him to completely resist and ignore any attack, spell, skills, and spell effects up to 3 times a day, even super-tier spells. His half-angel and half-demon form glowed briefly as he raised Est in his hand, which was now emanating a brilliant white light that shines with all colors of the rainbow. Yuuji met the powerful divine smite of the holy warrior head-on, and the previously shining sword brimming with divine energy suddenly lost its light as it was deflected. Like hitting an adamantine wall, the divine blade bounced off Yuuji's sword, causing shock to run through the jet-black phantom knight before him. Then, the next thing he knew, a tremendous, heavy force hit his shield like a battering ram, sending the phantom of the world champion skidding through the dirt grounds of the arena. Touch Me looked up, recovering from the shock of his failed skill and sudden hit, and saw Yuuji having just put his right leg back down to the ground and readied his sword. EST. Yes, master. The beautiful, silver-white elemental waff form of Est shined brightly. And as Yuuji swung his sword, a crescent-shaped blast of pure magical energy shot towards Touch Me. The Spirit Blast hit squarely on the shielded knight, having no chance nor the ability to dodge such a powerful and quick blast of magic, and the impact created a massive explosion of energy, flinging dust and dirt from the ground up into the air as a massive cloud. And as Yuuji returned to his initial stance with Est to his side, focusing on the figure of Touch Me within the cloud of smoke, Momonga, Albedo, Aura, and Mare stood in frozen awe and amazement, absolutely speechless. Only Lelouch, who had seen and remembered multiple instances of Touch Me being destroyed in ways worse than he was right now, stood calmly and watched with amazement for seeing true magic he had only seen in fantasy be done in reality. And I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Or buy me a Ko-fi at buymeacoffee.com/verglax. Thank you. Chapter 177, Chapter 175 Ren Space. Momonga could not believe his eyes, which blazed brighter in crimson light within the orbital bones of his skull. Touch Me had always been a paragon of strength within Ain's Olgaun and one of the strongest warriors within the entire game of Yggdrasil. While some might surpass him in terms of raw damage output or tankiness, in a one-on-one fight against another player, Momonga had never seen him lose before. And upon becoming a world champion, his invincible status only became more concrete. He never thought he would see a day when Touch Me, the symbol of strength and justice in his mind, struggled, even if it was his phantom. He couldn't clearly see Yuuji and Touch Me's exchange of blows with the swords. He was a novice when it comes to swordplay, or anything other than magic, as he had never truly focused on it. As a magic caster, he would only focus on how to keep his distance when against a warrior or other melee fighter. He knew of their skills and the strategy melee fighters would normally use when against a magic caster. However, he never thoroughly learned the techniques and movements of a swordsman and fighter. After all, if his opponent could reach in melee with him, it would be almost impossible for a frail and slow magic caster such as him to avoid them anyway. Moreover, Momonga was never one who could learn quickly. Thus, he could only focus on what was truly essential for him and spend his limited time learning it to the best of his abilities. But even for a novice like him, he could see that the exchange of blows between Yuuji and Touch Me's phantom were extremely high-leveled, at least from what he could catch. They were moving so quickly that even he, with his enhanced senses upon becoming Momonga, could barely keep up with. Even Lelouch, who was a keener observer, could not keep up with their movements. The same, however, could not be said for Albedo and the twin floor guardians. The twins could see their movements in the clashing of their swords, and while they were not too knowledgeable in regards to swordsmanship, given one was a ranger and the other a druid, they could still admire the sheer skill in which the two supreme beings displayed. Of course, they did not dare think this was the limit of the greatest supreme being, if he even had one. Yuuji must be holding back quite a bit, just like Lelouch had told them with Aika. And this only furthered their admiration and awe for the half-angel half-demon supreme being. On the other hand, Albedo was truly astounded as she watched the duel before her eyes. While she was not on Cocytus's level in regards to her knowledge about swordsmanship, she was a dark knight who specialized in defensive melee combat and one of the highest-leveled warriors within Nazarick. Her keen eyes for battle and knowledge of swordsmanship was one of the greatest amongst the other members of the tomb. And thus, she was the only one within this arena, aside from Yuuji, who could understand the sheer absurdity of what Yuuji was doing right now. Predicting every move precisely as if he had seen the future, dealing with each and every blow with such precision, speed, and intent, and controlling the fight 5-6 moves ahead. Not to mention, she noticed something even more astonishing. Ever since the first blow, Yuuji had been adjusting his strength, lowering it with each consecutive blow until he was more or less equal to the phantom version of the world champion that should have been incomparable to him. And with his skill with the sword that transcended everything, even the great warrior Takamikazuchi. How dominating! Albedo thought in a daze as all eyes kept their focus on the cloud of smoke and dirt. And in the next moment, a shining bright light pierced through the smoke that began to whirl and blown away with a sudden powerful gust of whirlwind, revealing the figure of Touch Me with his sword raised into the skies once more. But this time, Yuuji noticed that it was not the same skill he had used before, and a smile of excitement appeared on his otherworldly visage. Ah, that's right. Of course you have that skill as well. This will be fun. Light and energy seemed to be pulled from his entire surroundings and converged, bending space and light around Touch Me's sword. Yuuji stood unmoving, holding Est before him in a relaxed stance. He did not plan on using the active part of Aegis to completely block Touch Me's ultimate skill. He wondered how much damage he could deal against him. The brightly shining sword was swung, and along with the wind, it tore down the very fabric of space. World break. With a mighty roar, the phantom unleashed the strongest skill that belonged to one of the greatest warrior within the entirety of Yggdrasil. An unavoidable slash that cut through the very fabric of space. A skill that surpassed even that of the 10th tier spell, Reality Slash. A skill that managed to create a diagonal cut across the body of the greatest supreme being, along with the very space around him. Gasps echoed as Aura, Mare, and Albedo failed to contain their surprise. Momonga was similarly shocked, as well as Lelouch. While Aika simply glanced at her hubby as she kept one arm raised before Albert, who now kneeled before Aika in absolute reverence. Coo. That was a nice blow. Yuuji took a step back, his lips curled into a grin. Damages to his clothing were quite astounding, though not to the point that the auto-repair function couldn't amend shortly. While the damage to his body was similarly astounding. With the passive skill from his True Light job class that granted him passive healing which increases as his HP drops, the damage was negligible at best, as he would be able to heal it off shortly. However, he was still impressed. For a phantom to be able to shave off almost 6% of his total health was quite the feat that only further proved the original Touch Me's prowess. I really wish I could have met the real Touch Me and spar against him. He smiled fondly before raising his left hand towards the phantom. Chain of Oblivion. From the shadows, wisps of darkness manifest from beneath the phantom. And before it could even realize, jet-black chains shoot out from the ground and wrap around the figure of the jet-black phantom knight. Then, numerous hands clawed out from the darkness, reaching out for the light of day and salvation before grasping onto the greaves, torso, and arms of the phantom, and began pulling. Pulling it down back into oblivion of eternal darkness. The more Touch Me tried to struggle, the more powerful the chains bound him and the hands pulling him down. Dispel evil. The holy paladin struck down with his sword as light briefly filled the area around him. But, the light soon faded, with the blackened chains and arms from hell continued to bound and clawed onto him. It was impossible for a mere phantom paladin, even if it was a world champion, to dispel the spell cast by a true prince of darkness, a world enemy. Coo. Death Ward. A glimmer of excitement flashed within Yuuji's eyes when he heard the phantom cast that spell. Death Ward. A relatively high-tier spell which granted its target a means of protection against death itself. Upon suffering lethal damage, the ward would protect its target from death and leave them with a sliver of health remaining. And if the target was hit by a spell that would cause instant death, the effect would be negated. It was a literal life-saving spell that only players with high levels into clerical and priest job classes could gain access to. The spell would normally be inaccessible by a paladin, such as Touch Me. However, with the divine class item, Ward from Death, he would be able to cast the spell, Death Ward, onto himself once a day. It was the item that made the already hard-to-kill paladin nigh immortal in the battlefield. With the phantom having used the item and cast the spell, Yuuji no longer had to hold back from trying out the two things he wanted to try out. Unfortunately, he was currently still within the underground tomb of Nazarick. Thus, the high-damaged super-tier spell he would have loved to try wasn't something he could cast right here. However, there was still a 10th tier spell that would be fun to try out. And then, he could still test his strongest skill as well, since the phantom would still be alive. With his left hand still raised, Yuuji began to cast a spell once more. Enormous, bright, white magic circles stacked on top of each other shined and emanated with all colors of the rainbow appeared in the air above Touch Me. And with the utterance of a word, the light of judgment fell. Doma, judgment. A column of searing, brilliant light fell upon the tiny phantom paladin, engulfing its entire figure in blinding light an instant along with the entirety of the 6th floor of the underground tomb. The earth trembled. The air shook. The darkness disappeared from the world in that instant. And silence filled the air. Slowly, the blinding light dissipated, and vision began to return to those caught by the blinding light. And as soon as it returned, they could see a massive crater in the phantom of Touch Me kneeling at its center. Without even the need to use life essence, it was apparent that the paladin was barely clinging onto life. Seeing the result, Yuuji couldn't help but smile. While the spell wasn't as powerful as his singularity, it was still quite effective and satisfactory for a 10th tier spell. But there was still one more spell, or rather, skill he'd like to test and see its effectiveness. And thankfully, the phantom had not expired yet. 6 pure white and golden wings and 6 jet black crimson wings spread open behind him before Yuuji took to the skies. Well then, let's try this. Yuuji pointed towards the fallen paladin below him, and activated the strongest skill exclusive to the champion of the First Light class, one of, if not, the most broken offensive classes he received. Disappear. Rend space. The figure of the kneeling phantom Touch Me twisted and bent, causing his figure to seemingly stretch into a single central point as space distorted. Then in the next instant, the space unfurled in a violent tear, ripping the very fabric of space along with the phantom. The very space cracked, like a broken mirror, before disappearing in the next moment. And the phantom dissipated into particles of light. And I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Or buy me a Ko-fi at buymeacoffee.com/verglax. Thank you. Chapter 178, Chapter 176 An Old Friend's Gratitude. A slash that teared and ripped apart the very fabric of space itself. A concept that transcended her imaginations. The realm achievable solely by a supreme being. Albedo looked up to see the venerable figure of the greatest supreme being in the sky. An invincible body. Perfect swordsmanship. World-ending magic. And the ability to cut his enemies into nothingness without even swinging his sword. Yuuji was hailed as the most powerful by the rest of the supreme beings. And she regarded the fact as absolute truths, just like the rest of those created by the supreme beings. However, she had never seen him in a true battle before. In fact, perhaps aside from Shaltir and those who had taken part in the defense of the upper floors of the underground tomb of Nazarick during the Great Invasion, no other creations of the Supreme Being had ever seen him fight in earnest, as the invasion never went past the 4th floor. At most, they would only see him fight during a practice match against another Supreme Being. Only now did she see a glimpse of his power. A power without bounds. A power that transcended her imagination. A power befitting the title of the strongest Supreme Being. Yuuji, that was amazing. Aika's beautiful voice resonated as she flew up with her own wings and leaped into her beloved's embrace in the sky. Her wings then wrapped around the lower part of her own body and her beloved's body, and fully entrusted herself to him. Aika's display of her overwhelming affection for Yuuji was already akin to a daily occurrence for Momonga and Lelouch. Even though they may have never seen it firsthand, they've heard of it more than enough times from Aika herself through the conversations they've had in the group chat. In fact, her only hugging Yuuji was a surprise. From the stories they heard from Erika, they would have expected them to be fully kissing and disregard anyone around them. They were the so-called idiot couple of the group. However, the youthful display of affection contrasted what Aura, Mare, and Albedo expected from the motherly supreme being and the one who epitomized bewitching charm and devilish beauty. After having the greatest honor of experiencing Aika's motherly and gentle affection, Aura and Mare would have expected Aika to wait for Yuuji to land back down and welcome him with a warm hug. While Albedo expected Aika to welcome Yuuji on land with a deep, passionate kiss. But for her to fly off into the sky and go to him, as if she was unable to wait for him to come down. While it may be rude to think of a supreme being in such a way, they couldn't help but think of her as cute and pure. Thanks. Did you have fun? I see you tried out a few spells. With his arms wrapped tightly around her, holding her up against his body in a loving embrace, he kissed her head and spoke to her as his eyes met hers with a loving, heart-melting gaze. Aika felt her heart flutter, her womb quivering in anticipation, and love juices beginning to wet her thin lingerie beneath her dress as she felt the loving gaze of her beloved. She had always loved how he looked at her with such immense love, care, gentleness, and passion. And with this new appearance, his charm just went beyond infinity. She could feel her lips curling into a dumb grin as she buried her face into his neck and began peppering it with kisses. I unfortunately didn't get to use any of my more destructive spells since I don't want to destroy this place, but I did have fun with my other spells. Though, if I can, I'd still love to try out some other spells in the future. Perhaps in the future. There would be plenty of chances, right? After spending a bit of affectionate time in the sky, the two landed back down on the ground with Aika still hugging Yuji's arm, as Momonga and Lelouch, followed by the armored Albedo, Aura, and Mare arrived before them. Good work. That was impressive. Thank you. It was a nice little exercise. And thank you for the phantoms, Momonga. Don't mention it. Momonga nodded. Summoning phantoms didn't cost him too much energy, and even if they were destroyed, he could summon them again at will as long as he could still remember them. And it was impossible for him to forget his precious guildmates. That was impressive. You dealt with Touch Me and Albert quite easily. Even though they were phantoms, those two were still top fighters in Ain's Olgaun. I doubt it'll go that well against the real ones, but going against the phantom was still quite fun. The phantom moved and acted just like how the real Albert would, so it's fun fighting against them again. I'm glad to hear it. Their praise for his past comrade brought him a sense of nostalgia and pride. And a notion flashed across his mind for a moment. How wonderful it might be if his friends from the group chat were able to meet his guildmates. It would definitely be a lot of fun. He could already imagine some of the stuff that might. Yuji and Touch Me fighting intensely with each other in a friendly spar. Pero Roncino being super jealous of Yuji and Aika's relationship. Bukabukagama being close friends with Aika, Erika, and CC. And Amino Mahitotsu sharing his passion for engineering with Tatsuya. How much fun would it be if they were to explore the vast unknown of Yggdrasil together? I'm becoming too nostalgic again. He had been reminiscing of the past very often lately since he began grinding as much as he could in Yggdrasil and arriving in the new world. But he shouldn't dwell himself in such a pastime. He would not forget the past, but he should look at the present and see the future. With his druidic magic, Mare began to control the earth to fix the massive crater and numerous impact marks caused by the earlier exercise of the supreme beings. And just as Yuji and the others were chatting, the space a few distance away from them tore open into a portal. Oya. Am I the first to arrive? A beautiful, melodic voice of a young girl, yet said in an archaic and formal tone, resounded from the shadowed portal, the highest tier of teleportation magic, gate. And when all eyes turned towards the source of the voice, they saw an innocent, youthful young girl, no older than 14, with an appearance that combined the qualities of cuteness and beauty into a single whole. Her skin, pale as wax, and her long silver hair that was tied up into a ponytail that descended from one side of her head contrasted the black ball gown she had worn. Her stature was that of a young girl, aside from the obvious, massive bulge on her chest which seemed to denote her over-endowed breasts when compared to her petite form. However, everyone present knew that they were false, and Albedo knew the reason why Shaltir stuffed her chest to the brim after the revelation Shaltir shared with her of her creator's wish. Shaltir had always been sensitive to her petite figure, especially since the one she loved was in a relationship with the supreme being who had unmatched curves and seductiveness, a stark contrast to her childish figure. Thus, she would often stuff them with breast pads, in hopes that her figure would be satisfactory and capable of attracting her beloved's attention. Of course, if Pero Roncino were to know that his creation thought this way, he would have added the extra setting in her background that would make proud of her lithe, slender figure and use it to invoke the feeling of taboo in her advantage instead. After all, he knew Yuji well enough that he wasn't the type that would judge a woman by her breast size. If he was, then Pero Roncino would have made Shaltir into a legal loli with huge breasts. Ugh. Aura's face twisted in a scowl the moment her eyes landed upon the figure of the first through third floor guardian. The words to berate her the moment she appeared for coming with such frivolous use of the highest tier of teleportation spell within Nazarick was already at the tip of her tongue, ready to be spat and fired at the true vampire. However, in the presence of not one, but 4 other supreme beings, she reeled herself back in as to not show the unsightly display of her fight with Shaltir before the exalted ones. But this didn't mean she won't call her out on her thoughtless action. She would simply postpone it. Shaltir did not even bother looking at Aura, who was already scowling and directing glares at her. Instead, she swiftly advanced before Yuji with hurried excitement. The bewitching scent of rose from her perfume hung around her as she approached, and her massive false chest bouncing and swaying with every step. Ah, Yuji-sama. My lord. My beloved Yuji-sama. Your Shaltir has come. Her carmine lips parted, revealing a moist, slick, pink tongue, as she declared her arrival as well as her love. Her fragrant breath wafted out from her open mouth. Although she was perfectly suited for the role of an alluring seductress in all other ways, she had a far too young appearance for it. The gap between her expectations and reality was laughable. In her mind, she imagined herself to possess Aika's figure. While she knew she could never be as perfect as she was, even a fraction of it would have made her the second most beautiful woman in Nazarick. Of course, ranks for beauty were inconsequential to her. All she wanted was to possess a figure similar to Aika, tall, curvaceous, alluring, and bewitching. A figure which managed to capture Yuji's heart. If she could have such a figure, her dream of having a tiny space within Yuji's heart as his lover for herself won't be an impossible one. Shaltir immediately lunged at Yuji and hugged him dearly. But when she reached her hands out to hug Yuji, it looked like she wanted to hang from his neck instead. Ah. My lord. My beloved lord. The lord of my body, heart, and soul. Shaltir knew how blasphemous it might be for her to touch, much less hug, a supreme being, a god, without their permission. But just this once. She could not contain her overflowing love and affection for him, nor could she the excitement of meeting and finally confessing her love for him. If she were to be smitten down as punishment, she won't even be opposed to it and receive it with open arms, aware of her sin. And the only regret she would have would be to be unable to spend more time with her beloved. Seeing Shaltir's sudden actions and for Yuji, being at the receiving end of it, shocked and froze all but Albedo, who had expected this would happen. Though, a tinge of disapproval and, more prominently, envy flashed within her golden-slitted eyes before the guardian overseer managed to conceal it. Shaltir. Ah. Oh my. Yeah. The four supreme beings all looked in shock and, for Aika, pleasant surprise. But a moment after, a look of realization came to Lelouch, having recalled something from his memories. Shaltir. Why are you? Ah, please forgive me, my lord, I simply could not hold back from expressing the extent of my love for you upon witnessing your venerable figure in person anymore. Yuji's mind whirled in high speeds as he looked down to see the beautiful, youthful face of Shaltir, her pink, luscious lips slightly parted to reveal her moist, slick tongue and cute vampire fangs, and the vampiric eyes filled with immense love and lust mixed with a hint of obsession. And for a brief moment, upon seeing her vampire fangs, he recalled a random tidbit that Perorancino had said to him in the past. Like most of the things that came out of his beak, it was a perverted tidbit that Yuji would normally simply brush off or forget. But this one specifically, he recalled upon seeing her fangs. Hey, Yuji. Do you know why I made my NPC a vampire? Isn't it because they've got many special abilities? Well, that too, but I've got the inspiration from an eroge. What? I saw how this one vampire got off after sucking the protagonist's blood from his neck. It was so hot seeing a legal loli getting off while she sat on his lap and mooching his neck, and when they got freaky, the protagonist described how stimulating it felt when her fangs brushed against his dick when she sucked him off. Dude, what? Then I began wondering, how would it feel if she also sucks on his balls dash? Alright, that's too much info. Yuji could not help but feel a phantom ache in his head. But now that he saw those small, pearly white fangs up close, Perorancino's words slowly became the devil's whispers, tempting him to try it out. No, what am I thinking? Guess I'm reaching my limit. Yuji shook his head inwardly, making a mental note to ask Aika if she would be up for an entire night, or perhaps more, of lovemaking. He then refocused and tried to search for any sort of information from his memories to try and make sense of the situation. He recalled from the anime that Shaltir was supposed to hold feelings for Momonga, the skeletal undead overlord, given her necrophilia fetish that Perorancino embedded into her through her settings. And he knew Perorancino did the same thing when he told him about it in his memories. So why did she come to him instead of Momonga when he was not an undead in any form? Shaltir. I'm flattered, but would you let go for a moment and tell me why you would suddenly do this? Yuji softly and ever so gently held her by her slim, tiny waist, slightly pushing her down without actually forcing her to do so but to simply tell her to go down on her own. But instead of doing so, Shaltir bit her lips and let out a soft moan of pleasure the moment she felt Yuji's hand, large enough to almost completely circle around her waist, held her. If not for her ball gown dress, all the supreme beings present as well as her fellow floor guardians could have seen a stream of clear liquid squirting off her drenched undergarments, which was a special one that she had specifically prepared and worn for meeting with Yuji for the first time. In fact, the majority of the time she spent preparing was for choosing her underwear, in case her beloved decided to simply ravage her with the intention of finally claiming her body as if he was trying to breed her, even if she biologically couldn't make an offspring in the normal way due to her undead nature. His mere touch made her mind buzz with immense pleasure. But Shaltir, who had experienced pleasure, though far from being of the same level as this one, from her regular sessions with her vampire brides, managed to snap out of her daze and nodded to her lord. Please forgive my rudeness, my lord. She regrettably let go of her hold around Yuji's neck, landing on the ground, and moved a few steps back with her head slightly lowered and her hands held in front of her hungry womb. Yuji nodded with a soft smile. Then, could you explain? Yes. This is related to the will of my creator, Perorancino-sama. Instead of Yuuji, Momonga was the one who voiced his surprise. Perarancino. Yes, Momonga-sama. My creator, Perarancino-sama, had always regarded Yuuji-sama in high esteem and considered him as a brother. There were countless things Yuuji-sama had done that Perarancino-sama felt immensely grateful for and, at the same time, indebted to. Thus, he instilled these emotions within me when he created me. Shaltir brought her hands up to her bulging chest, in front of her heart which had never beaten once since she had created, yet was capable of feeling such immense emotions for her beloved. That I will admire him like a little sister with a massive brother complex would her dear brother. Love him like a loyal, loving wife would her husband. Yearn for him like a cum-dumpster slut own-a-hole would her master. And be his sword. These are the feelings I am born with through the grace of my creator, and I am utterly overjoyed and keen on fulfilling his wishes, both for him and my own. If it was silent when Shaltir suddenly went and hugged Yuuji, it was a vacuum now as her words made everyone present, aside from Albedo, speechless. That was until Aika yelled out something that broke the silence. Ah. That's right. I remember Bukabukagama-chan saying that. And, I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Or buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/verglax. Thank you. Chapter 179, Chapter 177 Pledge of Loyalty. Ah. That's right. I remember Bukabukagama-chan saying that. All eyes immediately turned towards her, a look of surprise apparent on all their faces aside from Lelouch. Aika. An adorable giggle escaped her luscious red lips, the mere act of doing so causing her voluminous breasts to jiggle. I remembered Bukabukagama-chan telling me about it after her little brother gave Shaltir those feelings and asked me if I was okay with it. She was afraid that I'd be bothered if Shaltir holds such an intense romantic feelings towards you, my hubby. Bukabukagama initially wanted to stop Perarancino from giving Shaltir those kinds of settings. After all, even though she was just an NPC, Aika might not like it. But in the end, she couldn't stop him after finding out that her little brother did it to express how grateful he was to Yuuji for having taken care of him as well as her, his big sister, all this time. It wasn't much, objectively, to simply add a few lines in an NPC's background settings which wouldn't affect any gameplay, just a pure addition to Shaltir's lore. But to Perarancino, this was almost akin to him giving Yuuji his daughter's hand. Just from hearing Perarancino's reason, Bukabukagama could tell how much he admired, respected, and thankful he was towards Yuuji. And this was how he, in his own perverted and weird way, wanted to express those feelings. Thus, she went to Aika to ask her directly what she thought of it. If she was bothered by Perarancino's addition to Shaltir's background setting about how she would become Yuuji's, essentially, sex and love pet, she would stop her brother from doing it and make him express his gratefulness another way. But to her surprise. And I said it's an amazing idea. The same look of surprise stayed in all their faces, all except for Shaltir, whose smile became brighter upon hearing the Supreme Being's words. I even worked with Perarancino with the wordings and made it even more romantic, sexy, and perfect. Then, Aika-sama dash. Aika slowly approached the small true vampire floor guardian with a soft smile and placed a hand on her pale white cheek, softly rubbing it. She looked into Shaltir's blood-red eyes deeply. They were filled, overflowing, with excitement, anticipation, love, lust, devotion, and obsession, all for her hubby. And she couldn't help but thank the group chat for devising such a thing. At first, she thought she would only be able to get Albedo and the Pleiades to join her hubby's harem when she came to this world. After all, Shaltir was known to have a fetish for necrophilia, and would most likely prefer Momonga, who was an undead skeleton overlord. And she wouldn't have any reason to have Momonga change her settings specifically to make her fall in love with Yuuji. But to think the group chat would do all the work for her. She didn't expect to get a legal vampire loli as an extra reward for coming to this world. Fufu a legal loli, I can't wait to see just how she would handle Yuuji's massive dragon rod. Shaltir. Why yes. The lowly true vampire looked up to the dazzling, stunning visage of the great demoness and wife of her beloved Yuuji with anticipation bubbling within her heart and her crotch. While I have agreed with your creator's wishes, it doesn't mean that you could immediately throw yourself at Yuuji. So, do your best to receive his favor. If you do, then I won't mind having you in our bed and serve him together. Her crimson red eyes immediately brightened as her entire doll-like face shined in happiness and excitement. Yes, Aika-sama. I shall do my best to serve Yuuji-sama to the best of my abilities, even if I have to grind myself to dust. Thank you very much. Shaltir bowed deeply and kneeled down before the great demoness herself. Although the mere action of kneeling wouldn't be enough to even represent a fraction of how grateful she was to Aika for giving her the chance to serve Yuuji and gain his favor, she knew that Aika would appreciate it more if she were to show it through her actions, and she planned on doing just that. As she kneeled down, Aika turned towards Yuuji with a smug, wide grin and mischievous eyes. Here you go, hubby, I brought you another cute bride to add to your harem and I didn't even have to do anything, aren't I a great wife? But remember to share her with me too, okay? Knowing Aika's personality and perversion deeply, Yuji could easily imagine her saying it without even needing her to actually say it. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He was not against gaining Shaltier's affection and perhaps developing some sort of romantic relationship with her. In fact, perhaps due to the libido from his divine physique, affecting his thought process, his tendency to easily fall in love, or both, he had become quite attracted to the lowly vampire as well after seeing how much she adored him. But there was still one thing he had to do before accepting her. Yuji glanced at Momonga, who was still standing frozen and staring at Shaltier in shock. And perhaps sensing Yuji's gaze, he snapped out of his daze and turned towards him. With his insight proficiency, a brief exchange of gaze was all it took for Momonga to understand what Yuji meant to say with that gaze. And in the end, he nodded. This should be better than Shaltier being attracted to him like she did in the anime. Momonga had always seen the NPCs created by his friends and guildmates as his children. And it would always stay that way. As a father, it was impossible for him to see his daughters in such a manner. Thus, it was better for her to find another love and have it realized and reciprocated, instead of holding on to a love that would never bloom into anything. And who better candidate to be his precious daughter's lover than Yuji, the young man who he respected greatly and treated as a little brother. While he was entangled with many girls, Satoru knew that Yuji loved each and every one of them greatly, and he would do anything to make sure they were happy. He would be able to leave Shaltier in his hands without a worry. Seeing the nod from Momonga, Yuji nodded back with a small smile and approached Shaltier. He lifted her up from her kneeling position by her arms and held her shoulders. Shaltier. To hear the beautiful, melodic voice of her destined beloved call her name so softly was something she would have only dreamed of. Even now, she didn't know if she was dreaming or not, as everything that had happened was a dream to her. She looked up, her eyes shaking slightly along with her body. Nervousness and excitement mixed together in a torrent of emotion slowly filling her to the brim as she stood before the one. Her one. Why yes. Yuji smiled softly and cupped her cheek, causing her to flinch slightly out of shock before quickly melting into his touch. Unknowingly, she leaned into his touch, nuzzling to it as if seeking more of his touch, as she continued looking up to him with eyes glazed with tears of happiness and excitement. I thought I knew all about you before. I thought Perarancino had told me everything about you. But it seems, there's still many I didn't know. So, let's get to know each other well, from now on. And if you still feel the same way about me then. Why yes. Absolutely, Yuji-sama. I look forward to it. Shaltier melted, staring dazedly at Yuji with heart shapes in her eyes, as he looked at her with a loving smile and rubbed her cheek softly with his thumb. It was something Yuji did unconsciously out of habit whenever he touched someone he held great feelings for. And with every touch, he was sending Shaltier higher and higher to heaven. And he would have stopped if he could see the drenched mess Shaltier was making beneath her gown dress. If he were to continue, she would have made a puddle of her love juice right underneath where she was standing. Fufufu hubby's luck with girls is impressive as always. Aika giggled inwardly as she secretly glanced at Albedo, who was staring at Yuji and Shaltier with envy, yearning, and hope. After seeing her fellow floor guardian be accepted by the one she was destined and made to love, Albedo must have slowly become more and more envious and frustrated at her own lack of progress for finding her destined one. Aika knew that she was. She could see it within her eyes the moment she met her in the throne room. And that is why she had been showing off Yuji to be the most perfect candidate to be her destined one by showing her his loving, charming side, and his prowess in battle. In terms of intelligence, with Yuji's many proficiencies, she knew he'd be able to impress her in that regard as well. The only tough obstacle Aika would have to get past in order to make Albedo fall in love utterly and completely with Yuji was the barrier between a supreme being and a servant. But now, that wall has been broken by Shaltier. Seeing Shaltier be accepted as a potential lover by Yuji had broken the notion that a servant was unworthy to love and be loved by a supreme being. And now, the floodgates have opened. Albedo, and the rest of the women in Nazarick, would now see Shaltier as a shining example that they could also, perhaps, gain the affection and favor of a supreme being. Of Yuji. Everything was going even better than Aika planned. And now, she could proceed with the next phase of her plan. And soon, Yuji will never have to worry about his rampaging libido hindering him again. It seems I have arrived late. Much apologies. My lieges. Shrouded in chilled air and a frightening cold aura, a heteromorphic being, the source of the strange, inhuman, monotonous voice, approached Yuji and the rest. It stood at 2.5 meters tall, and resembled a bipedal insect. Its appearance resembled that of a terrifying amalgamation of a praying mantis and an ant that could only be done by a devilish fiend. The long tail behind it, twice as long as its body, was covered in sharp spikes, resembling icicles. And it had thick, powerful-looking mandibles that could snap a grown man in half with a single bite. Its exoskeleton was a dull blue and sparkled like diamond dust with protrusions, which looked like icebergs, bulging up from its back and shoulders. A platinum halberd was held in 2 of its hands, and in its 2 other hands were a masterfully crafted mace wreathed in black aura and a gnarled-looking broadsword. With the way in which it presented itself, along with its courteous manner of speech, he was a quintessential warrior, be it in personality or body. He was the guardian of the 5th floor, ruler of glaciers, Cocytus. You've come, Cocytus. I came. Immediately. At the time of your summons. Mamanga-sama. The water in the air froze with a crackling sound as it made contact with the white vapor puffing out of his mouth as he spoke. The hilt of his halberd slammed into the arena floor as a form of a warrior's salute, and the ground around it began to crack and freeze. The sheer coldness from him simply existing was enough to cause anyone standing near him to suffer the effects of extreme low temperatures, perhaps even frostbites. It was only due to the fact that everyone here had resistance or immunity to fire, cold, and acid attacks that they were not affected in the least. Mamanga smiled fondly upon seeing the guardian of the glaciers, the son of warrior Takamikazuchi. He could see he inherited his creator's manner of speech and warrior spirit. You must have been very free with no intruders around, no. Indeed. His mandibles clacked repeatedly, creating the threatening noise of numerous agitated wasps. However, Mamanga and all others could tell he was simply laughing. Even so, there are still things which must be done. So, I was not free at all. Oh. What things are they, may I ask? Training. In order to be ready to deploy at any time. While he was already one of the strongest warriors within Nazarick, especially when it comes to offense, his mentality of always seeking to better himself was truly in line with his warrior spirit. After all, the pinnacle in which Cocytus sought to catch a glimpse of was the height of his creator, Takamikazuchi, and Yuuji, the greatest supreme being. Compared to them, he was but a frog in a well, staring up into the heavens above the sky. You've done all this for Nazarick. You must have worked hard. My thanks. After hearing your praise, the task is not as tiring. I see. Demiurge have arrived. Mamanga, Yuuji, and the rest all turned towards the direction Cocytus was looking, at the entrance of the amphitheater, and saw a man with pointed ears. Once he got close enough, the men bowed in reverence. Forgive me for keeping everyone waiting. He was about 180 centimeters tall and his skin was darkened from the sun. His jet black hair was neatly combed back, sleek, and the eyes under his pince-nez glasses could not even be said to be narrowed. He was dressed in a western suit with matching tie, which only served to accentuate the impression of being a professional businessman or a skilled lawyer he was giving off. However, despite his immaculate gentlemanly appearance and mannerism, they were still hard-pressed to hide the evil air emanating from his very being. A tail sheathed in silvery metal extended behind him, tipped by 6 sharp spikes. His entire being was limned with flickering jet-black flames. He was the guardian of the 7th floor, creator of the blazing inferno, Demiurge. The demon designed to be the defense commander of Nazarick. Mamanga nodded at the demonic gentleman. Upon finding out all the devilish things he had done to sinners and innocents alike, and all the hell he had unleashed onto nations for the benefit of Nazarick from the anime, Mamanga couldn't help but feel shocked. For a moment, he could not help but feel appalled by all the things he had done. However, those feelings only stayed for a moment. In the end, he was still the son of his close friend, Albert Alan Odell, and the child of Nazarick. Everything he had done and will do, he did in the name of the Nazarick success and safety. No matter what, he would still love him like he would any other children of Nazarick. But perhaps, he could at the very least lessen the evil he unleashed upon the innocents. With Yuuji, Aika, and Lelouch here with him, they might not need to resort to such horrible acts to achieve their goals. And, he had no doubt that if he gave him the order, the bright, intelligent boy would find a way to fulfill his wishes. It seems everyone is here. Mamanga-sama, there are 2 more people who have not yet arrived. A resonant voice that seemed to pour into one's heart resounded. It was Demiurge, his words empowered by a passive skill called Command Mantra, which could instantly turn the weak-minded into puppets of his strings. It was far inferior to Aika's passive skill, Evil Monarch's Conspiracy, which allows her to completely dominate those below level 60, cause paranoia, fear, and anxiety to those below level 80, and cast doubt upon the target that they can't ignore and perceive her words as truths. Both passive skills had no effect on the people present, so to everyone here, their voices simply sounded good. No. Those two guardians are only to be moved under special circumstances. Therefore, there is no need to call them over at the moment. I see. My allies have not arrived yet. The words Cositus uttered froze both Aura and Shaltir on their feet, as well as Albedo's immaculate smile. Given Cositus' insectoid race, they could easily guess which allies he was referring to. That fellow is just an area guardian in one of the floors which we are in charge of. Why yes. Shaltir and Aura smiled stiffly, while Albedo nodded vigorously in agreement. Kyuhoku, is it? Indeed, it would be good to inform the various area guardians. Then, let the area guardians like Guren and Grant know about it as well. I will leave that task to the various floor guardians. There existed two kinds of guardians within the great underground tomb of Nazarick. Floor guardians, who were present before Momonga, Yuuji, Aika, and Lelouch, were the ones responsible for one or more floors. While area guardians were responsible for an area or location within a floor. These area guardians would be under their respective floor guardians and be in charge of a specific domain. And due to their numbers and limited influence, the term guardian didn't usually refer to them, but instead, a floor guardian. Thus, with his words understood by all floor guardians, Albedo commanded. Then, everyone, let us pledge our loyalty to the Supreme Ones. All guardians nodded as one and lined up before the four Supreme Beings. Albedo stood at the front, while other guardians formed a neat line behind her, all donning solemn, respectful expressions which reflected their genuine and unbreakable loyalty and respect to the Supreme Beings. Shaltir, who stood on one end of the line, stepped forward. Shaltir Bloodfallen, guardian of the first, second, and third floors, presents herself to the masters. She went to one knee, one hand pressed against her chest, and bowed deeply. A thin smile she failed to hide due to the overwhelming joy of the recent events still overflowing from within her. Then, Cositus stepped forward. Cositus, guardian of the fifth floor, presents himself to the masters. Much like Shaltir had, he knelt before the Supreme Beings like a vassal before a lord. Then, it was the twin Dark Elves' turn. The guardian of the sixth floor, Aura Bellafiora, presents herself to the masters. Al, also a guardian of the sixth floor, Mare Bellofiori, presents himself to the masters. After that, Demiurge advanced in a dignified manner. The guardian of the seventh floor, Demiurge, presents himself to the masters. Following his crisp words, Demiurge went to one knee in a graceful descent, as though expressing his heart through his actions. Finally, Albedo stepped forward as well. The guardian overseer Albedo presents herself to the masters. She smiled, and knelt like the other guardians. However, Albedo continued speaking in a high and clear voice as she delivered her report to Momonga. With the exception of the fourth floor guardian Gargantua and the eighth floor guardian Victim, all the floor guardians are gathered before you. Thus do we offer up our utmost loyalty to the masters. Momonga could not speak as he looked at the six lowered heads before him. A strange pressure veiled the entire area, and perhaps only Momonga could bear the painful, crushing air. Even after knowing this would happen, actually being subjected to the loyalty and reverence of all the floor guardians still froze him. And Yuuji, Aika, and Lelouch could not help but pity, and at the same time, laugh at him inwardly. And I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Or buy me a Ko-fi at buymeacoffee.com/verglax. Thank you. Chapter 180, Chapter 178 Moving Forward. Facing and subjected to the display of immense loyalty and reverence that could only be meant for gods by the floor guardians, Momonga froze. Yes. Despite knowing this would happen and having prepared mentally, Momonga's mind still short-circuited for a moment. After all, simply watching it happen through a screen and actually experiencing the sheer imposing aura of all the floor guardians before him was a whole world's difference altogether. He did not know how to proceed. In a panic, he inadvertently activated a skill. A dreadful aura roiled out over his surroundings as a halo of black radiance formed behind him. Crap. Realizing he had made the same mistake he did in the anime, Momonga quickly tried to cancel the skill. But before he could, a tremendous aura of pure, heavenly divinity reverberated from his side. Then, another aura, darker and more demonic, yet on par with the divine, also began to emanate from his side. But instead of clashing with the divinity, it mingled, coalesced, before turning into an even more powerful aura. He peeked to his side, and saw Yuuji and Aika, both emanating their auras with their wings spread proudly behind them. Then, yet another aura began to emanate. This time from Lelouch as his jet-black feathered wings spread open and emanated an aura of dark holiness. At first, Momonga was shocked by their sudden actions. But immediately after, a realization hit him. They must have known he had made a mistake by releasing such a deathly aura in a panic. But instead of stopping him and embarrassing him in front of the Guardians, they followed suit, to make it seem like all four of them emanated their auras on purpose to answer the pledge of loyalty made by the Guardians. Momonga could not thank them enough for their consideration. Raise your heads. With a practiced unison, everyone raised their heads. Their coordination, so immaculate that Momonga and the others could not help but feel impressed by it upon seeing it in real life. Though for some reason, when Shaltir raised her head, they could see crimson-red blood trickling down her lips. They all could not help but wonder why her lips would be bleeding. Except for Aika, who understood how a horny, slutty, obsessive girl in love would feel when feeling the aura her hubby was emanating. Even she felt a slight tingle in her womb when he did it. Momonga shook his thoughts on Shaltir's bleeding lips from his mind and refocused his attention on the Guardians. First, I thank all of you for coming here. There is no need for thanks. We are all loyal subordinates of the Supreme Beings. To us, it is our duty, our happiness, and our wish to serve our great masters. None of the Guardians spoke in opposition to her statement, as the Guardian Overseer had perfectly represented all of their feelings, their wishes, and their loyalty through the words she had just conveyed to the Supreme Beings. Momonga-sama, it is only natural that you should have doubts about us, for our abilities must be minuscule in the reckoning of all the Supreme Beings present. However, if given the order, we, all Guardians, will accomplish any task set to us, no matter how difficult or arduous, with every fiber of our beings. We hereby swear that we will never allow the 41 Supreme Beings of Ain's Olgaun, our creators, to be disgraced by our actions. This we swear. All floor Guardians, following Albedo's words, swore in unison. Their voices filled with power, and with adamant loyalty and determination that shan't be diminished by any number of foes. Even if he didn't have insight proficiency, or have known about their true feelings from the anime, Momonga could tell that their loyalty was genuine. And upon receiving such loyalty and utter devoteness, a sliver of doubt emerged within his heart. Each and every one of his words. His order would be carried out, without question, and to each and every letter he had uttered by every single being with the great underground tomb of Nazarick. Unease began to sink in. Would he lead Nazarick to destruction because of his foolish decisions? No. That won't happen. I am not alone. Not anymore. Any kind of doubt and unease was quickly washed away by the presence of Yuuji, Aika, and Lelouch by his side. Knowing his own flaws and lackingness, Momonga could not trust himself to lead Nazarick into a better future. However, he trusted them. He trusted Lelouch's intelligence and insight. He trusted Aika's interpersonal skills. And he trusted in Yuuji's leadership. His reliable teammates. Precious friends. With them by his side, he had nothing to fear. Excellent. Guardians, I have no doubt you will understand our aims and successfully carry out our commands. There may be some things which are difficult to understand, but I hope you will pay attention and listen. I believe the great underground tomb of Nazarick has been caught up in some kind of unknown situation. Momonga spoke with solemn expression, reflected by his somber voice rather than his actual facial expression, which would be impossible. While I am unaware what caused this incident, the underground tomb of Nazarick had been transported from its place in the swamps to a vast plain. Did anyone foresee the occurrence of this strange event? Although Momonga knew full well the answer he was going to receive, he still asked regardless. With things in reality not fully identical to the ones he knew in the anime, he needed to make sure for even the smallest of changes. However, as he had first expected, the answer came negative. Regretfully, none of us have any idea of what is going on. Then, Momonga asked them if they had discovered something unusual in the floors they were guarding. And the answer remained the same. Negative. Momonga-sama, I shall investigate the 4th and 8th floors right away. Momonga nodded. Then, I shall leave that matter to Albedo. However, you must be careful on the 8th floor. If an emergency situation occurs there, a situation may emerge that you cannot deal with. At that time, you should immediately call me. Do not hesitate. I will handle the situation myself. At Momonga and Yuuji's words, Albedo bowed her head deeply to indicate she understood. The 8th floor, guarded by the sacrificial fetus, victim, was home to numerous extremely powerful NPCs working under it. They were the last line of defense tasked to stopping any invaders from getting past the 8th floor. Though, with Yuuji, Aika, and Lelouch's appearance in this history, no invasion, even the largest one, had even managed to see a glimpse of the 8th floor. Although Albedo was powerful in her own right, if an emergency situation occurs there, even she might not be able to handle it herself. And the only one within Nazarick, who could undermine all the defenses of the 8th floor, was Yuuji himself. Thus, she did not utter any complaints to his decision over concerns of his safety. It would have been a blatant disrespect to the strength of the greatest supreme being. Then, I shall handle the surface. Shaltir said, her eyes looking at both Momonga and especially Yuuji in enthusiasm. She wanted to prove herself to be useful, not only to all the supreme beings, but specifically to Yuuji. It is fine, Shaltir. Momonga had ordered Seabass to take several scouts to reconnoiter the surface. Yes. Yuuji-sama. Shaltir felt a shiver of pleasure go down from her ears, down her spine, and to her pussy when she heard her name uttered by her beloved in his beautiful, soft, yet commanding voice. Her disappointment from being unable to show off her usefulness was immediately replaced by her immense love and lust for her beloved. On the other hand, surprise flashed across the faces of Albedo and all other guardians. Within Nazarick, there were 4 NPCs who were exponents of melee combat. Cositus had the strongest attack power when using a weapon, Albedo had an impregnable defense when in her heavy armor, while Seabass in his true form was stronger than either of them two in melee combat. And there was one more, who was superior to all of them. The younger sister of Albedo. The strongest entity of Nazarick. The only NPC who had ever given Yuuji the enjoyment of battle in a spar. Seabass, who was capable of sweeping away anyone before him in hand-to-hand combat, had been assigned to command a reconnaissance team and be present in the field himself. They could tell how seriously the Supreme Beings was taking this strange occurrence, causing their guards to rise to the highest level as a result. It's about time for him to return. Just then, Momonga saw Seabass jogging over to them, until he reached the Guardians genuflecting before the 4 Supreme Beings and went to one knee as well. Momonga-sama. Yuuji-sama. Aika-sama. Lelouch-sama. Forgive my lateness. It's fine. Then, your report on the surrounding conditions. With a practiced, dismissive wave of a hand from Momonga, Seabass raised his head and looked around at the Guardians kneeling beside him. A grave expression apparent to his otherwise stoic and stern face. The situation is critical. To begin with, the terrain surrounding us for a kilometer in each direction is a plain. There are no signs of man-made structures within that range. However, Beast's aura had lent me for this investigation, and the Hanzos who served as scouts had reported sightings of a large forest to the west and small village to the south of the great underground tomb of Nazarick. As of now, I have ordered them not to investigate further and watch the perimeter. I see. What about living creatures? The Beasts have reported that they've sent several low-level monsters within the forest, goblins and the like. As for the village, the Hanzos reported it to be a small village with only around 100 villagers living within it. Very well. Momonga nodded. The forest Seabass mentioned must be the forest called the Great Forest of Tob, in which the wise king of the forest, a massive hamster-like creature with a scaled tail he named Hamsuk in the anime, along with 2 other kings of the forest lived. As for the village, that must be Karn village, where the young alchemist possessing the talent to wield any magic item was, along with the young girl named Enri, who he would give 2 Horn of the Goblin General items and luckily summon a massive, powerful, goblin army on her second try. Guardians, increase the readiness of each floor by 1 level. We are unsure of what has happened, so do not act incautiously. If you encounter an intruder, do not slay them, but capture them alive at all costs. When you capture them, do as little harm to them as possible. I apologize for imposing such demands on all of you at a time like this. All Guardians voiced their acknowledgement and nodded in unison. Next, regarding the administrative operations of the tomb. Nazarick's defense commander, Demiurge. Guardian Overseer, Albedo. The 2 of you will be in charge of drawing up a more comprehensive administrative system for Nazarick. Understood. Will the plans for the management system include the 8th, 9th, and 10th floors? The 8th floor is managed by Victim, so it'll be fine. No, entry to the 8th floor is forbidden. I rescind the order I just gave to Albedo as well. In short, entry to the 8th floor will only be effected with my, Yuuji, Aika, and Lelouch's permission. I will undo the seal and permit direct access from the 7th floor to the 9th floor. After that, plan for the 9th and 10th floor as one whole. Ah, about that. Momonga, I can summon my minions to guard the 9th and 10th floor. Momonga turned to Aika, the crimson flame that were his eyes flared brighter as he looked at her in shock. Then only after he recalled their previous discussion regarding the abilities they've received from the group chat did he remembered Aika's ability to summon high-level succubi at will. Very well. I will leave it to you. On Albedo. Demiurge. You may include them in your plan for the 9th and 10th floor. While they may not be as powerful as some of the more battle-oriented high-level summons, they'll be enough to distract and gain time for a more appropriate response. I'll even summon enough to protect all 41 homunculus maids in addition to those guarding the floors. Understood, Aika-sama. Aika nodded in satisfaction at the 2 guardians' response, while inwardly, she patted herself on the back for successfully executing yet another plan to realize one of her dreams. A maid harem. Momonga then turned towards the twins, specifically Mare. Mare. Would you be able to conceal and camouflage the great underground tombs of Nazarick? After all, simple illusions would not be very reliable. Mare stiffened at the utterance of his name, but quickly regained composure and began thinking deeply on the Supreme Being's question. Then, a few moments later, he spoke up. You using magic would be tricky, as you have said, Mamanga-sama. But perhaps, if we were to hide everything along with the surface, we could try covering the walls with mud and then add plants as camouflage. Do you intend to soil the glorious walls of Nazarick with base dirt? Albedo said that with her back turned to Mare. Although her voice was sweet and velvet, the tone in which she had said it was anything but. Mare's shoulders trembled, and although the surrounding guardians remained silent, their attitudes suggested that they shared Albedo's opinion. No, that would be a good idea. All eyes turned towards the supreme fallen angel of the highest order in shock. How could tarnishing and dirtying the creations of the supreme beings with dirt and mud be a good idea? The idea of camouflaging the underground tomb and hiding it from plain sight was a plan Albedo and Demiurge agreed with. However, the method in which Mare recommended to do so was something they could not agree with. However, a supreme being, Lelouch-sama himself, said it was a good idea. We are located in a flatland. No matter what we do, the white walls of Nazarick would be too conspicuous if we want to remain hidden. The best thing to do would be to hide Nazarick with the earth and create multiple dummy hills as camouflage while using illusion to camouflage ourselves from the sky and detect us from outside. Mamanga nodded in agreement with Lelouch before turning his attention back to Mare and Aura. Agreed. Aura, Mare, I shall assign this task to you. While doing so, you may draw the necessary supplies from each floor. Why yes. You understood. The twin guardians both lowered their heads in acceptance of their tasks. Then. Is there anything else? Mamanga turned to his friends to see if they wished to convey something more to the guardians. Both Lelouch and Aika shook their heads, but Yuuji nodded before he turned his attention to Albedo. Albedo, begin making preparations to send scouts to gather information on the surrounding nation's military strength and economy. We will need to understand as much as we can regarding the nations around us and probe their military might if we are to be able to deal with them if they prove to be hostile. We will discuss which nation to prioritize in a meeting tomorrow. Yes. As you command. He then turned towards Lelouch and Demiurge. Lelouch, Demiurge, I would also like for you to join the meeting to give your insight on the matter. All right. Understood, my lord. Yuuji nodded to the both of them, before turning to Mamanga to indicate that he was done. Mamanga nodded gratefully in response. With Yuuji taking the reins, he wouldn't have to stress and pull his non-existent hair over such things himself anymore. Then lastly. I would like to announce something. The guardians all looked up towards Mamanga with solemn expressions, eager and ready to execute any command he would be announcing. But then, their eyes only widened in shock upon seeing the sight before them. Figures. 40 jet-black figures appeared behind the four supreme beings. And they were familiar. No, they were unmistakable. From this day forward, the spirits and phantoms of every single member of Ains Olgaun shall protect their home once again. X. And, I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Or buy me a Ko-fi at buymeacoffee.com/verglax. Thank you. Chapter 181, Chapter 179 Yearning. All guardians snapped into attention, their eyes locked upon the figure of their respective creators standing behind the four supreme beings. While they did not share the same aura, the same grand presence, or even their colors, the guardians would never mistake their appearance for anything else. They were, without a doubt, the visages of their creators. And Mamanga-sama. These are the S supreme beings. No. S spirits. P phantoms. Mare, Aura, Shaltir, even Demiurge were caught speechless upon hearing Mamanga's words and seeing the appearance of the blackened versions of their creators and supreme beings. And in response to their words, Mamanga nodded and waved the golden staff of Ains Olgaun to his side. Indeed. These are phantoms. Beings created through my memories of the 40 supreme beings of Nazarick who had since left. I will have them roam around the floors of Nazarick just like they used to, protecting it. While they were far from the original strength of my friends, they would suffice in buying some time, especially since I will be able to summon them at will. The phantoms, while much weaker than him, Yuuji, Aika, Lelouch, and every single floor guardian present, including Seabass, they could still contend and defeat the Pleiades with relative ease. Moreover, they were expendable. They did not require materials that would be consumed to summon. Just a bit of magic from Mamanga. As long as they were in his memories, he would be able to summon them. The floor guardians looked in silence, still consumed in their shock, to which Mamanga snapped them out of when he tapped his staff onto the ground. I shall allow interactions with them for anyone. However, I hope you will not neglect your duties. They will be here for support. Not distractions. Do you understand? Yes. He nodded deeply. he could see it deep within them that none of the guardians would take this boon for granted. And he trusted them. He hoped that instead, they would work with greater determination and a lighter heart. And when they tire, they would have someone to lean on to and rest. Seeing their reactions, it seemed he had made the right decision. Aura and Mare shed tears of happiness. Their happiness and overwhelming sense of relief and gratefulness for being able to see their creator once again, even if it was a phantom, had filled them with renewed vigor and determination. Demiurge, Seabass, and Cositus kneeled in silence, their eyes still locked upon their respective creators, and their expressions stilled. But deep within, their hearts were nothing but calm. Happiness, excitement, gratefulness, respect, admiration, and awe, not only to their creators, but to Momonga as well and his power capable of replicating a fraction of all the Supreme Being's appearance and power. Shaltir kneeled even deeper towards the phantom figure of her bird-headed creator. Her lips curled into a wide smile as tears dropped from her face straight onto the ground, darkening it. In her mind, she was repeatedly saying thank you for creating her and make her belong to Yuuji. She would definitely become everything he wished for. She would admire him like a little sister with a massive brother complex would her dear brother. Love him like a loving wife would her husband. Yearn for him like a cum-dumpster slut Onahole would her master. And be his sword. She would dedicate herself to be everything he wished her to be, for it was now her wish as well. Thank you. Thank you for everything, Perarancino-sama. The words she had been repeating in her mind could not help but escape her lips as emotions overwhelmed her. And they did not escape the eyes of the guardian overseer, who glanced at her with eyes filled with envy. Her eyes lingered at the enviable figure of Shaltir, before her eyes landed on Aika, Yuuji, and finally, her creator. Tabula Smaragdina. Her eyes stared at the squid-like figure of her creator, piercing through him, as if she was trying to find the answers to her questions on the slick, slippery surface of his skin. Why? Why did he give her such emotions? And why did he not give her her destined one, just like how Perarancino did for Shaltir? Why give her the overwhelming feeling of lust and love, without anyone to pour it into? Wait. No, perhaps it's better this way. A sudden realization hit her. If her creator did not give her such a feeling, then she might have let her nature and lust take over and give herself to anyone. How could she do such a thing? The proud guardian overseer of the great underground tomb of Nazarick, administrator of the home of the Supreme Beings, and one of the most powerful defenders of Nazarick second only to the Supreme Beings, how could she simply give her precious virginity to just anyone? She had heard the wise words of the Supreme Being who had the same race as her, Aika-sama. She would only let her beloved hubby touch her. Other men won't even be able to touch the tip of her hair. That gazing at her shadow alone was already more than enough for them. A succubus who gave her body to multiple partners and succumbed to their own lust, which they should have controlled, was a lowly succubus. It simply meant they couldn't get an exemplary partner who could satisfy their lust and magical needs, and could only make it up with numbers. A true succubus would only need her destined one. Someone who could give her everything she needed, and even more. These words Aika-sama uttered were met by a staggered awe of Bukabukagama-sama, Perarancino-sama, and her own creator, Tabula Smaragdina-sama. And Albedo agreed with each and every single one of her words. After all, the living proof was before her right at this very second. Aika-sama, who never had any other partner aside from Yuuji-sama, could become so powerful and happy. She had found her destined one, someone who could satisfy her physically, mentally, magically, and spiritually. She had found her soulmate. And perhaps, having heard Aika's words and agreeing with her, her creator also gave her these emotions and yearning to find her destined one. Of course, it would have been easier for her if he had just given her soulmate, just like Perarancino-sama did to Shaltir. However, this was still much better than being a lowly succubus slut who would simply spread their legs for any unworthy male to approach them. The thought of even being equal to those inferior beings who would sell their bodies to obtain sexual liquids of inferior men made her skin shudder in disgust. So, perhaps this was for the better. Now, she only needed to find someone who would be worthy of her heart, body, mind, and soul. Though, the only one she could think of was. The phantoms shall walk the halls of Nazarick starting from tomorrow. All guardians, announced this to all members of Nazarick, so they would not be surprised by their presence. Yes. As you command. All guardians lowered their heads in unison as the phantoms slowly dissipated into nothingness. A look of longing immediately spread across all the guardians' visage. However, while it pained him to see his children wear such an expression, he steeled his heart. Showing them that the other supreme beings were mere phantoms once again would cement the fact into their minds. And with it, he hoped they would not grow too dependent on the phantoms. Then, you are dismissed. Momonga waved his staff in a dismissive manner towards the guardians. Then, he glanced towards Yuuji, Aika, and Lelouch. With a nod, the four supreme beings disappeared from their location, leaving all the guardians in their spot, still kneeling in reverence to the disappeared figures of their lords. There was a moment of silence. Then starting from albedo, one by one, the guardians raised from their kneeling position. I didn't expect any of that to happen. To think Momonga-sama would allow us to interact with the phantoms of all the supreme beings from now on. Yuan. But I am looking forward to it. As do I, however. Our duties shall not be neglected. We shall still do our best for the supreme beings who still remains. A huff of chilling, no, freezing wind blew out from between Cositus' large mandibles. And the graveness of his words were accentuated by the tap of his halberd onto the ground. All the guardians nodded at his words. Well said, Cositus. This is a boon granted to everyone within Nazarick to further encourage us to work harder. And we shall not disappoint the Supreme Being's expectations. Please inform this to your respective subordinates as well. Once again, all guardians nodded in unison towards the words of their guardian overseer. Then, I shall be going now to fulfill my duties. Fare thee well. A tear in space that led into a swirling darkness opened behind Shaltir as she curtsied towards her fellow guardians. She then turned and walked into the portal, disappearing from the Colosseum grounds. With the many wards and protection against the use of teleportation magic within the underground tomb of Nazarick except for a few specific areas, the use of teleportation magic was not recommended. That was why the Supreme Beings created the Ring of Ain's Olgaun, which allowed unlimited teleportation between named rooms of the tomb, and the teleportation arrays and waypoints meant to connect the various floors. However, none of the guardians reprimanded Shaltir for the use of her gate spell, for if they had the spell as well, they would have used it so they could complete the task given by the Supreme Beings more quickly. Even Aura could only look at Shaltir admonishingly without actually admonishing her, as she did it out of her devotion to the order given by the Supreme Being. However, Albedo knew that wasn't the only reason why Shaltir left in a hurry. It was apparent when she could see the love and lust practically oozing out every pore of her body. She was doing it to prove herself and gain Yuji-sama's favor. After receiving Aika-sama's permission to pursue Yuji-sama and even receiving Yuji-sama's tacit permission to pursue him, it was only natural that Shaltir would dedicate her entire being to that goal. And she looked so happy. Unlike her, who was struggling to find her destined one. Envy flashed across her eyes for a moment as she gazed at the spot where Shaltir disappeared. But then, a flash of realization came to her. Instead of moping around, she should work harder and show off her abilities as well. Then, perhaps, she might just be able to gain his attention and become closer to him. And with this, perhaps she could tell if he were her destined one. Yes. She should quickly complete the task of announcing the news regarding the Phantom's appearance in Nazarick and begin her preparation for the meeting tomorrow. Every second she spent moping around could be another second spent on her preparations to make sure everything would be perfect for her meeting with Yuji-sama tomorrow. She must quickly acquire information regarding the surrounding civilization, down to every single village and community there was. We shall get going as well. Demiurge, may I trouble you for your time later on after you finish the task Momonga-sama had assigned to us? I would like to discuss the preparations we shall do before the meeting with Yuji-sama and Lelouch-sama tomorrow. With a solemn nod, Demiurge gave his promise to the Guardian Overseer. Of course. I shall accomplish my task as soon as possible and bring the necessary documents and maps we may need. Thank you. Then, meet me in the office at your earliest convenience. Understood. The Guardian Overseer then turned her attention towards the rest of the Guardians that still remained in the Colosseum. Well then, let us complete the task given by the Supreme Beings to the best of our abilities. Yes. X. And, I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Or buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/verglax. Thank you. Chapter 182, Chapter 180 Ideology. The four Supreme Beings appeared within the vast round table room once again, and each took their respective seats, just like before. A sigh escaped the bony jaws of the skeletal overlord as he sank into his marble chair, releasing his grip on the golden staff of Ain's Olgaun and letting it float in midair by his side. Of course, no air was actually exhaled. It was just a habit Momonga still retained from his previous humanity whenever he could finally take a rest and ease his mind after a long, arduous time at work. Yuji, Aika, and Lelouch all folded their wings as they took their seats. The succubus immediately hugged her beloved's arm and rested her head on his shoulder, while the two slimes rested on top of the massive, round, marble table in front of Yuji. Momonga leaned back to his chair, the blazing crimson pyre that were his eyes dimming for a moment as he closed his eyes in this brief moment of reprieve and silence. Then, he straightened up once again and turned to his friends. Now then. Shall we discuss what our next move would be? Everyone nodded their heads in unison, agreeing to his proposition. The next closest thing that will be happening is the Theocracy's attack on Karn Village. If I consider the timeline correctly, it might be happening around tomorrow morning. Yuuji thought for a moment as he recalled the anime of Overlord. In the anime, the scenes that happened with Karn Village weren't shown when it truly happened for cinematography purposes of the anime. But, given that the blonde village girl and her sisters run away from the attackers in her village and met Momonga while he was fidgeting with the mirror of remote viewing, he estimated the attack to be happening the early next day. I can make sure. Please. Yuuji nodded at Lelouch as the latter closed his eyes. Then, when he opened it, his eyes shined with brilliant white light for a few moments. Knights. Magic casters. In the middle of the night. On horses. Galloping. Hills to the edge. Plains. Lelouch closed his eyes, then when he opened them again, they no longer emanate the blinding light. I scryed at Nigan, the leader of the attacking force in Karn Village. Yuji's right. They're still on their way to Karn. No one doubted Lelouch's words. With the true prophet class, which was the epitome of all divination classes, his scrying abilities was not only undetectable, but also irresistible if the target did not have any divine-ranked item enchanted with specialized anti-divination spells. Even then, they would only have a slim chance of actually resisting his divination spells. The only sure way to prevent Lelouch from spying on them would be to be in the possession of a world item. No matter how high-ranking or important Nigan was to the Theocracy, which he was neither, there was no chance that he would be in possession of one just for a mission to attack a regular village. Having been given a crystal which contained a 7th-tier spell to summon a Dominion authority was already generous enough on the part of the Theocracy, and such a relic was only given to him because he was tasked to eliminate the head warrior of the Riestei's kingdom while disguised as the Empire's soldiers. Thus, it was literally impossible for Nigan to resist Lelouch's scrying spell. Momonga nodded at his words. I see. Then, we shall intervene as planned tomorrow. All of them nodded. Intervening with the slaughter had always been their plan from the start. However, they wouldn't deal with Nigan's group until they attacked the village. Momonga, Yuuji, Aika, and Lelouch planned on intervening just like Momonga did in the anime. That way, they would gain Karn Village's favor as well as the head warrior, Gazef Stronov's gratitude. These two things were extremely valuable, as Karn Village would be their first real foothold on the real world for their plans, and the head warrior's favor would also go a long way if they were to complete their missions. Enough to let a few villagers they don't even know the face or name die under the blade. It was a cold, heartless decision. But they all agreed that it was the best possible decision they could make to ensure a smoother future. Should I come with? Yuuji asked. While he had no doubt that Momonga would be able to deal with the sunlight scripture of the Theocracy, even if they summoned Dominion authority, Yuuji was still willing to come with him for extra safety if he wanted it. With him, a descendant of the true light who's immune to anything a low-ranking angel like the Dominion authority could throw at him, present, the encounter won't even be a battle. Momonga thought for a moment. I will be fine. I will have Aura secure the area along with her beast and, if things somehow become dangerous, buy some time with her beasts. Having seen his encounter with the sunlight scripture in the anime, Momonga held absolute confidence that none of them could pose any threat to him even if he were to go alone. But of course, since there's still a chance that something might go differently, he still made sure to have Aura and her beast secure the area and be nearby in case something went south. I'd like to come as well. It'll be much easier to capture and extract information from them if I just use my Geas and bring them all under my control immediately. That's a good idea. Momonga rubbed his bony chin with his skeletal fingers as he considered Lelouch's words. Making them fall into Lelouch's control would definitely make everything much easier and simpler. The only downside would be that the interrogators within Nazarick might not get a chance to enjoy themselves with the new prisoners, since they'll be happy to divulge any information they might seek. But before that, it might be a good idea to put up an anti-divination barrier onto the entire location. If I recall, someone from the Theocracy was scrying on the battle in the anime. Oh, that's right. I think it's one of the higher-up members who specialized in divination spells. Isn't it the Thousand League, something? Aika pursed her lips, trying to recall the title of the Theocracy's divination specialist. Astrologer. That's it. Yuuji smiled at Aika before continuing. The Thousand League Astrologer. They're a member of the Theocracy's strongest group of fighters, the Black Scripture. Perhaps it'd be a good idea to start planting spies on the Theocracy. Yuuji nodded to Momonga's proposal. I agree. After all, they're the ones in possession of the world item, Downfall of Castle and Country, and used it on Shaltir when she was dispatched to accompany Seabass and Solution to gather information in Riestei's. The blazing crimson pyre within Momonga's eye sockets flared brightly along with the flame of hatred and anger within his heart as realization came upon him. But immediately, his undead trait automatically kicked in, suppressing the intense emotion that suddenly flared up within him. Yuuji was right. How could he forget? These are the people who attempted to put Shaltir, one of his dear children, under their control and forced him to fight and kill his own child to release her from the incomplete mind control. His bony hands clenched into fists as he shook his head. No. He won't let it happen. He swore on his life, he won't let any of it happen the same way it did in the anime. That's right. Then, it's decided. I will give Shaltir and Seabass a world item each to protect herself. And we'll begin planting spies in the theocracy so we could watch their movements and strike them when they're vulnerable. Yuuji nodded his head. I'll discuss this with Albedo and Demiurge tomorrow. But, I suggest taking the slow approach when it comes to the theocracy. Why? The country had ingrained its toxic ideology of human supremacy deeply into its people. They considered demi-humans as inferior beings and elves as slaves. If we were to use force to destroy their country, their ideology would continue to live and somewhere, someone would carry on the torch along with a burning desire for vengeance. History was littered with tales of a small group of people who managed to successfully win over their oppressors through sheer will and belief in their ideology. With a strong belief and will, the human spirit was nigh unbreakable. And even if their bodies were to perish, the burning determination and will would be passed down on others and never die until they achieved their goals. It'd be too difficult to make sure everyone who believes in their theology and ideology is dead. And their determination and will continue to be passed down. It'd simply be an endless cycle. Then what do you suggest? Destroy their ideology. A look of shock flashed across Momonga's expression. I agree with Yuuji. Lelouch said, before continuing. If we destroy their ideology and the people's belief in them, those up high will lose any influence. And then, if we come in and offer them a better ideology, it'll be easier to take the country. Momonga nodded his head a few times as he slowly tried to understand Yuuji and Lelouch's words. Oh. I have a great idea. All eyes turned towards the bewitching succubus, who suddenly raised her hand high up in the air while still hugging Yuji's arm with her other hand. Lelouch, what if you use Geas on the Black Scripture when they encounter Shaltir? That way, we can get the world item and get spies that are super high up in the theocracy. Lelouch's eyes widened as countless thoughts began flashing across his mind, considering the possibilities and the pros and cons of Aika's suggestions. That's a good idea. No, it's an amazing one. I'd need to test if my Geas could be dispelled by a high-level dispelling magic and if it could be resisted. While his Geas might have the power of absolute obedience, there was still a chance of it being dispelled or resisted with the myriad of magic in this world. Even in Lelouch's original world, there was the Geas Canceller, which was capable of reverting the effects of his Geas and releasing the target from his influence. Although his Geas had been perfected, as part of the reward from completing the mission in his world, he still needed to make sure and test it before he implement the plan with his Geas as its crux. But it's still an amazing idea worth considering. I'm impressed, Aika. Leave it to me. Lelouch nodded at Aika as she winked with a bright smile. Then, he turned towards Momonga. Then, I'll be joining Shaltir, Seabass, and Solution during their trip to Riestai's. And, I might as well join them there and help lay the groundwork in Riestai's as a foreign noble. With his Geas, it'd be easy to take control over some nobles and important key figures that would make it easier for them to move within the kingdom and do what they have to. And, with his presence there, it would be easier for Shaltir, Seabass, and Solution to work and do their job since he'd be present if they were to seek advice and get permissions. If possible, I'd like to bring a few shadow demons and doppelgangers to do reconnaissance for me. Very well. It could be arranged. Momonga readily agreed to Lelouch's suggestion. Then, the next thing I'd like to talk about is, who would like to become adventurers? And, I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Or buy me a Ko-fi at buymeacoffee.com/verglax. Thank you. Chapter 183, Chapter 181 Adventure. Monster Slayers. Mercenaries. Heroes. Legends. There were a myriad of ways for someone who would hunt down monsters, provide protection for important figures, collect rare material, and many more under the request of the guild. But, they were normally called adventurers. They were a varied group of people with various races, skill set, age, and strength ranging from only being slightly more skilled with weapons or magic than a regular person, to legendary warriors capable of quelling grand calamities that would befall a nation. However, every adventurer had one thing in common: they were all managed by an organization called Adventurers Guild. Adventurers received and solved requests accepted by the Adventurers Guild, which served as a middleman between the people and adventurers. In exchange, they would be rewarded for their skills, granted various benefits as an adventurer, and granted protection by the guild. Requests accepted by the guild varied in their types and also difficulty. An easier request might pertain to collecting various herbs from the edges of the forest near a village, while a more difficult request might constitute defeating an extremely powerful monster or finding a rare herb that could only go within a harsh environment filled with monsters. Thus, to ensure a way that an adventurer pick a request that befit their strength, adventurers were classified by the rank given to them officially by the guild. The naming of the rank followed the varying medals used in the adventurer's license plate, which was in the shape of a dog tag-like plate, with the relative rarity of the medal indicating their rank and strength. In increasing order, adventurers' ranks included copper, iron, silver, gold, platinum, mithril, orichalcum, and adamantite. All adventurers started at copper rank, and by completing requests and passing a test, they would be able to climb up the ranks. Of course, if the adventurer achieved a major feat several ranks above, they would be able to jump several ranks above. Despite its dangers, many young people dreamed of becoming a high-ranking adventurer, as it would assure better income, rewards, fame, and social position. A commoner could even be granted a noble title if they were to achieve a great feat in favor of a kingdom. And the highest ranked, the adamantite-ranked adventurers, were heroes and treated as such, regardless of nationality. Of course, to reach adamantite rank was not only difficult, they were impossible for many. Hundreds of thousands have tried and ground their bones to dust just to be able to become an adamantite rank adventurer, but in reality, there were only a handful of adventurers who reached such a rank. And one of the missions Yuuji, Aika, Lelouch, and Momonga had to achieve was becoming an adamantite ranked adventurer. Who would like to become adventurers? Immediately after the question was asked, Yuuji and Aika raised their hands. I'd like to join, if possible. I've always been interested in being an adventurer in this world. Me too. I want to walk around and see this world. If not for his inability to smile with his skeletal face, Momonga would have smiled warmly as he looked at the two young kids before him. With the intelligence, eloquence, and strength surpassing himself that Yuuji and Aika normally displayed, Momonga often forgot that they were still a couple of first-year high school students. But now, their eyes were filled with a rare, childish excitement that they rarely show but teenagers their age should have. He couldn't help but feel a warmth filling his heart as he nodded towards them, like a father would to his children. Then, he turned towards Lelouch who was, in comparison, calm. What about you, Lelouch? I don't think I would join you and become an adventurer. Oh. Why? As I said before, I plan on joining Shaltir, Seabass, and Solution in Re-Estais and posing as a foreign noble. So, I won't be able to become an adventurer as well. Ah, I see. I understand. Momonga nodded in understanding. While it was a shame that they wouldn't be able to go adventuring together, Lelouch's reasoning was understandable. Moreover, he didn't seem too excited to become an adventurer as well. If he didn't wish for it, then Momonga wouldn't force him just for his selfish want to go on an adventure with all of his friends again. I would like to go as well. So I guess it would be me, Yuuji-kun, and Aika-san that would become adventurers. In terms of party build, the party of three seemed to be quite balanced now with a powerful warrior in the front, capable of dishing tremendous damage as well as healing while having tremendous defense as well, an extremely powerful offensive magic caster, and an adaptable and versatile magic caster who was capable of using a myriad of different spells according to the situation. And to complete the party, perhaps we can also have Lupus Regina Beta come with us. Knowing Albedo, Demiurge, and the many denizens of Nazarick, Momonga could already imagine the resistance he would face if he were to say that he, Yuuji, and Aika would go to the outside world by themselves without anyone to protect them or be their meat shield in case a dangerous situation befell them. Even going outside of Nazarick to peer into the night sky for a few moments, Momonga had to be accompanied by Demiurge for protection. And when he went out to be an adventurer, he had to bring Nabril to accompany him and protect him just in case. Even though they were powerful, he knew the floor guardians would never accept them going out on their own without any protection. He was glad that his children cared for his safety immensely. But at the same time, he would have appreciated it more if they could give him a bit of room to breathe. Momonga hoped, by having Lupus Regina accompany them as adventurers, the floor guardians would let them go to be adventurers and make them acquiesce to their request. That's a good idea. And with our current party lineup, having a cleric would complete our party nicely. No problems here. Momonga nodded. Then, is there something else you'd like to discuss about this? One thing. The skeletal overlord turned towards the handsome half-angel and half-devil figure of Yuuji. A look of intrigue flashed within his crimson-red blazing eyes. Momonga, since you will appear in this form when you save Karn, I think you should use your human form while we pose as adventurers. It'll be better if no one knows the relation between Momonga and Satoru. Or, you can also be Mammon and be at the front lines with me. By casting the spell, Perfect Warrior, Momonga would be able to temporarily change his class into a level 100 warrior and benefit from being able to use certain pieces of arms and armor that will normally require specific job classes to access without penalty, including really utilizing any weapons and its abilities. However, such a powerful spell would, of course, have its drawbacks. For one, while in his warrior form, Momonga would not be able to cast other spells. In addition, he won't gain any special warrior skills from the spell, and his recalculated ability scores will be lower than an actual warrior. Secondly, sustaining the transformation spell and other magic will both lower his mana and mana recovery rates to 0. This form would be sufficient to match blades with second-rate combatants, such as priests or other magic casters. But, he would stand no chance of winning against an opponent who had dedicated themselves as a warrior. If he were to use Perfect Warrior and become a warrior in their party, his presence and effectiveness would be overshadowed by Yuuji, who was a warrior that surpassed even Touch Me. It would be akin to having a stick-wielding child fight in battle alongside a seasoned swordmaster. However, if he decided to be a magic caster for his party, he would have a myriad of spells that could help his party and affect the battle more profoundly than he would as a warrior. Moreover, with how powerful Yuuji's build was, Momonga doubted he'd need him in his warrior form to help him. In fact, he might even hinder Yuuji instead with his lackluster skills as a warrior. However, there is one problem. I agree with you. But can I still cast my spells in human form? Satoru gained all of his magic, spells, resistances, immunities, and traits when he became Momonga, an overlord and the epitome of undead beings. If he were to revert to his human form, he might lose them, or at least the useful traits he'd gain from being an undead. I'll need to try this. Satoru closed his eyes, and for the first time, willed himself to use the skill he had bought from the Multiverse Chat group shop before, Double Life, which would allow him to set one other form of himself, and alter between it at will. However, no matter how long, nothing seemed to change. Why isn't this working? Was it a scam item? Did I just got robbed of 2000 GCP? He clenched his eyes tighter and willed himself even harder. But nothing changed. Letting out a sigh, he opened his eyes. And his line of vision seemed to change. He was now shorter than he was before. Looking down to his hands, he saw a pair of familiar human hands instead of the pure white bones of his skeletal form. He looked around his body, and finally at the reflection of himself shown through the smooth, reflective surface of the marbled table. Ah, I did it. He didn't feel anything change at first. But as soon as he realized he had returned to his human form, he began to feel the temperature of the air around him that he couldn't feel before. Next, he could smell and almost taste the crisp, cold air of the room through his nose and mouth. Although he had only turned into Momonga for less than a day, it felt almost nostalgic, being able to feel these sensations once more. Satoru took in a few deep breaths before exhaling, something he never thought he'd miss doing, and focused his attention back to his original intention for changing into his human form. Twin Magic, Acid Arrow. He raised his hands and willed himself to cast a simple first-tier spell enhanced slightly with metamagic to test if he still retained his ability to cast a spell. Thankfully, two glowing greenish liquid shaped like an icicle appeared before him, giving him all the confirmation he needed. It seems like I still retain my abilities to cast spells. Though, I think I do lose the features and benefits of being an undead. Yuuji nodded. It seems so. Are you comfortable becoming an adventurer in your human form? Satoru thought for a moment. It will be fine. I have several gears which would enhance my defense and keep myself safe. I'll also bring several magic items that would revive me automatically if I somehow die. Alright. Don't worry, Satoru-san, I won't let any danger fall upon you. Thank you, Yuuji-kun. Satoru nodded gratefully, before he returned to his overlord form once again. Just in case someone came to the room for whatever reason. While he did not intend to keep this human form a secret from his children forever, he'd hide it at least until he could convince the floor guardians that he'd be safe even if he was in his human form. Otherwise, he was sure none of the children of Nazarick would let him venture even one step outside of the tomb. Alright. Then that settles it. Do we have anything else we'd like to talk about? Ah, I do. Aika raised her hand up in the air, and all eyes turned towards her, encouraging her to continue. Momonga, I have this ability called the Fallen Seed of Lust. It is an exclusive skill from my Harbinger of Depravity job class which would allow me to transform anyone 20 levels below me into a succubus. A look of shock flashed across Momonga's expression as the crimson pyre within his eye sockets blazing brighter. A fallen seed. It was one of the few magic items capable of changing the race of the user. However, in order to achieve this racial change, one would need to fulfill several conditions, and the change would be irreversible. Acquiring specific items are necessary in order to shift races. Within Yggdrasil, the Fallen Seed allowed players to switch their racial features to a demon by sacrificing a number of lives. Ains Ulgaun had a number of Fallen Seeds sitting within the treasury, having obtained them long ago as rewards from demonic dungeons. But, as no one in the guild had any use for them and they never got the chance to sell all of it, a number still sat within the treasury halls. From the name of Aika's spell and her description of it, it seemed to resemble the effects of the Fallen Seed. However, he had never heard of a spell that was capable of changing another's race. Even if it was an NPC. Is that true? Does it have any requirements aside from the target's level? Any material cost? Or a specific ritual? Aika shook her head. No. It's just a spell I can cast and I can only use it several times a day since it's a 7th-tier spell. Momonga could not believe it. A race-changing spell that almost doesn't have any requirement, any material cost, or ritual. A completely free race change that can be done several times a day. That's amazing. What other effects does it have? Are there any negative effects? Well, for one, the person I turn into a succubus will become a member of my household and gain an undying loyalty to me. And a fraction of the life essence and energy they gather will also come to me. In Yggdrasil, it simply means that all of their attacks against me will be halved, and every time they do damage while I'm in their presence, I'll recover some health and mana. If he was only looking at Aika in shock before, his skeletal jaws were now wide open as he listened to her description of the skill. Of course, the use of it would be quite limited in the game, as he doubted any player would want to essentially be a servant to another player, except if they have a peculiar interest in such a thing. But in this world, she would be able to create an army of succubus with undying loyalty to her that could constantly supply her with magic and energy. Such a thing. Momonga had to admit it now. Every single one of the special job class and race the group chat had granted them was beyond broken. I see. Then, what do you wish to do with it? I want to turn the maids, the 41 homunculus maids, into succubi. That way, they would become more powerful than they are now and be more capable of protecting themselves just in case something happens. Silence fell as Momonga looked at her in shock. He truly didn't expect this to be the plan Aika wanted to propose. He thought she'd try it to people outside of Nazarick and use them as her spies. But instead, she wanted to use it on the homunculus maids. I know how you feel about leaving the legacy of your friends and guildmates as they are. But the homunculus maids are only a bit stronger than a regular human. In this new world, although we know some of the things that could happen in the future thanks to the anime, there's no guarantee they'll always be safe. If they turn into a succubus, they'd at least gain spells that can give them the chance to run and protect themselves. Also, I think this spell will let me add the succubus race's features on top of their original race's features. So they'll gain the best of both worlds. But of course, I'd only do it if you let me, Momonga. Momonga froze. His mind raced through at dizzying speed as he tried to understand Aika's words. Firstly, he was shocked at the fact that Aika's spell, incredible as it already was, might actually add the succubus race onto their existing build, essentially giving them free level-ups instantly. He had a hard time wrapping his head around such a game-breaking mechanic from a simple 7th-tier spell. However, his attention immediately latched upon the fact that Aika's spell might be able to increase the strength and perhaps the level of the 41 homunculus maids within Nazarick. A guild base was divided in several ranks according to its size, the dungeon difficulty prior to its capture, and various other factors. And the rank of the guild determined the amount of levels that could be distributed to the NPCs. If a guild possessed a castle-grade guild base, the owning guild would be allowed 700 levels to be distributed between any number of NPCs they wanted. This limited the amount of NPC that they could create and forced guilds to consider the balance between quality and quantity of their NPC. The restriction, however, could be bypassed by either spending real money in-game, using a world item, having the guild master complete a special quest, and various other methods. And Ains Olgaun had done much of them to create such powerful NPCs within Nazarick. Still, a limit still existed. But with Aika's spell, it might be possible to break past that limit and increase the strength of their NPCs. If Aika could indeed add onto their existing build and make them stronger, there would be no downside. They will gain the special benefits from being a succubus while also gaining access to spells such as charm, various mind-controlling spells, and the natural ability to fly. This would keep them safer in this new world. I'm sorry Whitebrim-san, Harahiro-san, Kuta Gray-san. Momonga apologized to his dear friends, the creators of the 41 homunculus maids. However, this was a new world with plenty of unknown dangers. And knowing them, they wouldn't mind this change if it meant that their daughters would gain the ability to protect themselves. Their loyalty belonging to Aika did not bother him for a bit, as he knew he could trust her. As members of the Multiverse Group Chat who had seen each other's story, there would be no one he could trust if he did not trust his fellow members. I'll be counting on you. And thank you, Aika. At this moment, he was not a guild master worried for the sake of his subordinates, but a father worried for his children. Momonga lowered his head towards Aika, and gave her his heartfelt gratitude. Aika responded back with a nod and a bright smile. I'll do my best. And I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Or buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/verglax. Thank you. Chapter 184, Chapter 182 Planning Ahead. After finishing their discussion, Yuuji, Aika, Momonga, and Lelouch left the round table room and retreated to their rooms to rest for the day. Using the ring of Ain's old gown, Yuji disappeared from the round table room and appeared in front of his room within the 9th floor, the royal suite. With numerous grand, ornate rooms, each one surpassing even that of a 5-star royal suite, facilities which included large communal baths, cafeterias, beauty salons, clothing stores, grocery stores, fitness salons, nail salons, and many more, the term luxurious would be most apt to describe the 9th floor. And as a person from the modern world, this was the floor with conditions most similar to that of the real world Yuji was familiar with. After all, everything within this floor was created after taking inspiration from the real world. It was the dream of luxury all members of Ain's old gown had and poured into the creation of this floor. While Yuji's existence within Ain's old gown in the memories of all denizens of Nazarick was only due to the group chat's influence, he was given the memories of actually being a member of the guild for years. Naturally, he remembered where his room was. But it wasn't only his room. Despite the size of the 9th floor and the sheer amount of facilities and rooms there were, he remembered every single one perfectly. Many fond memories were created within this floor. As a floor meant to be a space for all members of the guild to relax and hang out, most of the memories were simply that of conversations he had with his friends. Compared to the thrilling adventures, challenging battles, and unforgettable victories, these memories might seem mundane. But, they were just as precious, if not, even more precious than anything else. Simply being with his friends. Having conversations. Sharing laughter. It was truly a shame that they were only memories given to him by the group chat. If he could have the chance, he would love to meet the rest of the guild members in reality. Hubby. What are you doing standing in front of the door like that? Her eyes looked at him with pure, unadulterated worry for him, wondering why he would suddenly stand still and gaze at the door to his room like this. And yet, a familiar soft sensation pressed against his arm as Aika wrapped her breasts and arms around it. Her black feathered wings fluttered for a bit and wrapped around the lower half of his body, blanketing him with her warmth. Yuji turned to his beloved with a soft, loving smile, and gave her a kiss. Immediately, Aika let go of his arm and wrapped her arms around his neck instead, deepening their kiss. It was nothing. I just thought of the memories given by the group chat for a bit. Oh, I see. Yuji felt his heart tighten when Aika let out an adorable giggle and hugged him tightly, rubbing her face all over his chest. He, it's been such a long time since I've hugged you, hubby, I miss you so much. Me too. I miss you a lot, Aika. His arms wrapped around her, pulling her closer into his embrace, as he rained down kisses on her head, earning him another adorable giggle. Let's have sex all night, hubby, I've been having wet dreams for this moment since we last met in the previous mission we had. His lips curled into a smile as his eyes narrowed, gazing at the seemingly intoxicated look of his beautiful, personal succubus who's raring to go into a world of debauchery and lovemaking. MMNH. Yuji lowered his arms, slowly tracing her smooth back with his fingers, before finally grabbing her soft, luscious but powerfully, eliciting a moan from her wet, parted lips as she panted in heat. Then, he leaned forward towards her right ear, and said the words that brought Aika over the edge. Me too. And don't worry, I'll fill up my hungry little sexy succubus's womb full of my love. I won't let you sleep tonight. Their lips met as Yuji lifted her up by her butt while Aika wrapped her legs and arms around him tighter, and entered his room. And with their new, powerful bodies, the two lovebirds spent the entire night indulging themselves in each other. Wrapped in a soft, heavenly blanket wearing nothing underneath, Aika laid down on the bed, curling up right beside Yuji. She was a spring roll now. Or perhaps, a creamy puff, since she was filled to the brim with Yuji's love. And with Yuji casting the spell that prevented his cum from flowing out of her womb at her request, her belly bulged slightly, giving her the appearance of a mother a few months into her pregnancy. Either way, she was extremely satisfied by their lovemaking, proven by the wide, peaceful smile she wore as Aika closed her eyes and rested for a bit. His seed had provided her with a tremendous amount of energy that she felt super energized. Even though they've been going at it for more than 10 hours, she was still ready to make even more love to her hubby. In fact, she had more than enough energy for it. But, they decided to take a bit of a break and just enjoy each other's presence. After all, their lovemaking could easily become an endless cycle, since both of them could constantly gain energy through their lovemaking. Aika opened her eyes slowly and looked up to Yuji, who was sitting by her side. The blanket covered the lower half of his body as he sat up, leaning his back onto the head of the bed, while holding up a book and reading it. The beautiful and massive multicolored chandelier of jewels that hung from the ceiling at the center of Yuji's room shined dimly. But despite the low light within the room, Aika could still clearly make out the title, Piking for Dummies, written ornately with golden ink on the jet black leather cover. Aika easily recognized the familiar title as being the famous book filled with strategies, tactics, and all the need-to-know tips and tricks to kill players written by Punidomo, the strategist of Ain's old gown and one of the most knowledgeable people in terms of games. He looked immersed in reading it. But even then, his hand was still stroking her head softly, showering her with his affection and warmth. Shuffle shuffle. Like a caterpillar, Aika crawled up towards Yuuji by curling up and extending her body up until could nuzzle him. What's wrong, Aika? Hee nothing. Yuuji looked at her as Aika let out an adorable giggle, before he resumed stroking her head. Ah, that's right. Hubby, when are you going to meet with Lelouch, Albedo, and Demiurge? Lelouch just messaged me about it a few minutes ago. He said it'll be in an hour. Apparently, he had to contact me because Albedo told him she didn't wish to disturb me while I'm with you. Oh, so that's the knocking we heard back then. Yuuji nodded, his lips curling into a helpless smile. While they were making love, both Aika and Yuuji heard a series of knocking on the door. But, too immersed in their lovemaking, the two ignored it and simply decided to just apologize after the fact instead of stopping. Yes. It'll be a bit awkward to explain it to them later on, but well. Fufu, it's going to be fine, I'm sure they'll understand. Lelouch already knew of their relationship and was familiar enough with them to know what they could be doing, so he wouldn't be surprised. Demiurge, with his brilliant mind, could easily guess what Yuuji was doing, once he realized that Aika was nowhere to be found as well. And after knowing about it, all he'd do was command his subordinates to not disturb them. While Albedo. She could also easily realize what they're doing. Her reaction to it, however, deeply interested Aika. Would she become even more interested in Yuuji? Knowing he was railing her just behind the door she was facing, and after everything that happened with Xiaotir earlier in the day, the thought of her being the one getting railed by Yuuji would definitely cross the Guardian Overseer's mind. That much Aika could guarantee. But Albedo's reaction and action following it was something she's interested in. Would she decide to embrace her feelings and approach Yuuji? Or would she feel unworthy and rebuke herself for thinking such a thing towards a supreme being? She certainly hoped it would be the former. But, just in case it was the latter, she'd need to quickly break that line of thinking. By the way, I'll be meeting the maids while you go to your meeting. I don't know how long it'll be, so if you're done before me, tell me okay. Let's watch Momonga and Lelouch saving the village together. Oh. Are you going to start turning the maids into succubus today? I can only use it once a day, so it's better to start right away. I see. All right. Let's meet up again after we're done. I'll go borrow Momonga's mirror of remote viewing so we can watch it together later. Sounds good. X. Holding up several documents within her lithe, glove-covered hand, Albedo read the reports within with immense focus and attention. Many more reports were laid on the table before her, filed away according to their respective category and topics. Amongst them were reports regarding the current finances of Nazarick, the defenses within Nazarick, reports from each floor's floor guardian, and many more. Along with Demiurge, who was currently sitting by her side and similarly reviewing the documents for the umpteenth time, these reports were all made in the time between their last meeting with the Supreme Beings and a few hours ago. And since then, they've been reviewing it over and over, making sure that no mistakes were made as well as committing every single detail within them into their minds. Of course, the two greatest minds of Nazarick had already memorized every single detail within the reports they've made themselves. However, they still reviewed it time and time again to make sure they would be able to answer anything the Supreme Being may ask perfectly. And the reports she was most unsure about were ones regarding the nations surrounding them. Due to their sudden transportation into this foreign land just yesterday, neither Albedo or Demiurge had the time to investigate in detail the kingdoms within their immediate proximity. They didn't even have the time to send scouts to collect information, as the distance to any of the kingdoms surrounding them would require teleportation to instantly travel them in such a short amount of time. And without the permission of the Supreme Beings and Nazarick being in the highest defensive level at the moment, they decided not to do it. Thus, all they could do was rely on the magic casters within Nazarick who could cast clairvoyance in order to gain surface information regarding the livelihood, culture, economy, and military presence of the kingdom. Albedo's eyes narrowed as she read the report within her hand. Although she and Demiurge had done their best with what resources and time they had, the results were still disappointing. She had determined herself to obtain the greatest result and show her worth to Yuuji and the Supreme Beings. But this was the result. I hope he wouldn't be disappointed. She knew, deep down, that Yuuji was not an unreasonable master who would be thoroughly disappointed by what they've achieved with the limited time, resources, and meager abilities. However, she hoped that she could exceed his expectations and perhaps gain his favor as well. Now that she failed to do it, the fear of disappointing him weighed on her heart instead. No. I must focus. Albedo shook her head and psyched herself once again, reminding herself to focus on the task at hand. Having such thoughts would instead distract her and result in making her fears a reality. She can't dwell upon what could not be helped and instead focus on what could be. Just then, a knock came from the door to the meeting room within the 9th floor that they were in. Immediately, the two guardians rose from their seats, placed the documents in their hands back on the table neatly, and headed to the door. The Guardian Overseer, flanked by the defense commander of the great underground tomb of Nazarick, opened the door and bowed deep towards the two Supreme Beings behind it. We welcome you, Yuji-sama, Lelouch-sama. Yuji smiled softly as the two entered through the double doors, their wings unseen. There's no need to be so formal. Thank you for sparing us a bit of your time in your busy schedule. No. It is our greatest honor and pleasure to serve the Supreme Beings with all our heart. There is no duty greater than being of use to the Supreme Beings. I greatly appreciate your hard work. Well then, shall we start? Of course. This way please. The two guardians lead Yuji and Lelouch in, making their way towards the round, marbled table at the center of the meeting room, an imitation of the grand marble table within the round table room that members of Ain's Olgaun usually use to hang out in small numbers. Like a butler, Demiurge pulled the chair for Lelouch to sit, his every action filled with the elegance and smoothness of a perfect servant, second only to the perfect butler himself, Seabass. While Albedo, like a dutiful wife, pulled the chair for Yuji with a soft smile gracing her goddess-like features. She leaned in slightly, accentuating her long, jet-black hair that softly cascaded down her side as she leaned, wafting the scent of the perfume she had applied that accentuated the natural, alluring, and flowery body fragrance of a succubus, and the obvious deep, bewitching valley of her snow-white breasts peeking out from behind her pure white dress and the golden spiderweb necklace. As Yuji sat down on the chair she pulled, a sense of gratification and warming satisfaction filled her heart. She glanced secretly towards the visage of the greatest supreme being, the very epitome of masculine beauty and immense allure, and piqued at his expression. Albedo did not expect her immature attempt to seduce the supreme being to work. But she did hope she could get a slight reaction from him. Perhaps a look of admiration as he directed those gold and crimson eyes onto her voluptuous chest. But all she saw was gratitude as he looked right into her golden, slitted eyes instead. And meeting his deep, alluring gaze so suddenly at such a distance had made her heart skip a beat. Thank you. His warm, genuine gratitude said in such a majestic yet also sincere voice seeped right into her heart, filling it with an unexpected warmth that she was not ready for. If not for her practiced etiquette, a gasp would have escaped her luscious lips at that moment. Though, she did feel the warmth travel up to her cheeks, and she prayed that it wouldn't be too apparent lest it'd be too embarrassing to display such a thing to the Supreme Being. It is my pleasure, Yuji-sama. Albedo did her best to keep her calm demeanor as the two guardians made their way back to their seats. Then, a beautiful, tomboyish-looking maid with short, bright golden hair, who had been on standby, entered to serve the two Supreme Beings and Guardians tea for their meeting. Thank you, Fuar. It is my greatest pleasure, Yuji-sama. Yuji thanked her, causing a clear blush to appear on her beautiful, blemishless white skin as she bowed in delight, and took a sip of his tea. She did not expect Yuji-sama to thank her. Much less remember her name. To think Yuji-sama, the greatest supreme being in Nazarick, remembered her name and thanked her with such a beautiful smile. She must be living the dream right now. She couldn't wait to share this with her sisters. Fuar, the bright golden-head homunculus maid, retreated from the room with a final bow. And she made her way back to the maid's quarters with light steps and a full, blooming, wide smile on her redly blushing face. Within the room, Yuji enjoyed the fragrant, warm jasmine as it flowed down his throat, slowly calming him down from the unexpected stimulation he experienced from Albedo so soon. If not for him having unleashed most of his libido onto Aika the previous night, he would have lost control and gaze at the beautiful, heavenly peaks of the goddess-like succubus before him. He let out a deep sigh, expelling any horny thoughts and other distractions from his mind. Then, he turned towards Lelouch, who was also enjoying the tea and seemingly letting him take the reins for the meeting, before turning his gaze and attention towards the two floor guardians. Well then, shall we begin? And I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Or buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/verglax. Thank you. Chapter 185, Chapter 183 Ideologies. Yuji sat before the Guardian Overseer and Nazarick's defense commander, his eyes gazing at Albedo's beautiful, slitted, golden eyes and Demiurge's diamond gems as his lips curled into a soft smile. On his side, Lelouch had picked up one of the reports on the table, specifically the ones regarding Nazarick's current defenses, and chose to let Yuji take the reins for the meeting. Firstly, I would like to establish the agenda for the meeting. The two guardians nodded in stoic reverence, though determination and absolute loyalty still apparent in their eyes. The first topic would be regarding Nazarick's current economic situation and plans to invest in the economy of other nations. Secondly, to establish an information network consisting of undercover agents and spies within other nations for the purpose of intelligence gathering. And lastly, for Momonga, Aika, and I to establish ourselves as high-ranking adventurers in Riestais. Even before Demiurge, who was already on his feet, Albedo rose from her seat and placed her hands on the table, leaning towards Yuji. Yuji-sama. That is too dangerous. How could three supreme beings leave the safety of Nazarick and go to another nation, which isn't in our control yet, with so many dangers yet to be known? I fully agree with Albedo's concern, my lord. Moreover, to do so without any guards. How could we serve as your shields and ensure your safety? Yuuji raised his hand and the two guardians halted their stream of concerns. But, while they had stopped expressing their concerns verbally, Yuuji could still see their opposition to the sheer notion of having the supreme beings outside of Nazarick within their eyes. I understand your concerns. However, let us discuss the previous points first before I explain our reasoning behind this decision. With such words, both Albedo and Demiurge had no choice but to obey and sat back down to their seats. At this point, both of them could not understand why the supreme beings would decide on becoming an adventurer in a kingdom in which they have no information or control over. If it was for information, they could simply task the two of them to send their spies and agents to the kingdom, as they were already planning to do. Could it be? No. No, it couldn't be. The supreme beings have expressed how much they care about us. The terrifying thought of the supreme beings deeming them as incompetent and decided to take matters into their own hands was quickly dismissed by Albedo. After meeting them yesterday within the amphitheater, Albedo could see that the supreme beings did not merely see them as tools. In fact, Momonga had personally referred to them as their children. So, this should not be the reason behind his decision. But if it wasn't, then it could only be something beyond their meager intelligence could come up with. Truly. She knew that the intelligence and wisdom possessed by Yuuji and the rest of the supreme beings were beyond her reach. But now, to actually see it in person was truly awe-inspiring. Well then, first regarding Nazarick's economic situation and plans to invest in other nations' economies. Yuuji picked up the report Albedo had made regarding the current financial situation of Nazarick, including all details regarding the Yggdrasil gold needed to maintain the various traps, mercenary summonings, pop monsters, etc. and upkeep the great underground tomb. It was an extremely detailed report regarding every single aspect related to the topic. Just by reading these, he would have all the knowledge he'd need to understand Nazarick's finances deeply and make appropriate decisions. That said, if it wasn't for his investment proficiency, management proficiency, enhanced memory, and accelerated learning speed, it would have been too difficult to understand and truly comprehend the report in such a short amount of time. It was no wonder that Momonga couldn't comprehend these reports even though he was a veteran salaryman. But, revising these reports could be done at another time. I see you've worked hard to produce these reports. You even included the amount of gold Dropner produced if all of its 8 copies were turned into gold. Thank you, Albedo. Thank you for your praise, Yuuji-sama. Having read the report, Yuuji now had a clearer understanding of Nazarick's finances at this point in time. And truthfully, if they were to simply stay and live within the confines of the underground tomb, they could easily do it for decades, especially with the Yggdrasil gold they could infinitely generate with Dropner, the world item Momonga had acquired in the last moments before they were transported to the new world. However, that's not what they plan on doing. As explained in Albedo's report, Nazarick is in no dire need of funds for the upkeep of the tomb, especially with the existence of Dropner. If we were to simply live in hiding and never interact with the outside world, we could live in abundance for decades. However, those outside will definitely find us sooner or later. And as you might imagine, they will not simply let a treasure trove remain unclaimed. The temperature around Albedo and Demiurge instantly fell as their expressions turned even more cold and stoic. If they weren't in the presence of two supreme beings, furniture would have been destroyed in their rage against the very notion of inferior beings daring to take a step into the holy grounds and home of the supreme beings and even think of plundering it. Yuuji simply smiled softly at their cold display of anger and continued. That is why, we will need to strengthen ourselves in case such a time comes that others wish to harm us, or even prevent it from even happening in the first place. And one way to do so would be to acquire more resources, which could be done by investing in others' economies, and letting their gold flow into our own treasury. Gold from the real world may not be usable for the guild's myriad of functions, as all of them required Yggdrasil gold. However, it would allow them to trade in the new world and gain resources for Nazarick's growth. Even useless items could be turned into Yggdrasil gold by using the exchange box, while the more useful and interesting items could be researched or used for their purposes. The two greatest minds of Nazarick fell into a deep thought, processing each and every word uttered by Yuuji in detail, dissecting it carefully as to absorb every single wisdom contained in his every word so they could perhaps understand a sliver of his intention. Then, a look of realization came to the both of them. However, my intention, as you may have already guessed, is not to simply collect resources. With eyes wide in realization, Albedo muttered. It is, to control their economy. Am I right, Yuuji-sama? Yuuji nodded, his lips curling into a soft smile. Indeed. By investing in their economy, we would be able to easily control the direction their nation is going by simply tugging at a few strings of the marionette, supplying Nazarick with the resources we need to grow. And if they prove to be a liability more than a profit, we would be able to easily destroy them as well by simply cutting the strings and letting them fall to the ground. The two guardians nodded in understanding. It was as Yuuji had said. By controlling their economy, they would be able to easily shape the future of the nation to their will. May it prosper under the rule of the supreme beings, or be destroyed from inside out as its people suffer from poverty, hunger, and war. Instead of taking them over through force and war, they would be able to exert an absolute control over the future of a nation by controlling the invisible strings of the nation named gold. However, controlling the economy of an entire nation would be impossible without information. Thus, we would need to establish a network to collect information within these nations. Yuuji then turned towards Lelouch. And, thanks to Lelouch's abilities, we've ascertained a bit of the structure of the three nations we are bordering. Lelouch placed down the report he was holding back down to the table and faced the two guardians. The three nations closest to us are the Riestai's kingdom, the Baharuth Empire, and the slain theocracy. Located northwest of Nazarick, Riestai's was a large kingdom occupying most of the western continent with a population of over 9 million souls. However, looking behind the thin veil, it was a failed state, suffering from near-constant political disorder and civil unrest. Moreover, the kingdom was also in frequent conflict with its neighboring nation. With the bulk of its army consisting of mostly conscripts taken from villages and small cities who held the rake many more times than a sword, the kingdom engaged in small territorial skirmishes at the Katsa Plains every year during its harvest season. And with its farmers conscripted into soldiers, the food production within the kingdom slowed dramatically over the years. On the other hand, the Baharuth Empire, which was located east of Nazarick, was one of the strongest nations in the region. They possess a powerful armed force as all imperial soldiers in the empire were professionally trained and equipped with the latest magical equipment provided by its Ministry of Magic. A single knight of the empire, trained and equipped, could easily defeat more than 10 conscripts, farmers, of the kingdom. Thus, while the size of the armies during skirmishes between the two nations were vastly different, the results were mostly a draw. While the resources needed to train and equip a single knight was vastly more expensive than conscripting 10 villagers, with their farmers' workers not conscripted into the military, food production and the economy could still function even during war times if a full-scale war were to erupt, a stark contrast to the kingdom's situation. And lastly, the slain theocracy was, as suggested by its name, a theocracy centering around a main governmental body that worshipped the 6 gods. They were a highly religious, orthodox state, promoting human supremacy. Their doctrine revolves around the gods they call the 6 great gods. As such, their country was divided into 6 different religious sects, each with its own intelligence agency focusing on one expertise they're skillfully good at. Due to their humanocentrism, they are in frequent conflict with other non-human kingdoms, especially the Elven Kingdom, and had used elven prisoners of wars and slaves as a bulk number of their workers. Their economy, essentially, depended on these elven slaves, thus not suitable for any sort of investments. This was why Yuuji only said to invest in the kingdom and the empire. They also seem to have institutionalized a divine magic training system that was comparable to the Baharuth Empire in terms of arcane magic. Thus, their forces mainly consist of regular knights as well as divine magic casters. But the most important and dangerous scripture they need to be careful of is the Black Scripture. It seems they have extremely powerful members when compared to other denizens in the world. And while their strengths are not known, it'd be safe to say that they were superior to the former nations I explained. Lelouch crossed his arms and legs as he explained to the two guardians. Last night, while trying out his abilities, he had actually looked into these 3 countries by scrying into the notable characters he had seen from the anime and collecting as much information as he could. Although most of his knowledge about them came from the anime, he was still able to confirm much of his knowledge about the country and accumulate more details regarding their culture and current state. Meanwhile, both Albedo and Demiurge sat in silence, speechless. Even after employing numerous magic casters and going through great lengths to collect any sort of information on the 3 nations, they failed to even scratch the surface. But alone, Lelouch had collected such a detailed and thorough insight into these nations, down to their political, military, and economical structure and weaknesses. How astounding! No, could this be what they should expect from the greatest mind of the supreme beings? That said, we still don't have enough information. While the information he has regarding these 3 nations had been quite detailed and extensive, there was still a possibility that the reality they were in differed from the anime. Thus, there was a need to actually collect information in this world and experience it themselves. Yuuji nodded in agreement. I agree. That is why we should plan on creating an information collecting network in these 3 countries to provide the appropriate nudge towards a more favorable direction for us when needed. The 2 guardians nodded in understanding. This is where the plan from Amanga, Aika, and I to go to Riestai's as adventurers comes in. Once again, both Albedo and Demiurge rose from their seats in opposition to the sheer notion of letting the supreme beings be without guard in an unknown and dangerous space. Yuuji-sama, it is too dangerous. Please reconsider. Or bring me and a few others along so we can protect you. I agree, Yuuji-sama. Even if we understand that your strength knows no bounds, we could not let even the tiniest chance of you and the rest of the supreme beings be in any kind of danger. Yuuji nodded in understanding and looked at the 2 guardians with a soft smile. We will be fine. The three of us will be equipped with a world item, and we will also have Lupus Regina Beta come with us to be an adventurer. Even so, more than her feelings of not wanting a supreme being to be in a dangerous space without guards, Albedo felt a deep fear and worry for Yuuji being in a far-off place outside her reach. But seeing the resolute determination and faced with his devastatingly beautiful smile, at this moment, Albedo could not find the words to deny him. Yuuji-sama, please reconsider. On the other hand, Demiurge still had not given, and bowed in reverence to persuade his master to not take on such a dangerous plan. Our goal in becoming an adventurer isn't solely to collect information. It is to create a name for ourselves, as heroes of the kingdom and the people. A look of confusion flashed across the Guardians' faces as they tried to understand his words. Then slowly, a look of realization and understanding began to appear. Could it be? Yuuji nodded. In this time of conflict and danger, the people would rather trust a group of adventurers, who had protected them from various terrifying monsters and calamities, went through thick and thin together, and give them hope and safety more than if we were to suddenly appearing out of nowhere and try to befriend them. And I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Or buy me a Ko-fi at buymeacoffee.com/verglax. Thank you. Chapter 186, Chapter 184 First member of Aika's household. Created by the maid, Maniac, himself whose name was inspired by the classical headdress worn by maids, White Brim, along with Hero Hero and Coup de Grace, the 41 homunculus maids were responsible for the various miscellaneous jobs within Nazarick. Specifically, they were in charge of the cleaning and maintenance of the 9th and 10th floor of the great underground tomb of Nazarick. All 41 maids were created to be unique, each with their own unique appearances, personality, character, and behavior. However, the 41 sisters were united in their purpose and fervor, to serve the supreme beings and Nazarick to the best of their meager abilities. There was no mundane task for them, for even dusting down the curtains enchanted with self-cleaning magic was a sacred task bestowed upon them by their creators which they would happily do. They would do anything to be of use for their gods. And now, their head maid, Pistonia Shortcake Wanko, had gathered them as well as the Pleiades under the order of one of the gods and the sole remaining female supreme beings. Her reason for gathering them was unknown. However, every single one of them did not even question her orders and lined up neatly before the goddess of beauty, wisdom, and strength. And as Aika stood before them with a soft smile on her transcendently beautiful visage, they all looked in awed reverence. Her beauty had always been known throughout Nazarick and beyond. She was the epitome of beauty itself, possessing both the divine grace of a goddess and the devilish charm of a succubus. They'd been standing before the goddess for more than 5 minutes, and no one had snapped out of their awe yet. And if there was no echoing sound of the double doors to the hall's opening, they would have still been trapped in a daze. Aika turned towards the door and saw a cute, petite maid with golden short hair rushing in before bowing deeply towards her in a panic. Please forgive my tardiness, my lady. I had just finished my task of serving tea for Yuuji-sama, Lelouch-sama, Albedo-sama, and Demiurge-sama for their meeting. As beings created to serve, every single maid here knew that tardiness could not be tolerated no matter the reason. Even if she was attending to the other supreme beings, the fact that she was late and made a supreme being wait for her presence remained as a great sin. For that, she was prepared to receive any punishments that Aika would give. The clacking sound of heels hitting marble echoed throughout the halls, slowly getting louder and louder as Aika approached Foire. The little maid clenched her eyes and gritted her teeth. But to her shock, a soft, gentle hand landed softly on her head and began patting her. You've done well, Foire. There's no need to apologize. Then, Aika held her by the arms and raised her up from her bow. And for the first time in the life of a humble maid of Nazarick, foresaw the visage of her goddess from up close. Did Yuuji enjoy the tea you made? The movement of her luscious red lips was enough to hypnotize Foire into a daze. But thankfully, she managed to snap out of her daze and answered the supreme being before her. Why yes, Aika-sama. Why Yuuji-sama seemed to find my tea satisfactory. Fufufu, I'm sure it was more than satisfactory for him, since it was tea made by you. We all love anything that you make with such dedication, care, and love. Aika-sama. Tears began to pool in the corners of her eyes as her words touched the very center of her heart. And it wasn't only her. All the maids that had lined up also teared up, and some even sobbed. The words of love from the supreme beings. It was truly the greatest reward they could have asked for. Aika smiled softly, wiped some of the tears that had fallen down from her eyes and flowed down her cheeks with her fingers, and petted her head once more. Now. Don't sully your beautiful face with tears. Go and join your sisters. I have something I wish to tell all of you. Why yes, Aika-sama. Foire bowed, and as Aika walked back to her place before the maids, she joined her sister and lined up at the back. And with all 41 maids now present as well as the Pleiades, Aika began her announcement. Now then. Now that everyone is there, let's get down to the reason why I've gathered everyone today. Aika clapped her hands as her lips curled into a wide smile. An energetic and cute gesture that brought smiles onto all the maids present. But then, all of them began to sense the air vibrating. No, it was the magic in the air that started to tremble and shake. While they were merely a level 1 homunculus, which was only ever so slightly stronger than an average human farmer with no skills for magic or battle, they were still capable of sensing magic, just like any other living beings in the world. Skilled magic casters could cast their spells silently, either by practicing it countless times or by using the metamagic, silent magic. And they would also be able to conceal or hide the flaring of mana the moment a spell is cast, making it undetectable by those who were less sensitive to magic. Aika was naturally capable of concealing her magic, to the point that everyone, other than perhaps the floor guardians, wouldn't be able to notice it. But, she had no reason to do it now. And thus, a tremendous amount of magical energy originating from Aika began to emanate as her hands began to glow with a brilliant, pinkish light. The current situation that befell Nazarick had raised some alerts to the dangers that could possibly be harmful to the denizens of Nazarick. Aside from the Pleiades battle maids, being in the 9th and 10th floor, the deepest parts of the Nazarick, you girls have no need to worry about such things. However, all the supreme beings, including me, wanted all of you to have some extra protection. So, this is what I want to do. The Pleiades and homunculus maids all listened to her words carefully. Worry inevitably seeped into their heart as they listened to the possible dangers that might befall Nazarick and, in turn, the supreme beings. But soon, they were replaced by gratefulness and happiness as Aika expressed the supreme beings' benevolence and attention for their safety. Then, their eyes shifted from Aika's beautiful face to her hands as she separated them. In between her hands, a beautiful, shining, pinkish crystal appeared. And from it, even the homunculus maid could sense the tremendous magic it emanated. This is the fallen seed of lust. It would allow me to take you as a member of my household and turn you into a succubus, granting you the strength and magical capability of one and allowing you to protect yourselves. Their eyes all widened in shock. The Pleiades might have heard in passing items within the treasury capable of changing one's race into a demon. But even they did not know the exact details and have never seen it themselves, chalking it up to just one of the many wonderful and unimaginable treasures that the supreme beings own within their illusory treasury. And this was no different. As such a thing was beyond their knowledge, the Pleiades simply could not comprehend the significance of Aika's ability to change someone's race without any requirements with a single spell. The homunculus maids were even more clueless. However, all of them do understand that such a thing must only be possible due to the might of a supreme being. And the tremendous magic it emanated only served to cement their beliefs. Then, the moment they heard of what it was and its capabilities, excitement filled the hearts of all the maids present. So, what do you think? Yes. I want it, Aika-sama. A brown-skinned beauty with an athletic look and crimson-red hair tied in 2 long braids that hung over her shoulders immediately raised her hand in excitement, earning the looks from her fellow sisters and the homunculus maids. She was Lupus Regina Beta, a member of the Pleiades battle maids. As battle maids, all members of the Pleiades possessed quite the high level. Lupus Regina, specifically, was a battle cleric and focuses on healing magic with the highest overall stats among the Pleiades as well as the highest physical defense and resistance stats. If Aika only considered her job class, then Lupu would be a prime candidate for her to turn into a succubus. Granting a battle cleric the inherent ability to fly and cast mind-affecting abilities to disable an enemy would give her the extra survivability which was extremely important for a supporting class, especially clerics. After all, as the one capable of healing and casting various supporting magic, they would be the first target in any battle. However, Lupu was a werewolf, which granted her resistances to metals except for silver. While it was only 5 levels, Aika was still hesitant to possibly change her race completely. I'm happy you seem enthusiastic to receive it, Lupu, but, since I've never used this magic before, I don't know if it would completely change your race into a succubus, or how it would affect you, who has several levels into your racial class. So, it would be better if I use it on a homunculus maid first, since they only have 1 level. Oh. Is that so? That's too bad. Lupu dejectedly lowered her hand. And the rest of the Pleiades also felt a bit disappointed that they might not be able to receive the fallen seed of lust. While they were proud of their own race, specified as intended by their creators, to be a member of Aika's household, the greatest and final female supreme being who all of them had long since admired. It was a chance none of the Pleiades wanted to miss. However, in the end, they understood Aika's concern and decided to obey her as they also did not want to completely abandon the race intended by their creators. Seeing Lupu's respond, Aika smiled at her before turning towards the homunculus maids. Estonia, while similarly excited, knew that she was also in the same situation as the Pleiades. So, she quietly turned towards the rest of the maids to see who would be the first to receive Aika's blessings. It would be an honor, my lady, to be a member of your household. From the midst of the 41 homunculus maid, one raised her hand and voice high. A beautiful young girl with long golden hair and golden eyes that reached the back of her waist. Amongst her sisters, she was slightly below the average in terms of height. However, she had two massive bulges on her chest that made it appear even larger due to her height, even though her size was average when compared to her other sisters. Ah, Sixes-chan, I'm so happy. Are you really sure? Why yes. It would be my honor. While she was normally calm and collected, in contrast to her bright and youthful appearance, Sixes bravely raised her hands and let her desires control her for a moment. And her excitement was shared by all the maids present as well. If she was only a few seconds late, many others would have raised their hands as well. All right then, come closer to me. Why yes. Nervously, Sixes made her way towards her greatest idol and goddess while trying her best to maintain a modicum of etiquette as a maid of the supreme beings. Once she stood before Aika, she stopped and her eyes were locked onto the visage of the very epitome of beauty that shined more beautifully than the crystal in her hands. Then, are you ready? Why yes. Finally, she looked down on the crystal as Aika brought it closer to her. And within it, Sixes could see a faint shape of a rose with thorns spiking out of its stalk. All right. Here we go. Aika let the crystal, the fallen seed of lust, float towards Sixes, who was now closing her eyes and steeling herself for what's to come. And when it touched the center of her chest, it simply phased through her clothing, her body, and entered. Immediately, Sixes shined brightly with a pinkish light, blinding those closest to her aside from Aika. Then, after a few moments passed, the light slowly dissipated, and the Pleiades and all the maids all looked at Sixes in shock. A pair of jet black bat wings was now present on her back, piercing through the curtain of gold that was her luscious golden hair. And from the base of her butt was a long, black tail with a heart-shaped tip, swaying around in the air. At first glance, apart from those features, no apparent features seemed to change in Sixes' appearance. But as their vision recovered, they noticed that it wasn't the case at all. Her breasts had noticeably become larger, most likely a cup or two larger than before. If her maid uniform was not a magic item capable of instantly adjusting to her size, it would have been visibly stretched greatly. Moreover, her hips had also noticeably gotten fuller and larger, as shown by the shape of her skirt curved by her butt. Her eyes were now slitted, a trait shared by all succubus. Her skin had gotten brighter and smoother, and her features had also become more beautiful. In addition, she also seemed to have grown a bit taller. While all 41 homunculus maids were made to have been equally beautiful, Sixes had noticeably become much more beautiful than her sisters. Perhaps even surpassing the Pleiades. Meanwhile, unaware of her own change in appearance, Sixes looked at her hands in shock as she began trying to clench and unclench her fists. Her body, she felt much stronger and full of energy now. It was as if she had been living while bound by shackles and weighed down by heavy steel before. It was a world's difference. How do you feel? Do you feel something wrong? No. Not at all, Aika-sama. In fact, I feel so invigorated. Sixes relished in the sensation as a warm sensation inside her womb began spreading all over her body. And as she did, she unknowingly emanated pheromones that affected all of her sisters with lustful desires. Only Aika, the Pleiades, and Pestonia were not affected by it given the difference in level. Thank you very much for your blessings, Aika-sama. From now on, I shall work harder for Nazarick and not shame you as a member of your household. Sixes bowed deeply towards Aika, who was now truly her goddess in name and nature. And I'm happy to have you, Sixes. Aika then turned towards the rest of the homunculus maids, and her smile grew wider as she saw the excitement and anticipation now even more than before within their eyes. Soon. Yuuji and I will have our own personal maid harem. And I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Or buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/verglax. Thank you. Chapter 187, Chapter 185 Humanity. Hubby, hold me closer, I'm so tired today, I've been working the entire day. Really? Didn't you just hang out with the maids the whole day? Geez, you don't need to mind the details. Just hold me. All right. Yuuji wrapped his arms around Aika's waist tighter, bringing her closer to him, as they cuddled underneath the cover on their bed. Both of them were no longer dressed in their whole gear, and were now dressed casually in comfortable nightwear. Aika, specifically, was adorned in a thin negligee that truly didn't hide any part of her body. It was a piece of clothing meant to accentuate her sinful body and seduce her beloved, not as a nightwear. Most of her clothing in her inventory were all similar in nature to the one she was wearing right now. Apart from a few dresses that also revealed a lot of skin, her casual clothes were all meant to be worn in bed with Yuuji. A large mirror, around 1 meter in height, with an oval-shaped bronze and jet black frame covering its sides and edges floated at the feet of their bed. As of now, it showed nothing. Its surface was opaque. With this magic item that Yuuji had brought from the throne room, they would be watching Lelouch and Momonga in action as they saved Karn village. They would be starting any moment now. And in the meantime, Aika told Yuuji about the events that happened with the maids. Oh, so it's a success. I turned 6s today, and it was a success. I wanted to turn the Pleiades and the other maids too. But there's a 1-day cooldown for the spell, so I couldn't. Also, I don't want to replace their original race. So, I plan to have Momonga-san see their stats with his Geas first to see if my spell added the succubus race or replaced it completely. While the succubus race had plenty of benefits, it also had its drawbacks. For one, as a race which focused on magic, it was physically weaker than a werewolf, a dullahan, an automaton, a predator slime, and an arachnoid, and barely on par with a doppelganger. Each of these races had their own strengths as well, and having different races would also offer more versatility in battle. Thus, replacing all of them with the succubus race would prove to be more detrimental to their safety. I see. That's a good idea. When will you have him look? I'll try to have him look after he finished saving Karn Village if possible. After all, we'll be going to Irantal after this, so I'd like to confirm it as soon as possible. It might be a good idea to have Lupu gain the succubus race first before we have her accompany us. With her natural friendliness and the succubus's charm, she'll be able to help us mingle easier with the other adventurers. I'm sure she'll be able to befriend the girls in Blue Rose easily. While Lupu had a brutal and cunning personality, she was capable of showing an extremely sociable and friendly behavior towards others. In fact, she had become close friends with Enri in the anime. As long as they could control her sadistic tendencies, she would be the perfect person that would help them get along with people as adventurers. Considering her cheerful and fearless personality, Yuuji could easily imagine her befriend Gagarin, the massive, muscular, hammer-wielding member of the Blue Rose. And if they could befriend the Blue Rose, their influence within the kingdom would also increase, making it easier for them to gain the trust and favorability of its citizens. I agree. Just then, Yuuji received a message from Lelouch, telling him that they've arrived in Karn. Ah, it seems like they've begun. Really? Let's watch. Yuuji activated the mirror of remote viewing as he imagined the outskirts of the village he had seen from the anime. And soon, the opaque surface of the mirror began to ripple and they could finally see the scenery near Karn. On the dirty, blood-stained ground, a beautiful young girl, most likely in her mid-teens, with a lightly fair skin, blonde hair, and brown eyes was holding a smaller young girl with reddish-brown hair and brown eyes in a protective embrace. Before the two was a giant figure clad in pure black and gold robes and a deep crimson-red mask with an expression resembling tears or anger, and a shorter, more slender figure in a familiar tight dark purple suit with a cape, and a spiky black and indigo mask covering their face. And behind them, the bloodied gores in iron armor of what had been knights of the theocracy disguised as the Empire's knights were strewn about on the blood-soaked earth. Momonga seemed to be talking to the two girls, cast a few spells that created a barrier around them, and tossed two, Horn of the Goblin General, to the girls. Then, they both walked towards the village as the girls looked at their backs in confused shock and awe, still trying to process the tragedies and events that had just happened. Oh, so they've saved Enri and her little sister already, huh? Her luscious lips curled into a smile and her eyes narrowed with a pair of crescent moons as Aika looked at the receding figure of the golden-haired girl in the mirror. Her eyes shine with a luster of unpredictable schemes. Then, they continued to watch as the Dark Knight Momonga had summoned slaughter all the knights that had been wreaking havoc in the village. They did not bring them under their control with Lelouch's Geas since 1, there was no need for him to reveal his abilities to the villagers here, and 2, there was no information they could get from these grunts that they wouldn't get from the sunlit scripture that would come later on. It would only increase the amount of mouths they'd had to feed back in the interrogation chamber in Nazarick. The chaos caused by the knights quickly died down as every single knight was cut down by the hulking undead in knightly armor. And the rest of the events that happened followed the course of events in the anime, with the village head thanking Momonga and Lelouch and inviting them to their home. Hey, Yuuji. Yeah. I don't feel anything when I watch those soldiers die from the Death Knight. I don't even feel nauseous. This wasn't the first time Aika and Yuuji had come face to face with the death of another human. They've experienced war and death during their time in Tatsuya's world, and Yuuji had also experienced war in Lelouch's world. But in those worlds, their enemies died from guns. While it was a bloody battle, it wasn't as gory as the scene of death they've just witnessed. Seeing a human body cut in half and gore strewn about on the bloody dirt in mass, regular people their age would have received immense trauma. But Yuuji and Aika did not feel any pity or shock. The carnage and death they've witnessed gave them the same feeling as crushing an ant with their fingers or slapping an annoying mosquito against the wall. And that realization caused a sense of fear to grow within her heart. The fear of losing her humanity and conscience over human life. She did not know if it was due to the race and class she had received from the group chat, or if she had gotten used to death before she knew it from the memories she received for the missions and simply realized it upon witnessing the gruesome deaths. But the fact remains. I get it. I stopped feeling it too. Yuuji pulled her closer and stroked her head, trying his best to soothe his beloved. It protects us from the mental damage we would have suffered from witnessing deaths. And I think, it's better to have it than not with all these missions from the group chat. But I don't want to be used to it. Used to it. I don't want to be used to human death. He pulled his gaze away from the mirror showing Momonga and Lelouch conversing with the village head and his wife, and turned to Aika, gazing at her beautiful, sparkling eyes filled with fear and unease. The reason why we do these missions is to become stronger. Strong enough to protect those important to us. But if we lose our humanity, if we lose our love for those we do all of this for, then what's the point? He smiled, and placed a soft, gentle kiss on her forehead. Sometimes, killing our enemies would be inevitable to protect those we love. But, I don't plan on going on a killing spree. I know. That's why you made the plan to conquer Riestais and the Empire by controlling their economy, right? That's right. But I'm still scared. What if I got used to it? What if I came to love it? I have a job class called the Empress of Evil, you know. Yuuji held Aika's trembling hand and placed her head on his chest. The fact that you're afraid means that you'll be fine. As long as you hold on to this fear, this humanity, then I know that you won't go down that road. And if you forget. Yuuji lifted her face up to him and kissed her on her trembling lips. I'll be here to remind you. Hubby. Tears fell down the corner of her eyes, and Aika wrapped her arms around her beloved. Her body, still trembling as she sobbed into his chest. There. Thank you, hubby, you're the best. You're welcome. You can always rely on me. And I will, of course, rely on you if I forget myself too. I will. Gazef, the renowned warrior captain of the Riestais kingdom, had arrived in Karn village along with his band of warriors and met with Momonga and Lelouch. Momonga mused as he observed the famous band of warriors on horses and their war gear. The knights from before had breastplates bearing the sigils of the Baharuth Empire, and they were heavily equipped uniformly. While these men were wearing armors as well, their gear varied from men to men. Some wore leather armor, while some did not have their plate armor on, exposing the chainmail underneath. Some wore helmets, while some went bareheaded. The only thing they had in common was the fact that they all showed their faces. All of them had swords of similar make, but apart from that, they also carried bows, javelins, maces, and other backup weapons. Instead of an army, they looked like hardened veterans of the battlefield. Or to put it in a less polite way, they appeared like a ragtag bunch of sellswords. The riders of around 20 men entered the square and came face to face with Momonga and Lelouch. The leader, Gazef, observed the two of them keenly from horseback. And once he had affirmed that none of them were going to move, he jumped down from the saddle and addressed the village chief. I am the warrior captain of the Riestais kingdom, Gazef Stranov. By order of the king, I have been visiting each of the frontier villages to exterminate knights from enemy countries who have been making trouble here. Gasps of shock and awe quickly spread across the village as the warrior captain introduced himself. But Gazef did not mind the murmurs and turned towards the towering figure clad in a luxurious robe of pure black and gold. From his outfit alone, he could already tell that he was a magic caster. And an extremely powerful and rich one. You must be the chief of this village. Can you tell me who is the person beside you? Momonga interrupted the old village chief who was about to answer, before nodded to Gazef and introducing himself. There is no need for that. Pleased to meet you, warrior Captain Dano, of the kingdom. My name is Ains Olgaun. And I'm a magic caster. This village was attacked by knights, and so I stepped in to rescue them. Momonga and Gazef continued their conversation, before soon relocating into the village chief's humble abode. And as the sun set, and the world was slowly swallowed in by darkness, they noticed figures outside surrounding the village from within the darkened house. They were slowly advancing on the village. They appeared unarmed and were not wearing heavy armor. But that didn't mean they were harmless. Magic casters preferred lighter gear, and judging by their appearance, they indeed fit Gazef's image of a magic caster. However, the humans weren't the ones alerting him. It was the winged monsters floating beside them which confirmed their vocations and his worry. Angels. Gazef knew enough about them to know that they were troublesome foes. Of course, that depended on the type of angel. Not all angels were difficult to defeat. However, the angels this time around, with shining breastplates and flaming swords, they were the type that was unknown to him. Of course, Ains knew what they were. Archangel Flames. They were low-leveled angel summons armed with magical flame swords. Truly trash mobs by his standards, not worthy of even becoming hindering mobs during a dungeon run. But in this new world standards, their numbers and the fact that they could be infinitely summoned as long as their summoners had enough mana made them worthy adversaries. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Gazef did try to recruit Momonga and Lelouch as adventurers, and even conscripted them under the name of his king. But they both refused. However, they did swear to protect the village in his stead. Thank you very much, Gaundano. Now I have nothing more to worry about. All I need to do now is charge boldly ahead. Before that, please take this with you. Ains took out an item and handed it to the smiling Gazef. It was a small, strangely carved statuette. There did not seem to be anything special about it. However, if it is a gift from your good self, I will gladly accept it. Then, Gaundano. Time grows short, but I must now leave. Will you not wait until nightfall before setting out? The opposition should have spells like dark vision and the like, so night fighting is not to our advantage, but I cannot imagine they will be hampered by it. Also, we also need to let you see how we stand or fall. I see. As expected of the kingdom's warrior captain, your keen insight is truly worthy of praise. Then, I wish you all the best, warrior Captain Dano. And I wish you a safe journey home, Gaon Dano. X. And, I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Or buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/verglax. Thank you. Chapter 188, Chapter 186 Power of a King. As expected, things went the way they did. Lelouch mused as he watched Gazef and his warriors battle against the Archangel Flame summons through his scry. It was a bloody battle. And while Gazef and his warriors did fight valiantly, they were soon pushed to the brink as more new angels kept coming after they killed one. Even Gazef, who had overwhelmed multiple angels and bisected more with the help of his martial arts skills, was soon pushed to the brink of death as blood dribbled out the side of his mouth. Even so, the man known and admired by the people as the warrior captain of the Riestai's kingdom never fell. The man who should have been powerless to stand was now standing proudly, his broadsword clenched tightly in his hands. The sheer mighty force of his presence forcing back the angels that have now surrounded him. But, as expected, his sheer will could not kill all the angels summoned by the elite divine magic casters of the sunlit scriptures. Angels, kill Gazef Stronov. Countless wings moved in response to that cold, cruel order from Nigan, the head of the sunlit scripture squad sent to kill the warrior captain. Gazef steeled himself, preparing to charge forward, when suddenly, a voice came past him. Looks like it's about time to switch. The scenery before his eyes changed, and he was now no longer on the blood-soaked plain. Instead, he was now in the corner of what looked like a simple village hut. And instead of angels, he saw worried-looking villagers all around him. This is the warehouse that Ain-sama had protected with his magic. So you're the chief. Gaundano does not seem to be here. No, he was here just a moment ago, but he and his company, Zero, seems to have vanished without a trace. And in his place, you appeared, warrior Captain Dano. I see, so the voice in my head was. Gazef allowed himself to relax. And in that instant, strength quickly left his body, knowing he would have no part in what would come next. He collapsed on the wooden floor, and the villagers quickly drew closer worriedly to try and help him. The 6 scriptures. An enemy even he, the strongest warrior of the Riestai's kingdom, could not hope to defeat. Yet, he could not even begin to imagine that Ains would lose. X. The anti-divination barrier had been set. No eyes, except for those permitted such as that of the mirror of remote viewing used by Yuuji and Aika, were allowed to witness the scene that would be happening here. But none of this was noticed by the folks of the theocracy. Their attention was elsewhere. Specifically, at the 2 figures on the plains who had not originally been there. Nigan of the slain theocracy's Special Operations Unit, the Sunlight Scripture, looked at them with perturbation in his eyes. One of them was dressed like an arcane magic caster. He wore an evil-looking mask to hide his face, and a pair of iron gauntlets on his hands. He wore an expensive-looking black robe, suggesting he was a person of some status. The other one was dressed in a long cape with a high collar, a luxurious black suit, and an ominous mask to hide his face as well. They had no visible weapons on their person, but as a magic caster himself, he knew that being armless did not equal being harmless. Gazef and his men were gone without a trace. In their places were these 2 mysterious figures. It seemed to be some kind of teleportation magic, but he had no idea what kind of spell had been used here. Alerts blared within his mind, and Nigan immediately called the angels back, ordering them to form a defensive perimeter around them as they faced the mysterious magic casters. Then, the larger-built magic caster took a step forward. Pleased to meet you, gentlemen of the slain theocracy. I am Ains Olgaun. I would be glad if you could call me Ains. Despite the distance between them, the sound of howling afternoon wind that breezed past the plains carried his voice over clearly. The person behind me is called Zero. I would like to make a deal with you. Might I have a moment of your time? Nigan tried to search through his memories, his studies, and his long years of information gathering to attach some meaning to the name Ains Olgaun. But it was futile. It might be an alias. But he had no way of confirming or denying it. Trying to glean more information from him would be more productive. Thus, he raised his chin, indicating that Ains should continue. Wonderful. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me. Then firstly, I would like to start by making one thing clear to you gentlemen. That would be, there is no way you can defeat me. It was a declaration. A statement. Nigan could clearly hear the absolute confidence in his voice. It wasn't a bluff or a boast. This was something he believed from the bottom of his heart. He furrowed his brows. Ignorance is truly deplorable. You will pay the price for your foolishness, magic caster. Really now? Do you really think that will happen? I observed your battle earlier with the warrior captain and his men. My presence here indicated that I am absolutely confident in my victory. After all, if I was not sure I could beat you, would it not be wiser for me to leave that man to die? He was right. An arcane magic caster would be better suited to different kinds of confrontations. Arcaners, sorcerers, and wizards could only use light armor, so they would want to avoid melee combat, using fly to repeatedly launch fireballs and other such spells from afar. Yet Ains had chosen to face them head-on. He must have a trick up his sleeve. At his silence, Momonga chose to continue. Now, for the reason I am here. The truth is, I overheard your conversations with the warrior captain. What a lot of nerve you have. Ain's tone changed suddenly, and he continued speaking as he looked at Nigan mockingly. To think you would dare say that you would massacre the villagers that I, Ain's old gown, took the time to personally rescue. I cannot think of anything that is more offensive than that. Ain's robe rippled in the wind. That same wind blew across Nigan and his company, sending chills down their spine. Offensive? Huge words, magic caster. What of it? He was obviously frightened. But he did not change his mocking tone. He was the commander of one of Slain Theocracy's secret weapons, the Sunlight Scripture. How could he be afraid of a simple magic caster? It was impossible. Yet. I mentioned a deal earlier. These are the terms. You will either hand your lives over to me without resistance, or willingly offer yourself, your body, your heart, and your soul to our cause. Whether you like it or not. Ains took a step forward. It was a single step, but his body seemed to massively swell before their eyes. The immense pressure emanated from his sheer presence alone caused all of the Sunlight Scripture to take a step back. Ah! Cries of fear escaped their lips. It was but a natural reaction when having come face to face with an unimaginable force. This was the first time Nigan had been faced with such might. Therefore, he did not rebuke his men for their fear. A thrill of cold ran from the bottoms of Nigan's feet to the top of his head. He had felt this countless times in his struggles along the edge of life and death. It was a sign of impending doom. Have the angels charge him. Don't let him get close. Nigan's voice broke slightly as he shouted his orders. It sounded more like a scream. It was not to raise his men's spirits. It was a cry of fear. Fear of the being he knew as Ain's Olgaun. 2 archangel flames flapped their wings of light in response to Nigan's command, and launched their attack. The angels flew straight towards the hulking black figure, and stabbed him with their flaming swords. Zero, who was standing behind him, should have done something to attack the charging angels to stop them in their tracks before reaching Ains. That is why all of the Sunlight Scriptures, who had been predicting that course of action and ready to retaliate, could not believe their eyes. It was not that anything happened. On the contrary. Nothing happened. Neither Ains nor Zero did anything to block, dodge, cast a spell, or did anything to intercept it. Nothing happened. Their shock quickly became mockery. How unsightly. To think he would scare us with a bluff. Nigan sneered. But soon, a question came to mind. Why wasn't Ain's corpse falling? What are you doing? Call the angels back. He can't fall down with those swords stuck to him. But sir. We've already given the order. His subordinate's confused voice startled Nigan, and his eyes quickly shifted back to Ain's figure. Only then did he realize the angels were flapping their wings vigorously. While they were not meant to express feelings, Nigan saw those angels flapping their wings in fear and desperation, like a butterfly trapped in a spider's web. I told you, didn't I? There is no way you can defeat me. You should have listened and heed my warnings. The calm voice resounded and reached Nigan and his men's ears. But none were able to comprehend the sight before them. Impossible. One of his subordinates muttered, giving voice to the words in Nigan's hearts. No one could believe it. Judging from the angel swords, they had to be fatal wounds. But he didn't even seem to be in pain. That wasn't the only shocking thing. Momonga was gripping the angels by the throat. And no matter how much they struggled, never let them go. Angels summoned from magic had bodies created from their summoner's mana, so they were definitely not light. They weighed more than a grown man. In addition to the weight of their heavy plate armor, there was no way they could be lifted up by the throat so easily. There must be a trick. High-tier physical nullification. A passive skill that protects against the attacks of up to level 60, in other words, only attacks above level 60 could harm me. Well, I guess this has gone long enough. Holding an angel in each hand, Momonga slammed them both to the ground. A thunderous crash echoed throughout the plains, and the earth trembled from the impact, creating 2 craters, a testament to his supernatural strength. The angels died in an instant, dissipating back into countless dancing motes of light that soon vanished into the air, and the swords stuck in him vanished as well. Now then. Let me see your trump card. All angels, attack. Hurry. Nothing Ains said registered in his mind. Everything simply went red and fear took deep roots in his heart the moment he saw Ains step forward, causing him to quickly yell out his orders. All archangel flames shot towards Momonga like bullets. No. Not this. Nigan could hear the cool, calm voice of the monster attacked by the angels, but he did not care. Ains was surrounded by so many angels that nobody could even see him. And yet, his voice did not carry even the slightest hint of worry. It looked like he would be impaled by countless flaming swords. But Momonga's spell took effect before that. Negative burst. The air shuddered, and a wave of black radiance erupted from Ains, like the negative image of a camera flash. It only lasted for an instant, and in that instant, all 40 angels had been annihilated. I'm impossible. Nigan could not help but tremble. And only then did he recall the words of the kingdom's strongest warrior, Gazef Stronov. That there was a man stronger than him in that village. That trying to kill the villagers he protects was impossible. Only now did he understand the truth of those words. 0. No, Lelouch-kun. I think this is enough. They're just as weak as we expected. Let's finish this before he uses the crystal. It's a one-time use item. It'd be a waste. It'd be better if we bring it to Yuuji-kun so he can take a look at it and study it. Maybe he could replicate how to make it. Agreed. Nigan froze. He could not understand what they're saying. But one thing did caught his attention. How did they know about the crystal? Come to think of it, Ains said to show him his trump card. Could it be that he was referring to the sealing crystal? The trump card his homeland had given him. A sealing crystal containing a 7th-tier spell capable of summoning the strongest angel, Dominion Authority. No. That's impossible. How could he know? Finally, the man in the jet-black mask called Zero walked forward. Then, he waved his hand, and a small opening appeared on his mask, revealing a crimson eye. Lelouch Lampirouge commands you. Obey me. All of you. With enhanced eyesight, Lelouch could see all of their eyes through the small, rectangular holes on their headdress. The power of absolute obedience took hold on the consciousness of every single member of the Sunlight Scripture. Any kind of magic resistance, magic items, or talent they had did not matter before the absolute power of a king. Enhanced by the magic power of his newly acquired form, the power-perfected Geas was absolute in this new world. All members of the Sunlight Scripture froze for a moment. Then, with a soldier's discipline, all of them dropped onto one knee, their heads bowed down, placed a hand on their left chest, and declared in unison. Yes, my lord. X. And I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Or buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/verglax. Thank you. Chapter 189, Chapter 187 Rivals. A few days have passed since Momonga and Lelouch's encounter with the Sunlight Scripture. Upon returning to Nazarick, the two quickly handed over the obedient Sunlight Scripture members to Demiurge, explaining the entire events that happened, and asked him to have his subordinates hand the puppets to Neuronis to gather information from them. Later that night, Momonga gathered all the guardians in the throne room to make his announcement. To spread Ains Olgaun's name to the ends of the world and let it be revered. And to make Ains Olgaun an eternal legend. After discussing with Yuuji, Aika, and Lelouch, Momonga had decided to announce this, just like he did in the anime. But this time, he did not do it solely for the faint hope of it reaching his previous guildmates, who might also be transported into this world. It was also for the mission. The mission to subjugate at least one nation. While Albedo, Demiurge, and the other bright minds in Nazarick might be able to guess his intention even if he did not say it outright, after seeing how much his casually spoken words could be interpreted wildly by them, Momonga had decided to be more vocal about his intentions now, fearing it might be unintentionally twisted. And since Yuuji, Aika, and Lelouch were here with him, they'd be able to help Rain and Albedo and the others if they were to go too far. After his big announcement, Momonga decided to go take a rest and excitedly prepare for his adventuring life. With Yuuji and Lelouch working together with Albedo and Demiurge, he only needed to sign off some documents for a few hours a day before returning to his preparation and planning for their plan on becoming adventurers. X. Amongst the numerous facilities and rooms within the 9th floor of the great underground tomb of Nazarick were the offices of the Supreme Beings. Each one possessed an office of their own, despite none of them finding a use for it in the game. Normally, most members of the guild would either hang out in the round table room, their workshops and labs, or outside, exploring, farming, or going on raids. After all, why would they stay in a room all alone while logged in Yggdrasil? But now, Lelouch and Yuuji often stay in their offices to work. Said office was filled with tasteful and exotic furniture, with every single piece being of exquisite design and decor. The crimson carpet upon the floor was thick and soft, swallowing the footsteps of those who trod upon it. And a flag bearing the insignia/emblem of the owner hung upon the wall in the depths of the room. An imposing mahogany desk sat in the center of the office. Its owner, the half-angel and half-devilman, sat behind it upon a black leather chair. Before it, two large pure white couches sat with a coffee table made of statuarietto marble between it. Upon it, sitting across from each other, were two succubus of otherworldly beauty. With Ains letting Yuuji, who was infinitely smarter than him, be in charge of their plans to conquer the kingdom and empire through their economy, Yuuji cooperated with Albedo to prepare plans that would be executed while he was out becoming an adventurer. Reports and drafts of their plans littered Yuji's desk and the coffee table, filling every available space, leaving barely any space for their cups of tea and teapots. Albedo sat in silence, her eyes carefully reading through the documents Yuuji had written detailing the first phase of his plans to be done during the first few months of Lelouch and Shaltir's stay in the royal capital of the Riestai's kingdom. While the angelic smile never left her beautiful face, there was cold determination and solemnity reflected in her eyes. The greatest supreme being had entrusted her with such an important task, to be his hands in executing his ingenious plans that would conquer a kingdom in less than a year. She would not disappoint him. She must show him that she was capable and worthy. Opposite of her, Aika laid on her back as she lifted her long, slender, seductive legs up on the arms of the couch while the twin yin-yang slimes rested on her massive, soft, twin peaks. Her eyes glanced once in a while towards the succubus, a mischievous smile on her lips. Fufu, she's glancing at hubby again. Albedo's subtle, unconscious, glances at Yuuji did not escape Aika's perceptiveness towards anything related to her hubby. And she couldn't help but be amused by it. In the anime, Albedo never failed to express her love to Ains, since her settings clearly indicated that she would be in love with him. Now, she only had her destined one. But she didn't know who it was. So, she desperately tried to find him. The one she could dedicate her entire heart, body, and soul to. Yuuji was the prime candidate, given his strength and character. But even then, she could not be sure if he was her destined one. Like a young girl trying to understand love, Albedo tried to get close to Yuuji, be someone he would love, and perhaps learn about it by seeing how he would love her. Then perhaps, she could finally ascertain if Yuuji was her destined one, or if not, try to find someone she would truly love. Of course, Aika wanted her hubby to be Albedo's destined one. After all, that's the entire reason why she worded her settings to be so. And from all the shoujo manga she had read, there was one sure way to have the main heroine finally realize her feelings towards the main love interest that worked every time. Introducing a rival. Knock knock. Yuuji looked up from his paper and stopped writing, shifting his gaze towards the double doors of his room. His elemental sight activated automatically as soon as he wondered who was behind the door, and he saw the beautiful, petite, true vampire girl Aika had been egging him to fuck ever since they find out about the setting Perorancino gave her. He could not help but smile helplessly at the thought. But a real smile still found its place in his expression. While he might not be fucking Shaltir anytime soon, he still liked her quite a bit. She was a very attractive and interesting character who he was quite fond of when he watched the anime. And after meeting her in real life, he couldn't help but be attracted to her as well. Come in. The door opened to reveal the familiar figure of the beautiful, pale-skinned true vampire dressed in her usual crimson-red dress. Yuuji-sama. Her lips curled into a delighted grin, her melodic, youthful voice dripping with sweetness and delight. She entered the room, taking every step with elegance as she clasped her hands neatly just above the billowing part of her crimson-red ball gown dress skirt. Her long silver hair swayed as she walked, and her ample bosom, which did not match her apparent age, wobbled mightily with every step she took. She displayed a mannerism of elegance. But to Yuuji, Aika, and Albedo, they could clearly see the pep in her step and the clear excitement and affection in her eyes the moment she laid them on his figure. Greetings, Yuuji-sama. Shaltir. It's nice to see you. What brings you here? His smile grew as he gazed at Shaltir's figure. He couldn't help but admire her beauty, which was far beyond the anime could even hope of depicting. She was created, meant, to be a true beauty by her creator. And her appearance truly captured the perfect balance of a beautiful seductress and the innocence of a youthful doll. The ideas that Aika had planted in his mind about how fun it would be for him to fuck the brains out of her petite figure flashed across his mind. And he couldn't help but entertain the idea now that he saw her love-struck figure once more. Of course, it is to admire your perfect figure, Yuuji-sama. Albedo's left eye twitched ever so slightly. Was this the reason why she disturbed them while they were working? Was this the reason why her quiet, quality time with her master was disturbed? Albedo wanted to send her away as soon as possible and return to her work alongside Yuuji. But before she could, Yuuji responded to her first. I see. I'm happy to see you as well, Shaltir. Her eyes glowed crimson as her lips curled into a wide grin, saliva almost trickling down the left corner of her lips. She could feel her undergarments immediately dampening upon hearing those words. While it sounded like a normal response to a maiden madly in love, obsession, it sounded much different. To Shaltir, as well as Albedo, his words could be interpreted as such. He's happy to see me. That means, he likes my appearance. He loves seeing me. He's in love with me. I'm so happy, Yuuji-sama. Please let me respond to your love with my body. Her body twitched as she held herself back from pouncing on Yuuji. She could barely keep herself from soiling her undergarments completely. Even though she had been making do with her vampire brides while imagining and fantasizing the things Yuuji would do to her in bed, she was still pent up with desires and a thirst that won't ever be quenched by anyone else but Yuuji. But soon, she was snapped out of her horny fantasy when she heard Yuuji speak once more. But that shouldn't be all, am I right? Aren't you going to be going out of the tomb soon? Yes, I will be meeting with Lelouch-sama and Seabass afterwards to fulfill the task set for me. Since I may not be able to return to Nazarick for some time, I came to bid farewell to you before I left. I see. But Shaltir, we may be able to meet once we reach the royal capital as an adventurer. Right, Aika. Shaltir's eyes widened in shock. She hadn't been told about this. But if it was true, then he's right. She might be able to see him again sooner than she expected. Shaltir turned towards the beautiful succubus laying on the couch, the epitome of all that was beautiful, alluring, and loving, with hopeful eyes. And she nodded. And that's right. I am so happy. I look forward to that time. Yuuji nodded, a soft, gentle smile still ever present on his expression. Do you have a world item with you right now? Shaltir nodded. Yes. Ain-sama have graciously granted me the world item, Billion Blades, temporarily for safekeeping and a means of last resort for my safety. Good. Exercise caution, even if you are confident of victory. Lelouch, Seabass, and Solution will also be with you on this journey, so I doubt anything could threaten you. But, if there is ever an unexpected situation, prioritize all of your safety, and if needed, retreat using gate. Your lives are more important than anything else. Yuuji punctuated every point with gravity in his voice as he looked straight into Shaltir's crimson eyes. He was not being perfunctory. He meant every single word he had spoken. Their safety was more important than anything else. Even the world items in their possession. And his feelings reached Shaltir, causing her to blush and nod meekly, a picture of a demure, innocent, young girl. Yes. Yuuji-sama. Albedo also felt the gravitas of his words. She could truly feel the care Yuuji had for Shaltir and her safety. And the fact made her envious. How she wished to be the one those beautiful, loving, caring eyes were gazing at. Just imagining it made her heart feel so warm, butterflies to fly in her stomach, and her womb to tingle in anticipation. And one more thing. Yuuji raised up from his seat and approached Shaltir. An alarm immediately blared within Albedo's mind. For him to approach her. Would he be embracing her? Just like how a lover would when their beloved was about to leave for an extended period of time. Shaltir thought of the same thing, and her lips immediately curled into a nervous, yet expectant, smile. She lowered her head, shutting her eyes tightly, and made herself slightly smaller, so that her entire body would be enveloped by her beloved's embrace. But when he arrived before her, his warm embrace never came. Take this. Shaltir opened her eyes, and she saw Yuuji's hand with a ring on top of it. Why Yuuji-sama? Oh my. All three girls exclaimed in unison. One in delight. One in shock. And one in pure amusement. Albedo even raised to her feet the moment she saw the ring on Yuuji's hand. Her heart sank down to the pits of her stomach. Was she too late? This is a ring of whisper. It will allow you to send a message 5 times a day. You may use this to communicate with me and the others. Ah. I see. Ha. Yuuji tilted his head slightly at the unexpected reaction he was getting from Shaltir and Albedo. Why did Shaltir look disappointed? Why did Albedo look relieved? And why was Aika giggling so much? He was just giving them an item that would allow Shaltir to communicate with them freely during her travels. It would make it easier and quicker for her to send reports or ask for help during an emergency. Of course, as a cleric, Shaltir did have the ability to cast message. But having a magic item that would allow her to cast it without using mana would still be helpful if she were to get into a situation where she used up all her mana. Thank you very much, Yuuji-sama. I shall use it with care. You're welcome. Then, you may go. Yes, please excuse me. Shaltir bowed, and left the room. Yuuji then turned around. But instead of returning to his seat, he approached Albedo and handed her the same ring he gave Shaltir. Albedo, I want you to have this as well. This way, you'll be able to communicate with me more freely during my travels. The Guardian Overseer looked at the ring in his hand for a moment, and her lips curled into a smile. She stood up and bowed towards Yuuji. Thank you very much, Yuuji-sama. I shall live up to your expectations and work harder to be worthy of this gift. You're welcome. But there is no need for you to push yourself too hard. You are doing well. Yes. Thank you very much. Yuuji nodded and returned to his seat. And as he did, Albedo stared at his back silently. Yuuji-sama. She held the ring in her hand tightly, holding it close to her chest. Albedo didn't wear it immediately. After all, Aika was right in front of her. If she were to put the ring in her left ring finger in front of her, it would seem like she was challenging her for the position of Yuuji-sama's main wife, which she wouldn't dare to do. So, she would hold it tightly in her hand for now. And after she left, she would wear it, and never remove it. Not until it was replaced by a true wedding ring. Seeing her actions, Aika let out a subtle smile. She knew very well what Albedo was thinking. It was obvious. And she was satisfied with this result. Yes. This was what she needed. The push that would make Albedo fall into her and Yuji's bed. Maybe I should reward Shaltir for the nice assist. Her eyes narrowed at Albedo, before shifting her attention away to the twin slimes resting on her breasts. Perhaps one of these days, she could invite her to one of her lovemaking nights with Yuuji and give her Yuji's DX. And I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Or buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/verglax. Thank you. Chapter 190, Chapter 188 First of many. The 41 homunculus maids of Nazarick were responsible for the various minor miscellaneous jobs, especially the cleaning of the 9th and 10th floor of Nazarick. They have never set foot beyond the 9th and 10th floors of Nazarick, and were thus ignorant of what lies beyond. But when it comes to the floors they were assigned to, the 41 maids knew every nook and cranny of every single room and corner of the floors. For it was their duty to clean them spotless for the sake of the Supreme Beings and Nazarick. They were especially focused on making sure the rooms of the Supreme Beings and the throne room, the most magnificent, majestic, and honored place in the entirety of Nazarick, were perfect, and spent most of their time making sure of it. But even so, Sixes had never been in this position while being in the throne room in their entire life. The beautiful, golden-haired maid knelt down on the crimson-red carpet, clasping her hands nervously on her lap, as she looked up towards the 4 remaining Supreme Beings of Nazarick. This was the most nervous she had ever been. Momonga had told her to rise from her kneeling position before. But Sixes did her best to refuse, telling him that she preferred kneeling in respect to the throne and the Supreme Beings. Though, that was only half of the truth. The other half was because she could barely hold her legs from shaking so much. The maids have visited the throne room numerous times. But this would be her first time having an audience with the Supreme Beings herself. To make it worse, she was the center of attention. Seabass, Pestonia, and all of the Pleiades, her superiors, were all standing to the side. While she kneeled at the center as the subject of focus of all the 4 Supreme Beings, especially the Overlord of Death and leader of the Supreme Beings, Momonga. He had been scrutinizing her for quite a while, gazing deep into their very souls, and she couldn't help but feel like an open book. To have such an immense and overwhelming, yet majestic, presence. Momonga was even more amazing than she expected. Amazing. Momonga muttered under his breath. But his word was heard by everyone within the throne room as they shifted their widened gazes from the newly transformed homunculus maids to the Supreme Being of Death. Hoo-hoo. Ko-hoo-hoo. Ko-ha-ha-ha. Suddenly, Momonga's laughter boomed throughout the expansive throne room. The automatic emotion suppression feature, which was the side effect of the undead immunity to mind-affecting effects, activated just as quickly as his emotions flared in excitement. But even then, with his excitement suppressed, the crimson pyre that were his eyes still flared brightly, showing his heightened state of exhilaration. Aika-san. This is amazing. Your spell, it did not replace their race. It complemented their race and increased their level. Aika beamed in excitement, while Yuuji and Lelouch widened their eyes in surprise. But Seabass, Pestonia, the Pleiades, as well as the new succubus maid all widened their eyes in shock. An increase in level. Even with their meager understanding of the languages and words of knowledge beyond their imagination of the Supreme Beings, they could more or less infer what it meant. And from Momonga's words, they realized that the 4 maids had not only become succubi, but they've also become much stronger than ever fundamentally, with a single spell bestowed by Aika. Such a thing. They almost could not believe it at first. And Momonga was similarly in disbelief. But the window containing all the details of the 4 maids before him that he could see thanks to his geas could not be refuted. On it, he could clearly see Imp, 10, and succubus, 10, effectively their level by 20. And their homunculus, 1, was still present. This meant it was a free increase of 20 levels for just 1 day of cooldown. What a stupidly broken spell. No, this goes beyond broken, even for a super tier spell. And without cost except for mana. It was no wonder Ika's class didn't exist in Yggdrasil. The entire game forum would riot if it did. Fufu, that's great. Then, we'll proceed as planned, right? Yes. I will be counting on you. It was a no-brainer. Momonga didn't even hesitate to give her the go. After all, an instant 20-level increase, in addition to granting a completely new race with its benefits without replacing their original race, was ridiculous. There was no need to hesitate. Alrighty. Now then. Ika cheered, before shifting her gaze from Momonga on the obsidian throne to one of the Pleiades standing at the sides. All eyes turned towards her, and the cheeky, brown-skinned beauty widened her eyes in shock as Ika slowly descended the stairs and stood before her. Ika lifted up her hand and placed it on her cheek, caressing it ever so softly, as if to tease the unimaginable pleasure she would feel if Ika were to truly touch her. Lupus Regina Beta was known for her bright and outgoing personality, which made her extremely sociable and friendly towards everyone, including the humans outside of Nazarick. She also enjoyed teasing others, including the 41 homunculus maids, and making lewd jokes on occasion. However, this was only a mask meant to conceal her brutal and cunning personality. And the only ones who knew the truth were her Pleiades sisters, Pistonia, the Floor Guardians, and the supreme beings who created her. But that was why Lupu's current state was as shocking as it could be. Her face blushed crimson. Her eyes watery. And her breathings have become ragged. She had been standing primly with her hands clasped slightly below her stomach area, right above her womb. As a maid of the supreme beings, she was fully capable of acting accordingly like a perfect lady. But now, her stance seemed to be a bit forced. In fact, it was now quite apparent that under her long, dark skirt, she was clasping her thighs together as she put her hands right above her crotch, attempting to hide the fact she was beginning to wet her undergarments. Her eyes and demeanor immediately turned from a perfectly elegant lady, to a demure, innocent, young girl trying to hold herself back from a strange, heated sensation she was feeling. Simply by being before the supreme being who embodied the very concept of beauty, love, and lust, and touched by her slightly while being in her aura, she had already turned her into such a mess. And it was the first time her sisters and sixes had ever seen her in such a manner. Fufu Lupu. Why yes, Ika-sama. Would you like to join us in our little adventure? Lupu's expression of arousal became slightly confused as she raised her bowed head up towards Ika. The rest of the Pleiades, Seabass, Pistonia, and Sixus were similarly confused and also looked at Ika. Please forgive my ignorance. But what do you mean, Ika-sama? Fufu, you see, Momonga, Yuuji, and I plan on becoming adventurers and form an adventuring party for a plan of ours, and, considering our lineup, we think it would be perfect if you join us as our cleric. What do you think? Her eyes quickly widened, and a different kind of excitement immediately filled her eyes. While she loved her home, she also couldn't deny her interest in the world outside of it. Just thinking about the myriad of toys she could find and play with while also serving and be in the presence of not one, but 3 supreme beings, was a dream come true. Oh, of course. It would be my pleasure. I will do my best to be anything you wish and fulfill my duties, even if it's becoming a meat shield. Era Fufufu, you don't need to do all that, my dear. After all, hubby will be protecting us in the front lines. You just need to assist him. But I appreciate the thought. Why yes. I will do my best. The Pleiades were true sisters in every meaning of the word. But even sisters would be envious of each other once in a while. And at this moment, Yuri Alpha, Narbril Gamma, CZ2128 Delta, Solution Epsilon, and Entoma Vasilisa Zeta couldn't help but look at their sister with envy that they tried to hide with varying levels of success. After all, Lupu would be able to serve and be with 3 supreme beings at once, including Yuuji. If the maids admired Ika first as the epitome of the female kind, then they would admire Yuuji second. After all, as females themselves, who wouldn't be interested in a man with such character, appearance, and strength, especially after seeing how affectionate and sweet he was to Ika? To be able to be so close to him for a long time, there was no way they wouldn't envy Lupu. Great then, to help you fulfill your duties and protect yourself. A powerful gust of wind blew suddenly and began to whirl around Ika's figure as magic emanated from her. Her restrained aura exploded as multiple magic circles manifested in a light, rotating in varying speeds around her. She clasped her hands, and a bright light shined from within, escaping from between the seams of her fingers. Then as she opened it, a pink crystal appeared. The same crystal that entered Sixus's body and made her into a succubus. Will you accept this? Lupus Regina looked at the beautiful crystal in awe as she and the rest of the maids were assaulted by a tremendous sensation of pleasure from Ika's aura. Only the Supreme Beings and Seabass, a level 100 martial monk with high elemental resistance and high resistance stats, was capable of resisting her aura. But despite this, through the fog of lust that was quickly filling her entire being, Lupu was able to retain her sanity and nodded to Aika's question. Then, with a soft, beautiful smile, Aika let the seed of lust float towards Lupu, and entered her chest. The change was immediate and explosive, as Lupu's aura burst powerfully and her body shining with brilliant light. And as the light dissipated, her figure was now visible. Her new figure. Her beautiful, brown skin had now become smoother and more supple. Her red hair had now turned deep crimson as it glowed with a beautiful gloss. She had grown slightly taller, and her breasts and hips had also protruded, accentuating the womanly assets of her athletic figure. Her golden eyes were now slitted, just like Aika and Sixus. And just like them, a pair of pure white horns curved out of the sides of her head. A pair of dark, bat-like wings emerged from her back, and a long, jet-black tail with a heart-shaped tip emerged from her tailbone as well. So this is how it feels. Lupu muttered under her breath, unable to conceal her shock and awe of the transformation she had just experienced. Her appearance was one thing. But the strength she felt, and the myriad of spells now available to her, in addition to the ability to fly. It was mind-blowing. Such strength. Now, she had gained a bit more confidence to be able to fulfill her duties and protect the Supreme Beings better. Thank you very much, Aika-sama. Fufu, you're welcome. Lupu knelt down to her knees. But even without it, Aika could feel her gratefulness and loyalty through the bond they now shared. And Aika could not help but be excited as well. Her plan to have all the cute girls in this tomb in her and Yuji's bed was progressing very greatly. Mamanga, how is it? She has also received the imp and succubus race levels without losing her werewolf race. Although it's a bit less than what Sixus gained, it's still amazing. That's great then, I'll be doing it to the rest of the Pleiades and the maids too. Ah, and I'll also be summoning my succubi to help guard the 9th and 10th floor. Mamanga nodded. Yes. I will be counting on you, Aika. He raised up from his throne and took the golden, 7-headed snake scepter that had been floating to the side of his throne in his hand. Now then. All that has to be done here is done. Everyone, you may return to your duties. Yes. Seabass, Pastonia, the Pleiades, and Sixus all bowed in acknowledgement to their master's order. Lupus Regina, prepare for the journey outside of Nazarick. We shall depart in a few days. Yes, Mamanga-sama. Good. That would be all. And I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Or buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/verglax. Thank you. Chapter 191, Chapter 189 Irantal. The fortress city of Irantal stood at the intersection of three borders, those of the slain theocracy, the Baharuth Empire, and the Riestai's kingdom. It was named so because it was defended with 3 layers of walls, and the districts enclosed by each concentric circle of walls were distinctly different from each other. The outermost district was sometimes used to billet the troops from the royal army, and was thus fully furnished with barracks and various military facilities. The innermost district was the administrative area of the city. It was also the district that contained storehouses for combat rations and was thus heavily guarded. Between these two areas was the residential district, where the people of Irantal made their homes. The place that best fitted the image that came to mind when one thought of a city. There were several plazas within this area of Irantal, and the largest was called the Center Plaza. It was filled with stalls selling a variety of commercial products, from meats, vegetables, and spices, to small knick-knacks and daily necessities. Amidst the crowds, the stall owners energetically shouted their sales pitches to the people walking by, while the older women haggled with merchants as they looked for fresh food. One young man, drawn by the fragrant scents, purchased a skewer of roasted meat which oozed warm juices. The rowdy, energetic atmosphere of the place was dizzying, yet at the same time, exciting, and it would have lasted until the sun went down. However, everything went silent as a group of figures emerged from a 5-story building nearby. One was a stunning brown-skinned beauty with glossy, crimson-red hair tied into 2 braids that rested over her shoulders. She wore a sleeveless, leather vest with white fur linings and a fitted, jet-black crop-top innerwear that stopped right beneath her sizable breasts, showing off the soft-looking, yet clearly athletic and trained waist. Underneath, she wore tight leather hot pants with white fur linings, accentuating her wide hips and round butts, while showing off her thick, chocolate thighs and long slender legs. She sported a friendly, welcoming smile, and with such a seductive, womanly figure, many men, young and old, had been entranced by her. However, all of them quickly snapped out of their fantasy the moment they noticed the imposing black and silver scepter slung across her back. With just a single glance, anyone could see the weight and heft the weapon she was casually carrying on her back. And they could immediately tell that she was no ordinary girl with a beautiful face. Walking by her side was a seemingly regular man, tall but otherwise unremarkable. He wore a jet-black wizard's robe that seemed quite expensive, given the golden embroidery along its edges. The hood of the robe hid his face, and no one could see beneath it. However, despite everything, he still exuded an elegance no commoner could possess. His gait, his posture, and the aloofness he seemed to emanate screamed nobility, and in addition to his expensive outfit, he held a golden scepter with a crimson-red crystal at the top as well, further proving his noble background. The pair of man and woman was by no means a regular citizen or traveler. And normally, they would have drawn the most attention. However, what drew most of their attention was the other pair of man and woman walking in front of them. The woman dressed in a majestic white wizard's robe with a crimson-red inner layer and red flower embroidery was undoubtedly a beauty, most likely surpassing even the brown-skinned beauty. Even though they couldn't see her face, which was hidden by a white and red fox's kitsune mask, they could infer a tremendous beauty from the slight glimpse they could see of the shape of her face. Her thick and lustrous pure white hair flowed down gracefully to her waist. And the way it shined so beautiful under the morning sun and created a halo around her head gave her the appearance of an angel. However, judging by the majestic aura she exuded and the obviously womanly figure that surpassed even that of the brown-skinned seductress, she gave off the impression of a goddess of beauty and fertility rather than an angel. Her appearance, despite not having revealed her visage, had attracted the attention of all the men in the central plaza. The merchants, who had been energetically shouting their sales pitch before, were now silent as they were taken aback by her appearance, while the young men had already fallen in love with her at first sight. They all looked at her in awed admiration and longing. But soon, they were snapped out of their daze and noticed something. Their goddess. She was walking closely to the men in majestic white and gold armor. Someone muttered, "Holy Dragon Knight." Indeed, the man was donned in an intricately engraved white and gold suit of armor that fitted his tall, lean, and muscular body. A crimson, diamond-shaped gem was embedded at the center of his chest, and two other smaller similar gems were also embedded on his gauntlets. His helmet had the appearance that combined that of a paladin's knight helmet and a white and gold dragon's head. A pair of sharp golden horns curved up from the top, and a majestic white mane billowed out from behind his helm. His face was fully covered, aside from the pair of small, elongated diamond-shaped openings for the eyes. Affixed on the back of the Holy Dragon Knight was a large broadsword with a golden guard, a crimson-pointed diamond at the pommel, and golden symbols at the center of either side of the swords that seemed to shine and emanate its own glow under the sun. With but a glance, it was apparent. These were no regular group of adventurers. They must be nothing short but a heroic party from the lands beyond. And as the four figures vanished into the distance, all began whispering about what they've seen. None were afraid of their arms and armor. And that was because the building the four had just left was called the Adventurers Guild. It was a place that only monster hunting professionals would visit, so it was hardly strange to find armed people going in and out of the establishment. And those with keen eyes and not distracted by their appearance would have noticed the copper plates hanging around their necks. But it was hardly anybody. The appearance of two kingdom-toppling beauties and a majestic, Holy Dragon Knight were too much for anyone to notice the unimpressive bronze plate. Yuuji and Aika relaxed in one of the most luxurious, massive rooms in the most luxurious and where only nobles and the wealthy could afford, the shining golden pavilion. As a large and bustling city, in addition to having the Adventurers Guild and many adventurers roaming its streets, Irantal had many inns with varying levels of quality. The city was located close to the borders between three nations, one of which the kingdom had frequent conflicts with. It was not the safest city, despite its bustling atmosphere. Thus, most of its citizens were either commoners, adventurers, or low-ranking nobles. Luxurious facilities were not as many as other cities closer to the royal capital. It was a fortress city meant to be a stronghold whenever a crisis were to happen between the three nations, and was thus created to fulfill that purpose and filled with military apparatus and facilities. Most of the inns were livable in terms of quality. A few were considered high class, which only well-off merchants, low-ranking nobles would visit, or established adventurers would visit. And there was only one which could be considered luxurious, that only nobles and the wealthy would visit. The quality of an inn was exponentially proportional to the price, and it was clearly apparent when one saw the price tag of one night in the shining golden pavilion. That said, Yuuji still opted for the room in the shining golden pavilion. Having come from a modern world, Yuuji and Aika both had a standard for cleanliness and comfort higher than regular commoners, even nobles, within this kingdom. And with money not being a problem, thanks to the enormous wealth he had gained from the group chat in addition to the money already coming in from the preliminary trades and investment he and Albedo had done in Riestais, he did not hesitate to book 3 rooms in the most luxurious inn of Irantal, the biggest and most luxurious for him and Aika, one for Mamanga, and one for Lupu. Moreover, by being here, Yuuji and the others could also meet Shaltir, Seabass, and Solution naturally when they arrive. With their status as a powerful adventuring group, they would be able to help Shaltir and the others elevate their fame and thus, allowing them to create connections with the noble and rich easier. Having cast numerous barriers to protect against divinations and attacks, as well as an alarm to notify them when someone comes, Yuuji and Aika unequipped their adventuring gear. The adventuring gears they wore were some old equipment sets they no longer use, at least according to the setting the group chat had given them. They were all barely relic class items, but it should suffice for being the equipment of a legendary group of adamantite class adventurers. A/N, this is the grade of items starting from the bottom: low, medium, high, top, legacy, relic, legendary, divine, world. Sitting on the couch with a document in his hand and many more files on the coffee table before him, Yuuji was talking with Albedo through the ring he had given to her. Although he was out having an adventure, he still had to coordinate with Albedo at the very least once a day to alleviate some of Albedo's workload and give her a direction forward. Though of course, they didn't only talk about work. Sometimes, he would also ask her how she was doing. He also did the same with Shaltir, both to make sure she was safe and to let her know that he cared. After all the time he had spent with them, Yuuji had grown fond of the two. So he would love to hear their voices once in a while. Meanwhile, Aika was relaxing on the couch with him, laying her head on his lap with the two slimes. Having finished her daily task of transforming a maid into a succubus, today being solution, she had nothing else to do. So now, she was just playing with the slime and spending time with Yuuji, waiting for Momonga and Luppu to return. Right now, Momonga must have already shattered the woman's potion to lead her to the top alchemist in town, Lizzie Barrier, and get her grandson, Firia Barrier, to contact them. By doing this, they would naturally be acquainted with two talented alchemists and the men with the talent of wearing all magic items without restriction, the Sword of Darkness adventuring party, and the plot that would raise their reputation straight into the sky. Of course, contacting the alchemists directly would be an easier and less convoluted method to establish a relationship. But, doing so would make the Barrier family feel suspicious of them. After all, who would trust a group of people coming to their doorstep and giving them a blood-red potion that had only been heard of in legends? No, it would be better for them if they were to meet through this complicated string of coincidences. That way, not only would they seem like figures of unfathomable background that could give away such legendary potions easily to the alchemists, but the Barrier would be the one seeking them first. They would be the one seeking connection with Yuuji and the others, not the other way around. This would make it easier for Yuuji to recruit the alchemists later on. Moreover, if even the party's magic caster could lift up a fully adult male and throw him like a rag doll, they'd be able to avoid the small fries trying to take advantage of them because of their copperplate or leer at Aika and Luppu. After all, if some trash did leer at her or Luppu, her hubby might just bury them in the ground. And that wouldn't be good if they're trying to build up a reputation, won't it? Fufufu. What's wrong, Aika? Aika beamed a smile at her hubby as he looked down. Even his confused expression was cute. It's nothing, by the way. Are you done talking with Albedo? Yes, I just finished. I'm sorry for ignoring you. It took longer than expected. Yuuji stroked her head softly as she nuzzled to his touch. Alice and Arya were resting on her chest, so she couldn't move, but she could still bury her face in her hubby's stomach. It's fine. What did you talk about? Well, we were talking about work at first. But she began asking me about how we have been doing, and if I will be returning for a bit. Era fufufu hubby, you know what that means, don't you? Her eyes narrowed as her lips curled into an amused, excited smile. And Yuuji simply smiled helplessly. I do, thanks to you. Great then, go have dinner with her tonight. Leave Satoru-san and Luppu to me, but remember to return here to check for the quality of the bed with me. I will. Yuuji lowered his head and pecked his beloved on the forehead. He then messaged Albedo once again and told her that he will return to Nazarick for a few while around dinner time, before returning here a few hours after. And from her voice alone, he could hear her excitement from the news. At this point, maybe I should just go and embrace it. With his own tendency to fall in love too easily, women being naturally attracted to him, and Aika's constant encouragement for him to build a harem, perhaps it was impossible for him to not create a harem in the first place. So instead of hurting the women around him and torturing himself by staying away from the women he clearly held feelings for, perhaps it'd be better if he were to be more honest with how he felt about them. Of course, he wouldn't go around seducing girls left and right. But, if they shared the same feelings, he won't hesitate to pursue them anymore. Thank you, Aika. I love you. Fufu, you're welcome hubby, I love you too. And, I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Or buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/verglax. Thank you. Chapter 192, Chapter 190 Albedo. Welcome back, Yuuji-sama. Having just returned to Nazarick from Irantal through the use of the 6th-tier spell, Word of Recall, Yuuji opened the door to his office only to be welcomed by Albedo, kneeling on the ground in a Seiza position. She placed both hands on the floor, the tips of her fingers slightly touching each other, as she leaned in a bow, giving him a full view of her deep, milky white cleavage. Would you like to have something to eat? Would you like to have a bath? Or perhaps, would you like to have me? It was a dream come true for any man in the world. To be welcomed by such love and dedication, while subtly hinting at a tempting invitation, any man would fall right then and there. Even Yuuji felt his heart skip a beat. He didn't expect to be welcomed as such by her so suddenly. And the way she's accentuating her breasts right now while acting demure and innocent, it was as if she was begging him to take her right now in front of the door. If it was before, he would have glossed over her obvious advances. But now. They're all tempting choices, indeed, albedo. But as expected, I find the most tempting out of the three to be. Yuuji kneeled down before her, raised her head by her chin, and looked at her deep in the eyes as he caressed her lips with his thumb. You. An apparent blush immediately dyed her cheeks. Her lips parted as she began to breathe heavily, saliva almost flowing down the side of her lips. And her eyes immediately turned into that of a carnivorous beast in heat. Her heart thumped loudly, pounding like the raging beating of a war drum. Her mind almost went blank as sparks of ecstasy, lust, and love fire off like fireworks on New Year's Day. Why Yuuji-sama? This feeling. Was this it? Was this what Shaltir felt when her destined one touched her? Her wings trembled in both delight and excitement. But just before she could lunge at Yuuji and wrapped both her arms and legs around him, Yuuji let go of her chin and caressed her cheeks. But unfortunately, I would have to pass on that until we become closer. For now, how about a nice dinner, albedo? All the lust, desire, and excitement that fogged her mind disappeared when she saw his gentle, loving smile. And only one thing was left in her mind. Yes. Albedo could not remember what happened afterwards. All she recalled was the warm and loving, yet firm hold she felt on her hand, and the fragrance that made her feel safe, warm, and loved. The next thing she knew, she was already seated opposite of Yuuji with a circular table covered in pure white tablecloth in between them. A vase filled with a bouquet of flowers sat at the center, just tall enough to serve as the main decor of the table while still short enough for both Yuuji and albedo to see each other clearly. A myriad of dishes were served by the maids, each having been specifically chosen by albedo previously to be delicious, filling, but easy enough to eat and not disturb their conversation. She had also ordered a bottle of wine of the finest quality, which had been poured to both of the wine glasses before she realized. The massive dining hall, which had been purposefully emptied to only have their table to be at the center, an ensemble playing soft music at the edge of the room, and a group homunculus maids on standby, slowly darkened as the massive chandelier of multicolored gems right above them dimmed just enough for them to still see each other perfectly and set the mood. Yuuji picked up his glass of wine, swirled it gently, and took a sip as albedo watched his every movement in a daze. He placed down his glass of wine back on the table, and looked towards albedo with a soft smile. Thank you for preparing all of this, albedo. I appreciate it. It is nothing, Yuuji-sama. I am elated and honored to have the chance to dine alone with the greatest supreme being of Nazarick. Yuuji shook his head. Well, as this is an informal and private dinner with just the two of us, we should shed away any formality. Let's talk more casually with each other. Yes. As you wish. There was a momentary look of surprise on her face. She did not expect that she would have to do away with her formality when conversing with a supreme being. But, a realization quickly came to her, and her lips bloomed into a smile. Was this Yuuji-sama's way of trying to close the distance between them? There had always been a vast distance between a supreme being and those created by them. Her, the floor guardians, and all the denizens of Nazarick, they were all created and meant to serve the supreme beings. In terms of intellect, wisdom, strength, and everything else, they could not wish to even compare to the supreme beings. But the distance between them did not stem solely from the difference in their abilities. There would always be a distance between a master and their servant. The title alone had separated them. But now, to do away with this part of their very being, even if it was only for a moment, would mean that Yuuji wanted them to talk not as a supreme being and a guardian overseer, but as two equal individuals. And the vast distance seemed to suddenly disappear. At this moment they were simply two individuals trying to become closer with each other. So, albedo. There is something I wish to ask about you. What would that be, Yuuji-sama? What do you like to do during your free time? Do you perhaps have a hobby? While I do know some of your likes and dislikes from Tabula-san, I would like to know more about it directly from you. A hobby. Albedo thought for a moment, trying to find an answer to the question that she, herself, seemed to have forgotten. She had always dedicated all of her heart, body, and soul to Nazarick's cause and her duties. And recently, she also hadn't had much free time after Nazarick was put into high alert. She had to imagine herself having a free time to try and find something deep within her that she would like to do. I do not know if this would count as a hobby, as I have not been able to do it regularly. But things I love to do during my free time would be cleaning, sewing, and knitting. I find it relaxing to craft and create something of my likings. Yuuji chuckled and smiled softly. I see. What lovely hobbies. I know of your meticulousness through the work you do. I bet you are amazing in those as well. I have not done it in such a long time, so I would not know if I am as good as you say, Yuji-sama. Then perhaps you should take it up again. While I do appreciate all of your efforts and dedication to your duties, the greatest wish that I, as well as Lelouch, Momonga, and Aika, have is for everyone within Nazarick to live happily after all. So, have a few hours to yourself every day to do the things you love, and rest. Yuji-sama. Albedo felt her heart melt from the kind words and care Yuji had shown her and her fellow denizens of Nazarick. To think he cared for their well-being so much. What a wonderful master. I understand. I shall relay your message to the others as well. I will be counting on you. Yes. Then. Yuji-sama, if I may. Yuji looked at her questioningly when Albedo clasped her hand and began fidget in her place. What is it? I love making little dolls and plushies as well. May I make one in your image? His eyes widened slightly in surprise. But his lips quickly curled into a soft smile once again. Of course. I would love that. May I see it as well when you're done? Yes. Of course. Thank you very much, Yuji-sama. Albedo became extremely excited. And already, numerous ideas about what kind of plushie she would make began flooding her mind. Of course, the obvious would be for her to make one plushie for every form Yuji had, angel, demon, and both. Then, she would also like to make one of him in his armor and in casual clothing as well. Oh, she could also make a huge pillow with a life-sized picture of him. And the pose, it could be anything she wanted. Then, even when she couldn't meet him, she'd be able to hug the pillow and feel close to him. Lost in her fantasy, Albedo did not realize that she was making all sorts of expressions before Yuji. She was clearly long gone into her own world, but Yuji did not do anything to take her out of it. He simply watched her act so adorably. Knowing her character and the things she had done in the anime, he could more or less tell what she was thinking. But it was fine. As long as it made her happy, he wouldn't mind her having 1, 2, or however many she would make, hug pillows with his picture on it, even if it was embarrassing for him. The two continued to chat as they had their dinner. And when they were done, Yuji rose from his seat and walked towards her. Albedo. The succubus stood and turned towards him, her cheeks flushed as her heart continued to beat the same excited rhythm that started ever since they met earlier in the evening. Thank you for the wonderful dinner and night. I truly appreciate it. It is my honor and pleasure, Yuji-sama. His lips curled into a smile. And in shock, a gasp escaped Albedo's lips as he took her hand, brought it close to his lips, and kissed it. Why, Yuji-sama? This is all I will do for tonight. But Albedo. I will look forward to the future of our relationship. Yuji smiled, turned around, and vanished into thin air as he cast teleport, returning to his room within the shining golden pavilion. While Albedo stood frozen, silent. Before a shrieking shout shook the very foundation of the great underground tomb of Nazarick. Alright. X. And, I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Or buy me a Ko-fi at buymeacoffee.com/verglax. Thank you. Chapter 193, Chapter 191 Swords of Darkness. The next morning. After Momonga and Lupu finished setting the gear in motion the previous day, the four headed to the Adventurers Guild to start the first step to the rise of their fame and heroism. Upon arriving, the first thing they saw as they entered the hall was the counter, where 3 of the guild's receptionists greeted the adventurers with business smiles on their faces. There were warriors in full plate armor, nimble fellows in light armor and bearing bows, people in priest's garb and adorned with all manner of holy symbols, as well as robed arcane magic casters with their staves. On the left was a large door, and on the right was a notice board. There were several pieces of parchment upon it which Yuji and the others had not seen yesterday during their registration. There were several adventurers chatting in front of it. As soon as they entered, all eyes quickly turned towards them. And quickly, after an initial look of shock, many didn't even hide their look of curiosity, awe, and most of all, envy. Gods. Who are they? I've never seen them before. A warrior, 2 magic casters, and that brown-skinned woman, a fighter. Damn, look at that armor though. Those look expensive as hell. The magic casters also seem to be repping some expensive robes. Damn, those women look hot. SSSH. They look strong. Don't say that so loudly. Bah, are you blind? Can't you see their copper plates? Are you serious? TCH, is it another rich kid playing adventurer with bodyguards hired by their papas? Oh. Then I guess it's time for me to teach them a couple of lessons. As for the payment. Guess I can settle for a night with those chicks. Ha ha ha. Count me in. I'll take the tanned one. I like my woman feisty. Fine by me. I like that masked woman better anyway. The whispered comments of envy, which was to be expected given the quality of armor Yuuji donned, the robes Aika and Momonga had adorned, and the massive, jet-black mace strapped behind Luppu, quickly devolved into the cries of men riddled with inferiority complex and lust they could only satisfy with their own hands. It was the only way they could cope with their own pitiful patheticness, by disrespecting and degrading women so they could feel more superior in their own empty heads. But these two were unshocking. In fact, Yuuji and Aika knew they would hear such cliched lines from no-name mobs in the many Isekai light novels they've read. They were pitiful. But unfortunately, Aika had no pity for such disgusting insects. So, she didn't even bother with them. Yuuji, Aika, Momonga, and Luppu made their way to one of the counters which had been freed up just as they arrived. Good morning. We are here to take on a quest. Would it be possible for you to provide us with a list of requests available for the taking? The first reaction he received from the matured receptionist lady was stunned awe as she looked with widened eyes at the immaculate and majestic white and gold armor in the image of a dragon. While she had seen plenty of adventurers, no adventurers in Irantal had ever donned armor of such level. Yes of course. I mean, if you wish to take on a quest, please head to the billboard there, where requests are posted. Once you find a suitable quest, you may bring one back to me to register your party for the quest. Very well. Thank you for your help. The receptionist lady nodded in a daze as the armored dragon knight turned and walked away with his comrades, her eyes still lingering on his back. She could still feel her heart reverberating when she was in his presence and when he spoke to her. Such a force of presence, not overwhelming and forceful, but all-encompassing, majestic, and warm. Just by being in his presence, she felt somehow safe. She had never seen a hero, a knight in white armor who would always save the day and the princess and vanquish all evil she read in so many children's books. But this feeling. A thought quickly came to mind. Could she perhaps be in the presence of one? Meanwhile, looking at the billboard, Yuuji studied the myriad request parchments one by one. But, as he expected, he could not read the words written on them. Aika and Momonga also looked around curiously at the billboard, but just like him, the two couldn't read them as well. And while they perused the billboard, Luppu just waited while looking around the guild hall, waving at the female adventurers and ignoring the men, while silently remembering the faces of those who had insulted her masters. Yuuji studied the parchments for a while. He had a spell called Comprehend Language, which would grant him the ability to read any language written on a surface he could touch. However, casting a spell while being the center of attention of literally every single person in the guild would undoubtedly raise some eyebrows. So, in the end, Yuuji took the parchment with the highest number written on it, hoping it'd correspond to the rank. He brought it back to the receptionist, and the moment Yuuji gave her the parchment, her eyes went wide in shock. Yeah. This is a Mithra-ranked quest. Yuuji nodded. Indeed. His response silenced the receptionist, not out of awe, but out of sheer shock and confusion. Please forgive me. However, since you and your comrades are all still copper-ranked adventurers, you are not permitted to take requests above your rank. This is a rule created by the guild to protect its adventurers from foolishly diving into danger they are not ready to face for coins. And even if you were able to return with your limbs and lives intact, you will be dealt a heavy penalty for failing the quest. The receptionist raised her voice and began breathing heavily to catch her breath. She looked at the white armor-clad men with eyes filled with annoyance, frustration, and concern. A Mithra-ranked quest was not something a new adventurer should even begin to imagine doing. Moreover, the quest he brought back was of the highest difficulty. Although he might have expensive armor and 3 possibly skilled bodyguards to protect him, just 4 people would not be able to clear it if at least one of them didn't have the strength of an adamantite-level adventurer. The receptionist expected a number of responses from the adventurer before her. If the man was indeed a rich son of a noble, then his bodyguards might become upset with her for daring to be rude to their master. If the man had a high pride, then he would be mad at her instead for insinuating his lack of strength. And if the man was sensible, then he would accept her words and apologize. But to her shock, none of her assumptions were correct as the man gestured to the beautiful woman in white robe and fox mask, and the man clad in black robe. My partner and my friend here are magic casters capable of casting spells up to a 3rd level. Yuuji then gestured towards Luppu. While me and my female friend here are warriors and fighters of the same caliber. So, while we may have a copper plate hanging down our necks, it does not reflect our skill, but rather the time we had spent as an adventurer, which was 2 days. I assure you of our skills, and we wish to take a quest that suited our level. The hall went silent, before murmurs of shock and disbelief quickly filled the guild once again. Even the receptionist was shocked by his declaration. And at this point, she had become unsure if what he said was the truth, or a false bravado spoken to save his pride. I apologize. But we cannot let you take on this request as per the guild's rules. I understand. It seems I have put you in a difficult situation. I apologize. Yuuji bowed his head slightly. Then, please give us the most challenging copper-ranked quest we can take. There should be others besides the ones in the notice board, right? Yes. Right away. The receptionist finally smiled and bowed in gratitude before leaving to select a quest suitable for the group of adventurers before her. And as Yuuji and the others were waiting, a voice calling for their attention resounded. How about helping us with our work, then? Yuuji, Aika, Mamanga, and Luppu turned to see a foreman adventurer team, their silver plates glittering on their necklace. The one who spoke was the young man at the front, typical blonde hair and blue eyes typical of the kingdom, wearing some sort of banded armor with strips of metals woven together with metal threads of leather or chain backing. He carried himself like a warrior, and the leader of the party. And upon seeing them, Yuuji, Aika, and Mamanga hid the look of recognition underneath their helm, mask, and hood as they all thought the same thing in unison. Ah, there they are. The Swords of Darkness. Yuuji observed the three young men and the one slightly smaller boy for a moment, looking at them in silence as he was reminded of their figures in the anime. It was a casual observation. But somehow, to the ones being observed, they suddenly felt like they were being seen through completely by the men from beneath his cool draconic helm. They couldn't help but straighten up nervously. I see. Worthwhile jobs are certainly what we seek. But before we accept, I would like to hear what sort of job it might be. The young men at the front nodded, and asked the receptionist to prepare a room for them. It was a normal meeting room with a long wooden table lined with chairs on both sides in the middle. The members of the Sword of Darkness party streamed in and sat down, followed by Yuuji and the others. And before discussing the job, the leader of the Swords of Darkness began introducing themselves. I'm the leader of the Swords of Darkness, Peter Mock. That fellow over there is the eyes and ears of our team, the Ranger, Lukrut Volve. The leather-armored blond man nodded in acknowledgement, his brown eyes seemed to have a spark of delight in them. He was slender and long-limbed, kind of like a spider, but his lean torso was wiry and muscular. Next is our spellcaster and the brains of our group, Ninya, the spellcaster. Pleased to meet you. Probably the youngest in the group with dark brown hair and blue eyes. Though he was an adult, the smile on his face looked too youthful. And Yuuji's group knew very well who he truly was. A poor village boy trying to gain money through adventuring using the meager skills in magic, he had to try and buy back his elder sister, who was kidnapped, used, and sold off by a scummy noble who unfortunately came to their village and saw her. A tragic story that would end in tragedy. At least, if they don't do anything about it. But Peter, can you not use that embarrassing nickname? But it's a good one. You have a nickname. That's cool. Luppu asked, her beautiful voice stunning the four Swords of Darkness members for a moment. Why yes, he's a talent holder, and a genius magic caster. Wow, that sounds amazing. Luppu did not understand what they meant by talent holder, but it was fun seeing them being proud of something so seemingly insignificant and small. That is amazing. Yuuji complimented, causing Ninya to blush and waved his hand around in denial. It's nothing much. It's just that I happen to have a talent pertaining to that area. Much like martial arts, talents were abilities that did not exist in Yggdrasil but which were unique to this world. About 1 in every 200 people was born with a talent. While talent holders were not rare, the abilities themselves varied greatly in potency and type. For instance, there were things like being able to predict tomorrow's weather with 70% accuracy, the ability to strengthen summon monsters, hastening the harvest by several days, using the magic of dragons that once ruled the world, and so on. But these were all inborn abilities which could not be chosen or changed. And it was common to encounter situations where these abilities could not be applied. If someone was born with the talent to improve the destructiveness of their magic but they never had the chance to become a magic caster, then the magic would be useless. There were very few people who could make good use of their talents. And there were almost no talents that could dictate someone's direction in life, except for a few very powerful ones. And even without talent, some could go on to become a prominent figure, such as Gazef Stronov. But despite everything, Yuuji do plan on gathering the people with useful and powerful talents. Not only to strengthen Nazarick by having talented people under his banner, but to also prevent them from being taken by those in opposition to him and his friends. I think his talent has something to do with being suited to studying magic. I mean, he only took 4 years to learn what should have taken 8. I'm not a magic caster though, so I'm not sure how great that is. And Ninya's talent, with time and the myriad of magical knowledge within Nazarick, she would have the potential to become the continent's greatest magic caster, barring those within Nazarick. It was a talent he won't simply let go just like that. That's certainly amazing. I did not expect to find such talent so soon. Ahaha. Yuuji praised, and the boy couldn't help but rub the back of his head shyly. He didn't press further. It wasn't time for him to pull Ninya into his grasp. The right time would come soon. Continuing, could you tell us about your last friend? Yes. He's a druid, Dine Woodwonder. He uses healing spells and magic that controls nature, and he's well versed in herbal lore. You can let him know if there's anything wrong with your body, he has medicine that's good for stomach pains. Pleased to meet you. The heartfelt and energetic greeting came from the burly, barbaric-looking man with a full, bushy beard. He seemed younger than he first appeared, and despite his manly, rugged appearance, he had a warm, friendly smile beneath his beard and a pair of soft-looking eyes. Likewise. Then, I shall also introduce myself and my friends. Yuuji lowered his head slightly and placed a hand on his chest. The very movement elicited awe from the commoners before him with sheer elegance. My name is Alexander Kyrie Light, the vanguard of our party. This is my partner, Lilith. Nice to meet you. The men all blushed inadvertently upon hearing her beautiful, alluring voice. And Ninya was similarly awed by it, entranced for a moment. Moreover, just from the glimpse they saw of her smile right beneath her fox's mask, they were sure she must be hiding an otherworldly beauty beneath it. Yuuji then gestured towards Momonga and Luppu with his hand. This is Maman and Luppu, also a magic caster and the fighter of our party respectively. Wonderful. I hope we can work well together, Sir Alexander. Likewise. And please, simply call me Alex. Alright. X. And, I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Or buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/verglax. Thank you.